This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Inauguration of the Necromancer. Squeak. As a subtle voice came, Gushi, who was half asleep, opened his eyes, crushing the stone in his hand. Gushi looked towards the darkness of the prison cell, where a skinny rat had poked its head out, in the direction of the mouse's progress. Some crushed black bread was thrown on the ground. Gently raising his right hand, Gushi paid close attention to the mouse's movements. Just as the mouse sprang forward, Gushi waved his arm, and the stone hit the mouse on the head. Kill mice, small animals, and get 0 experience points. Gushi ignored the information that flashed before his eyes. He snatched away the rat that was stoned to death at a speed that ordinary people could not imagine. What sound? There were footsteps outside the prison. Gushi pressed the dead mouse on his body, leaned against the wall, and pretended to sleep with his eyes closed. 2 men wrapped in black robes and hoods hurriedly walked outside the cell door. They glanced at Gushi, who was leaning against the wall, and one of them said viciously, "Boy, it's you again. If you want to die early, just tell me, and I will send you on your way now." Gushi didn't even raise his head. He lowered his head and closed his eyes, pretending not to hear anything, and completely ignored the 2 people shouting outside. At the same time, the movements of his hands behind his back did not stop. He lifted the dead mouse upside down in his left hand, and used his right hand to grasp the dead mouse's position. A small ball of pale white light was pulled out of the dead mouse's body. You completed the soul extraction ritual and obtained soul fragment *0.1. It's done. A thought flashed through Gushi's mind, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As a result, when the 2 men outside saw this smile, they became even angrier. "You're still laughing. You're doing it on purpose. Open the door. I don't think I'll chop this guy to death," a man shouted, drawing a knife and looking for the key, rushing in to teach Gushi a lesson. The other one finally knew what his priorities were. Seeing his companion like this, he quickly hugged him. "Forget it. He won't live long anyway. We don't need to be like this kind of human sacrifice." When Gushi heard this, he ignored it at all. At this moment, 9 identical soul fragments quickly appeared in his hand. This is the result of his self-rescue during this period. Gushi is a gamer. He comes from a world where gaming is a living. He has just graduated and has not yet completed his job, so he is considered a newbie. On the contrary, his career direction had already been decided when he was in college. That is, a necromancer. He came to this game just to complete his job mission. As a result, on the first day of entering the game world, before he even figured out the mission, he was knocked over from behind with a club and thrown into this pitch-dark death cell. In this dark place, Gushi didn't know how long he had been imprisoned. He only knew that someone would throw some black bread in every once in a while to ensure that the people imprisoned here would not die. No one will care about the rest. In order to save himself, Gushi thought of many ways. But because he was arrested as soon as he came to this world, he didn't have any materials. The only way to survive is to catch a few mice and work hard to piece together the soul fragments. Now that the 10th soul fragment has been obtained, Gushi has no intention of pretending anymore. Holding all the soul fragments in his hands, Gushi took out a scroll from his game backpack. This is his inaugural mission. Originally, Gushi should have recruited a powerful undead through soul fragments in the cemetery or graveyard to serve as his contracted undead, thus starting his path as a necromancer. But now Gushi had to give up this idea. It's enough to have an undead soul contracted by him. It doesn't matter whether it's strong or not. The important thing is that he can work as a necromancer and use the various skills of the necromancer. Gushi's movement was quite obvious, and the 2 men outside also noticed it. "What are you doing? Hand over what's behind you." They were also a little anxious, and the one who was stopping his companions didn't care about anything else and quickly searched for the key. But it was already too late. As Gushi activated the scroll in his hand, wind blew on the ground in the small cell, and a cold aura crawled onto the 2 men. Gushi stopped pretending. He opened his eyes, turned his hand over, and tore the scroll apart with all his strength. He saw a little girl who was about 1.3 meters tall, with a white light emitting from her whole body, and a pot head with bangs, just appeared in front of Gushi. The little girl has a round face, and no eyes in her dark eye sockets. She held a bronze mirror, with a diameter of 30 centimeters in her hand. On the back of the bronze mirror were countless rotating gears. In the middle of the gears were eyes, large and small, blinking constantly. Looking at it, I don't know who is the soul and who is the body. When the little girl moved, she was floating about 10 centimeters above the ground, floating in front of Gushi. The little girl opened her mouth. Big brother, did you ask me to come out? The sound was like water dripping on ice, making people feel extremely cold. As soon as this sound came out, not only did the two men outside the door freeze, but even Gushi, who had summoned the girl, felt his whole body become hairy. Gushi tried hard to recall the knowledge he had learned in class. He raised his head forcefully and stared into the girl's empty eyes. Before he could speak, the girl opened her mouth again. Big brother, did you ask me to come out? This time the chill in the voice was obviously stronger. Only then did Gushi react. He quickly reached out his hand and spoke seriously to the girl. My name is Gushi. I hope to sign a contract with you and use your power to become a necromancer. As Gushi spoke, a light blue ball of light flew up from his hand, which was a completely synthesized soul. After hearing Gushi's words, the little girl showed a look of surprise on her face and spoke a little eagerly. Me? I really can. I am willing to become your contracted undead. But she reacted immediately, suppressed the joy on her face, and reached out her hand to touch the ball of soul light. When Gushi saw it, he quickly tapped it with his right index finger. Following their actions, the scroll Gushi tore up flew up and burned to ashes in front of him. Ding! The contract with the undead is successful, and player 629 SHG2S0FXC30 officially becomes a necromancer. As this prompt sounded, all the functions that had been locked and unable to be opened were launched towards Gushi. Name, Gushi. Game number, 629 SHG2S0FXC30. Occupation, necromancer. Level 1, 0/1000. Talent, not activated. Status, life, 105/310. Hungry. Weak. Mana, 220/450. Insomnia. Mental confusion. Attributes, Strength 3.2. Agility 3.3. Constitution 3.1. Intelligence 4.5. Perception 3.7. Charisma 3.6. Professional skills. Spiritualism level 1, 0/100. Consumes 1 mana point. 1 unit soul and 1 corpse. There is a 25% chance of summoning an undead to fight for you, level 0. The undead type is skeleton. Can growth. Unlimited quantity. Secondary corpse explosion level 1, 0/100. Consumes 5 mana points. And can use 1 corpse to explode. The power of the corpse explosion is 50% of the corpse's vitality. Secondary bone shield level 1, 0/100. Consumes 5 mana points. 1 unit soul and 1 corpse. Releases 3 bone shields for automatic defense. The bone shield's vitality is 25% of the corpse's vitality. Active skill, throw level 2, 18/200. Passive skills, undead knowledge level 3. Undead contract level 1. Magic knowledge level 4. Basic science level 3. Basic reading level 2. Basic scribe level 2. Name, Luna, contracted undead. Race, ghost. Level 1, 0/1000. Talent, mirror movement. Status, life, 110/110. Mana, 150/150. Attributes, strength 1.2. Agility 1.3. Constitution 1.1. Intelligence 1.5. Perception 1.7. Charisma 1.6. Skills, Eyes Touch level 1. Banshee Wail level 1. Alertness level 1. Player 629 SHG2S0FXC30 has completed the inauguration mission. Would you like to exit the game now? If you do not want to exit, you can leave at any time in the safe area. Chapter 2 Counterattack. Back off your sister. I won't. Seeing the last sentence, Gushi couldn't help but roared. He turned a simple job assignment into what it is now. Made him suffer so much. And made a contract with the worst undead. I want to drive him away now. That is impossible. If he doesn't put all those who captured him to justice, this matter will never be over. While Gushi was roaring, he picked up the dead mouse and threw it at the 2 people outside the door who had not yet reacted. The level 2 throw accurately threw the dead rat into one of the men's faces. The man came back to his senses after being hit by Gushi like this. He looked at Gushi with murderous intent in his eyes. But just as he was about to draw his sword, he heard Gushi whisper something. Burst. The dead rat that hit him in the face exploded on the spot. It was as powerful as a large firecracker. The kind that can blow up a pot into the sky. The lethality could only be considered average. but it exploded right in front of the man's face. The shock wave of the explosion pierced his eyes and penetrated his head with the bones of the dead rat. Kill the cultist, level 1, and gain 10 experience points. When the other person on the side saw this situation, he quickly pulled out the dagger from his waist. At this moment, his movement slowed down noticeably, as if his joints were frozen. Then Gushi looked behind the man in surprise. Luna, who was still standing in front of him, appeared behind the man. Two bright blue tentacles stretched out from the mirror in Luna's arms and touched the man's back. White frost was slowly creeping up the man's body along the place where the tentacles touched. Whole body. Then Luna opened her mouth gently towards the man's ear. The guy who was still trying to pull out the dagger fell down immediately. The moment he fell, Gushi could see that the face behind the hood was full of blood flowing from the 7 orifices. Luna, contracted undead, kills the cultist, level 1. You get 4 experience points. And the contracted undead gets 7 experience points. This situation surprised Gushi. He didn't take a fancy to Luna's fighting ability at first. If there was a way out, Gushi would not have thought of making a contract with such a weak ghost. You must know that every time the necromancer level increases by 2 levels, or the undead contract skill increases by 1 level, 1 more undead contract can be signed. In return, the level of the contracted undead can normally be 5 levels higher than the level of the necromancer. At the beginning, Gushi's plan was to pick a level 5 vampire or corpse wizard to serve as his first contracted undead, so that when he summoned ordinary undead to serve as cannon fodder, he would have helpers to command. Even if you are in danger, there will always be someone you can talk to or help you with. Luna's attributes are much worse than Gushi's, and Gushi even thought that his first contracted undead was useless. Now it seems that this is not the case. Luna still has some fighting power. At least she will take the initiative to attack. And that's enough. While Gushi was thinking, he quickly ran to the cell door. Without waiting for any orders from Gushi, Luna found the keys from the 2 corpses and threw them into Gushi's hands. Holding the cold key in his hand, Gushi's last trace of dissatisfaction disappeared when he contracted Luna. If you have a contract, then use it well. As the undead contracted by the necromancer, they are different from the undead summoned. The contracted undead hardly require any command, and the cooperation will only become more and more tacit. Then I'll help Luna find a way to upgrade and make up for the missing levels. Thinking of this, Gushi had already accepted Luna in his heart and regarded her as his partner. Opening the cell door with a key, Luna presented a dagger and a scimitar. It was obvious that Luna had already searched the body when Gushi opened the door. Divide the keys. Gushi took the scimitar and dagger, hung them on his waist, and threw a bunch of keys to Luna. Luna took the key and flew towards the nearby prison, throwing keys one after another in front of the imprisoned people. Taking this opportunity, Gushi also stretched out his hand to grab the 2 corpses, and 2 pale white light groups quickly flew out from the corpses. You completed the soul extraction ritual and obtained soul fragments * 1.4. Gushi did not immediately combine the soul fragments into a complete soul. He just put away these soul fragments, holding the scimitar in his hand, and ran towards the depths of the corridor outside the prison. At this time, Luna had already given away all the keys. When Gushi stood up and ran away, she followed Gushi in a flash. Gushi didn't look back. He just felt a chill behind him and knew that Luna had followed. Gushi, who discovered this, speeded up again. Although he didn't know why the cultists arrested him, Gushi knew that this place was not safe. He didn't want to die here just after taking office. Let's escape from here first. Before he had run a few steps, Gushi heard rapid footsteps coming from ahead. It seems that the explosion in the prison just now has attracted the attention of the cultists. In the prison below, all the sacrifices they captured were held. If something happened and 1 or 2 sacrifices were missing, they might also be sent to the altar. In order to survive, these cultists still work very hard. Seeing the figure rushing out in front of him, Gushi retracted his left hand, and the dagger fell into Gushi's hand. At this time, the cultists on the opposite side also noticed Gushi, and one of them shouted loudly, "The sacrifices ran out! The sacrifices ran out!" Before he could finish speaking, Gushi's dagger pierced his forehead. Kill the cultist, level 1, and gain 12 experience points. Seeing that Gushi actually took the initiative, the nearby cultists were also angry. They stepped over the corpses of their companions and rushed towards Gushi with weapons in their hands. However, the cooperation between Gushi and Luna was beyond the imagination of the cultists. The moment Gushi threw the dagger, Luna came to Gushi. The tentacles wrapped around the mirror touched the ground. And instantly they were on the ground. There was a layer of frost on the top. Gushi also took this opportunity to point at the corpse on the ground. Burst. The secondary corpse explosion skill was activated again. And the corpse of the cultist, who had just fallen, exploded on the spot. Compared to the dead rat that Gushi had thrown out before, which had the power of a firecracker, the power caused by the explosion of the cultist's corpse in front of him was obviously much greater. When the corpse exploded, the force was equivalent to that of a real landmine, in a relatively narrow space like the corridor, with the other cultists crowded together and running over the corpse. The explosion blew them all up into the sky on the spot. Taking this opportunity, Luna opened her mouth at the place where the cultist was blown away, and a wave of waves invisible to normal people spread outward with Luna as the center. Those cultists, who happened to be within the explosion range of the secondary corpse explosion, had themselves been seriously injured. Luna's wave of banshees continued to wail, and took away the last of the cultists' lives on the spot. A series of messages kept beating in front of Gushi, telling Gushi what he had gained this time. Kill the cultist, level 1, and gain 9 experience points. Luna, contracted undead, kills the cultist, level 1. You get 6 experience points. And the contracted undead gets 8 experience points. Chapter 3: The Power of the Necromancer. After killing this group of cultists, Gushi and Luna acted separately with a tacit understanding. Gushi lost his soul, and Luna touched the corpses. She handled these corpses very quickly. The only pity is that the cultists are poor people who don't have any good things in their hands. The weapons they find have no attributes. Some are so poor that they don't even have a dagger. This situation made Gushi a little suspicious that he was being put down by such a poor guy. What did he do in the first place to be put down by such a bastard? At this moment, Gushi's arm felt slightly cold. Gushi looked sideways and found Luna appearing next to him, patting his arm gently, paying attention to Gushi's face with her empty eyes. Don't think too much. You are not alone now. Gushi's face twitched slightly. Was he being comforted by his undead men? Is his performance that obvious? Gushi shook his head and didn't think much, but quickly walked to the body that had just been processed. As Gushi walked past the corpses, his fingers kept popping out. With each pop, a ball of light would fall on the complete or incomplete corpse. Spiritualism. Secondary bone shield. Spiritualism. Following Gushi's movements, corresponding notification sounds kept ringing in his ears. You use spiritualism successfully and get a skeleton, level 0, and 1 spiritualism experience point. Skeleton, level 0. Summoned object experience, 0 out of 100, attack 1. Defense 1. Life 10. No skills. You use spiritualism successfully and get a skeleton, level 0, and 1 spiritualism experience point. You failed to use the necromancer skill, and gained 1 necromancer skill experience point. You use the secondary bone shield successfully, and the secondary bone shield has 1 experience point. At the same time, the corpses on the ground exploded one after another. Some turned into withered yellow skeletons and stood behind Gushi, while others turned into gray-white air masses, hovering around Gushi and Luna. Okay, let's go! After all the corpses were disposed of, Gushi said low to Luna. At this time, Luna just finished distributing weapons to the newly transformed skeletons. The weapons they used were all things Luna had picked up just now. They were all chopped scimitars, or simply iron rods and wooden staffs. Although these weapons are not very good, given the current situation, it would be good to get them a weapon. After hearing Gushi's order, the 3 transformed skeletons rushed forward with weapons in hand without Luna's control. Their steps were light and decisive, with clear goals. Unlike the unintelligent undead, who always moved aimlessly when they walked, they always moved forward aggressively. And when they see something that can be broken, they always go forward and hit it. They would even kick away the rice plates and water bottles on the roadside. Gushi followed behind with a scimitar in one hand and a dagger in the other. Seeing this situation, he couldn't help but wonder why these skeletons were different from what was said in the book. Luna, who was following Gushi, didn't know all this. She was like an elf, floating around Gushi, appearing in front of Gushi from time to time, and disappearing from time to time. But no matter where he was, Gushi could always clearly feel Luna's presence. This gave Gushi a lot of peace of mind. Maybe this was the meaning of the existence of contractual partners. At this moment, a rushing sound suddenly came from the distance. It's a skeleton. There's a necromancer. After saying that, another group of cultists rushed out from a distance. They were no different from the cultists who were killed by Gushi before. They were all covered in black hooded robes, and held weapons that could be easily lifted. Gushi even saw someone rushing forward with a candlestick and a bench. Seeing them charging so fervently, Gushi felt like he was facing a group of lunatics. "Will!" Gushi roared loudly, and started to rush forward. Luna understood Gushi's order tacitly, and immediately appeared in front of Gushi, screaming at the cultists who rushed over. Banshee Wail is activated. The screams rush towards the cultists with waves. During the waves, all the cultists bleed from their orifices at the same time. At this moment, Gushi had already taken the opportunity to rush out more than 20 meters. He threw the dagger in his hand and hit the cultist at the front. Then Gushi pointed at the cultist who was stabbed by the dagger. Secondary corpse explosion. Boom! The corpse of the cultist exploded on the spot, and the power of the explosion affected several cultists behind, killing the cultist who was seriously injured by the wail of the banshee on the spot. Kill the cultist, level 1, and gain 9 experience points. Luna, contracted undead, kills the cultist, level 1. You get 6 experience points. And the contracted undead gets 8 experience points. Kill the elite cultist, level 2, and gain 22 experience points. Due to the cooperation in killing, the contracted undead gains 11 experience points. You don't have to worry about old age when doing tricks, as long as they are easy to use. Seeing the effect of this wave of attacks, Gushi muttered happily, pointed at a corpse that was killed and struck again. Secondary corpse explosion. A cultist who had just gotten up from the explosion was killed by another zombie explosion before he could react. Also blown to pieces were the 2 invisible thieves behind them. Kill the elite thief, level 2, and gain 35 experience points. Kill the thief, level 2, and gain 28 experience points. After taking a look at the iron rod that fell to the ground from the thief's hand, Gushi felt that for some reason, his unhappiness dissipated a lot. Before Gushi had time to think about it, 3 skeletons had already rushed to the corpse. Without waiting for Gushi's orders, the 3 skeletons picked up the weapons on the ground and replaced them with newer weapons. At the same time, the old weapon was not thrown away, but was held in hand and waited for Gushi's arrival. Gushi rushed forward and reached out his hand from a distance towards the place where the battle had just taken place. A large number of soul fragments flew out from the blown-up corpses and combined into 5 new soul light balls in Gushi's hands. At this time, Gushi happened to run up to the corpses. He glanced at the corpses, and then 2 points of soul light popped up and fell into the 2 relatively complete corpses. You use spiritualism successfully and get a skeleton, level 0, and 1 spiritualism experience point. You failed to use the necromancer skill, and gained 1 necromancer skill experience point. It failed again. It seems that the success rate of spiritualism is not high. Gushi's heart moved slightly, and he was about to ask the 3 skeletons in front to move back and give a spare weapon to the new companions, when he heard the sound of weapons fighting from the corner of the front corridor. It seems that there are enemies again. Gushi turned his head to look at Luna. Without Gushi's order, Luna had already rushed out in advance. After a few flashes, she was almost at the turning point. Gushi took out the dagger and prepared the secondary corpse explosion with his right hand. As he said, "You don't have to worry about old age when it comes to tricks, as long as they are easy to use." Chapter 4 Underground Space. Just after turning the corner, Gushi raised the dagger and was about to throw it out. But at this moment, Gushi paused. When he rushed over, he thought the skeletons were blocked by cultists and wanted to come to the rescue. But he never expected that the situation in front of him would be such a situation. At the corner of the corridor, there is a fairly large underground space. The entire space is as big as 7 or 8 football fields. When you look up, you can't even see the ceiling. You can only see the vines hanging from above. At the other end of the underground space, there was a huge abandoned stone door. A group of black-robed cultists stood around the stone door like statues. Even if a battle broke out here, they did not react much. In the dark underground space, they looked motionless, like neatly arranged terracotta warriors and horses. No matter who it is, seeing such a scene in the dark will make them feel hairy all over. The most important thing is not this. Gushi could clearly hear the breathing of these black-robed cultists, but they did not even turn their heads. They all faced the abandoned stone door without moving, like statues. Even if the skeletons appeared with weapons, they would not react at all. Unless the weapons hit them, they would pull out their weapons and fight back. For this reason, Gushi's 4 skeletons had already moved forward. This situation made Gushi stunned for a moment. And then he laughed. "This is a good thing. You won't wake up until you are hit." then none of you will be able to wake up. Gushi took the machete and slashed at a black-robed cultist next to him. When Gushi slashed with his sword, he felt as if he had struck a broken piece of wood. It didn't feel like he had struck a human body at all. Luna also flashed behind the black-robed cultist at the same time, and a dark blue tentacle popped out from the bronze mirror in her arms and touched the back of the black-robed cultist. The black-robed cultist who was slashed by Gushi was about to pull out his weapon and fight back. But when Luna stopped him, his whole body was quickly covered with frost, and he lost his normal power. Gushi struck again with his backhand and chopped off the head of the black-robed cultist on the spot. With a ding, a message popped up in front of Gushi. Kill the elite cultist, level 2, and gain 19 experience points. Due to cooperation in killing, the contracted undead gained 16 experience points. After glancing at the information, Gushi's eyes immediately lit up. Seeing so many motionless black-robed cultists here, Gushi felt that he was so happy. This is really a catastrophe. But there will be blessings in the future. He had just escaped when he encountered such a treasure trove of experience. If he didn't grind hard now to raise his level, then when would he have to wait? Luna immediately understood what Gushi meant, and there was no need for Gushi to issue any more orders. The ice touch moved forward a little, and the black-robed cultist standing nearby was hit. Gushi also took the scimitar and cut the cultist's neck. This cultist's luck was even worse. He didn't even have a chance to come to his senses before he died under Gushi's knife. Kill the elite cultist, level 2, and gain 17 experience points. Due to cooperation in killing, the contracted undead gained 13 experience points. As soon as the two cultists were dead, Gushi knew that it was done. He led Luna quickly upwards and turned his target to other nearby black-robed cultists. Just as Gushi and Luna were preparing for a killing spree, another group of men in black robes walked out of the nearby passage. There were 12 people in their group, divided into 4 groups. It looked like 2 black-robed cultists were carrying a motionless black-robed man. The passage where these men in black robes appeared was closer to the passage where Gushi came out. As soon as they entered this underground space, they saw Gushi who was about to kill someone. Who? There is an invasion of pagans. As soon as they saw Gushi, they shouted and rushed over with their weapons drawn. The man in black robe they were carrying was thrown to the ground on the spot, unable to move. When they shouted like this, Gushi found that the black-robed cultists nearby started to turn their heads to look at him. Back off. Gushi made a decision immediately. He bent down and dragged up the body of a black-robed cultist, and then retreated to the passage where he came out. Luna immediately stepped back, holding the bronze mirror and floating in front of Gushi. Several skeletons who had already fought far away also received Gushi's order, gave up on the enemy they were facing, and rushed towards Gushi and the others with weapons in hand. But these skeletons were quickly surrounded by the active black-robed cultists, and all 4 skeletons were beaten to pieces in 2s and 2s. After killing the skeleton, more and more black-robed cultists turned their attention to Gushi. At this time, Gushi was holding a scimitar tightly in one hand while watching the movements of these black-robed cultists. There are too many. If they remain motionless like before, Gushi can take some time to turn them into experience. Must run away now. Gushi winked at Luna, and Luna opened her mouth and took a breath towards the black-robed cultists rushing over from outside. Ah! Banshee Wail is activated. More than a dozen black-robed cultists, who rushed over simultaneously squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands. Gushi then kicked up and kicked the corpse he had just dragged over to the side of these cultists. Secondary corpse explosion. Boom! The power of the corpse explosion killed 6 black-robed cultists on the spot. Kill the cultist, level 1, and gain 9 experience points. Due to cooperation in killing, the contracted undead gained 6 experience points. Kill the elite cultist, level 2, and gain 8 experience points. Due to cooperation in killing, the contracted undead gain 19 experience points. Kill the cultist, level 2, and gain 11 experience points. Because of the cooperation in killing, the contracted undead gains 10 experience points. However, immediately after the corpse explosion, new black-robed cultists rushed over. They stepped on the bodies of their companions, who were killed in the explosion, and rushed towards Gushi with weapons in hand. Gushi was still thinking about taking it easy, but there was no time to take it easy. He pointed at the corpse on the ground and launched another secondary corpse explosion. At the same time as the corpse exploded, Luna also launched the Banshee Wail again. The 2 magics exploded at the same time, killing a group of black-robed cultists again. Kill the cultist, level 2, and gain 13 experience points. Because of the cooperation in killing, The contracted undead gains 5 experience points. Kill the elite cultist, level 2, and gain 16 experience points. Due to cooperation in killing. The contracted undead gain 11 experience points. Kill the cultist, level 1, and get 4 experience points. Due to your cooperation in killing. The contracted undead will get 3 experience points. But at this time, all the black-robed cultists in the underground space came to life. And they crowded towards Gushi like zombies. The explosion of corpses here had just ended. And more than 20 black-robed cultists were crowded into the blasted position. Gushi took a look at his own magic power. Luna, if there are 5 more corpse explosions, you can use an ice touch to freeze this place. Luna nodded, and quickly prepared herself to wail like a banshee. Just when Gushi was about to point at the corpse at the feet of the black-robed cultist, a voice came from behind Gushi. Lower your head. Chapter 5: The Escaper. Although Gushi didn't know what was going on behind him, he quickly lowered his head. And then, there was a bang from behind. And a huge stone hit the black-robed cultists like a pendulum. The boulder was estimated to have weighed several tons. And it was not known how it was thrown up. The black-robed cultist who rushed at the front was knocked out on the spot. And more than a dozen people were directly killed on the spot. At this time, another voice came from behind Gushi. This way. Come this way. Gushi looked up and saw an unattractive young man sticking his head out from nearby, waving at Gushi. Gushi was a little curious. Just as he was hesitating, the sound of black-robed cultists moving boulders came from behind. Gushi didn't think much and immediately ran towards the young man. After running 2 steps, Gushi discovered that the young man was hiding in a passage behind the wall. If he hadn't waved in person, Gushi wouldn't have discovered the existence of this passage. Without thinking much, Gushi quickly leaned over. The young man grabbed Gushi's hand and dragged Gushi into the passage. When being dragged away, Gushi noticed that the young man's arms were so thin that only skin and bones were left. And there were even a few teeth marks on his arms. The young man did not react much. He led the way in front while pressing the mechanism on the wall. Although he didn't turn around, Gushi could hear that the wall behind him seemed to move. Gushi, who was not sure what was going on, could only raise his mind and secretly communicate with Luna. If the young man messed up, he would give the young man a hard blow. They ran forward for more than 30 meters, turned a few corners, and came to a small room of 7 or 8 square meters. As soon as he entered the small room, Gushi discovered that there were 4 or 5 men and women in the room. They all looked thin, and were sitting listlessly when Gushi and the others came in. But Gushi could see anger and murderous intent in their eyes. Taking a closer look at how they were sitting, Gushi couldn't help but let out a sigh. You are not. Yes. We are right next to your cell. My name is Jack. Little Flea Jack. When you escaped, you threw the key to us. The young man who brought Gushi over saw that Gushi had discovered the situation here. So he explained to Gushi, it turns out it's you. Just escape. But why didn't you escape? Seeing that they were fellow prisoners who had also been captured inexplicably, Gushi was half relieved. But he still looked at these people with some surprise. Judging from what I saw just now, the small room in front of me was not dug out by them. If they really had such machine technology, they wouldn't need to wait for Gushi to take action, and would have escaped hundreds of years ago. Oh! Those who wanted to leave have already fled. The few of us who stayed are because we know some secrets. Let me tell you. Sir, you are a professional. Jack looked at Gushi mysteriously. Yes, necromancer. When Gushi said this, Luna also poked her face out from behind Gushi. The empty look in his eyes startled so many people present. Fortunately, Jack reacted quickly and said quickly, Sir, please don't. We have no intention of targeting you. These are all left by me. We know a secret here. This is why those people arrested us. Hearing this, Gushi's eyes narrowed. He had been locked up here for so long and almost couldn't complete his appointment. He always remembered this. After successfully taking office, he did not leave immediately in order to find an opportunity for revenge. Gushi was excited to hear such news now. What reason? Those guys discovered the mirror underground palace. And we are the sacrifices used to open the mirror door. As Jack spoke, he looked at Gushi proudly, trying to see the shocked look in Gushi's eyes. But Gushijin didn't know anything about the mirror underground palace. He came to this world just to be a necromancer. According to his past experience, he only needs to choose a suitable undead soul in the cemetery to be his contracted undead soul. And he will be successful in taking the job. At that time, he can leave this world directly. How can I seriously read all kinds of background information about this world? Everything Jack said was just flirting with a blind man. Gushi didn't even know the importance of the information in Jack's words. Seeing that Gushi didn't react at all, Jack thought that Gushi didn't like the news. So he had to explain more. Sir, it's like this. When I was first imprisoned, the person next door to me was an architect. When he was imprisoned here, he still didn't give up and wanted to escape. He also planned to dig a tunnel. I helped him at that time. But his movements were too big, and he was soon seriously injured by those people. If I hadn't given him some water from time to time, he might have died faster. Later, he told me that when he was digging the tunnel, he found some different bricks. According to his judgment, this should be the legendary Mirror Underground Palace. When talking about the Mirror Underground Palace, Jack deliberately emphasized his words. But Gushi really didn't understand this. So he said directly, "Is there anything wrong with the Mirror Underground Palace?" When Jack heard this, he thought, there are some things that really can't be explained. Gushi really doesn't know. So Jack and the others explained to Gushi about the Mirror Underground Palace. It turns out that this Mirror Underground Palace is a legend in Victoria's city. About 300 years ago, when Victoria was still part of the Stuart dynasty, King James I offered the entire city of Victoria as a sacrifice to an unknown being in order to gain the throne. However, after he ascended the throne, he was unwilling to give up Victoria's city. So he thought of a way. He took the Victoria Tower, the core of Victoria's city, as the starting point and copied an exact Victoria's city at a scale of 1 to 1. Afterwards, he dedicated this fake city to an unknown existence, and used the mirror method to exile that existence and the fake city to another dimension. After that, this fake city became the background of ghost stories and legends in Victoria's city. Among the various true and false legends, the only thing that is certain is that the only way to enter the exiled fake city is a building that is completely opposite to the Victoria Tower, the mirrored underground palace that has never been discovered. Those black-robed cultists were followers of the unknown boss. Their only goal in capturing Gushi and others was to open the passage from the mirror underground palace to the fake city and release the boss they believed in. Chapter 6: Disagreement and Temptation. When talking about the big guys behind the mirror underground palace, Gushi noticed that their eyes, including that of Jack, were flashing with excitement. Although the big boss was deceived, he is really capable. James I was the first person to rise from King of Edinburgh to Emperor of Britain. At the beginning, he had such high demands, and all he paid was a city as a sacrifice. If their requirements are lower, then the price they pay can also be lower. It can be said that the expressions of the people in Victoria's city when they heard that they had a chance to find the mirrored underground palace were just like the expressions of the Arabs when they heard that they had a chance to get the magic lamp for wishing. It can be said that everyone cannot control their ambitions. The same is true for these people in front of me. They gave up the chance of escape for such a misty dream. Followed Jack and joined the team looking for the mirror underground palace. But Gushi didn't know how many of them would survive in the end. Jack didn't know what Gushi was thinking. After introducing the mirror underground palace, he picked up the original topic. Master Mage, I got exact information from the architect. There are a total of 6 doors in the mirror underground palace opposite the Victoria Tower. Legend has it that as long as the 6 doors are opened at the same time, the exiled city will return. To open these gates, a blood sacrifice is required. Depending on the situation of each door, the blood sacrifice requires the heads of a British emperor and a British queen, the blood of a British princess and a British heir, and the life of a British prince's brother and a British prince's husband. The blood sacrifice on each side of the door requires the lives and blood of 1,000 to 5,000 ordinary people. These ordinary people still have certain requirements, even if we belong to the group of those who accompany them to death. Gushi's eyelids twitched, and he finally knew why he was brought here. If they use me as a sacrifice, they can really think that I won't be able to bear this anger. Listening to Gushi's words, several people nearby nodded affirmatively. They were all captured like this, and no one wanted to be used as a sacrifice to die. Don't say that Gushi can't go down anymore. It's even a person's chi that can't go down anymore. Thinking of this, Gushi said harshly, "This matter is not over yet. Don't you want to open the door? I can't let him open it. Give me the map and I will find a way to destroy the door." "No!" As soon as Gushi finished speaking, everyone including Jack started shouting. Gushi looked at them with confusion and found that there was some embarrassment in their eyes. At this time, Jack explained to Gushi, "Master Mage, it's not that I don't want to stop you from destroying the gate. But, this gate was not built by the Mirror Underground Palace, but was released by the big boss in the Victoria fake city. Even if you destroy it, a new one will come out. At that time, the cultists can still make blood sacrifices. But another group of innocent passers-by will die. Master Mage, you don't think about some innocent passers-by dying because of you. Innocent passers-by. I am an innocent passerby. You think about them. And I have to think about myself. If I don't destroy a door, I can't get rid of this anger. At this time, a woman sitting in the corner stood up. When she stood up, she did not forget to push her hair behind her ears. When she walked to Gushi's side, the woman whispered, Master Mage, we understand your feelings, and we also want to take revenge on those cultists. But we have to find the right target. Right? Shouldn't we target those cultists? Gushi glanced at everyone present, and then laughed disdainfully. Seeing the expressions of approval on their faces, Gushi understood what they were thinking. On the surface, these people came to take revenge on the cultists. But in fact, they also wanted to benefit from the exiled boss. Greed is written on their faces. Such people are not worthy of being partners. Their minds are not as clear as those civilians who ran away after being released. Gushi shook his head. It's up to you. I will have my own plans and directions. Just don't disrupt my actions. Besides, I need to rest now. So you better be quiet. Master Mage, you can't say that. We are on the same boat now. Before the woman finished speaking, Luna came to her, staring into her eyes with empty eyes, leaving her speechless. When you speak, you better think more about whether you have the ability to deal with the situation. If not, then shut your mouth honestly. Gushi's words made everyone present tremble with fear. But Gushi didn't embarrass them. After all, they finally brought him some useful news. And they are still comrades in arms now. So after scaring these people, Gushi found a place to sit down, closed his eyes, and began to recover his consumed magic power. As soon as Gushi's eyes closed, Luna retreated to Gushi's side. She did not look at the other people. But just because of Luna's presence, no one here even dared to take a breath. But as time passed by, these people started to think carefully again. They saw that Gushi had obviously fallen asleep. The two thin middle-aged men looked at each other. One stood up and slowly leaned towards Gushi, while the other was sitting on the ground and moving. One of them planned to attract Luna's attention, while the other sneaked up on Gushi. In their minds, mages are weak in close combat. As long as they catch Gushi, they can control the situation. He is just a rookie mage. They have seen him before. Their thinking is actually correct. After being imprisoned for such a long time, civilians who are not ruthless will not survive at all. But they never expected that Luna, as a ghost, was born with vigilant skills. Her body had no substance at all. And when the enemy had gotten behind her, he was actually facing her head on. She would never be attacked from behind. The moment the middle-aged man who wanted to sneak up on Gushi stood up and prepared to pounce, a cold tentacle hit him. Then, the middle-aged man's body was quickly frozen, and he fell heavily to the floor. Luna, contracted undead, kills civilians, level 0. You get 2 experience points. And the contracted undead gets 4 experience points. At this time, Gushi also opened his eyes. He glanced at the message that popped up in front of him, and sighed helplessly. Why are you doing this? Why don't you live a good life? Seeing Gushi stand up, Jack also said quickly, Master Mage, don't be angry. They don't have any bad intentions. Yes, Master Mage, we really don't know anything. Yes, I fell asleep just now too. Several others also started talking quickly, as if they wanted to clear everything away. Gushi glanced at them, stretched out his hand to grab the dead middle-aged man, and some light spots fell into his hands. Then Gushi flipped his hand, and these light spots turned into a larger ball of light and fell back into the body of the middle-aged man. With a series of crackling sounds, the middle-aged man turned into a skeleton holding nothing. Pointing at the skeleton standing next to him, Gushi said calmly, Don't think that I need you. Now it's you who need my help. So if you don't want to die, be obedient, or I will turn you all into skeletons. Chapter 7, Fight Again. Name, Gushi. Game number, 629SHG2S0FXC30. Occupation, necromancer. Level 1, 317/1000. Talent, not activated. Status, life, 165/310. Hungry. Mana, 450/450. Energetic. Attributes, strength 3.2. Agility 3.3. Constitution 3.1. Intelligence 4.5. Perception 3.7. Charisma 3.6. Professional skills. Spiritualism level 1, 7 out of 100. Secondary corpse explosion level 1, 5 out of 100. Secondary bone shield level 1, 2 out of 100. Active skill. Throw level 2, 22/200. Passive skills. Undead knowledge level 3. Undead contract level 1. Magic knowledge level 4. Basic science level 3. Basic reading level 2. Basic scribe level 2. After falling back to sleep for more than an hour, Gushi opened his eyes and took a quick look at his surroundings. Those who escaped from the cell all huddled together, staring at the skeleton in front of them with gloomy faces, but dared not move, even though the skeleton's bones were thinner than theirs. And it was completely impossible for one skeleton to keep an eye on all of them. They didn't dare to make the slightest move. Gushi was disdainful of these people's reactions. If they dared to make another move when Gushi fell asleep for the second time, Gushi would still admire their courage. Now they are just a group of ordinary people who want to get benefits but are too cowardly. Gushi shook his head and stood up. Okay. I don't know what you are pretending to be. Get up. If I wanted to do anything to you, you would have turned into skeletons long ago. Only then did these few look at Gushi cautiously. As a result, when they looked up, they saw Luna behind Gushi staring at them with empty eyes. The coldness in those eyes made these people shrink back on the spot. Gushi rolled his eyes at them and said to Jack, "Where's the map?" Jack finally wanted to struggle again. "Master Mage, we have to do something for." "Stop it. I know you have your thoughts, but I also have my own considerations. Either you lead the way now, or I turn you into a skeleton and the skeleton leads the way." When Jack heard this, he immediately shut his mouth and led the way honestly. Several people in the room looked at each other and saw the unwillingness in their eyes. They hesitated for a moment, and finally followed him honestly. Following Jack, Gushi and the others soon arrived at the location where they first entered the secret passage. Before they could open the mechanism leading to the outer corridor, they heard knocking on the wall from outside. Gushi gestured with his hands, and Luna walked through the wall and reached the ceiling of the corridor. In the corridor outside, about 30 black-robed cultists were knocking on the wall with something in their hands, as if they were looking for an undiscovered secret passage. Behind these black-robed cultists, a cultist who clearly looked like a leader was speaking loudly. "Be careful. I've searched every inch of the wall here carefully. I don't care what method you use. You must find all the escaped human sacrifices for me. Otherwise, when the sacrifice begins, you can take off your clothes and walk to the altar." Luna glanced at them and headed towards the underground space not far away. The traces left by Gushi's previous battle with the black-robed cultists had not been cleared away. Although the living black-robed cultists stood back in front of the abandoned gate, their number was obviously much smaller. At the same time, at other entrances to the underground space, black-robed cultists were also dragging newcomers one after another and placing them in front of the gate, seeming to replenish the number of black-robed cultists in front of the abandoned gate. When Luna went out, Gushi was not idle either. He handed the scimitar he had in his hand to the skeleton beside him, and at the same time carefully polished the dagger in his hand. Every time he polished, he would look up at Jack, which scared Jack. Just at this moment, Luna came back through the wall and glanced at Jack with her blank eyes. Jack opened his mouth and wanted to scream. Gushi quickly stepped forward and covered Jack's mouth. "People are looking for us outside. Do you want to die?" Seeing that Jack calmed down, Gushi turned to look at Luna. "How's the situation outside? There are more than 30 people in the corridor. So you're not strong." Then the old trick. Gushi waved the dagger in his hand and pulled open the mechanism of the secret passage door, before a black-robed cultist who was tapping on the wall could react. A dagger pierced his brain. Kill the cultist, level 1, and gain 12 experience points. Then the skeleton rushed forward, slashing another black-robed cultist nearby with the scimitar in his hand. The black-robed cultists who were knocking on the wall were all stunned. They didn't expect that Gushi would attack as soon as he appeared. They didn't react for a while, but one of them was chopped down by the skeleton. Skeleton, summoned object, kills cultists, level 1. You get 1 experience point, and the summoned object gets 6 experience points. Only then did the enemy react, and the leader shouted loudly, "Shield bearers surround them. Be careful of the enemy corpses exploding." Gushi already knew the location of the leading black-robed cultist from Luna's description. When the skeleton was killing people, Gushi had already strode forward 7 or 8 steps. Seeing that the distance was close, Gushi threw his hand, opened the bow with both hands, and the 3 daggers flew towards the leader of the black-robed cultist at the same time. The cult leader did not expect that Gushi would dare to attack him first in such a situation. He did not even consider the issue of his own defense until a white light flashed in front of him. At this time, the leader of the cult hurriedly dodged back under the white light. But it was still too late. Gushi threw 3 throwing knives just for this purpose. The first knife flew in front of the cultist leader, just in time to activate his own defensive items. The second knife led the cultist leader to dodge in a certain direction. But the third knife was the key. When the cult leader got out of the way, the flying knife was already in place, and it hit the cult leader's neck. Kill the cultist leader, level 2. Elite, and gain 42 experience points. You complete a 3-hit combo of throwing and successfully kill the enemy, and gain 40 throwing experience points. As soon as the cult leader died, all the black-robed cultists were in chaos. They all rushed towards the cult leader, wanting to take a look at what was going on. Seeing them gathered together, Gushi was about to give them a corpse explosion. But when he was finally about to take action, he hesitated, and the spell in his mouth changed from corpse explosion to spiritualism. The next moment, the corpse of the cult leader exploded on the spot. As the blood was scattered, a stronger skeleton stood up, pulling out the dagger from its neck. The skeleton turned back and plunged the dagger into the head of a cultist who was running over. You use spiritualism successfully and get a skeleton boss, level 0, and 1 spiritualism experience point. Skeleton boss, level 0. Summon experience, 0/500, attack 2. Defense 1. Health 15. Skill combat elite. Squad commander, 30 people. The skull boss, summon, kills the cultist, level 1. You get 1 experience point, and the summons gets 4 experience points. Chapter 8 Combat Team. When the skull leader killed the cultist, Gushi's movements were not slow at all. With one move, the soul of the cultist who had just been killed was pulled out. Spiritualism. You use spiritualism successfully and get a skeleton, level 0, and 1 spiritualism experience point. A leader of the same species has been found. Please ask if we should form a team. Formation. As the cultist turned into a new skeleton, another message popped up in front of Gushi. As a result, Gushi's words just fell. The newly generated skeleton actually had a dagger in his hand that was exactly the same as the skull leader, and his movements became obviously more flexible. It was obvious that the skeleton that had just been transformed was influenced by the skull head. Combat Team, level 0. Unnamed. Characteristic. Life plus 1 Captain, 1 out of 1, level 0 Skeleton Boss. Team Member, 1/30th, level 0 Skeleton. What kind of life can a skeleton add? While Gushi was complaining, he quickly moved to summon the corpses of black-robed cultists who were killed nearby, transforming them into skeletons and adding them to the newly formed combat team. You successfully use spiritualism. Get a skeleton, level 0. 1 spiritualist experience point. Join the combat team. Team members plus 1. You successfully use spiritualism. Get a skeleton, level 0. 1 spiritualist experience point. Join the combat team. Team members plus 1. You failed to use the necromancer skill, and gained 1 necromancer skill experience point. Almost in the blink of an eye, this newly formed combat team had 9 skeletons. They all hold a stick in their right hand, and a dagger in their left hand. When moving forward, they always move in groups of 3 or 5. And their movements are almost the same. It is impossible to tell who is the leader, and who is a member of the team. Those who had just come out of the secret passage saw that Gushi had so many men in just a blink of an eye, and they were still killing them. Their feet were a little unable to hold up, and they were holding on to the wall one by one, not knowing what to do. Good. Fortunately, Jack had the courage to step forward and cautiously approach Gushi. Before he could get closer, Luna floated in front of Jack, staring at Jack with her blank eyes. Master Mage. The law. Wait a minute. This place will be cleared soon. At this time, Gushi had already reached the position where they retreated last time. Gushi, who has a fighting team, is full of confidence. Even if he encounters an attack like last time again, he is confident that he can win. After all, the necromancer is the kind of person who gets stronger the more he fights. No, Master Mage. Jack wanted to say something more, but Gushi had already led the battle team to rush into the underground space again in advance. As Gushi led the team in, all the black-robed cultists, who were standing near the passage facing the abandoned gate, turned around and stared at Gushi. Gushi understood that the black-robed cultists, who had suffered a loss, would no longer dare to let these cultists run wild like they did last time. They would not start to fight back until they were hit. Now they will be more responsive. And if they feel something is wrong, they will pay attention to it. Seeing a group of skeletons holding sticks and daggers appear, several black-robed cultists nearby drew their weapons and rushed over here. Kill! When Gushi saw this, he didn't plan to hide anymore. He just pointed at the enemy, and the skeleton leader rushed out with the combat team. At this time, Luna also appeared at the front of the battle team. Ah! The Banshee Whale was activated, and the black-robed cultists, who were rushing towards this direction, were stopped in their tracks. Taking this opportunity, the flexible skeletons rushed forward quickly and stabbed the black-robed cultist's body with a dagger in their hands. The Skull Boss, Summon, kills the cultist, level 2. You get 1 experience point. The Summons gets 10 experience points. And the Contracted Undead get 10 experience points for cooperating with the kill. The Skeleton, Summoned Object, kills the cultist, level 2. You get 1 experience point. The Summoned Object gets 13 experience points. And the Contracted Undead gets 9 experience points due to cooperation in killing. Gushi, who was following behind, kept pumping and summoning souls to replenish the strength of the fighting team. Gushi found that fighting like this was much more satisfying than fighting it himself. Although he can only get 1 point of experience each time he kills an enemy with a summoned object, the number of skeletons that cannot stand is increasing. There are only a dozen skeletons now, so the speed of gaining experience will naturally be slower. But when Gushi had 3, 5, or even more than 10 combat teams, the number of undead summons he could control exceeded 10,000. Then his experience is not an increase in the number of tens of thousands. I feel comfortable thinking about it this way. With this thought in mind, Gushi's hands move faster and faster. The actions of extracting souls and summoning souls have almost become his instinct. Just when a ding-ding-ding sound came from Gushi's ears, he suddenly felt a huge force coming from behind him. And then, there was a click behind him. The next moment, Luna, who was fighting in the front, appeared behind Gushi, and the ice trigger was activated, hitting the air somewhere. With the blow of the ice touch, an ice blue figure appeared. At this time, Gushi had also come to his senses. Without thinking much, he grabbed the dagger and threw it back. The dagger stuck right into the enemy's chest. This enemy had no armor on him. He was wearing the simplest cloth clothes, in order to keep his body light. He didn't even have any leather protective gear. When Gushi's dagger pierced his chest, he wanted to dodge, but when he was hit by the ice touch, his movements were obviously a little slower. Even if he had the idea of dodge, he could not dodge it. 1 strike. Gushi did not relax his vigilance just because he hit the enemy. When the dagger hit the enemy, he quickly took a step forward and slashed the opponent's neck with the scimitar in his hand. Kill the Royal Spy, level 2, and get 18 experience points. Due to your cooperation in killing, the Contracted Undead get 11 experience points. As the kill notification sounded, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, Gushi's heart became excited. Spy? Royal? What type of situation is this? Before Gushi could figure out what was going on, the combat team fighting in front also noticed something unusual here. They quickly retreated to Gushi's side and quickly formed a circle to protect Gushi. Even Jack and the others were blocked in front of the battle team's defense line. The black-robed cultists don't care why you retreat. What they see is the retreat of the skeletons. What they saw was that the enemy was right in front of them. So the black-robed cultists gathered together again, swarming towards Gushi's direction like zombies attacking a city. Chapter 9 Strong Upgrade. Roll. Gushi, who was still upset about the appearance of royal spies, became angry when he saw the black-robed cultists coming towards him. He didn't care about anything else, and pointed at several black-covered corpses of cultists not far away that had not yet been dealt with. Corpse explodes. Corpse explodes. Corpse explodes again. Boom, boom, boom. Under the effect of Gushi's secondary corpse explosion, many of the black-robed cultists who rushed over were blown away. Luna understood Gushi's thoughts best. Seeing that Gushi took action regardless, she flew to the front line of the battlefield and howled at the black-robed cultists, who were not yet dead, as 3 waves of banshees came. The power and range of corpse explosion and banshee wail are quite large. Most of the black-robed cultists who rushed over were killed or injured instantly. A large number of kill information flashed in front of Gushi like a screen. Kill the cultist, level 2, and gain 11 experience points. Due to cooperation in killing, the Contracted Undead gain 8 experience points. Kill the elite cultist, level 2, and gain 9 experience points. Due to the cooperation in killing, the contracted undead gains 19 experience points. Kill the cultist, level 2, and gain 13 experience points. Due to cooperation in killing, the contracted undead gain 10 experience points. Ding! The total experience has reached the upgrade standard. Please choose whether to upgrade. Kill the cultist, level 2, and gain 15 experience points, 11 points for overflow storage. Due to cooperation in killing, the contracted undead gain 10 experience points. Kill the elite cultist, level 2, and get 19 experience points. 19 points are stored in the overflow. Due to the cooperation in killing, the contracted undead get 20 experience points. This situation made Gushi pause for a moment. He didn't expect that this wave would be so fat, and it was about to escalate. After upgrading, the level is raised to level 2. Health and mana are replenished. All unfavorable conditions are cleared. Intelligence +1. And one of the following 3 skills is selected as a reward. Dark Knowledge, passive skill. Upgradable. After mastering it, you can learn dark magic. As the level increases, the power of dark magic will also increase. Meditation, passive skill. Upgradable. After mastering it, you can learn meditation. As the level increases, the difficulty of the meditation you can learn will also increase. Undead Dominance, a passive skill that can be upgraded. Once mastered, it can strengthen all the undead that are contracted, summoned, and created by the necromancer. There is a higher chance, 5%, of generating special undead when summoning souls. Gushi glanced at the upgrade prompt, then looked at the remaining mana, which was still 400 points. This time he burst into laughter. Luna, move forward. Luna looked back at Gushi and saw that Gushi was walking forward with the battle team. As he walked forward, he was gathering mana. She knew that Gushi had made up his mind. So Luna didn't think much and moved forward on the spot. When they advanced more than 10 meters forward, Luna opened her mouth and let out a banshee wail, which awakened the 400 or 500 black-robed cultists, who were still standing in front of the abandoned gate. After roaring, Luna quickly turned around and approached Gushi. The combat team beside Gushi quickly stepped forward and faced the 400 to 500 black-robed cultists head-on. Before the two parties came into contact, Gushi, who was summoning the soul, turned the spell on his hand and pointed at the corpse in front of the black-robed cultist that had not had time to summon the soul. Corpse explosion. Gushi used all his magic power in one breath. This time there were not just 2 or 3 secondary corpse explosions, but more than 80 secondary corpse explosions. At first, Gushi pointed at the corpses on the ground and took action. But later he just looked at the black-robed cultists, who were blown up into the sky and took action directly. Under the secondary corpse explosions again and again, the entire underground space was awakened. More and more black-robed cultists woke up from where they were standing and rushed towards the area where Gushi released the corpse explosions. After draining the last trace of mana, Gushi took a step back and reached out to grab the location where the series of explosions had just occurred. With Gushi's movement, a large number of white light points flew towards his hand. Extract soul. After consuming all his mana, Gushi's face turned pale, standing behind the white light guided by him. He had a strange aura about him. After the white light spots gathered together, Gushi did not synthesize these soul fragments one by one into a complete soul like before. Instead, as soon as the handle is turned, the soul fragments automatically collide together. Afterwards, Gushi no longer wanted these complete souls, nor did he want any corpses. He pressed his hands downward, and the complete souls fell like raindrops on the corpses that had just been blown to death. Upgrade. Choose Domination of the Undead. Summon the souls. Get up. As a golden light flashed on Gushi's body, Gushi's depleted mana was quickly replenished. At the same time, his life and condition were also replenished. Name, Gushi. Game number, 629SHD2S0FXC30. Occupation, necromancer. Level, level 2, 2356/5000. Talent, not activated. Status, life, 310/310. Hunger. Mana, 550/550. Attributes, strength 3.2. Agility 3.3. Constitution 3.1. Intelligence 5.5. Perception 3.7. Charisma 3.6. Professional skills. Spiritualism level 1, 36 out of 100. Secondary corpse explosion level 2, 17/200. Secondary bone shield level 1, 3/100. Active skill, throw level 2, 61/200. Passive skills, undead knowledge level 3. Undead contract level 1. Magic knowledge level 4. Basic science level 3. Basic reading level 2. Basic scribe level 2. And undead dominance level 1. After glancing at the new level status, Gushi focused on the spiritualism he had just released. As white light points fell on the corpse like raindrops. The corpse on the ground that had been exploded again. However, the explosion, this time, was not that powerful, and only blew the corpse into a bloody mess. Amid the flying flesh and blood, skeletons one after another crawled out of the flesh and blood. At the same time, one message after another popped up in front of Gushi. You successfully use spiritualism and get a skeleton, level 0. 1 spiritualist experience point. Undead control automatically strengthened. Incorporated into a combat team. Team members +1. You successfully use spiritualism and get a skeleton, level 0. 1 spiritualist experience point. Undead control automatically strengthened. Incorporated into a combat team. Team members +1. You failed to use the necromancer skill. And gained 1 necromancer skill experience point. You successfully use spiritualism and get a skeleton boss, level 0. 1 spiritualist experience point. Undead control is automatically strengthened. And a new combat team is generated. With a maximum of 35 combat team members. You successfully used the necromancer technique and obtained a skeleton warrior, level 0. 1 necromancer experience point. The undead domination was automatically strengthened. And incorporated into a new combat team. With +1 team member. Chapter 10 Battle Squad. As a skeleton walked up to Gushi already knew clearly what he had gained this time. A total of 473 black-robed cultists were killed in the bombing. And their souls and corpses were all used as materials for Gushi to summon souls. Regardless of whether the spiritualism is successful or unsuccessful. As long as the spiritualism is used, you will get 1 spiritualism experience point. In fact, when the last few corpses were summoned, Gushi's level of spiritualism had been raised to level 3. Although it has not yet reached the level of directly summoning undead such as walking zombies, skeletons can still play a lot of tricks. Coupled with the newly emerged skeleton leaders and skeleton warriors, it can be said that the skeletons under Gushi have begun to transform into a legion. And some special skeletons have also appeared. Combat Team 1, level 0. Unnamed. Characteristics. Life +1 Captain, 1/1, level 0 Skeleton Leader. Team members, 30/30ths, level 1 skeletons, 5 people. Level 0 skeletons, 25 people. Battle Team 2, level 0. Unnamed. Characteristic. Attack +1 Captain, 1/1, level 0 Skeleton Boss. Team members, 35/35ths, level 0 Skeleton Warriors, 3 people. Level 1 Skeletons, 3 people. Level 0 Skeleton, 29 people. Combat Team 3, level 0. Unnamed. Characteristic. Life +1 Captain, 1/1, level 0 Skeleton Leader. Team members, 28/28ths, level 0 Skeletons, 28 people. Combat Team 4, level 0. Unnamed. Characteristics. Defense +1 Captain, 1/1, level 0 Skeleton Boss. Team members, 40/40ths, level 0 Skeleton Warriors, 6 people. Level 0 Skeleton Shield Guards, 3 people. Level 0 Skeletons, 31 people. There are also 43 skeletons, who are not included in the team, bringing the total strength to 180 skeleton soldiers. These 43 skeletons were not included in the team, not because their attributes were bad, but because Gushi had no skeleton leader to command them. Compared to skeleton warriors, skeleton bosses are harder to find. Among the undead under Gushi, apart from the ordinary undead, there are actually 2 branches. One path is the direction of the boss, and you can lead 25 to 50 people of the same kind to fight. As for how many you can lead, it depends on the leadership level of the undead during his lifetime. Following this direction, the next step will be heroes, who can lead 7 teams and command the leader of 7 heroes. Through this method, the necromancer can easily command undead disasters involving more than 1 million people. The other path is towards warriors. They do not have the ability to command others of their kind, but their combat effectiveness will be stronger than that of their kind. For example, a normal level 0 skeleton has 1 attack, 1 defense, and 10 health, while a warrior will have a level of 3 attack, 2 defense, and 20 health. At the same time, they can also remember their fighting skills from their previous life, or remember their fighting abilities from their previous life, which are the kind of skills that belong to powerful warriors. If they develop in this direction, they will become elites and finally brave men. Of course, as normal, no matter whether they are elites or brave men, they cannot compare to the root of heroes and leaders. But their fighting power was there, and Gushi didn't mean to underestimate them. After all 180 skeletons stood up, Gushi glanced at them. The strengthened skeleton is obviously much stronger than the previous skeleton. Even though they are all level 0 skeletons, their bones are no longer dry yellow bones, but normal bone color. At the same time, their bones are much thicker and look more flexible. In their hands, the weapons have also been obviously upgraded. In the beginning, Gushi led a combat team consisting of skeletons holding a dagger in one hand and a short wooden stick in the other. After upgrading, the dagger held upside down is still there, but the short wooden stick held in the right hand has become a hatchet. Gushi couldn't figure out where the shorthand axes came from, but judging from the style, all the shorthand axes had a very obvious undead style. The remaining 3 combat teams used two-handed swords, spears, and sword and shield combinations. The weapons of these troops have also become quite standard. As for the two-handed swords and spears, Gushi did not believe that they were picked out from corpses. It can be seen that the skill of undead control is still very important for the necromancer. I'll think of ways to add more when I get back, Gushi muttered, then raised his scimitar and pointed it at the abandoned stone gate not far away. All the black-robed cultists along the way had been killed by Gushi's wave of corpse explosions just now. The new black-robed cultists had not been sent over yet, and now there were no enemies in front of them. Gushi pointed in the direction of the abandoned stone door, and the skeletons began to move forward. But Gushi didn't expect that the skeletons had just started, and Jack rushed in with the group. Regardless of the danger, they rushed madly towards the abandoned stone gate, stepping on the blood, flesh and mud left behind when the skeletons appeared. Looking at their appearance, Gushi was also a little surprised. However, thinking about the performance of these people before, Gushi understood that they stayed here desperately just for the sake of the legend. When faced with such a legend, they were all desperate for their lives. After hesitating for a while, Gushi slowed down the speed of the undead. He is different from these people. Gushi's goal is to destroy this abandoned stone gate. Whether the city behind this stone gate is the fake city that Jack and the others mentioned is not important to Gushi. He just wanted to vent his anger at being captured. Once the stone gate is destroyed, he can find a safe place to leave. As for Jack and the others' idea of entering the fake city to find the big boss, that has nothing to do with Gushi. Gushi asked his men to move slower, which was already giving them face. The most we can do is give them a hand and wait for them to proceed before destroying the gate. It was considered as an end to their friendship in bringing news to themselves. Jack and the others didn't know what Gushi was thinking. After they rushed through Gushi's skeleton army, their speed increased a lot. They were really afraid that Gushi would destroy the abandoned stone gate in a moment. If they wanted to find one of the 6 gates of the Mirror Underground Palace, then they would not know where to find it. Just as Jack and the others were about to rush to the abandoned stone gate, a voice suddenly came from the abandoned stone gate. "Don't come near." But Jack and the others were not going to listen. Instead of stopping, they quickened their pace and bumped into the stone gate. The moment they hit the stone door, the apparently abandoned stone door suddenly lit up. A large amount of mercury layer appeared in the middle of the stone door. It looked like a huge mirror standing in front of everyone. When Jack and his friends saw it, they actually thought they had found the legendary mirror image gate to the underground palace, and they rushed in without even thinking. The next moment, Gushi felt a white light flash before his eyes, and the surrounding environment completely changed. He was moved from the underground space to a lawn outside the palace. At the end of the lawn, where the abandoned gate was, a decaying guillotine stood erected. Chapter 11: The Dead City. This city is dead. After looking around, Gushi said this directly. As a necromancer, Gushi could clearly feel that the land in front of him was filled with the aura of death. This kind of breath is not the breath of death produced when too many undead gather and negative energy gathers. It's the ethereal feeling that the whole city is dead. Standing on this land, Gushi had a feeling as if a giant whale had fallen, and he was in the body of the giant whale. Just then Luna also floated over, stuck behind Gushi, and whispered in his ear, "Sir, take the city." Gushi was stunned for a moment. To take over the city? Was it this abandoned castle that was about to collapse? Or, Gushi was looking around, and he suddenly realized that the place in front of him seemed really interesting. Although the castle in front of him collapsed, The area and original materials were still there. Gushi could tell at a glance that the place in front of him had been used for military and residential purposes. As a necromancer, if he really captured this city, he would have a place to station his troops in the future. Just as Gushi was about to agree, Luna flew towards the gate of the castle. While she was flying, she looked back at Gushi. Come on. Hurry up. Now Gushi didn't understand. Didn't you say that you want to occupy the castle in front of you? Why did you run away like that? Although he didn't understand, Gushi still believed in Luna, and he quickly ran after her. At the same time, behind him, 180 skeletons also moved together. The skeletons that formed the combat team all moved forward in teams. The skeletons that were not included in the combat team followed Gushi in a swarm, bumping into each other and making clicking sounds. But now Gushi didn't have the time to pay attention to this. He followed Luna out of the gate of the castle. Gushi discovered that the city Luna wanted was not the castle in front of him. Instead, there was a huge, empty city in front of him. The legendary fake city of Victoria. The city in front of us obviously has an architectural style of the 15th or 16th century. The layout of the city is a bit messy, and the stone houses seem to have been built randomly without a plan. The ground is quite clean. Nothing like the streets of the 15th or 16th century. However, Gushi noticed that the city in front of him, like the castle, was filled with a sense of death. It's like the city has died long ago. Although the buildings in the city in front of him were still there, Gushi felt like he had entered a dead city. When Gushi was surprised at the situation in the city in front of him, he suddenly heard Luna's words. Aladovi? What? Gushi was shocked and couldn't help but say something. Luna came back to her senses at this time, turned around and asked, What's wrong? No. What did you just say? Yali. No. Luna shook her head affirmatively. She had no memory of what she had just said. Seeing Luna's expression, Gushi calmed down instead, looking at the not-too-big city in front of him. A thought suddenly flashed through Gushi's mind. Luna can't be the elf of this city. He had heard before that if a city is relatively old, or if the city is special, city elves will slowly emerge as the guardians of the city. If Luna was the elf of this city, then her reaction just now made sense. A city that has just died. Even if the elves have become contracted undead because of Gushi, they will still have a certain attachment to the city. If they had not come to the city, perhaps Gushi would have used Luna as an ordinary contracted undead. After leaving this game world, Gushi will think of ways to strengthen his undead army. If possible, he will contract a powerful undead when he reaches level 3. But the situation was different now. After arriving in this fake mirror city, and knowing the possibility of Luna's identity, Gushi naturally had more choices. Luna, lead the way. Don't be afraid. I will always stand behind you. The thoughts in his mind just turned around, and Gushi quickly made a decision. Yes, but I don't know where to go. Luna hesitated and said, It's okay. Go wherever you want. Follow your heart. Gushi comforted Luna. Under Gushi's comfort, Luna calmed down and looked towards a certain direction outside the city with her empty eyes. When Gushi didn't say anything before, Luna didn't feel anything. It's different now. Now Luna has an urge to go there immediately. While talking, Gushi was always paying attention to Luna's emotional reaction. As soon as he saw Luna's expression, Gushi knew there was something going on. Don't think too much. Let's go! When Luna heard this, she did as Gushi said. She didn't care about the road ahead and headed straight for the place that attracted her. Gushi followed Luna, and beside him were 4 combat teams and miscellaneous skeletons. After rushing out of the city, Gushi looked back and found that the castle behind him was hidden in the mist. It seems that the completely abandoned city is just the entrance and exit to the city in front of you. Just like the legend in Victoria. You may not have felt anything in the castle before, but it's different now. The castle disappearing into the mist means that there is no way back. Gushi was thinking about this when he suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from beside him. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound, and found that deep in the mist, there seemed to be a figure flickering. Gushi glanced at Luna, who was walking forward regardless, and pointed at a skeleton. The skeleton didn't react at all. Gushi was somewhat angry about this. This kind of summoned undead is not as useful as the contracted undead. There are some things that must be ordered before they will do them. If they don't order or take smaller actions, they simply know what they want to do. He would just follow Gushi around him, and when he saw the enemy, he would rush up and chop him randomly. Gushi was used to Luna helping to communicate with these undead, but he didn't expect that something happened to Luna now. and his command almost became a problem. Fortunately, Gushi reacted quickly. He pointed at the skeleton and said, "Go into the mist, and see what's going on with those figures. Other skeletons are gathering towards me." Under Gushi's order, the skeletons moved quickly. When the skeletons moved like this, Gushi suddenly discovered a situation. At some point, an enemy had sneaked into his team. Chapter 12 Strengthening. The enemy that sneaked into Gushi's team was something like a shadow. At first, they lurk in the figure and imitate the behavior of the person being targeted through the movement of the figure. Then slowly stand out from the figure and replace the person being imitated. When there are a large number of people may have been replaced before you even know what happened. You may suddenly realize at the end that you are the only living person in a group of people, and the others are all weird. But when it comes to Gushi, it's not okay. Despite the fact that there were more than 100 and close to 200 people on Gushi's side, most of them were skeletons. It was okay that Gushi didn't notice it at first. But as soon as the skeleton was moved over, he immediately discovered that the shadow following behind the skeleton was wrong. Gushi ordered decisively at this time. The enemy is around. Kill! The skeletons don't even need to turn around. If they see the wrong skeleton or shadow, they can just strike with a knife. Skeleton, summon, kill shadow, level 1. You get 1 experience point. The combat team gets 1 experience point. And the summons gets 4 experience points. Skeleton warrior, summon, kill shadow, level 1. You get 1 experience point. The combat team gets 1 experience point. And the summons gets 5 experience points. Skeleton, summon object, kill shadow, level 1. You get 1 experience point. And the summoned object gets 7 experience points. As more and more ghosts were killed, Gushi found some thumb-sized black beads appearing on the ground. While keeping up with Luna, Gushi still had time to reach out and pick up some beads. You get the strange orb white, *1. Weird chi bead, white orb with a strange aura. Each one is equivalent to 10 days of Weird's power. It can be used to trade with Weird, and can also be used to strengthen Weird, demonic, and undead units. Gushi took a strange energy bead and crushed it in his hand. And then a cold aura hit his face. This kind of breath is not like the negative energy and soul energy required by the necromancer. Instead, it has a feeling of leading people in a strange direction. Gushi felt that he could absorb some of this breath. But he couldn't absorb too much. Absorbing too much would turn him into a human being and a ghost. At the same time, this thing can improve the strength of his skeletons. But the amount cannot be small. And if his skeletons absorb this strange energy bead, they will also mutate. For this reason, Gushi simply said loudly, "Put away the strange energy beads on the ground. Give 1 of every 3 to me. Give 1 to the combat team. And keep 1 for yourself. If there is no combat team, keep both." After hearing Gushi's order, the skeletons quickly picked up the strange energy beads on the ground and handed them to each other. All those who were to be handed over to Gushi were handed over by the skull boss, while those belonging to the combat team were left with the skull boss. After getting these strange energy beads, several skeleton leaders had different reactions. Looking at the skeletons of Shi's first combat team, he did not forget what his specialty was. After getting more than a dozen devious energy beads, they all hit the dagger held upside down in his left hand. As he smashed all the strange energy beads in his hand into the dagger turned into a black kukri. There are also some inverted teeth on the surface of the kukri. It can be seen that in addition to the original dagger barb function, this weapon also has the attack effects of chopping and pulling. Once the skull's weapons changed, the ordinary skeleton weapons in the combat team also changed. All the weapons have obviously become exactly the same. And it is obvious that the kukri in the left hand of this combat team will be sharper when attacking. However, not all combat teams use devious energy beads in their weapons. The combat team with two-handed swords did not strengthen their two-handed swords. Instead, they were all sucked into the skull's body. Gushi initially thought that the skull leader wanted to strengthen himself first. After all, the number of people each combat team can bring is closely related to the level of their captain. For every level up of the skeleton chief, the combat team can add at least 2 more people. But Gushi never expected that the skull leader absorbed these strange energy beads not for his own sake. As all the strange energy beads disappeared from the skull leader's body, a tinkling sound came from Gushi's ear. Battle Team 2 changes in a strange direction. Team characteristics increase. All team members attack +2. This made Gushi's eyes light up. He didn't expect that he could still play like this. Just when Gushi was about to order the remaining 2 skeleton leaders to do the same, he found that they had all used up their strange energy beads. This made Gushi speechless. I did give the order, but there was no need for you to do it so quickly. Fortunately, their choices are based on their respective circumstances. Battle Team 3, the one holding spears, uses the chi beads to strengthen their weapons just like Battle Team 1. The length of the spears in their hands has obviously grown by about 1 meter. At the same time, the spearhead has become sharper. Battle Team 4 made the most different choice. The skull boss actually used the devious energy beads to strengthen his hands and arms. Now the hands and arms of all the skeletons in their team have obviously turned black, and their movements are obviously more stable when holding swords and shields. Gushi didn't say anything more about the changes in the combat team. He put away the sneaky beads he was given and followed closely behind Luna. The skeleton troops are monitoring each other. They are all very energetic now and want to encounter some strange shadows again. After all, they can feel the strengthening of the strange chi beads on them. So what they want most now is to grab some more sneaky energy beads to make themselves stronger. However, Guiying also found that Gushi's troops were difficult to deal with, and they did not appear next to Gushi again. At the same time, the skeleton Gushi sent out to check the figure in the mist also came back at this time. Gushi looked the skeleton up and down and found that he was still his subordinate and was not affected by any strange factors. At the same time, there were no traces of battle on his body. It was obvious that he had just entered the fog and did not encounter any enemy. Gushi was a little puzzled by this situation, but he didn't ask much. After all, Luna had already led them to a 2-story building in the city. The small building in front of me is similar to other small buildings and huts in the city. They are all built in the 15th century style. The stone house has wooden doors and windows, but the style looks a bit old. From the surrounding environment and architectural conditions, we can see that the small building in front of us is a residential building. Although he didn't know why Luna came here, Gushi believed that Luna's feelings were not wrong. When Luna stopped, Gushi waved his hand. Surrounded up. Chapter 13 Memories Recalled. Don't. Before Gushi's combat team could step forward, Luna stopped them. My lord, and I will just go in. Seeing Luna's sure expression, Gushi also waved his hand. The combat team will surround the area. If anyone approaches, use all our strength to stop them. Gushi didn't say how to stop them. Anyway, for the skeletons, there was only one way to stop the enemies from approaching, and that was to kill them all. After arranging the skeletons, Gushi followed Luna into the small building. The moment he opened the door, Gushi believed the legend told by Jack and the others. In order to deceive the bosses, James the First actually copied a new city 1-to-1. Not only is the city's periphery exactly the same, but even the layout inside each room is copied 1-to-1. When he pushed the door open, Gushi saw a living room that was not too big, although there was a thick layer of dust in the living room. Gushi saw the dinner plates on the table, the wear marks under the chairs, and the side of the fireplace. The firewood is all arranged in place. However, Gushi glanced at the place and realized that it was artificially arranged. The living room looked like that, but there was no trace of popularity. After entering the living room, Luna stopped at the dining table. She seemed to be thinking about something there. Gushi walked to the dining table, reached out and wiped a handful of dust on the table, and then his eyes fell on the dining table. Apart from such a thick layer of dust, there were no traces of time left on the dining table. There were no cobwebs and no rot on the tabletop, which was obviously not normal. Just when Gushi wanted to study clearly what was going on, Luna raised her head and began to float upward. Seeing Luna go through the ceiling, Gushi was also startled. He looked around, found the stairs to the second floor, and ran up quickly. At this moment, the 2-story building shook slightly, and some black figures appeared on the nearby street. They seemed to be attracted by something and began to rush towards the small building. The skeletons who had been surrounding the small building also noticed the appearance of the black figure. When there is no command from Gushi or is contracted undead, these undead will act according to the last orders left by Gushi. Gushi asked them to guard the area and prevent others from approaching, and these skeletons would naturally obey the order. As soon as they saw the black figure coming out of the streets, the skeletons moved quickly. The 4 combat teams, led by their leaders, were eager to try. The appearance of these black figures is different from the strange figures they killed before. But the undead do not see people with their eyes at all. They use their breath to sense them. The aura of these black figures is not much different from that of the ghost shadows, and they all carry a strange aura. But they will definitely produce devious energy beats. This is a good material for improving the undead. Now several skeleton bosses are thinking of taking action quickly to make a lot of money. Of course they did not forget Gushi's order. After trying several times, the skeletons quickly assigned their respective positions. The scattered skeletons surrounded the small building to prevent the enemy from approaching. The combat team moved forward and blocked both ends of the street. Just at this time, the black figure that first appeared had approached about 20 meters outside the small building. The skeletons had no intention of taking action after warning. As soon as they saw the black figure approaching them, they rushed out with weapons raised. These black figures are actually ghostly figures that have replaced humans. Before replacing humans, the shapes of the ghosts were amorphous, and their goal was to transform into human form. But after replacing humans, the ghosts no longer had any goals. They did not need to eat or drink, and all the energy they needed for existence was provided by space. There was also nothing in the city that could attract their attention. Usually they wander in the fog of the city. As time goes by, some shadows will forget the memory of humans and return to their original shadow form. However, there are also some who, because they have gained some benefits in the fog, actually recall their past as humans. Ability: grow up slowly. These shadows are most sensitive to changes in the city. As soon as they feel something attracts them, they will rush there immediately. The group of people appearing in the streets and alleys right now are strange shadows nearby. They felt the changes in this small building and were attracted by the atmosphere in this small building. In their eyes, the things in the small building were the materials for their growth. However, the skeletons under Gushi had no intention of letting these black figures pass. As they approached, the skeleton rushed out and slashed at these black figures with weapons. Skeleton, summon, kill shadow, level 2. You get 1 experience point. The combat team gets 1 experience point, and the summons gets 8 experience points. Skeleton, summoned object, kill shadow, level 1. You get 1 experience point. The combat team gets 1 experience point. The summoned object gets 9 experience points, and the skeleton level is increased to level 1. As soon as he reached the 2nd floor, a series of messages popped up in front of Gushi's eyes. Gushi knew at a glance that someone must be rushing over. He believed in the number of undead under his command, but he couldn't guarantee their strength. Most of these skeletons are level 0 skeletons, not even skeleton soldiers. If faced with normal humans, they can still suppress the enemy with their numbers and fearless fighting style. But if you encounter an enemy who is equally fearless and has more numbers, then the situation will be wrong. He still had to deal with Luna's affairs quickly. Thinking of this, Gushi sped up and reached the room directly above the living room in a few steps. After entering the room, Gushi found Luna standing in front of a bed. The round mirror that had been held in her arms had been put down. In her arms, she was now holding a man dressed exactly like Luna. Ragdoll. This situation made Gushi stunned for a moment. And then, he immediately discovered another situation. Directly opposite the bed, by the window, there was a dresser that was not too gorgeous. The round mirror on the dressing table has disappeared. Looking at the size of the round mirror that Luna put on the bed, a thought suddenly flashed in Gushi's mind. Could this be the place where Luna was born? When Gushi was still confused, Luna also raised her head and said in that sharp and hollow voice, "I have remembered it. This is my home. I have my own name. My name is Luna. Luna Aridov." Chapter 14, The Dead City. Aladovi? Victoria? Gushi reacted instantly. This should be the name of this exiled fake city, which is completely opposite to Victoria City. It seems that just as he guessed, Luna is the elf of the city. As the city died, she also died, and she happened to be attracted by Gushi's undead contract, and became Gushi's contracted undead. If Gushi and the others had not entered Aradovi, Luna might never recall her original identity in her entire life. But they came in, and Luna even found her birthplace under Gushi's guidance, which made Luna think of everything. At this time, Luna opened her mouth with a hint of chill. Actually, my appearance was an accident. I am the elf of this city, but I do not entirely belong to this city. In British legend, if you place a rag doll or doll on the corner of the bed or under the table, as time goes by, a house spirit will appear. They will clean the room and watch the fire for the owner in exchange for necessary supplies for survival. If you don't want the elf anymore, just give them a piece of clothing and let them leave on their own. It is precisely because of knowing this legend that even families with children at home will teach them from an early age not to throw dolls casually on the corner of the bed or under the table. If you suddenly find a rag doll on the corner of the bed or under the table, do not move it randomly, but wrap it in clothes and take it out. Listening to Luna telling folk legends, Gushi was not in a hurry. But listen carefully. To him, this was Luna essentially telling her origins. My situation was an accident. When James I built the city of Aridavi, he required that everything be copied exactly as it was, without any changes. Unfortunately for me, during the measurement, the doll was thrown under the bed. After Luna finished speaking, she pointed to a certain location under the bed. Speaking of this, Luna smiled again. The person who measured it at the beginning should still know the taboos, and put clothes on the doll. But he didn't think that it was just a piece of cloth that accidentally fell there. The doll has not yet become an elf. After that, the location of this cabin is a bit clever. Look there. Luna pointed toward the ceiling. Gushi looked up and found that there was a crack there. This is what the small building originally existed. Whenever it rains, there will be leaks here. But it never rains in Aladovi City. The moon rises every night. The moonlight at 12 o'clock every day will accurately shine on the mirror. And then reflected by the mirror, it will shine on the bottom of the bed, where the doll is. As time passed, I appeared. So my name is Luna, which means moon or moon goddess. At this point, Luna sighed. If there hadn't been any accidents later, maybe I would have been the spirit of this small building, and would have existed until it was destroyed. But you also noticed that the person who took the measurement at the beginning gave me an extra piece of clothing due to taboos. In addition, no one has lived in this place since it was copied. So I can leave the small building temporarily, go somewhere else. Usually I just run around on the nearby streets, and come back quickly when I encounter those weird figures. Anyway, those figures won't enter the house, so I don't have to worry about my safety. And I belong to the House Elf series. Entering other houses means that this house belongs to my protection range. So the area I could influence became larger and larger, until I took something out of the apartment building in the southeast. Apartment building? Gushi interrupted Luna for the first time. Yes, that apartment building seems to be number 10 Tawning Street. It looks like an ordinary small apartment building. But after I entered, I seemed to be affected. I fell asleep for a long time before I woke up. After that, I had a deep understanding of this city. And I also understood that my appearance might be the city's self-rescue. At this point, Luna was silent for the last time. It's a pity that this city died in the end. After listening to Luna's story, Gushi fell silent. He never expected that Luna's story would have such twists and turns. But he quickly reacted. What are your plans now? At this time, Luna raised her head. I want to save this city. Even just a little bit. Gushi stared into Luna's empty eyes, and said without any hesitation, I'll help you. After hearing Gushi's words, Luna also grinned. Thank you, sir. But I don't have enough power right now to control the entire Aladovi City. I can only control 1/3 of the old city. How big is Aladovi City? Although he knew the situation was urgent, Gushi still asked. It's 2.9 square kilometers. And apart from the wall, there are only a few blocks left. Can you knock them all down? Gushi heard that it was less than 3 square kilometers, which is the size of 300 to 400 football fields. How about taking them all? Luna looked at Gushi helplessly. Sir, what we want is control. Okay. Control. Control first. You handle it. Luna nodded and said to Gushi, Sir, please go out first. I want to turn this small building into a meeting hall. The transformation will take some time. Please help me hold back the enemy. Rest assured. Gushi slapped the scimitar at his waist and spoke seriously. Gushi was quite excited at this moment. He didn't expect that there was still a chance to turn the tables at this time. He thought that the first contracted undead he signed was a waste. Unexpectedly, I found a treasure. At this time, Luna floated in front of Gushi, put her hand on Gushi's arm, and a cold current poured into Gushi's body. All the mana Gushi had consumed by using the spiritualism with all his strength had been replenished. Gushi glanced at Luna in surprise, and Luna nodded to Gushi. My lord, I can only help you so much. Gushi waved his hand, drew out the scimitar and moved down. When Gushi left, Luna also started to take action. She placed the round mirror she was holding in the middle of the room, and then took out something from the doll. That was the pen Luna brought out from number 10 Tawning Street. And it was also the reason why she changed from a house elf to a city elf. Now Luna used this pen to draw a few strokes on the round mirror. The round mirror melted like ice and snow, and finally integrated into the room. Gushi, who had just walked out of the small building, had not yet seen the battle situation outside when he heard a ding sound in his ears. Ding! Luna, contracted undead, is taking back her rights. At her request, You activate a temporary mission. Temporary mission, Dead City. Task description, tear apart. Occupy and protect this dead city. Task requirements, guard the transformation of the council chamber 0 to 1. Kill 3 waves of enemies, 0 out of 3. Task reward, necromancer special professional skills City of Death. Note 1. Dead cities can also become undead. Note 2. As the level of the necromancer increases, the control of the dead city will also improve. Chapter 15, The 3 Magical Skills of the Undead. Death City? Gushi was also startled when he saw the pop-up prompt. He clearly remembered that he had learned in class that Death City, Death Lord, and Death Incarnation were known as the 3 opening skills of the necromancer. Death Lord, all neutral undead creatures in the wild, excluding black knights and mummies, will join the player's troops, with the original joining ratio being 50%. The joining ratio will increase by 2% for every level up of the Death Lord skill. It can be said that with the Death Lord skill, if you have no troops in your hand, you can go out to the cemetery or undead games or dungeons, and your troops will be fully replenished when you come back. This is faster than the spiritualism to expand the army. Death Incarnation. Players can consume all their mana to summon a Death Incarnation on the battlefield. The level of the Death Incarnation is the player level plus 8. And at a certain level, the Death Incarnation will have various different characteristics. For example, Death Avatar has undead creature attributes at level 1. Curse attack at level 5. Disembodied at level 9. Fear of death at level 13, morale of all enemies -1. And grief attack at level 17. Special skills, target morale and luck -2 when attacking. Level 21 has the life draining skill. And level 25 has the critical strike skill. It can be said that carrying an incarnation of death is equivalent to carrying a powerful bodyguard by your side, which is almost like walking sideways. Together with these 2 awesome skills, Death City is considered one of the 3 great skills for a necromancer to start with. Death City. The player controls a city of his own with the undead. The upper limit of the city level is the player level plus 8. At a certain level, the Death City will provide support to the player in different ways. For example, at level 1, you can open the gates of the Dead City to allow the undead troops in the city to quickly support the player. At level 5, you can place a spiritual summoning tower on the battlefield to absorb the souls of the battlefield and provide assistance to the player's spiritualism. At level 9, you can directly send the city wall and moat to the city, waiting on the battlefield. It can be said that if you start with a City of Death, then this player will be almost invincible in the big battle. After all, he can turn a field battle into a siege at any time. This is a super powerful skill that tens of thousands of necromancers may not be able to randomly pick out at the beginning. At first, Gushi never thought that he would encounter such an opportunity when he started working. In his mind, if he can successfully return to work this time, he has completed his mission. If you can meet a soul hunter, special skills such as resurrection from the dead will be earned. But now, with a 3 magic skill placed in front of him, Gushi's eyes turned red. He pulled out his machete and raised it above his head. Gather them all and prepare for battle. At Gushi's order, all the skeletons looked at Gushi. At this time, Gushi ignored them, but took out the strange energy beads that he had taken back from the skeleton leader before and distributed them to the 4 skeleton leaders. Strengthen yourself quickly. We have a tough battle to fight. Also, don't be idle. Go demolish houses nearby and set up roadblocks. There may be many enemies. Don't let them get close to here. The skull leader also wanted to give Gushi the sneaky energy bead he got in the battle just now. Now seeing that Gushi was going to directly distribute the strange energy beads, they simply decided not to hand them over. All the skeletons quickly strengthened their weapons or bodies, and the combat teams that had killed skeletons were quickly replenishing their manpower from the scattered soldiers. After dividing everything, Gushi had time to take a look at his troops. He discovered that just when he entered the small building, these skeletons had experienced a big battle. The enemy level will be higher, but they will not have much combat experience, although they are not as tough as the black-robed cultists they killed before, and they have to be hit before they can react. But they are not much different. They will only attack enemies that stop them from moving forward. If you don't stop them from moving forward, they won't fight back even if you follow them and slash them. At first, the skeleton stood in front of these shadows and had a lot of conflicts with the shadows, losing more than 20 skeletons. It wasn't until they discovered Shadow's attack method that their losses slowly decreased. But the losses caused before could not be compensated. The most important thing was that these ghost shadows left no corpses after death. So many of Gushi's methods were useless. You know, many of the necromancer's skills require the use of corpses. Without a corpse, Gushi couldn't even use spiritualism, let alone his best skill of corpse explosion. Seeing the skeletons getting busy, Gushi's expression became a little solemn. At this moment, a strange sound came from the other end of the street. Gushi looked over there, and saw that about 300 black figures had huddled together, and were heading towards Gushi and the others. There was nothing special about these black figures, but Gushi still saw something different in their movements. These black figures are obviously more flexible, and at the same time, they have more or less weapons in their hands. However, it is different from what normal people understand. The weapons in the hands of these black figures are actually the limbs of other similar beings. Among this team, there was a black figure who was obviously much taller. He actually held a spear composed of more than 10 arms. It was obvious that this should be the leader among the black figures. The combat team is ready. The rest of the skeletons, what are you still doing? Prepare the roadblocks. While Gushi was staring at the direction and speed of the black silhouette troops, he ordered his men to prepare for battle. I have just digested a new batch of strange energy beat combat teams. Although there is no obvious improvement in level, there are some changes in their weapons and equipment as well as their physical condition. There are even some armors on the skeletons that are not too thick, especially the 4 bosses, whose armors are already quite complete. It can also be seen from this point that the skeletons under Gushi are constantly growing. If there's no corpse, then there's no corpse. We've only just begun, so it's good to get started. Even if we lose everything this time, I don't care as long as I can get a magical skill. Gushi cheered himself up in his heart, then raised his head and pointed his scimitar forward. Combat Team 3. Spear attack. Under Gushi's command, Combat Team 3 quickly moved forward and reached the roadblocks that had not yet been built. The weapons used by this combat team were spears. After stopping, they quickly divided into 2 rows. Under the command of the skull leader, they raised their spears and pointed them at the black figure who was about to rush over. Prick. Chapter 16 Melee. Prick. Stab again. One step forward and another stab. Under the command of the skull leader, Combat Team 3 holding a spear stabbed out the spear in his hand again and again. Every stab would accurately hit the black figure. There were a lot of these black figures, so the skeletons in the combat team didn't need to look at the enemy's position at all. They could always hit 1 or 2 enemies with their spears. Because of the size of the skeletons, their spears were pierced into the enemy's chest. Sometimes with a little more force, they would pierce 2 or 3 enemies. After 3 times, a black figure finally couldn't withstand the attack of the skeleton and fell down. Skeleton, summon, kill shadow, level 2. You get 1 experience point. The combat team gets 1 experience point, and the summons gets 8 experience points. The moment the sound rang out, Gushi struck at the place where the black figure fell. Secondary corpse explosion. It was only when Gushi's mana landed on the black figure that he heard a pop, and the fallen black figure disappeared like a bubble. Not to mention the explosion. Even the sound was something Gushi only heard because he was focusing on that area. This made Gushi quite unhappy, but there was nothing he could do about it. The fact that there was no body after the mysterious shadow was killed was something Gushi could not change. In desperation, Gushi could only change his plan. His outstretched hand changed from pointing outward to drawing inward. Just then another prompt sounded. Skeleton, summon, kill shadow, level 2. You get 1 experience point. The combat team gets 1 experience point, and the summons gets 11 experience points. Gushi used the inward movement to grab some soul fragments. Soul but no body? What a strange situation. Gushi didn't think too much and just focused on the battle ahead. Extracting souls is the most basic skill of all necromancers. It does not require mana consumption, and can be easily done as long as an enemy dies. Anyway, corpse explosions can't be used now, and Gushi doesn't have the Death City to release a soul summoning tower to help extract souls. Now extracting some souls to use as materials for subsequent spells can be regarded as a job when he is idle and bored. After all, Gushi didn't know what the next 2 waves of enemies would be like, so he always had to keep some things in his hands. It's either enough mana, enough souls, or enough skeletons. When Gushi was extracting souls, many more black shadows died under the spears of the skeletons. However, at this time, more and more black shadows squeezed over from nearby. They had already knocked down the roadblocks randomly set up by the skeletons, and could even hit the skeletons of Combat Team 3. Combat Team 4 steps forward to block it. Combat Team 1. Go around to the back. The skirmishers and skeletons take action. One circle of roadblocks is not enough. Won't you put more roadblocks in place? Looking at the situation in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but order again. Even things like extracting souls had to stop. Gushi found that the boss level undead were still a bit stupid, and their brains were only slightly better than those of ordinary skeletons. Yes, but relatively limited. Without Gushi's instructions, they would sometimes stop where they were and not know what to do. At this time, Gushi must arrange the enemy from the perspective of a commander, and even think clearly about when to attack and when to retreat. Otherwise, these undead will end up in a situation where one troop is fighting desperately in the front, while the rest of the troop is watching the fun from behind. It would be better if Gushi's undead were stronger. But most of these undead are level 0 skeletons. Not even skeleton soldiers. All they faced were level 2 shadows. It was okay if they didn't take action. As long as they did, the level 0 skeletons were no match for them. This can be seen when Combat Team 4 goes up, because Combat Team 3 was relatively far away and there were roadblocks. They did not have a direct conflict with the shadow. But Combat Team 4 is different. They use swords and shields. Frontal defense is their fighting method. The weapons they hold prevent them from attacking from a distance. So Battle Team 4 was hit by the Phantom in the first place. In the first moment, 10 skeletons were killed on the spot. Just when these skeletons were dying in battle, Gushi also took action. Secondary corpse explosion. Gushi was referring to the position where the skeleton fell. In the absence of a corpse, the corpse of the undead could still be used to explode. The ghost shadows never thought that Gushi would use his own men as bombs. And they were still surging forward. Then I heard 4 booming booms. 4 skeletons died on the spot. And the shock wave of the explosion knocked away the bones of the skeletons. These bone fragments rotated and cut into the group of ghosts. Each piece of bone flew at least 30 meters away. And the explosion of the 4 skeletons killed more than 60 ghost shadows on the spot. Kill the shadow, level 2, and gain 45 experience points. Kill the shadow, level 2, and gain 33 experience points. Kill the shadow, level 2, and gain 36 experience points. But at this time, Gushi had a confused look on his face. Why only 4 times? I just used the secondary corpse explosion 5 times. Is it possible that the secondary corpse explosion could fail? With a confused look on his face, Gushi considered the situation just now. At this time, Combat Team 1 had also circled behind the shadows and slashed at the shadows from behind with a shorthand axe and a kukri. This time the ghosts obviously have their own consciousness. Although they were attracted, they were no longer the kind of fools who didn't know how to fight back even if they were beaten. When attacked, they will also turn around and fight back. But what they encountered was Gushi's earliest fighting team. This combat team has gone through many battles, and many of their skeletons have leveled up. At the same time, their weapons have undergone more than 2 changes, and now their combat effectiveness is considered the strongest among Gushi's combat team. Now they don't consider their own safety at all, but rush into the Black Shadow and kill people randomly. Their indiscriminate killing is also quite effective. Their movements are very fast. They often go down with an axe, and then use a backhand to kill the enemy. If it were faster, the Black Shadow wouldn't even have a chance to counterattack. For a moment, the progress of the Black Shadows stopped, and their already chaotic team became even more chaotic. This opportunity was seized by Combat Team 3. They raised their spears and thrust forward heavily, killing another batch of Black Shadows. But at this moment, the leader in the Black Shadow holding a spear made of arms finally took action. Chapter 17. The first wave of attacks ends. Swish, swish, swish. The Black Shadow leader hit the 3 skeletons in front of him 3 times with the spear in his hand. Under the attack of his spear, the bodies of the 3 skeletons were smashed into pieces on the spot. Surrounded. Seeing this situation, Gushi ordered decisively. He knew very well that if he didn't deal with this shadow leader first, the subsequent battles would not be easy. So while he ordered his men to take action, he threw 2 daggers at the leader of the shadow. Although the leader of Jing is stronger than Jing, he also has the same fighting style as Jing. When faced with attacks, he does not dodge at all and directly relies on his body to catch them. The 2 daggers successfully penetrated into the body of the shadow leader, interrupting his next attack. At this time, the skeletons of Combat Team 4 quickly stepped forward and blocked the movement of the shadow leader with their shields. Then the skeletons of Combat Team 2 also rushed out, raising their long swords in their hands and thrusting them into the body of the shadow leader. But the level of the ghost shadow leader has exceeded the normal level of the ghost shadow. The skeleton's attacks are mostly 1 or 2 points. And if they fall on the shadow leader, they won't cause much damage to him. Instead, the shadow leader saw a good opportunity to attack. As soon as he separated his hands, the arms that formed the spear separated automatically and turned into long swords like arms. He turned around with the swords in both hands and chopped them into the charging skeleton. The skeletons of the 3 shadow leaders were hacked to death on the spot. At this time Gushi shouted loudly, "Raise your shield." Upon hearing this, the skeletons blocking the shadow leader quickly raised their shields and made a downward movement. Then Gushi pointed at the hacked skeleton. Secondary corpse explosion. A falling skeleton exploded on the spot. Because this skeleton was originally blocking the shadow leader. When he fell, it happened to hit the shadow leader. When the corpse explosion came, the shadow leader was directly affected by the entire effect of the corpse explosion. Boom! The body of the shadow leader was blown away on the spot. Superior, Gushi ordered decisively. The skeletons of Combat Team 2 quickly stepped forward and slashed at the shadow leader with their swords raised. They are different from other skeletons. Everything they have is put on the sword. The attack power of the two-handed sword in their hands is stronger than the spear of Battle Team 3. This time they attacked decisively, raised their swords with both hands, and slashed at the leader of the shadows with random swords. The shadow leader himself was seriously injured, and now he was attacked by so many long swords. Even if he wanted to dodge, it was too late. Rolling on the ground was his last act of stubbornness. When Battle Team 2 raised their sword for the second time, Gushi heard a prompt. Skeletons, summons, surround and kill the shadow boss, level 3. Elite. You get 1 plus 63 experience points, damage experience reward. The attacking combat team each gets 1 experience point. And the summoned objects each get 5 experience points. Killed him. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Gushi discovered that in addition to the large number of mysterious energy beads left behind at the location where the leader of the mysterious shadow died, there was also the arm composed of many arms. Of spear. Is this a costume? Gushi didn't care about anything else and quickly pointed forward. Kill all the shadows. At the same time, he rushed into the battlefield, ready to see what was happening with the spear. Although he is not very good at using spears, this kind of spear is definitely an attribute equipment. Even if he holds it in his hand to enhance its attributes, it is better than the useless scimitar in his hand. At the same time, the battle between Shadow and Skeleton also heated up. These shadows have no effect on morale. Even if their leader dies, they have no idea of retreating. Instead, because Gushi sent out all the skeletons, the battle in front of him immediately turned into a melee. In the chaos, Gushi also ran to the spear and picked up the spear, which was nearly 3 meters long. Ding! You got the 100-blade artifact arm, green. 100-edge magic arm, green. Spear. Attack, 2 to 3. Equipment requirements, strength 2. Special, resentment lock. When using a spear to parry, there is a 50% chance that the enemy's weapon can be stuck and the enemy's weapon will be released. Explanation. In the eyes of some people, arms are the sharpest blades. After taking a look at the attributes of 100-blade artifact arm, Gushi lost interest in this thing. This thing did not increase its attributes. At most, it only enhanced some attack power and added 1 more skill. His spear skills are not very good, and he can only stab with a spear. Putting this 100-bladed arm in your own hands would be a complete waste. After knowing the attributes, Gushi didn't think much about it and threw the 100-blades arm to the skeleton leader of Combat Team 3. The skull leader took the 100-bladed arm in his hand, and the spear quickly changed. The original 100-edged arm was a nearly 3-meter-long spear composed of arms. Now it has become a spear made of hand bones. Especially the tip of the spear, which is completely pieced together from finger bones. At the same time, the spears in the hands of all the skeletons in Combat Team 3 also discovered the same change. Their hands also became 2.5 meters long, and the spear tips became conical palm bones. It is obvious that when the skeleton leader is affected by the equipment, the ordinary skeletons in the combat team are also affected. After changing to new weapons, Combat Team 3 quickly moved forward and launched an attack on the ghost. It is different from the neat attack pattern before. This time, the attack is considered to be the skeleton of Combat Team 3 fighting alone. After all, they couldn't attack in a small group now. Otherwise they would definitely accidentally injure other skeletons in the melee. The current skeletons of Combat Team 3 can only cooperate with each other in 2s and 3s and attack individual enemies at the same time. At this time, I have to say that their new weapons had a great impact on them. The skeleton attack power of Combat Team 3 has become significantly stronger. With their participation, the remaining ghostly shadows were quickly killed. When the last ghost was killed, there was another ding in Gushi's ear. Ding! Temporary mission. The progress of the dead city has changed. The first wave of enemies has been killed. After 15 minutes, the second wave of enemies will appear. Please be prepared to fight. Looking at the message that popped up in front of him, Gushi immediately gave orders. Get them all moving. Clean up the battlefield. I don't want all these devious energy beads. Strengthen all the skeletons. Demolish the houses. Build roadblocks for me. And add manpower to each combat team. We don't have much time. Chapter 18. Arranging the battlefield. With Gushi's order, the skeletons under his command quickly changed from a combat state to a labor state. They quickly cleaned the battlefield, mainly cleaning up the corpses of the dead skeletons, and removing various furniture to serve as roadblocks. As for the strange shadows, after they died in the battle, there were no corpses left, only strange energy beads on the ground. Just pick these things up. There's no need to ask about them. Gushi just asked the skeleton to place the skeleton's body on the battlefield or behind the roadblock. As for the strange energy beads they collected, Gushi had no intention of taking them back. Instead, he asked his skeleton to fight the battle team 1-to-1. The proportion is divided. Gushi also knew very well that now that these strange energy beads were in his hands, they would not improve him much. The spells he couldn't use remained unusable. Then it is better to let the undead men strengthen their combat power to cope with the coming battle. After all, there have been level 3 bosses in this battle, and the number exceeds Gushi's imagination. And Gushi has suffered a lot of losses in the battle. If he doesn't improve the strength of the undead, it may not be easy to fight next time. The skeletons under Gushi also understood what Gushi meant. After they obtained the strange energy beads, they quickly used them to strengthen themselves. The skeleton boss mainly strengthened their weapons and equipment, because after they are strengthened, their skeletons can also benefit. Ordinary skeletons use the strange energy beads on themselves to increase their vitality and combat effectiveness. After all, these skeletons also instinctively feel what they need to face in the next battle. As several combat teams replenished their manpower, Gushi also became aware of the losses in this battle. Of the 180 skeletons he brought with him, 44 were lost in this first battle. In other words, after the 4 combat teams replenished their forces, there were only 3 scattered skeletons left. If such battle damage occurs next time, it will be the skeletons in the battle team who will be lost. However, after this battle and strengthening, the 4 combat teams have undergone some changes, and the strength of many skeletons has been improved. Gushi took a look at the situation of the fighting team and believed that their level would be improved if they had another battle like this. Combat Team 1, Level 0. Unnamed. Characteristics. Life plus 3. Experience 45 out of 100 Captain, 1 out of 1, Level 0 Skeleton Leader. Team members, 30/30ths, Level 1 Skeletons, 15 people. Level 0 Skeleton, 15 people. Combat Team 2, Level 0. Unnamed. Characteristics. Attack plus 5. Experience 56 out of 100 Captain, 1 out of 1, Level 0 Skeleton Boss. Team members, 35/35, Level 1 Skeleton Warriors, 3 people. 1 Level 0 Skeletons, 19 people. Level 0 Skeletons, 13 people. Combat Team 3, Level 1. Unnamed. Characteristics. Attack plus 2. Life plus 3. Experience 3 out of 200 Captain, 1-to-1, Level 0 Skeleton Leader. Team members, 28/28ths, Level 2 Skeletons, 2 people. Level 1 Skeleton, 26 people. Combat Team 4, Level 0. Unnamed. Characteristics. Defense plus 4. Experience 93 out of 100 Captain, 1 out of 1, Level 0 Skeleton Boss. Team members, 40/40, Level 1 Skeleton Warriors, 6 people. 1 Level 0 Skeletons, 13 people. Level 0 Skeletons, 21 people. Judging from the current situation, among the 4 skeleton leaders in Gushi's army, none has been upgraded yet, which is relatively normal. These summoned undead, and the enemies they killed. Gushi can only get 1 point of experience, and the combat team can also get 1 point of experience, and the rest belongs to the undead who participated in the battle. If you don't kill the enemy, no matter how talented you are, your level won't go up. Skeleton bosses require much more experience to upgrade than normal skeletons. It is quite reasonable that they cannot be upgraded now, because there were no scattered skeletons. These combat teams also began to carry various furniture and pile them up on the street to form roadblocks. At the same time, a few skeletons even lit fires on the street to prevent the spooks from sneaking in from the other side. As the layout here was almost complete, the second wave of strange shadows appeared in the distance. When they appeared, Gucci was surprised by the situation. It wasn't because there were more of them or anything, but Gucci found that these shadows seemed to be somewhat damaged. Among the advancing ghost shadows, about 30% were injured, and the ghost shadow leader in the middle of their team was obviously very angry. And it was obvious that he had been beaten. Although I don't know who was so kind and helped Gucci such a favor. Judging from the current situation, Gucci took advantage. Hold on. They're in a hurry. Don't rush to the front. Draw them over to fight. Battle Team 1. Please pay attention. It's your job to attack from behind. After the battle starts, you can go around to the back and deal with as many as there are. As the enemy appeared, Gucci also stood at the front line. 15 minutes was enough time for Gucci to make arrangements for the combat team. Gucci planned to use roadblocks to lure these enemies onto the street and fight them separately. After the shadow enters the long street, use Combat Team 3 to attack frontally to block the enemies forward. Use roadblocks to hold the enemy back. And then use the troops of Combat Team 4 to drag the shadow leader aside. The attack was launched by Combat Team 2. As for the remaining troops, they will be handled by Combat Team 1. If they can attack from the rear, attack from the rear. In the case of Combat Team 1, as long as they don't block the road, they should be able to easily kill a lot of enemies. However, Gucci did not expect that the second wave of enemies would be like this. This gave Gucci hope. It seems that the skeletons and corpses placed on the defense line can no longer be used. The corpse explosion mines planted in this wave can be used only when the third wave of enemies arrives. Attack. Combat Team 3. Please pay attention. The enemy is charging very fast. If the frontal collision is too strong, you can retreat a little, but you are not allowed to retreat behind the second line of defense. After hearing Gucci's order, for combat teams quickly step forward, and at the same time, 3 scattered skeletons also quickly attacked. It's not that these 3 skeletons are incompetent. It's just that they just weren't chosen. So Gucci didn't keep them by his side, but let them rush forward together. As long as they participate in the battle, their level can also be improved, which can play a certain role. At this time, the ghost shadows also rushed into the street. The movement speed of these mysterious figures was significantly faster than the wave just now. As soon as they rushed into the street, they drew their weapons, and their eyes even flashed red. But Gucci had already made preparations. Combat Team 3 was at the forefront, holding the upgraded spear horizontally, staring closely at the enemy's footsteps, and fired the first shot when the enemy was more than 2 meters away from them. Chapter 19. The more you fight, the stronger you become. As the skeletons of Battle Team 3 struck this blow, the second wave of battle began, different from the first wave of black shadows. Although the level of the second wave of black shadows has not improved much, their movements are more flexible. When the skeleton stabbed and attacked, they would dodge backwards. However, there were too many of these black shadows. Even if they dodged in front, the spears still pierced the black shadows behind. At this moment, the black shadow that had dodged the spear attack jumped up and rushed towards Combat Team 3. As soon as he saw this situation, Gucci knew that the plan had changed. Battle Team 4. Hold them off. Under Gucci's order, the original plan to lure the enemy leader out to fight was abandoned, and the defense troops were quickly deployed. The skeletons of Battle Team 4 rushed forward with their shields raised upon hearing the order. Just at this moment, a black shadow jumped into the team of Combat Team 3. Their middle arms became obviously much thicker and smashed directly on the skeleton. Combat Team 4 blocked the attack with their shields. But from their fight, it could be seen that these black shadows had found the skeleton's weakness. The skeletons under Gucci are all ordinary skeletons, let alone the fact that their levels have not yet been upgraded. Even if they are upgraded, their strengths and weaknesses as skeletons cannot be changed. As undead, skeletons have the advantage of not requiring morale. At the same time, piercing attacks do little damage to skeletons. Instead, it was a heavy blow with a blunt weapon, which had a damage bonus to the skeleton. The first wave of attacks had just ended, and the enemy had already discovered Gucci's weakness. They immediately changed the fighting method of the attacking troops. This situation surprised Gushi, but he could still withstand it for now. After Combat Team 4 rushed forward, he quickly stabilized the battle situation. At the same time, Combat Team 3 also exerted its maximum potential without any threat. They were located behind Combat Team 4, and their spears quickly thrust forward, just in time to hit the black shadows that rushed over, because the street is only so wide, and there are various roadblocks. There are actually not many black shadows that can actually rush to the front line of the battle. There were only 30 or 40 black shadows actually engaged in the head-on battle. The black shadows behind wanted to join the battle, but they couldn't squeeze in. We can only wait for the black shadow in front to be killed before rushing forward. So now Combat Teams 3 and 4 are cooperating with each other, which stabilizes the situation. Gushi also took this opportunity to look at the shadow leader in the middle of the black shadow. Although the current situation was different from the plan, Gushi still understood that the key at hand still lay with the opponent's leader. Now taking advantage of his free time, Gushi is also observing the situation of the shadow leader equals. The shadow leader in front of him is the same as the one in the first wave. Both of them are giant-sized beings. However, his appearance was no longer the same as that of a normal human being. He actually had 3 arms, and his right hand was as thick as a normal person's thigh, and he was holding a large wooden stick in his hand. The 2 left hands are about the thickness of a normal person's arms, but when the 2 arms grow together, that's the biggest abnormality. These 2 arms hold a broadsword in one hand and a battle axe in the other, and they swing up and down as they move forward. It can be clearly seen that these 2 weapons are not for decoration. When walking forward, the shadow leader sometimes ignores the people around him and kicks away some of the shadows around him. However, there were still too many shadows in front of him, and the nearby shadows were also rushing over, crowding the road. This made the shadow leader not approach the battle formation in front so quickly. But Gushi couldn't just consider the situation in front of him. He knew very well that if the leader of the shadows approached the front, the battle would become uncontrollable. What Gushi now has to consider is not just how to kill all the enemies. He also needs to ensure that he can leave the most troops behind. Combat Team 1 attacks. Gushi waved his hand and sent out a signal. As soon as the skeleton leader of Combat Team 1 saw Gushi's movements, he immediately led his men to rush towards the black shadow troops from behind. They also used their own sneak attacks to clean up the enemies in front of them, just like they did in the last battle. At this time, the black shadow troops actually learned to fight back. When Combat Team 1 killed a group of black shadows, their actions were also discovered by other black shadows. These black shadows stopped and faced Combat Team 1 head-on. It can be said that with Combat Team 1 joining the battlefield, the black shadow team became disconnected. This was something Gushi didn't expect. Under such circumstances, Gushi decisively released Combat Team 2. Get ready for battle and charge directly at the shadow boss, Gushi ordered while pointing in the direction of the leader of the mysterious shadow. Corpse explosion. Under Gushi's order, 3 skeleton corpses piled in the roadblock exploded. The shock wave of the explosion hit the nearby black shadow with the blown furniture. The shadow leader at the center of the explosion suffered the most damage. A large wardrobe hit him head-on during the explosion, and the heavy wardrobe knocked him over. Just when the shadow leader wanted to get up from the ground, Combat Team 2 rushed in. At this time, all members of Combat Team 2 raised their 2-handed swords as they rushed forward. They concentrated all their strength on the long sword, rushed in front of the leader of the shadows, and smashed the long sword down hard. When charging forward, they had already set their sights on the target. They rushed in front of them and slashed with all their strength with their long swords. The shadow leader had 3 arms, but the explosion just knocked him to the ground. A heavy wardrobe was still on his left hand. When Combat Team 2 rushed over, he was just putting down the big stick in his right hand and was about to open the wardrobe on his body. It can be said that the shadow boss is at his weakest now. Many long swords struck him, and he had no chance to dodge. He took all the long sword attacks forcefully, but the level of the shadow leader was relatively high after all. After being slashed with so many swords, he was not dead yet. Instead, he took advantage of the opportunity of being slashed and rolled on the ground to stand up. Gushi was always paying attention to the enemy's reaction. When he saw the shadow leader rolling onto a skeleton corpse, Gushi pointed at that location. Corpse explosion. Boom! The skeleton corpse exploded with a bang, blasting the shadow leader who had just rolled above into the sky. Then, there was a ding in Gushi's ear. Kill the shadow boss, level 3. Elite. You gain 83 experience points. And because of the cooperation in killing, The summoned creatures participating in the attack each gain 7 experience points. Chapter 20 Undead Evolution. Seeing the leader of the Shadow die in battle, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although this mysterious shadow leader did not put much pressure on Gushi's front at the beginning, the presence or absence of the leader still had an impact on the Black Shadow. After killing the Ghost Shadow leader, Gushi could clearly feel that the pressure on both sides of the battle line had been reduced a lot. Kill! At this time, all the troops in Gushi's hands had already been put into the battlefield. He had no intention of bringing back a few combat teams and rearrange them. Instead, he issued the order for a general attack. The battle team 2, who had just surrounded the leader of the shadows, immediately raised their swords and headed towards the second half of the Black Shadow team. Those Black Shadows behind them were fighting back because of the attack of Combat Team 1. They never thought that someone would come back to kill them. So in the chaos, Combat Team 2 easily killed more than 30 Black Shadows, which attracted the attention of these Black Shadows. They turned around and fought with the skeletons of Combat Team 2, compared to the skeletons of Combat Team 1. These guys holding two-handed swords have stronger fighting abilities. Faced with the Black Shadow rushing back, they not only did not retreat, but rushed forward, constantly slashing upwards with the swords in their hands. The Black Shadow was not shy here, and faced off against the skeletons of Combat Team 2. The controller of Combat Team 1 saw this good opportunity and chased the Black Shadow and launched an attack. The two fighting teams were like the upper and lower sides of a millstone, constantly whittling down the number of black figures. The Black Shadows on the other side encountered a defense as strong as a rock. The round shields of Combat Team 4 blocked their attacks, and the spears of Combat Team 3 accurately hit all the Black Shadows when their attack stopped. It can be said that the battle here will be much smoother than the battle later. With the protection of Combat Team 4, the skeletons of Combat Team 3 do not need to worry about being approached by the enemy. The skeletons of Combat Team 4 only need to defend themselves well. The Black Shadows that are killed will also receive part of their experience. If they feel that the defense line is in danger, they can just retreat a little. The new roadblocks will block the chasing Black Shadows and reduce the pressure faced by these skeletons. After that, they will start another round of killing the Black Shadows. Seeing this situation, Gushi did not mobilize any more troops. The 4 combat teams had already developed their own fighting styles and coordination. As long as their levels were improved, Gushi believed that their cooperation would become better and better. No wonder some people say that as long as the necromancer has troops at the beginning, fighting will be smoother later on. Looking at the killing messages that kept popping up in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but nodded. No matter how much these skeletons gained, Gushi would get 1 point of experience for every enemy they killed. A small scene may not be as good as Gushi's personal explosion of corpses, but if it is placed on a large battlefield, the experience will skyrocket, not to mention anything else. In just a short period of time, Gushi had gained 327 experience points. Coupled with the experience from the previous wave and the experience of killing the shadow leader, Gushi found that he seemed to be about to level up again. This is a good thing. As long as his level is raised by 1 more level, he can master 1 more new skill, and then the next task will be smoother for Gushi. Thinking of this, Gushi looked into the distance. Luna had said that Aladovi was 2.9 square kilometers in size, and the block they were standing on was less than 1% of it. After these Black Shadows were cleared away, he would continue to fight outwards, all the way to the edge of Luna's controllable range. Gushi himself didn't know what else he would encounter inside. He had to prepare everything. Just when Gushi was distracted and thinking about this matter, there was a ding in his ear. Ding! Temporary mission. The progress of the dead city has changed. The second wave of enemies has been killed. In 15 minutes, the third wave of enemies will appear. Please be prepared to fight. Gushi came back to his senses and quickly raised his head. One again. Clean the battlefield. Use all the devious energy beads. Check if there are any losses in the battle team. If there are any losses, make up for the battle losses. Put the skeletons and corpses of those who died in the battle on the street. Gushi immediately issued the order. There is another battle next. Judging from the strength of the Black Shadows just now, Gushi can believe that the strength of the third wave of Black Shadows will only be stronger. Although the battlefield has not been cleared yet, Gushi has clearly seen that the losses suffered by Combat Team 1 and Combat Team 2 this time are not small. If their combat effectiveness is not improved quickly, and they are not properly arranged, what will happen next? The battle will be difficult. Therefore, he first optimized his troops, and then rearranged the battlefield. Gushi must drag the battle to the most suitable place for him. After receiving Gushi's order, The skeletons did not hesitate at all. They quickly stepped forward to clean up the strange energy beads on the ground, without any need to worry about the arrangements. These strange energy beads were divided into two. The skeleton leader of the combat team took one half, and the remaining skeletons got the other half. Gushi, on the other hand, headed towards the location where the leader of Shadow died in battle. When the Shadow leader died in battle, he left behind the big wooden stick he was carrying. Gushi wanted to take a look at what this was. Just as Gushi walked over, another voice came to his ear. Ding! After being guided and strengthened by strange power, a level 2 skeleton has reached the promotion level. Please choose the promotion direction of this kind of skeleton. Gushi turned around and saw that among the skeletons, a skeleton was flashing with lavender light. It was a skeleton belonging to Combat Team 2. At this time, he was still crushing the strange energy beads in his hand and absorbing the strange atmosphere inside. He had no idea what was happening. When Gushi looked at the skeleton, he found two different shadows appearing behind the skeleton. These were the two directions in which the skeleton could advance. One is the direction of an ordinary skeleton soldier, holding a sword in one hand, wearing rusty armor on his body, and the hat on his head is a bit big, and it slides down from time to time. The other direction is the two-handed sword skeleton soldier. When he stands, the sword is inserted into the ground. He is wearing leather armor, but no helmet on his head, revealing only a skull face. Seeing these two types of soldiers, Gushi understood the situation in front of him. All the soldiers that come out of these two promotion directions are skeleton soldiers. But the focus is obviously different. The direction of ordinary skeleton soldiers is about balance, while the skeleton soldiers with two-handed swords obviously weaken their defense and strengthen the effect of swordsmanship. Gushi only hesitated for a moment before making his choice. Skeleton soldier, level 3. Summoned object experience, 9,500, attack 3+1, two-handed sword. Defense 1+1, leather armor. Life 19. Skills undead creature. Swordsmanship specialization. Beheading. Chapter 21 Skeleton Soldiers. As the first skeleton soldier successfully advanced, more and more skeletons successfully advanced to become skeleton soldiers because they had enough experience and absorbed enough strange power. Regarding the selection of the promotion direction of the skeleton soldiers, Gushi followed the idea of improving advantages and achieving balanced development. For all skeleton soldiers, the promotion route was carried out in a direction that highlighted the opponent's characteristics. So the 4 combat teams all had their own skeleton soldiers. The skeleton soldier of Combat Team 1 still looks like a battle axe in one hand and a kukri in the other. He has an extra leather armor on his body and 3 more daggers on his waist that can be used for throwing. This type of skeleton soldier has learned the means of long-range attack. Although the range is less than 10 meters, long range is still long range. Skeleton soldier, level 3. Summoned object experience, 13,500, attack 3+1, melee weapon. Defense 1+1 armor. Ammunition 3 dagger. Life 19. Skills undead creature. Backstab. Throw. The skeletons of Combat Team 3 are completely different. The skeleton soldiers here are all strengthened on spears. Their skeleton leader got a spear last time, and now that it has absorbed enough strange aura, their spear has become even more powerful. Skeleton soldier, level 3. Summon experience, 19/500, attack 3+2, bone arm spear. Defense 1. HP 19. Skills undead creature. Disarm. Stab. As for the skeleton soldiers of Combat Team 4, they are completely opposite to the skeleton soldiers of Combat Team 3. They strengthen the defensive effect of the shields on their hands, and they also add a thick layer of armor to their bodies. If they hadn't held long swords in their hands, some people might have regarded them as heavily armored defensive muscle skeleton soldiers. Skeleton soldier, level 3. Summoned object experience, 6/500, attack 3. Defense 1+3, shield plus armor, life 24. Skills undead creature. Shield wall. Temporary life. After several different skeleton soldiers advanced, Gushi took a look at the situation of the 4 combat teams. Combat Teams 1 and 2 suffered serious troop losses, but Combat Teams 3 and 4 were in better shape. There was almost no loss in this battle. Instead, there were a lot of vacancies due to the upgrade of the Skull Boss. Combat Team 1, level 1. Unnamed. Characteristics, health +3. Attack +1. Experience 18,200 Captain, 1-1, level 1 Skeleton Leader. Team members, 22/33, level 3 Skeleton Soldiers, 3 name. Level 2 Skeletons, 13 people. Level 1 skeletons, 6 people. Combat Team 2, Level 1. Unnamed. Characteristics: Attack plus 5. Defense plus 1. Experience 26/200 Captain, 1-1, Level 1 Skeleton Boss. Team members, 2139s. Level 3 Skeleton Warrior, 1 name. Level 3 Skeletons, 9 people. Level 2 Skeletons, 6 people. Level 1 Skeletons, 5 people. Combat Team 3, Level 1. Unnamed. Characteristics: Attack plus 3. Life plus 4. Experience 198 out of 200 Captain, 1-1, Level 1 Skeleton Boss. Team members, 2833s. Level 3 Skeleton Soldiers, 8 name. Level 2 Skeletons, 14 people. Level 1 Skeletons, 6 people. Combat Team 4, Level 1. Unnamed. Characteristics: Defense plus 6. Experience 74 out of 200 Captain, 1-1, Level 1 Skeleton Boss. Team members, 40/45ths. Level 3 Skeleton Warriors, 6 people. 3 Level 2 Skeletons, 9 people. Level 2 Skeletons, 21 people. Level 1 Skeletons, 4 people. The source of troops is not uniform. Looking at the information about the combat team in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. I don't know what the next third wave of enemies will be like. Then Gushi took command and asked them to rearrange the situation. The skeletons of those who had died in the previous battle were placed on the street again, and the tables and chairs in the nearby rooms were moved out and turned into roadblocks. Team 3 stood behind Team 4, while Teams 1 and 2 lay in ambush in the room. As long as the enemy appears, Gushi can drag the enemy away as before, giving priority to killing the enemy's boss, and then grinding these black shadows to death through the skeleton. But Gushi never expected that when the 15 minutes were up, the strange figure that appeared in front of him would be in such a situation. What appeared this time was no longer a large group of 300 or 400 black shadows like before, but a huge fusion of shadows. This strange shadow is pure black like the previous ones, but it is quite big. Its body does not walk upright, but turns its back and crawls on the ground with its joints reversed. Under him were 8 huge arms, which moved like spiders. On his body, 3 pairs of arms hold 3 heads. Although these 3 heads are also pure black, they can be seen from their size. They are the heads of a man, a woman and a child. The size was like a huge garbage truck, and there were many twisting arms on his body. At first glance, he was not a being to be trifled with. When entering the neighborhood, this huge shadow rushed forward like a train. The roadblock defense line set up by the combat team could not withstand it for a moment, and was knocked away in an instant. Gushi reacted the fastest. When he saw this situation, he pointed at the skeleton in front of the ghost and started chanting a spell. Secondary corpse explosion. But the shadow moved too fast. It was obvious that Gushi was shooting in front of the shadow. But when the corpse exploded, the shadow had already passed the explosion range. Battle Team 4 charged forward. While roaring, Gushi put on a bone shield for himself and moved forward with a wooden stick in his hand. The wooden stick in Gushi's hand was the weapon of the high-ranking shadow leader. When the wooden stick was held in Gushi's hand, it shrank rapidly and became a suitable size for Gushi's use. Bone green. Wooden stick. Attack 2-3. Equipment requirements: Strength 2. Special Crush. When attacking an enemy, there is a 50% chance of shattering the enemy's bones, armor, or other defenses. Explanation: Please do not underestimate the power of the wooden stick. Many people have died under this wooden stick. Carrying the wooden stick, Gushi also had the courage to join the battle. Although the shadow had not yet launched an attack, Gushi could already tell from the opponent's movement speed that it was a highly agile shadow. Often highly sensitive enemies have weak vitality and attack power. They usually focus on dodging enemy attacks, and they will attack multiple times in a short period of time. So as long as they are trapped, there is still a chance of fighting. For this reason, Gushi immediately asked Combat Team 4 to come forward. Their shield wall could withstand the impact of this mysterious shadow. As long as the opponent's movement speed slowed down, Gushi could take action and break one of the guy's legs with a bone-crushing stick. After that, it was the most orthodox way to defeat the boss. Although he had already lost a lot, Gushi still had 111 skeletons under his command. If they joined forces to defeat a shadow, there was no reason why they couldn't defeat it. Chapter 22 finally killed. But Gushi still underestimated the fighting power of this mysterious shadow. He had just taken 2 steps, and Shadow had already rushed to the front of the defense line set up by Combat Team 4. The 5 skeletons blocking the shadow were knocked away and hit the ground heavily, unable to move. When Combat Team 3, which was located behind Combat Team 4, saw this situation, they decisively thrust out the spears in their hands. But the moving speed of the shadow was too fast. When all the spears were thrust out, they were clearly aimed at the enemy's position. As a result, only 3 spears hit in one stroke. As for the skeletons of Combat Teams 1 and 2, they haven't even rushed out yet. Looking at the mysterious figure rushing towards him, Gushi knew what the other party was thinking. This is to find the weakness of the necromancer and kill the necromancer directly. But you underestimate the power of the necromancer. Who says that the necromancer can only command skeletons to charge forward? If a necromancer doesn't master some other tricks, can he still be called a necromancer? Let me tell you, I learned to throw. Gushi raised his hand and threw the wooden stick with broken bones in his hand directly towards Guiying. After the broken bone club, 5 daggers that Gushi had always carried with him were also thrown out. Because it was thrown from the front, he had no intention of evading the sneaky shadow that was coming straight at him. So he still pounced on Gushi. But what Gushi threw was not simple. Even though it was thrown, the effect of the broken bone stick was also activated. The wooden stick hit Juing head-on, and then a click was heard, and one of Juing's thigh bones was broken. The shadow that was charging forward staggered, and its movements were obviously slower. At this time, all 5 daggers thrown by Gushi were pierced into Guiying's body. Such an attack would not cause much damage to Guiying, but it would be extremely insulting. The heads held in Guiying's hands screamed at the same time, and several of them wanted to jump off their arms to bite Gushi. But Gushi was not that stupid. After throwing the things away, he still stayed where he was. He raised his leg and kicked the big bag of things packed beside him towards the ghost shadow. The mysterious figure had already rushed towards Gushi, completely ignoring the things Gushi kicked at him. He had no idea that this package of things was exactly the skeletons and bones that Gushi had asked his men to pack. Corpse explosion. Guiying didn't expect that Gushi's corpse explosion could be used like this. When he rushed forward, he was attacked head-on by the corpse explosion. Gushi took this opportunity and quickly ran towards the rear combat team, while calling out combat teams 1 and 2 who were hiding in a nearby room. As soon as the 2 combat teams came out, they rushed towards Juing from all directions. Gushi has already seen that in the battle before him, this mysterious shadow must not be allowed to take the initiative. Therefore, we must bring out all our men to besiege them. When all the combat teams rushed out, Guiying also turned around again, and his speed increased again. At this moment, the skeleton soldiers of Combat Team 1 jumped down from the roof near the street, fell on Juing, and slashed the kukris back heavily with the kukri in their hands. This is the special ability of these skeleton soldiers. Backstab. But these skeleton soldiers never expected that they would fall on the back of the shadow. But the shadow moved in a reverse bow style. Now they jumped on the belly of the shadow, and the attack was not Shadow's back. As a result, not only did the skeleton soldiers fail to achieve the desired backstab effect, but the ghost also knew their plan. This mysterious shadow was also capable. He put his thigh on the ground and quickly turned his body in a circle, throwing away the skeleton soldiers on his back. Fortunately, at this time, Gushi's other combat teams had also arrived, and they quickly surrounded the ghost shadow. Combat Team 4, which had the largest number of people, squeezed in from all sides, and 2 skeletons blocked one of Guiying's legs, preventing the opponent from moving. Combat Team 3 also surrounded them at this time. Like Combat Team 4, they were scattered in various positions. As long as they stood in position, the spears in their hands would be thrust out directly. At this time, the evil figure was also revealed. As soon as his body twisted, he kept twisting his legs or 3 heads to bite the skeleton soldiers surrounding him. And his attacks were beyond Gushi's imagination. Every time he struck, a skeleton would die. Seeing the situation in front of him, Gushi became furious. Whenever a skeleton died, he would explode the skeleton's body with a corpse explosion. At the same time, the skeletons from behind quickly surrounded him. This time, it doesn't matter if it's a skeleton boss, a skeleton warrior, or a skeleton soldier. Now whoever sees the position will directly squeeze in and attack. As long as it can cut 2 more times, it is a profit for the skeleton. In such attacks again and again, all 8 legs of this mysterious shadow were chopped off or blown off, and 2 of the 3 heads on its body that were carried by its arms were lost. But the more this happened, the more ferocious the shadow became. It was obvious that his body could only twist on the ground. But every time he twisted, he used his body to hit and crush the skeleton. The skeletons also became ruthless. No matter how the shadow came, they would be held back by Combat Team 4, while the rest would chop and stab with their weapons. At the same time, Gushi didn't care about anything else. As long as a skeleton died in battle, a corpse would immediately explode, even if it consumes all his mana. He doesn't care. After many times, the skeletons all knew what Gushi was thinking. When they were hit by the shadow, they felt that they couldn't make it anymore, and even used their last bit of strength to push themselves towards the shadow. Hope uses his own body as a bomb to explode the SHL of the mysterious shadow. Not until Gushi had used up all his magic power did he run to the nearby area to pick up the bone-breaking stick he had just thrown, ready to turn around and fight the ghost shadow head-on. But just as he picked up the stick, there was a sudden ding in his ear. Killing the shadow boss, level 4. Boss, you gain 117 experience points. Due to your cooperation in the kill, the summons participating in the attack each gain 23 experience points. Temporary mission. The progress of the dead city has changed. The third wave of enemies has been killed. Please wait for the transformation of the council chamber to be completed. Seeing the message pop up in front of him, Gushi loosened his grip, and the bone-crushing stick in his hand fell to the ground. At the same time, the huge body of the strange shadow exploded on the spot, turning into many large and small strange energy beads that fell to the ground. Among so many strange beads, a black human head and a black arm are the most conspicuous. Gushi took a glance and saw that there were only about 40 skeletons left, and quickly stepped forward to pick up these two items. You got the weird head, green. Weird head, green. Offhand item. Attack, 1. After equipped, intelligence +1. Equipment requirements, intelligence 2. Special, bite. When holding this offhand item, and using a bone shield, the bone shield will have a 20% counterattack effect. Explanation. It is a habit of the necromancer to hold his head up and use it as a secondary weapon. You get the twisted arm, green. Twisted arm, green. Mission item, a twisted arm. There seems to be something different on it. Please check this arm carefully. Chapter 23 mission completed. As the information about these two items flashed before his eyes, Gushi's eyes lit up. He picked up that arm first, and as soon as he took it, he felt his hand sink. With Gushi's strength, he almost didn't pick up the arm in front of him. This startled Gushi. He looked down and found that although the arm was pure black and its appearance was distorted beyond recognition, it was obviously a metal arm. Judging from the condition of the arm, it is a left hand. At the cutout position of the arm, you can also see some red and green wires twisting. It's clearly a plug-and-play type of arm. In the position of the deltoid muscle, there is an obvious red 5-pointed star symbol. Ding! You find a quest item, and you can activate a temporary quest. Temporary mission, the sealed power. Task description, find all the parts and assemble them into a complete human body. Task requirements, find 7 sealed components, 0/7. Assemble and defeat the assembly, 0/1. Task reward, 1 contract all, the level is based on the average level of the recovered parts. Note 1, the sealed parts are the head, left hand, right hand, chest, waist, left leg, and right leg. Note 2, each part has many different parts and also has different effects. Please choose the one you think is most suitable to combine. Looking at the task in front of him, Gushi was stunned for a moment. It was just 7 body parts. So why were there so many different parts to choose from? But he immediately realized that this should be a long-term task and could not be completed in the game world before him. Instead, you can find various different parts in many games. Only in this way can there be multiple choices. After understanding what was going on, Gushi put away the arm. This task was next for him. But the sealed parts were not that easy to find. Now is not the time to think about this matter. At this time, Gushi's attention is still focused on the more than 40 surviving skeletons. After checking the condition of the skeleton, Gushi was surprised to find that his losses this time were really terrible. Combat Team 1 was completely wiped out, leaving not even a single seed for Gushi. Combat Team 2 only has 6 skeletons left. Combat Team 3 is better because they are farther away, with 19 skeletons surviving, and Combat Team 4 has 18 skeletons alive. Among these skeletons, all the skeleton warriors were also wiped out. Only 3 skeleton soldiers survived, and the rest were all level 1 and level 2 skeletons. It can be said that after just one battle, Gushi's combat power completely collapsed. If such a battle were to happen again, Gushi would not be able to resist even the appearance of such a huge black shadow, as long as ordinary black shadows, like the previous two waves. At this time, Gushi couldn't care about anything else. He wanted to deal with these skeletons first. Hurry up and harvest the battlefield. Pile up roadblocks, and use the devious energy beads to strengthen them. Don't worry about consumption. Before Gushi could finish his words, a dazzling light suddenly came from the two-story building behind him, and then a bright moon appeared in the sky. The moonlight broke through the darkness and fell on the ground. Gushi noticed that where the moonlight shined, a layer of frost that was not too thick appeared on the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Gushi also felt that the temperature around him dropped rapidly, as if the cold winter had suddenly entered here. Even the fire Gushi lit on the street was obviously much smaller. Gushi quickly stood up straight, holding the strange head in one hand and the broken bone stick in the other, looking in the direction of the two-story building with a serious face. However, the cold air did not hurt Gushi and the others. Instead, it continued to spread outwards, and finally formed a huge ring with a radius of more than 500 meters and close to 600 meters, with the two-story building as the center. Inside the ring, everything changed. Inside the ring, the position and style of the houses have not changed much, but the materials of the houses and some decorative details have changed significantly. The house that was originally made of stone and wood is now turned into a structure of ice and bones. Decorations like skulls can be seen everywhere on the doors and beams. The most important thing is that the ground in front of you is turned into ice. If you cut through the snow that has begun to appear on the ice, you can even see the sewers under the ice. This temporary mission, the progress of the dead city has changed, and the transformation of the assembly hall has been completed. Temporary mission, dead city, completed. Task reward, necromancer professional skills city of death. Death city level 1. Lock A0/1, undead city belonging to the player as the death city, which is used to train and store undead troops, and can consume 5 mana points to open a city gate on the battlefield. The undead troops in the city. You can freely enter and exit the city and battlefield through the gate. Note 1. The upper level limit of Death City is player level +8. Note 2. The Death City can only lock onto one city, and other cities are not under the control of the Death City in the later stages. Note 3. The skill level corresponds to the city level. After the city is upgraded, the skills will also be upgraded accordingly. Note 4. If you want to open the gate on the battlefield, the Death City must first have a gate. Looking at the newly mastered skill, Gushi's eyes lit up. Mission accomplished? Has this city been taken? Just when Gushi was excited, the door of the two-story building opened with a bang, and Luna floated out of the building. As soon as she saw Gushi, Luna said excitedly, "Sir, how is it going? We have captured 1/3 of the city, covering a total area of 0.9 square kilometers. The area that has changed is ours. In addition to this small building becoming the council hall, there are 3 buildings in the area that have been affected. Influence. One is the church in the southeast corner, the other is the candle factory in the northwest corner, and the other is the well over there, which is the entrance to the sewer. Now these 3 buildings have become special buildings. Functions and activation requirements are all written on the map." Map? Gushi looked through Luna's figure and looked inside the small building. He noticed that the restaurant on the first floor had changed. All the tableware on the dining table had been put away, and a parchment map had been removed with a knife, nailed on the table. Next to the map, there is an inkwell made of skulls, with a quill inserted in the inkwell. Gushi walked to the map. Before he could see the information on the map clearly, there was a ding in his ear. Chapter 24 Aladovi City. Ding! You gain control of a city, Aladovi. A city of the undead owned by the player was found. Is it locked as a city of death? Although he hadn't seen Aladovi's message yet, Gushi made his decision immediately. Locking. Locked successfully. Death City Aladovi. If you want to unlock the city, please choose the unlock task. After the information faded, Gushi looked at the map in front of him. Gushi discovered that the map on the desktop was a map of most of Aladovi, in addition to the 0.9 square kilometers that had become Gushi's territory. There was also a map of 1/3 of the nearby cities. On the map, a black skull wearing a crown is used as a symbol to mark the location of the meeting hall. And then triangles, squares and pentagons are used to represent the 3 levels of land: small, medium and large. There are a total of 5 small plots within 0.9 square kilometers on the map, one of which has been occupied as a well and sewer entrance. 3 medium-sized plots, one of which is already occupied as a candle factory. 2 large plots, one of which is already occupied for a church. When Gushi notices a plot of land, he will give corresponding prompts, including what functions the occupied plot has, what conditions are required for activation, or what buildings can be built on unoccupied plots, etc. In addition, at the edge of the city, there are passages leading to other cities. Gushi counted them carefully and found that there were 5 passages in total, and each road was marked leading to the corresponding area. At the same time, there is a cross on each road, indicating that these 5 roads have not been opened yet. But it can be seen from the current situation that as long as the passage is opened, other areas of Aladovi city can be occupied. After looking at the general layout of the city, Gushi glanced at the information at the bottom of the map to understand the details of Aladovi. City name, Aryov. City directions, City of Death. City characteristics, territory and contention. More than half of the city is an uncontrolled area, and the city will be attacked by enemies in the uncontrolled area at any time. If the city is captured, the city territory will be automatically expanded. City level, level 1 9/10. The city has a core building and large buildings for 3 experience points. Medium-sized buildings for 2 experience points. Small buildings and auxiliary buildings for 1 experience point. Core building, 1/1 assembly hall, gives 500 negative energy points every day. Large building, 1/2 church, not activated, needs to be stationed with 20 skeleton soldiers to activate. After activation, it can be upgraded to a cult church, and 20 skeleton soldiers can be trained every week. Medium-sized building, 1/3 candle factory, not activated, needs to invest 20 units of weird corpses to activate. After activation, it can be upgraded to a white candle factory, which can provide 300 negative energy points per day and 30 units of white candles per week. Small building, 1/5 well, not activated. You need to enter the sewer and activate it after laying the first block of sewers. After activation, the number of soldiers that can be trained per week increases by 50%. Auxiliary buildings, 0/10 none. Garrison hero, none. Garrison troops, none. Gushi had learned something about the characteristics of various buildings in the city when he was in school. The core buildings here actually refer to the buildings that must be in the city. No matter how big the city is, every time it upgrades to a level, there will be a new core building. There will always be a council hall from the beginning, as well as a magic tower, blacksmith shop, market, barracks, and warehouse. These are buildings that are indispensable in any city. Large buildings are divided into 2 categories. One is military training camps and other buildings, such as the church that has not been activated this time. The other category is large-scale buildings unique to some cities. For example, there will be arenas in orc cities, and stables in human cities. The undead city is mainly composed of buildings such as dark sky curtains, tombs, skeleton transformation sites, and soul-calling towers. Medium-sized buildings are mainly resource-based. Most cities have farmlands, fishing spots, mines, or enchantment points, slaughterhouses, etc. Some of them are resource points exclusively for corresponding races, such as the magic pool in the Owl City, the vault in the Dwarf City, etc. Small buildings are buildings that improve the city's combat effectiveness or increase its military strength. City walls, arrow towers, lucky springs, and mana pools are all included. Gushi's new skill, the city gate released at the beginning of Death City, is also a type of small building. The important thing is that the city gate, the moat, and the suspension bridge on the river are 3 different small buildings. The final auxiliary buildings are much simpler. The street lights and signs on the road are all included in the auxiliary buildings. Generally speaking, these auxiliary buildings have little impact on the city, but they would be very uncomfortable without them. At the same time, some achievement statues are also included in the auxiliary buildings. Like the core buildings, the auxiliary buildings have nothing to do with the floor area and are related to the city level. Every time the city upgrades, 10 more auxiliary buildings can be built. It can be said that if you want to upgrade quickly, it is right to build more auxiliary buildings. Of course, Gushi is not in a hurry at the moment. The city is already in his hands, and his priority now is naturally the security of the city. Gushi had already seen that the city of Aladovi was judged to be a contested territory. This concern is understandable. He only occupied 0.9 square kilometers of the entire city's 2.9 square kilometers. Not even 1/3. The rest of the city was still in the hands of the enemy. If this situation was not the territory being contested, then nothing would be the territory being contested. Of the 5 roads outside the city, 3 lead to other neighborhoods in Aladovi, and the other leads to the mirrored underground palace that Gu Shi and the others came from. According to the map, the mirror underground palace also has a name, called Eredavita Tower. It is the mirror image of Victoria Tower, and is also the core that controls the entire Eredavita city. Occupying this castle will double the speed of all resources in the city, including troop training and material production. At the same time, the battle fortress was released at level 17 of Death City, and this castle was also released. The last road leads outside the city. Gu Shi is not sure what is there, and there are no signs on the road. Only the word danger is marked on it. After thinking about this for a while, he decided to activate 3 buildings in the territory first. Consider the others. Anyway, now that Aladovi is in hand, even if he quits the game, he can freely enter and leave Aladovi. He is not in a hurry to conquer other places yet. For now, let's consider the issue of our own troops first. At this moment, Luna also floated in. Sir, I have an idea about this city. Chapter 25 Changes in the Assembly Hall. You came at the right time. I also have an idea about this city. When Gu Shi saw Luna coming in, he also wanted to talk about his plan for Aladovi City. After hearing what Gu Shi said, Luna also smiled happily. After gaining partial control of the city of Aridov, Gu Shi felt that Luna's entire ghost had changed. Although she still looked like a ghost, the low pressure that had originally enveloped her was gone. The entire ghost looks more flexible and distinct. Then let's talk first. Sir, Luna, this is what I think. Now 1/3 of Aladovi is our city. Although we don't have enough strength yet, we have time. You see, we will build the city walls and gates first. And then when we have enough troops, we will take down the remaining 2/3 of the city. I can't keep an eye on these things all the time. And you will have to take care of the layout of Aladovi City when the time comes. After Gu Shi finished speaking, Luna also spoke. Sir, this is what I just wanted to say. We haven't digested the territory we have gained yet. It would be dangerous to send troops again. I also want to build small buildings such as city walls and gates first. Once we have enough troops, we will attack and capture other areas of Aridavi City. It seems we want to go together. Gu Shi became more and more satisfied with Luna. At this time, Luna said again, by the way, sir, we can do this in Aladovi City, because we are already rooted here, but not other places. In Victoria City, you need to lay an anchor point. After hearing what Luna said, Gu Shi also paused. Is there anything different about Victoria City? Sir, do you still remember those people who were used as sacrifices? And the cultists who prepared blood sacrifices for you? Gu Shi nodded affirmatively. Remember? They beat me up. If I hadn't entered the city of Aridov, I would have eradicated them completely. Sir, when I controlled this part of Aladovi City, I saw some situations in Aladovi City, and knew some of the current changes in Aladovi. Because of the blood sacrifice of those cultists, the big boss who was sent to the city of Aridov did not die. The dead are in the city of Aridov, which is less than 3 square kilometers in area. Luna's words were a bit vague, and Gu Shi didn't understand them clearly. Wait a minute. Is there something wrong here? Yes. In fact, the city that was mirrored at the beginning was our 3 square kilometers of Aladovi City. Originally, the British royal family wanted to banish and trap the big boss. But who would have thought that the big boss would still have such a group of cultists? Whether it was for power or for other reasons, they spread the word about the Mirror Underground Palace. This allowed the concept of the Mirror Underground Palace to be spread. It would be okay if it was just like this. But things have happened to the British royal family over the years, and their deaths have given the legend of the Mirror Underground Palace a mysterious color. The blood sacrifices of the cultists brought the energy needed to the Mirror Underground Palace. So over the years, in this space, the work of replicating Victoria City has been repeated. Having said this, Luna sighed. Sir, you may not be able to imagine why our 3 square kilometers of Aladovi City turned into a dead city. That's because the place that corresponds to the old city of Aladovi now has no shadow of the past. The new city has appeared, and the abandoned old city has naturally died. After listening to Luna's words, Gu Shi understood the situation. At the same time, he also understood what Luna was thinking. You mean if I only want this 3 pingong fangli of land, then there's no problem going back now. But if I want a city as big as Victoria's City, I have to set up an anchor in the real world. Then fight your way from the real world to the new Aridavi City area. Yes. From the pictures I saw, This city has experienced a total of 6 changes. No matter which change we can win, it will be bigger than the city in front of us. After hearing this, Gushi rolled his eyes and said, "Okay, I know what to do. After I handle the affairs in Aladovi City first, I will immediately go to Victoria City to set up an anchor point." Seeing that Gushi agreed, Luna didn't say anything more, but nodded affirmatively. Then followed Gushi and explained to him the council hall that had just been transformed. Although it became a functional building, the structure of the 2-room building did not undergo fundamental changes. However, the function has been somewhat changed. The restaurant on the first floor has now become a meeting hall. The city map of Aladovi City is placed here. If Gushi needs anything, he can mobilize troops on the map. At the same time, Gushi can also learn about various information about Aladovi and its surroundings through the map. The original kitchen on the left is now gone. It has become a design and storage point for architectural drawings. If you want to build various buildings in Aladovi City, you must get the drawings from here. On the right-hand side is the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. There is a library shelf under the stairs. There is nothing on it, but Gushi understands that this place is actually used to store some of Gushi's trophies. Of course, if Gushi didn't regard Aladovi as his main city, then this place would most likely be used to store Luna's loot. Follow the stairs to the 2nd floor. There are 3 rooms in total. The room where Luna regained her memory was the children's room. Now the room has been sealed by ice. Only Luna can enter and exit freely, and no one else can enter at all. In addition to this room, there is also a master bedroom and a 2nd bedroom, both of which can be used for living. In addition to the bed and bedside table, there is an additional desk in the master bedroom. It only takes 2 hours of resting here for Gushi to recover all his life and magic power. In addition, there is a basement underneath the Yijing Hall, which is used to store various materials. Although it may not be used, it must be available. After walking around the meeting hall and learning about the various functions of the meeting hall, Gushi took Luna out of the meeting hall. As soon as he walked out of the door of the meeting hall, Gushi found that the battlefield outside had been cleaned up. Because there was no more war, the undead did not dare to use all the strange energy beads on the ground. They distributed them according to the method agreed with Gushi at the beginning. 1/3 was left for Gushi. 1/3 went to the combat team, and the last 1/3 belonged to the individual undead. Seeing the strange balloon stacked in front of the door of the council hall, Luna suddenly said, "This thing can be converted into negative energy points at a 1-to-1 ratio." Chapter 26 Changes in the Church. When Luna said this, Gushi smiled instead. Change it immediately, and change the part that belongs to me first." After saying that, Gushi looked at Luna. Luna also understood what Gushi meant, and she pointed at the door of the meeting hall. "Just put it in there, and it will automatically transform after you put it in." Gushi looked in the direction Luna pointed and found that there was a large wooden box there, with its blue metal edging. You can tell it's a treasure chest at first glance, with a place to store the strange energy beads, and no need for Gushi's command. The skeletons themselves put Gushi's share of the strange energy beads into the wooden box. Gushi stood in front of the wooden box and took a look, and found that he could actually see the information in the box. Small treasure chest, negative energy points, 317/10,000. Wood 9/100. Stone 8/100. Metal 3/100. Gem 0/20. Sulfur 0/20. Crystal 0/20. Mercury 0/20. While Gushi was checking the supplies in the treasure box, Luna was still talking to the side. "We can only use it now. When we have enough resources and build a warehouse, we can store more things." Gushi didn't say much. He was a little curious as to where the wood, stone and metal in the treasure box came from. At this time, Gushi discovered that when the skeletons were cleaning the battlefield, they also threw the roadblocks damaged by the black shadow into the treasure chest. These were the sources of materials such as wood and stone. Thinking about it, this is actually a good thing. At least Gushi has the materials, and won't be confused about where to get them. After putting all the things collected on the battlefield into the treasure box, Gushi waved his hand and led the skeletons towards the church. While heading in that direction, Luna also explained to Gushi the different situations of the church. The churches in Victoria City are actually in the shape of a church with a front church and a cemetery behind it. The church we went to, in particular, is one of the earliest churches in Victoria. I think there is a certain reason why the church immediately became alienated. Gushi thought for a while, and then said, "Are you trying to say that when you copy the church, The copy was not comprehensive enough? Yes. No matter how hard they copied it one to one, they couldn't copy everything in the church. Not to mention other things. All the tombs in the cemetery behind the church are empty, Luna explained. And Gushi also thought the same thing about what he just said. However, what Luna said next was something Gushi did not expect. At the same time, in the middle of the church, there is the sarcophagus of a knight. This knight was something that James the First was unable to copy. Gushi nodded after hearing this. Let alone a knight. Even if it is the body of an ordinary person, he cannot replicate it one to one. No. This knight is Bows. Oh! It's Bows. Gushi actually didn't know who this Bows was. But Luna said so. And Gushi had to give him some respect. However, Gushi took 2 steps and then stopped. He turned to look at Luna. The knight who can make you explain so seriously cannot be a knight of the Round Table. Right? Yeah. I thought you knew. Gushi had heard the story of the Knights of the Round Table. But among these Knights of the Round Table, only 3 or 4 had obvious places to go after their deaths. And the rest were unknown where they were buried. Now this church actually buried a Knight of the Round Table, which surprised Gushi. Tell me first, what happened to this church in the end? I don't know what happened. From the information I saw, it seems that the church was demolished in that year, and the Knights of Bows were moved to Westminster Abbey. Luna, I suddenly had an idea. If I go to Westminster Abbey in Victoria, bring in the body of the Knight of Bows, and put it in our chapel, you say what will happen? Luna had never thought about Gushi's question. The reason why she asked Gushi to leave an anchor in Victoria City before was because she wanted to get information and opportunities to enter other mirror cities. But she really never thought about smuggling in things that had not been copied before. Now that Gushi said this, Luna also reacted. Sir, this is a good idea. Not only can we transport the body of Knight Bows, but we can also find the bodies originally buried behind the church. When the church was demolished before, the whereabouts of these corpses were actually recorded. As long as we can find the corpses, we can transport them in. Neither Gushi nor Luna thought about the fact that the body could not be brought in. Gushi has mastered the skill of Death City. As long as the gate of Aladovi City is built, Gushi can open the door at any time, whether it is to release the undead or transport things in. It is quite convenient. What they are more concerned about now is whether bringing these bodies in will bring any different changes to the church. While they were thinking about this, they happened to walk to the church. When he saw this church, Gushi understood the level of the church in front of him. This was clearly a country church. This church is not big. When you open the door and go in, there are 4 rows of benches inside. There is also a sarcophagus parked in the center of the church. There is a long sword and a shield placed on the sarcophagus, which means that a knight is buried inside. Going out from the side door of the church, you can go around to the cemetery behind the church, where the tombstones and everything are copied one to one. And even the coffins are there. But the bodies inside cannot be copied. And the entire cemetery is empty. Others might not be able to tell. But as a necromancer, Gushi could tell at a glance whether there was a corpse in the grave. Seeing this situation, Gushi had to shake his head. It seemed that there was a reason why the city of Aridov became a city of death. After walking around the church, Gushi waved to the skeletons behind him. On the way here, Gushi had already let the surviving skeletons digest the strange energy beats, and pieced together 20 level 3 skeleton soldiers. When Gushi entered the church, they were all waiting outside. Now Gushi waved his hand, and these skeleton soldiers walked into the church. As they entered the church, some skeletons began to appear on the pews. At the same time, a string of messages popped up in front of Gushi's eyes. The church is upgraded to a cult church. Building name, Evil Church. Level 1, can be upgraded. Trainable troops. Skeleton, level 0. Automatically trains 20 people every week, consuming 0 points of negative energy. Skeleton Soldier, level 3. Consumes 30 points of negative energy. Experienced skeletons can reduce negative energy consumption. Can transform a skeleton into a skeleton soldier. Weapon direction is optional. Chapter 27, Activating Other Buildings. As the situation in the church changed, Gushi discovered that the skeleton soldiers he had arranged to come and actually walk towards the cemetery behind the church. Gushi was a little confused about their behavior, so he walked over and took a look. When he followed him, he thought these skeleton soldiers would be wandering in the cemetery behind the church. Unexpectedly, these skeleton soldiers inserted their weapons into the grave, dug out the coffin, and buried themselves. This situation made Gushi a little embarrassed. In this situation, it was clear that the 20 skeleton soldiers no longer belonged to Gushi. They were placed in the cult church to act like soldiers. Even if the evil church is destroyed, they will not come out to fight for Gushi again. This caused Gushi, who was already short of troops, to suffer heavy losses all at once. Fortunately, the evil church did not deny Gu a chance to rest. The 20 skeletons that should be produced this week are sitting on the benches of the cult church. With Gushi's command, these skeletons can be recruited. But now Gushi's funds are insufficient, and he has more important things to do. So he can only say, "Combat team, take out the sneaky beads in your hands and upgrade the skeletons in the team. The rest of the troops are waiting for me to come back and replenish them." When the 3 skeleton leaders heard this, they immediately took action, because the skeletons they had before had enough experience, and the combat team had been allocated a lot of devious energy beads. It was not a problem for them to support the consumption of transformed skeleton soldiers. After a while, all the skeletons completed the transformation into skeleton soldiers. At the same time, all combat teams were reorganized. Combat Team 1, which had been completely wiped out, was removed, and Combat Team 2 was promoted to Combat Team 1. Combat Team 1, Level 1. Unnamed. Characteristics: Attack +5. Defense +1. Experience 64 out of 200 Captain, 1-1, Level 2 Skeleton Leader. Team members, 3/43, Level 3 Skeleton Soldiers, 3 name. Combat Team 2, Level 2. Unnamed. Characteristics: Attack +4. Life +4. Experience 19 to 500 Captain, 1-1, Level 2 Skeleton Boss. Team members, 11/38, Level 3 Skeleton Soldiers, 11 name. Combat Team 3, Level 1. Unnamed. Characteristics: Defense +6. Experience 124 out of 200 Captain, 1-1, Level 2 Skeleton Leader. Team members, 9/49, Level 3 Skeleton Soldiers, 9 people. Looking at the 22 skeleton soldiers in total, Gushi sighed. It was becoming increasingly difficult to fill up these combat teams. But Gushi is not idle either. He still has a lot of things to do. Not to mention that he still has to build a city gate. But there are still 2 unactivated buildings in the city that require his special attention. He glanced at the 3 combat teams and said, "Follow me. Let's go to the candle factory." Luna, who left the cult church with Gushi, also explained the situation of the candle factory to Gushi. "Sir, I don't know why the candle factory became a functional building. But from what I saw in the picture, street lights can only be built on the roadside after the candle factory is built. With the addition of street lights, the training speed of ghosts in Ladovi City will be improved to a certain extent." "You mean the candle factory is prepared for the later training of ghosts?" "Probably. Apart from that, I don't see the role of the candle factory." Gushi didn't know what to say after hearing this. But the candle factory has already been built. He just needs to go over and activate it. It's a free prostitution. And Gushi doesn't need to spend anything to build a new building. Gushi also took back some of his thoughts. When they came to the door of the candle factory, Gushi realized that this was not a candle factory at all. It was clearly a handicraft workshop. The 2-story building is the same as the council hall, but it is a little smaller than the church. All the walls facing the street on the first floor have been demolished, and there are several animal skins hanging on the roadside on the first floor. The waxy yellow grease has not yet been removed. There is a big pot in this small building, and something is boiling in the pot. Various types of wood were piled beside the cauldron, and many dried herbs were placed far away. Gushi was a little confused. "Isn't it the candle factory we agreed on?" The place in front of us looked more like a slaughterhouse. In fact, Gushi didn't understand that except for a few candles in the Western world, which are made of beeswax, most of them are made of animal fat. This is exactly why. To activate the candle factory in front of you, you need 20 weird corpses. But now Gushi has an even more helpless problem. Not to mention the 20 corpses of strange creatures in his hands. He doesn't even have one corpse. "Luna, do you know where we are going to fight weird?" "I don't know either." Luna also looked helpless. "How about we build the city gate first, and you go to Victoria City to look for it?" Gushi thought about the situation in Victoria City. Cultists shouldn't be considered weird beings, right? In desperation, Gushi could only temporarily give up the idea of activating the candle factory, and prepared to go back to build the city gate. Just when Gushi walked to the street, and was about to walk back, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Luna, come and see. That's pretty weird." Luna came to where Gushi was standing, and found that Gushi was pointing at the sewer under the street through the ice on the street and asked, In the sewer, a huge rat is running quickly, although they were separated by a thick layer of ice. Gushi and the others could definitely see that the fur on this mouse was rotten. Gushi and Luna looked at each other. They both thought of something at the same time. Without any dialogue, they turned around and ran towards the well. Looking down from the ice layer, everything below is part of the sewer. Among the 3 existing buildings in Aladovi City, the wells are the entrances and exits connected to the sewers, and activating the wells requires opening up the sewers in the first block. When Gushi ran toward the well, Luna followed and mobilized Gushi's combat team. When Gushi and his men arrived at the well, he found that his remaining 3 combat teams were already in place, waiting for Gushi's orders. You are all here, so I won't say anything more. Wait for combat team 4. Oh! Now combat team 3 will go down first. After entering the sewer, ignore the others and set up defenses. 2 skeleton soldiers from combat team 2 go down to see if the height under the sewer is enough. If not, the skeleton soldiers from combat team 1 will take the lead. Okay. What are you still waiting for? Take action. This time the goal is to open the entire sewer. Chapter 28 Cleaning the Sewers. Gushi gave an order, and the 3 combat teams quickly entered the underwater channel through the well. The sewer under the well is relatively large, and there are not so many branch roads. It is just an underground passage 1 kilometer long and wide enough for 4 or 5 people to walk in a row. On both sides of the passage, there are sewage drains the size of a human head to connect all the buildings in the area. As soon as he entered the sewer, Gushi knew why the sewer became part of the buildings transformed by the city of Aridov. It turns out that this sewer is one of those parts that has been copied. But there is no way to completely copy it. The layout of the sewer can be copied, but the old dirt in the sewer cannot be copied. In addition, after Aradovi was exiled, there has been no one living in it for so many years, and there is no drainage. When he came down to rest, he found that the sewer was actually quite clean, with not even a trace of water on it. After coming down at the same time, the skeleton soldiers of Combat Team 3 held up their shields and stood in front, guarding against enemies that might appear at any time. Gushi looked back and forth and saw that the well was located exactly in the middle of the sewer, and was about 500 meters long. With Gushi's eyesight, he could clearly see that at the end of the sewer there was actually still a sewer, but it was shrouded in a mysterious black fog, making it impossible to see what was behind the black fog. This is the same characteristic of this world as the white mist that Gushi and the others encountered after entering Aradovi. Gushi didn't need to know what the black mist was. He just needed to know that the part covered by the black mist was the area he hadn't beaten down yet. However, this situation made Gushi a little unclear as to how to activate the well. What does it mean to lay a sewer in the first block? There was nothing in the sewer in front of me. This is completely different from the situation seen through the ice on the ground just now. Gushi and Luna looked at each other, and Gushi pointed his hand forward. Push forward. Push towards the black fog. The skeleton soldiers of Combat Team 3 quickly raised their shields and moved forward with their swords. Gushi followed with the rest of the combat team, carefully guarding their surroundings. They first moved in one direction, and when they reached the end, they touched the black mist and took a look. If the black mist did not change, they then turned back and took a look at the black mist at the other end. But Gushi actually thought too much. When the skeleton soldiers of Combat Team 3 came into contact with the black mist, a group of rats rushed out of the black mist. These mice ranged in size from a sow to a normal human arm. When they rushed out, all the rats immediately used skills such as charging, preparing to run to the other end of the sewer. There was no need for Gushi to say anything. Luna reacted immediately, and used the touch of ice to slow down the movement of the rats. At the same time, the skeleton soldiers of Combat Team 3 raised their shields and stepped forward to block the relatively large rat. Behind them, the skeleton soldiers of Combat Team 2 also raised their spears and began to kill the small rats. The speed of spear shooting is not very fast, and the melee effect will be reduced, but their attack power is strong. Small rats can be killed accurately. As long as they are stabbed, no one will survive. After a while, hundreds of little mice were all pricked into bloody balls under the spears of the skeleton soldiers. At this time, the big rats had not yet broken through the defense line set up by Combat Team 3. Gushi stayed behind and didn't take much action. He just watched the messages that kept popping up while extracting the mouse's soul. Skeleton soldiers, summons, kill rats, level 0. You get 0 experience points. The combat team gets 0 experience points, and the summons get 1 experience point. Skeleton soldier, summon, kills trickster, level 1. You gain 1 experience point. The combat team gains 1 experience point. And the summon gains 3 experience points. Skeleton soldier, summon, kills giant rat, level 2. You get 1 experience point. The combat team gets 1 experience point. And the summon gets 11 experience points. You get Weichi beads, white, *3. You get weird rat meat, white, *2. Weird rat meat. White rat meat with a strange smell can be eaten by strange and demonic soldiers. You get weird rat skin, white, *4. Weird rat skin. White rat skin affected by strange power can be used for leather making. As the battle progressed, Gushi slowly discovered that the weird rat meat picked up on the battlefield was the strange corpse needed to activate the candle factory. However, judging from this quantity, it does not seem to be a lot. Killing 5 small strange rats will only produce a piece of strange rat meat. The large giant strange rats will not produce this kind of strange rat meat. After killing them, they will produce all kinds of strange rat meat. The guts of a strange rat. Not only is it not included in the category of weird corpses, but the quality is also relatively high. This left Gushi a little speechless. At first, he thought that the strange corpse was to be found from this large giant rat. Unexpectedly, I now need to look for it in smaller mice. In this way, Gushi, who killed all the strange rats here, also collected 15 strange corpses. At this time, the black fog at the end of the sewer also turned into a white and transparent light curtain. Through the light curtain, you can see the situation in the next section of the sewer. Gushi understood that this was the decomposition line of the sewer, and the area beyond this no longer belonged to Gushi. Of course, Gushi could secretly pass through here and invade other areas of Aradovi through the sewers. But the other party could also do the same. The situation in front of me is like this layer of light curtain. It's just such a layer of membrane. It depends on who breaks it first. Glancing at the sewer behind the light curtain, Gushi pointed to the other end of the sewer without saying anything. Go over there and clean that up. When the skeleton soldiers heard this, they immediately turned around and rushed toward the other end of the sewer. Luna also followed the skeleton soldiers. The battle just now showed that the impact and speed of these rats are quite good. Without Luna's ice touch, it might not be possible to kill these rats quickly. So Luna had to follow them to have a look. As for Gushi, there was no need for him. He followed slowly behind, holding the bone-crushing stick in one hand and the strange head in the other. Gushi estimated that if he walked over the distance of more than 1,000 meters now, the battle would be almost over. So what's the rush? So Gushi secretly slowed down a little as he walked over. But just as Gushi was approaching the battlefield over there, Luna suddenly flew over. My lord, we have made an unexpected discovery. Chapter 29 Treasure Chest and Upgrade. When Luna rushed over, Gushi was still walking slowly in the sewer. At this time, he was still wondering why the battle hadn't started yet, and he hadn't heard the kill message yet. Gushi was also a little surprised when Luna yelled like this. He followed Luna curiously, wanting to see what happened. They had only walked forward for more than 300 meters when Luna stopped somewhere and pointed to a crack in the sewer wall. Sir, look here. Gushi approached the crack and took a look inside, and found that there was a corpse that had turned into dry bones, with a number of linen bags on the back of the corpse. Because the sewers are actually quite dry, the bones of this corpse are relatively well preserved, especially the linen bag, which does not have that wet or sticky feeling. This is how the same thing. It's not clear. Luna shook her head and said, the only thing I can tell is that this crack was originally there, and the body inside appeared somehow. Okay, I'll handle this side, and you go handle the other side of the sewer. As Gushi spoke, he took out a portion of the complete soul. Luna knew what Gushi was planning as soon as she saw him, so she didn't say anything and just floated to the other end of the sewer. At this time, Gushi sent his complete soul to the corpse. Spiritualism. You failed to use the necromancer skill, and gained 1 necromancer skill experience point. Following a warning sound, the body stuck in the crack exploded on the spot. Bone fragments scattered all over the ground, and finally nothing was left except the linen bag. Feeling somewhat helpless, Gushi could only use the bone-breaking stick to dig into the crack, and finally dragged the linen bag out. You picked up Joseph's backpack. Would you like to open it? Open! You get ancient coins. 1 pound. 3 shillings and 3 pence. You get shriveled bread, gray *1. Wrapped bread, gray garbage. Inedible food. Can be exchanged for 1 penny. You get a land purchase order, white *1. Land purchase order, white. A land purchase order in Victoria City issued in 1777. The land purchase order records that Joseph was forcibly expropriated a farm outside the city. He can use this land purchase order to stay in Victoria City. No one may stop the exchange of a piece of land with an area of no more than 300 square meters to build a house in Din District. You get the Hearthstone, green *1. Hearthstone, green, a stone brought from the hearth. In addition to containing a certain longing for hometown, it also has some strange power. Looking at the things poured out of the linen pocket, Gushi became a little silent. He guessed that this was probably a farmer who sold his farm in 1877 and came to Victoria to make a living. But he wanted too many things. He actually thought that the land purchase order was useful. But in the end, he was thrown into the sewer. And he didn't know whether his luck was good or bad. He must have been injured after crawling in the sewer for a long time and died in the oldest sewer in Victoria City. Later, for some reason, everything about him was copied into the sewer here, and finally got stuck in the crack. Now these things belong to Gushi. Putting the things back into the linen bag, Gushi carried them on his back. Then carried the broken bone stick towards the end of the sewer. At this time, the battle at the end of the sewer has begun. With the previous battle, the battle here is actually much simpler. As Gushi walked forward, various messages kept popping up in front of him. Skeleton soldiers, summons, kill rats, level 0. You get 0 experience points. The combat team gets 0 experience points. And the summons get 1 experience point. Skeleton soldiers, summons, kill rats, level 1. You get 1 experience point. The combat team gets 1 experience point. And the summons gets 4 experience points. Skeleton soldiers, summons, kill giant rats, level 2. You get 1 experience point. The combat team gets 1 experience point. And the summons get 16 experience points. Ding. The total experience has reached the upgrade standard. Please choose whether to upgrade. There was a sudden ding that made Gushi's eyes light up. Has he reached the upgrade standard again? Gushi quickly stopped and checked the upgrade information. After upgrading, the level will be raised to level 3. Life and mana will be replenished. All adverse conditions will be cleared. Strength +1. And one of the following 3 skills will be selected as a reward. Bone Spur, active skill. Can be upgraded. Consumes 3 mana. Releases a spike composed of white bones, causing 35 to 60 points of damage to the enemy. Rotten Land, active skill. Upgradable. Consumes 5 mana. Turns 10 square meters of land nearby into a rotten land, which can provide negative energy for the undead to survive and rest, and will bring every 5 mana to the creatures who set foot on the rotten land. 10 points of damage per second. Bone Prison, active skill. Upgradable. Consumes 5 mana. Uses a corpse to form a bone prison with health value in the designated area. The life of the bone prison is equal to the life of the corpse. I glanced at the 3 skills that can be selected this time, compared with the skills when I upgraded to level 2 last time. This time, they are all active skills. Gushi took a look and made a quick judgment in his mind. Among the 3 skills, Bone Prison is the most special. It is used to trap enemies, but it can also fight with zombies to snatch corpses. Land of Decay is an auxiliary skill, but it has obvious pertinence. Only Bone Spurs are most suitable for the current situation. After all, the previous battle made Gushi discover an unfavorable situation for him. He would encounter some battles without corpses. If he didn't have an attack method, he really didn't know what to do in the subsequent battles. When making a choice, Gushi immediately said, upgrade. Choose Bone Spurs. The next moment, there was a ding in Gushi's ear. The level is upgraded to level 3. And the number of undead that can be contracted +1. Name, Gushi. Game number, 629SHD2S0FXC30. Occupation, necromancer. Level, level 3, 1/10,000. Talent, not activated. Status, life, 310/310. Hunger. Mana, 550/550. Attributes, strength 4.2. Agility 3.3. Constitution 3.1. Intelligence 5.5. Perception 3.7. Charisma 3.6. Professional skills. Spiritualism level 3, 336/500. Secondary corpse explosion level 2, 178/200. Secondary bone shield level 1, 9/100. Bone spurs 0/100. Active skill. Throw level 2, 91/200. Passive skills. Undead knowledge level 3. Undead contract level 1. Magic knowledge level 4. Basic science level 3. Basic reading level 2. Basic Scribe Level 2. And Undead Dominance Level 1. Chapter 30 Activating Buildings and City Patrols. The number of contracted undead finally increased by 1. Seeing the situation in front of him, Gu Shi's mind suddenly started to move. Luna's existence brought him an Aradovi city. But Luna's lack of combat power was also obvious. Or why not take this opportunity to go to the cemetery in Victoria City and see if there is a suitable undead spirit to contract with? While Gu Shi was thinking about this, the battle at the end of the sewer ended. Just like the situation there before. When the last mouse was killed, the black mist at the end of the sewer turned into a white and transparent light curtain. When both ends of the sewer were opened, Gu Shi suddenly noticed that the water pipes on both sides of the sewer began to fill the sewer with water. It seemed that the activation task on the well side had been completed. Gu Shi had no idea of continuing the fight for the time being. He said low to Luna. Luna, let's go and activate the candle factory. Luna quickly came to Gu Shi's side. And then the skeleton combat team followed. When Gu Shi and the others climbed up from the well, they could see that the sewer below was already knee-deep in water. After coming out of the well, Gu Shi brought the linen bag to Luna. Luna, look at this. Luna took a look at the contents of the linen bag, and her eyes lit up. She immediately picked up the hearthstone. This thing was most familiar to Luna, who was originally an elf. Sir, this is a good thing. Aren't we planning to build an anchor in Victoria City? This is a great opportunity. If we can have a residential building in Victoria, I can use this hearthstone to set up a fireplace. And then I can go back and forth between the council house and the residential building through the fireplace. Okay, let's move quickly. I'll activate the candle factory first. You go build the city gate first. We'll split up and move faster. Luna had no objection. After receiving Gu Shi's order, she quickly flew towards the meeting hall. Gu Shi led the skeleton soldiers towards the candle factory. At this time, the candle factory was still the same as before, without any changes. After Gu Shi arrived here, he decisively poured out the strange rat meat and threw it all into the pot where the food was being cooked. As the strange rat meat was thrown in, Gu Shi noticed that the candle factory in front of him began to undergo some changes. The color of the candle factory turned white. The animals' skins hanging in front of the door turned into rat skin. And the things boiling in the cauldron also turned white. The most important thing is that Gu Shi noticed that there was an extra wooden box in the corner of the candle factory. Gu Shi stepped forward and opened the wooden box and saw that there were 30 white candles as thick as his fingers inside. White candle, white, a special item for the undead, which can generate a certain amount of negative energy and replenish the vitality of the undead. It has a very strong effect on ghosts and ghosts. As a necromancer, Gu Shi felt a strong negative energy in the white candle as soon as he picked it up. As long as the candle is lit, a negative energy field will soon be formed, and all the undead illuminated by the candle will be supported by negative energy. In the eyes of the undead, this thing is equivalent to serious food, used to replenish physical strength and vitality. It seems that there is no random choice of buildings in a city. At this moment, there was a ding in Gu Shi's ear. The construction of the city gate begins, with a total investment of 300 negative energy points, 3 units of wood, and 3 units of stone. It will be completed in 4 hours. Hearing this voice, Gu Shi felt relieved. Now that the 3 buildings had been activated and the city gate was under construction, Gu Shi's worries were half relieved. There was still some time left, so Gu Shi thought he might as well take his men around the city to see what was in these rooms. After all, entering the room without opening the box is really a pity for Gu Shi's status as a player. So Gu Shi immediately led the skeleton soldiers to start searching from the nearby rooms. Gu Shi discovered that James I was really rich back then. In order to deceive people, I did everything possible. Everything in the room is also handled according to the original layout of the room, except for the absence of people and corpses. He had arranged everything else. For example, every building in Gu Shi's area has all kinds of furniture. In the houses closer to the street, furniture and other items were dragged out by Gu Shi's combat team and used as roadblocks. But things that had no way of serving as roadblocks remained in the houses. Gu Shi saw many ancient-style clothes here, as well as wooden horses made for little dolls. In the houses away from the street, there were even more items. Gu Shi even saw weapons such as bows and arrows, swords and spears. There were also chicken coops and doghouses outside the house. After leading his men around for a few times, Gu Shi did not transport all these things out. He just took stock of the existing houses, ignoring the issue of large, medium and small buildings at this time. There are a total of 362 buildings used as backgrounds. More than half of them are 2-story buildings. And there are also 32 3-story buildings and 3 4-story apartment buildings. In addition to these more than 300 buildings, there are actually some houses that have collapsed due to time. Those are the open spaces used to build other buildings. Among the more than 300 buildings, the first floor buildings are all built near water wells. It can also be seen from the layout of the house that the area he occupies belongs to the edge area of Aradovi. So his city area, on the other hand, has 5 passages outside, 3 of which lead to different city areas of Aradovi. These 3 passages all have corresponding levels. Gushi led the skeleton soldiers to patrol one by one. One of the passages is to cross the bridge over the river, and then you can enter the upper city of Aradovi. There is a city gate blocking the other passage. Without knocking down the bridge and city gate, Gushi had no intention of attacking these 2 areas. The only easier level is the passage in the southwest corner of the city. This passage leads to a block that also belongs to the lower city. This block also has a river dock and freight plank road, and belongs to the industrial area of Aradovi city. The only checkpoint on this road is a 6-story tower. It covers a small area and looks like a barracks from a distance. It shouldn't be too difficult to take it down. Gushi planned to capture this area first, when he had enough troops, and expand his territory first. Chapter 31 Leaving the City. While Gushi was patrolling the territory with his men, Luna had also completed the construction arrangements for the city gate. Luna arranged the city gate close to the well. The door of the city gate did not directly connect to the street, but connected to a pile of collapsed huts. As the city gate is being built, the ruins of the collapsed houses are also being cleared. It can be seen that Luna intends to clear the ruins here and turn it into a square for stationing troops. At the same time, the materials in the ruins can be stored first, waiting to be used to build city walls or other buildings. When Gushi arrived at the city gate, it was only half built. When he got here, Gushi noticed that there seemed to be no one working on the city gate in front of him, but pieces of wood and bricks were stacked up by themselves. I don't know what the situation is. Gushi stood in front of the city gate and looked at it for a moment. And then he knew that 4 hours was the time. This was the estimate given by the system. The time was definitely just right. Neither too early nor too late. At the same time, Gushi has already seen that the city gate in front of him will be 10 meters wide. Judging from the layout of the city gate, when it is completely built, it will be nearly 15 meters high, which can be regarded as a large city door. There will also be a walkway on the city gate for people to walk on. And later gates, iron gates, etc. can be installed. The city wall will start from here and be built outwards. It can be said that how high and thick the city wall of Gushi can be built in the future is all related to the city gate in front of us. This was very important to Gushi. So Gushi took a few more glances here. At this time Luna also floated out of the meeting hall. Luna, how old do you think the city over there was? Gushi pointed at the area also called Lower City. It's small over there. Only about 0.4 square kilometers. Luna understood Gushi's thoughts immediately. And she also believed that the dock area in front of her was the best place to take action. However, Gushi's troops are obviously insufficient at the moment. If we attack them now, we may not know what we will encounter. Sir, we don't have enough troops right now. I know that after the city gate is built, you will send me to Victoria City. I will go there to see if there are suitable bones to transport back, replenish the strength and negative energy. As for these troops, having said this, Gushi glanced at the combat team beside him, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, I will leave all these troops for you. If there is an invasion by foreign enemies while I am away, you will handle it. This was Gushi's first time coming into contact with the Death City skill, and it was still a contested territory. He couldn't tell whether other areas would be targeting him. So he hesitated for a moment, and decided to put all his troops in Aradovi City. Luna also knew how important Aradovi City was to Gushi. After hearing what Gushi said, Luna agreed. Gushi took Luna for another walk around the city. After this round, Gushi discovered a very serious problem. There is no food he can eat in this city of Aradovi. Gushi was already extremely hungry when he was imprisoned before. And now, he was almost too hungry to respond. Sir, would you like me to arrange some manpower to look for you in other cities? Watching Gushi keep pouring water into his mouth, trying to trick his stomach, Luna was also a little worried about Gushi. Ever since she signed the contract with Gushi, she has never seen Gushi eat anything. Not only did he not eat, he also fought all the way, which consumed a lot of energy. Even if the upgrade replenishes Gushi's life and mana, hunger cannot be eliminated by upgrading. Luna was somewhat worried about Gushi's situation. But Gushi didn't care about this. He took a wooden cup, took a sip of the warm water in it, and said with a smile, "It's okay. I will leave directly after the city gate is built in a few hours. With money in hand. There is always something to eat in Victoria City. Moreover, I am very hungry now. The big fish and meat at this time are not good for my health. Drink more water, and deceive my stomach. I will talk about it after I go out." After hearing what Gushi said, Luna didn't offer any advice, and just floated beside Gushi. After Gushi drank a few sips of warm water, he found a place to sit down and closed his eyes. "I'll take a rest first. Wake me up when the time comes." When speaking, Gushi's expression was natural, and no one could tell that Gushi was already very hungry. He just wanted to fall asleep quickly. Only when he fell asleep could he forget the empty feeling in his stomach. 4 hours flew by. When the time came, there was no need for Luna to call. Gushi was woken up by a tinkling in his ear. Ding! The construction of the small building gate is completed. The city experience +1. And the city level is upgraded to level 2. City name, Aryov. City directions, City of Death. City characteristics, territory and contention. More than half of the city is an uncontrolled area, and the city will be attacked by enemies in the uncontrolled area at any time. If the city is captured, the city territory will be automatically expanded. City level, level 2, 0/50. Core building, 1/2 assembly hall, gives 500 negative energy points every day. Large building, 1/2 cult church, can train 20 + 10 skeleton soldiers per week. Medium-sized building, 1/3 white candle factory, can provide 300 negative energy points per day and 30 units of white candles per week. Small buildings, 2/8 wells, the number of soldiers that can be trained per week is increased by 50%. City gates. Auxiliary buildings, 0/20 none. Garrison hero, none. Garrison troops, none. After taking a look at the message that popped up in front of him, Gushi quickly stood up and said low to Luna. "I'm leaving first. When there are enough resources, you can build a warehouse first. The treasure chest in front of the door can't store too many things. I don't need you to worry about me in Victoria. You can just manage Aladovi City well. As for the skeleton soldiers, you just need to arrange for them to patrol and maintain a combat team in front of the city gate at a time." After explaining everything, Gushi put away the bone-crushing stick and the strange head, and was ready to leave. "I'll see you off, sir." Luna didn't say much and spoke to Gushi honestly. Gushi nodded without saying anything, and just took a step forward. Then he felt the world spinning, as if he was thrown off a roller coaster. This is actually the biggest function of Death City. A necromancer who has mastered the skill of Death City can freely enter and leave the city if he is alone. The entrance and exit points are fixed. In the City of Death, the entrance and exit point of Gushihui is in front of the council hall. But in the real world, wherever Gushi comes in, he will go out. It's just that this time Gushi entered the world from Victoria Tower. The way to enter was different. So when he went out, Gushi was randomly thrown out. After spinning for most of the circle in the sky, Gushi felt a bright light before his eyes. And then he heard a splash, and a stream of smelly sewage poured into his mouth. And he was thrown into the Isis River that runs through the city of Victoria. Chapter 32 Victoria City. Someone fell into the water. Don't look there. That's a body that died on the street. It was thrown in by the body collection team. It has nothing to do with us. In the dark river water, Gushi was carried up and down by the water, and rustling comments could be heard in the distance. Although the voice was not loud, Gushi heard it clearly, which made Gushi understand that he had escaped from the cell buried somewhere. Fortunately, they didn't send me back to the cell again. Gushi moved his body, looked up and looked in the direction, and then began to swim towards the shore. Along the way, Gushi discovered all kinds of things in the river. There are rotting corpses, sewage discharged from sewers, and sewage discharged from various factories upstream. Anyway, the entire Isis River is black. Gushi didn't want to soak in the river at all, so he swam harder and harder in the water. But before he could get close to the shore, several beams of light hit his face. Gushi tilted his head, blocking the direct light from his eyes with his hands, and squinted to see clearly what was happening on the shore. On the shore, 3 patrol officers wearing black high-collar police uniforms and black silver-rimmed helmets, holding small searchlights the size of a human head, stared at him. Gushi noticed that all 3 of them had their hands on their waists, and it seemed that if there was any movement, they would pull out their weapons and attack. Seeing that Gushi had no intention of rushing down, the leader yelled loudly, "Are you still alive? Is not this nonsensical?" Gushi rolled his eyes in his heart and raised his hands at the same time. Alive. Still alive. In fact, Gushi didn't know that from time to time there were monsters and undead spirits occupying the corpses thrown into the Isis River, trying to sneak into Victoria City by using human bodies. Coast patrols, like them, are arranged to deal with these strange or undead ghosts. Normally they would just use the searchlight in their hands to shine a light. And if there was no reaction, it was a living person, and they would usually let it ashore. But today, the leader was a little free. So he asked a few more questions. "Brother, what happened? You were too drunk to see the road clearly. So you fell into the river?" While talking, this man also directed his men to drag Gushi up the rock with a long wooden stick. When Gushi came out of Aladovi, he had already thought about his origin. When he first entered Victoria City, the system arranged an identity for him. In addition, he had obtained Joseph's land purchase order, and Gushi had already thought of his words. "Don't mention it. I found a land purchase order left by my ancestors at home. It could be exchanged for a piece of land in Camden District. But when I went to find someone to inquire about it, I was immediately let go. Turn it over and throw it into the river." Gushi held on to the wooden stick while climbing toward the shore. These patrol policemen were also people on the facade. As soon as they heard Gushi's explanation, they had already imagined various conspiracies in their minds. The leading patrolman laughed and said, "Brother, you are lucky to be alive. You dared to take out something from more than 100 years ago. And it is from Camden. You don't know that it's an uptown area now, where rich people live. Look, you're so thin that you're about the same size as the cinders in the factory. Even if you occupy the land, they can still take it back. I advise you to find an intermediary and sell the land purchase order. You might be able to exchange it for a piece of land in Camley District." Yes, Camden and Camley. They sound similar. Just mentioning them is enough. They are both in Victoria anyway. That's not possible. My land purchase order was originally for a large farm near Camley. If I go there now, I will definitely not be able to get such a large land. I can't lose the money. Gushi immediately started acting as soon as he heard it, and quickly established himself as a person who valued money over his life. The 3 patrol officers quickly thought about it, and they all believed Gushi's identity, and did not kill him as a mysteriously possessed guy. With this in mind, the 3 patrol officers moved faster. After Gushi was pulled ashore, the 3 patrolmen checked Gushi's situation. Because Gushi had spoken rather politely just now, they did not make things too difficult for him. They just gave him a cursory inspection, and then waved their hands to let him go. "Okay. Don't stay by the Isis River if you have nothing to do. If you don't want to be caught working as cinder in a black factory, don't wander around the lower city in the middle of the night. There are fewer people in the lower city during this time. As for the matter in Camden District, I won't advise you. You can take care of it yourself." After saying that, the patrol officer patted Gushi on the shoulder, raised his eyelids, and gave Gushi a look that you can control on your own. Gushi thanked them, and then quickly left the vicinity of the Isis River and walked to the street, regardless of how dirty and smelly he was. However, Gushi was lucky this time. He could tell that he had just climbed out of the Isis River, and no one noticed the traces left by Gushi being locked up in the dungeon. On the street, Gushi looked around and found with some helplessness that there were no large bathrooms or bathing centers in Victoria City, and he couldn't go to the uptown area or other relatively clean areas like this. He could only follow the carriage and walk along the street. In a small alley 3 blocks away from the Isis River, Gushi found a tavern that looked a bit old. There is also a wooden signboard hanging in front of the pub with a huge wine glass painted on it. Over the years, the wooden sign has changed color, but the store has always hung it. The reason why Gushi chose this place was not because the girls in red skirts soliciting customers on the roadside were prettier than those in other places, but because Gushi had seen the same sign in the city of Eridovii. Gushi clearly remembered that under the wine glass, there was a small compass painted in a color invisible to ordinary people. The same signboard can prove that the store in front of me is a centuries-old store moved from the old city of Victoria. Generally, an old store that has been around for such a long time always has something unknown about it. The most important thing about a hotel is safety. If he can find a hotel that is hundreds of years old, Gushi will naturally not go to a shady store that he is not sure about. After pushing open the door of the tavern, Gushi heard a crisp voice. "What do guests need? Give me a room. I want to take a shower and change clothes." "Oh, is there anything I can eat?" My stomach is not very good, and I can't eat anything too hard, Gushi said casually. And at the same time, he threw a shilling onto the table of the tavern bar. That's it? Ah? Gushi glanced at the white deep groove exposed in the red skirt and immediately reacted. Sorry. Not now. I just fell into the Isis River. Now I just want to take a bath quickly and put away my clothes. Changed. Bah. Who told you this? I mean, Shea. At this time, a waiter stood up to stop the conflict that might occur at any time. I'm sorry. She is a newcomer and doesn't understand anything. I will take you up now. Chapter 33 The Thieves' Guild in the Tavern. The person who came to stop all this was a tall and thin hotel waiter. Although he was in such a shabby tavern, he was dressed like a butler in an ancient castle. The small suit on his body showed obvious signs of alteration. It seems that this change was made to facilitate movement and combat. At the same time, when he made a pleased gesture, one of his hands was always behind his back. Gushi had a feeling that if he had any unfavorable reaction, a dagger would immediately stab into his neck. Is this a den of thieves? Gushi frowned and was about to leave, but found that the waiter had blocked his escape route. Helpless, Gushi could only go to the second floor under the guidance of the waiter. After going up to the second floor, Gushi noticed that this seemingly not too big tavern had a completely different world on the second floor. There were many small rooms here, although each room can only accommodate one bed and one bedside table. This size is definitely not noticeable outside the tavern. After opening a door, the waiter said calmly, "Please wait here for a moment. The hot water will be brought to you soon." After speaking, the waiter stepped back and disappeared through the door. After the waiter left, Gushi breathed a sigh of relief. Every move the waiter made just now showed Gushi that he was a relatively strong killer. It doesn't make sense for a group of killers to open a bar here. Gushi was thinking and looking around. He noticed that although the room in front of him was clean, it was lifeless. The whole room looked like it hadn't been used in years, and there was a musty smell in the air. Gushi walked a few steps in the room, hesitated for a moment, and finally did not sit on the bed. At this moment, an embarrassed maid in a red dress walked in dragging a large bucket. This was Shaya, who almost had a quarrel with Gushi just now. The large wooden bucket she was dragging was filled with hot water, but in her hands, it was as easy as dragging a mineral water bottle. Moving the barrel into the room, Shaya raised her head and tried hard to put on a smile. "Guest, do you want me to help you wash it?" "No. Can you find me some more food? My stomach is not in good condition. I need something softer." "Okay. The guests will wait first." After saying that, Shaya withdrew and closed the door. After waiting for others to go out, Gushi locked the door, took off his smelly clothes, cleaned his skin with water, and then jumped into the barrel. When the warm water soaked his body, Gushi felt so comfortable that he almost screamed. But Gushi also knew that now was not the time to enjoy himself. He quickly washed the dirt off his body and dealt with his hair, at least making himself less smelly. After completing all this, Gushi climbed out of the barrel. At this time, in the kitchen of the tavern, Shaya also talked to the waiter about Gushi's situation. The guy said he had a bad stomach and needed something softer. Which side of the incision was this? The waiter who was making the soup added some meat cubes and red wine to the soup, then raised his head and said to Shaya, "Do you think it's possible that what he said was not the incision, but his thoughts? How can this be?" Shaya looked unconvinced. "Is this impossible? Everyone in the underworld knows that we are a thieves' guild. But there are always civilians who don't know our identity. 1 or 2 people come in to have a drink. Isn't this normal? This is not normal. Anyway, I have been here for 3 years, and I have never encountered anything like this." "Then you've met him now. Okay. This soup is ready. You can bring some bread with him, and let him finish eating and leave quickly. It's okay now that it's daytime, but we won't be able to protect him at night." As the waiter spoke, he poured the freshly cooked soup into the bowls. Shaya still looked unbelieving at this time, but she didn't argue with the waiter. After the soup was cooked, she took a tray, put the soup and a piece of white bread on it, and walked out of the kitchen easily holding it with her hands. As she walked away, she said, "What a ghost. After training for so long, this is the first time I actually serve food to the guests." Gushi didn't know what was happening below. He washed the clothes with hot water and smelled that there was no peculiar smell before hanging the wet clothes on the bedside. Gushi had already planned to leave here as soon as his clothes were a little dry. The tavern in front of me is clearly not a kind place. But just when Gushi was spreading out all his clothes to dry, The door was suddenly pushed open. Gushi looked back and found Shaya walking and holding a tray. I remember locking the door. It's locked. But as far as we're concerned, this kind of lock is of no use. This is your food. Tell me, what's your business here? I fell into the Isis River. Find a place to wash yourself. How can I get out without the stench all over my body? Fall into the Isis River? I'm afraid you don't know that this place is 3 blocks away from the Isis River. I know. I walked all the way. I didn't find a suitable place to take a bath. Seeing that Shaya was about to get angry, Gushi could only say helplessly, but there is a pub opposite our house. Why did you choose us? Shaya still didn't want to believe that Gushi came in just for this reason. In her opinion, Gushi must have come in for a mission. Gushi didn't know how to answer Shaya's question. He finally said, I saw your sign looked familiar, so I came right in. Why? Is there any problem? No. Shaya finally believed Gushi's words. She said dejectedly, your meal is here. Leave quickly if you have nothing to do. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave at night. After saying that, Shaya put the food on the table next to the bed and prepared to retreat. As she retreated to the door, Gushi suddenly stopped her. Wait, do you have any other services? Shaya glanced at Gushi's waist and said, yes, but I won't do it. If you want, I'll call someone over for you. No, I mean to hear what you mean. Is this the Thieves' Guild or the Intelligence Hut? Gushi knew that Shaya had made a mistake, so he quickly explained. After hearing what Gushi said, Shaya's eyes also lit up. Thieves' Guild? Are you planning to steal something? I know you have a mission. Tell me quickly, and I will give you a 20% discount. Seeing Shaya so excited, Gushi hesitated. At this time, Shaya strode up to Gushi, her face almost touching Gushi's. I wonder what's wrong with you. You're so hesitant. Can you do it? If not, stop whining. I don't plan to steal anything. I just want to find someone to do something for me. Chapter 34 Land Exchange Plan. Oh, that's all. Shaya took 2 steps back with an unhappy look on her face, lifted her body slightly, and sat on the edge of the barrel. When she raised her legs, she squeezed the red skirt between her legs. The red gauze skirt wrapped her round thighs and looked like a glorious jade pillar. Where are you looking? Seeing Gushi looking over, Shaya just pulled up her dress, but had no intention of jumping down. I'm not looking anywhere. Just tell me if you can handle this. Such a simple thing can definitely be done. Tell me, who are you looking for? Our destiny compass has been in Victoria for hundreds of years, and we have connections. If you want to find someone, all you need to do is give a name and information. Even if it turns into bones, we can dig it out for you. It's not that troublesome. I just want to ask you to help find a broker to help me deal with real estate issues. A broker? Dealing with real estate issues. This is simple. But what kind of real estate do you want to deal with? You don't need to tell me the detailed address. Just tell me a big area, and I will arrange manpower for you directly. Shaya became less and less interested after hearing this. She didn't know where she took out a shiny silver knife and polished her nails there. Camden District. I have a land purchase order of 300 square meters. I don't want to buy more. I want to at least get a piece of land in Camden District. What did you say? Shaya jumped down from the edge of the bucket as soon as she heard this. Camden? What's wrong? Is it inconvenient there? Gushi looked at Shaya with some confusion. He didn't quite understand why the other party was so nervous. No. Do you have a land purchase order? What Shaya was concerned about was not which district, but the land purchase order in Gushi's hand. Yes. Why do you want to rob it? Gushi's eyes narrowed, and the way he stared at Shaya changed. Shaya felt a chill all over her body, as if a dagger was placed on her neck. No. Our destiny compass is a guild of order. There is no such thing as gangsters eating gangsters. Don't be too nervous. Gushi did not say anything, nor did he retract his methods. He just watched Shaya's performance quietly. I really don't mean that. It's just that I'm familiar with this job. No. I mean, I can do this job. 2. Gushi looked at Shaya again and took a step back. Only then did Shaya feel the chill on her body disappear. At this time, Shaya finally breathed a sigh of relief, and no longer had the previous attitude of looking down on Gushi. Shaya has already seen that Gushi is also a professional, although he doesn't know what his profession is. It is obvious that he is not the kind of reckless profession. She had no intention of irritating Gushi before she could determine Gushi's career. Why are you interested in the land purchase order? Gushi did not say whether he agreed with Shaya's participation in this matter. but asked another question. He felt that the attitude of Shea in front of him was not right. Actually, it's nothing. Just a few days ago, my mentor also accepted a job and exchanged a land purchase order for a large apartment building. I was a little curious at the time as to why those people approached my mentor to do this business. But my mentor didn't tell me. I didn't ask any more questions. It just so happened that you also had such a land purchase order. So my reaction was a little bigger. Gushi stared at Shaya, not saying whether he believed her or not. Gushi's eyes made Shaya feel a little nervous. Shaya was about to say something, but Gushi picked up the bread beside her, dipped it in the soup, and slowly began to eat. Hey, what's your attitude? His attitude is that he doesn't believe you. At this time, the waiter's voice sounded from behind Shaya. When Shaya heard this, she lowered her head quickly and said, Teacher, why are you here? If I don't come over, you will tell everything about the other customers. The waiter patted Shaya on the head. If you continue like this, you will never be able to pass the trial. Okay, I'm just curious. Shaya lowered her head and muttered. The waiter didn't know what to say. After driving Shaya out, the waiter looked at Gushi. I heard that you have a land purchase order for Camden. What do you want to exchange for it? If the land in Camden is not available, it would be okay to replace it with an already built house. But I need a detached house. Gushi only intends to leave an anchor point of his own in this game world so that he can come and visit often. So a separate house is what Gushi must have. Otherwise, next time he comes in, I don't know where he will appear. After listening to Gushi's request, the waiter had some ideas. It's not easy to do what you asked for. Let me tell you directly. Something is wrong with the current situation in Camden District. A large client said that Camden District will be demolished 3 times and is using a land purchase order or other means to exchange for a house in Camden District. The housing prices there are much higher now. Even the land on the street has been sold a lot. If you want a separate house, you can't buy it now. It's not that the instructor can't be changed. It's just that the position is not good. Shaya poked her head outside the door and whispered, It's none of your business. Shut up. The waiter pushed Shaya out the door with his backhand. After closing the door, the waiter looked at Gushi again. I'm sorry. She's just a brainless person. It's okay. I just want to ask if you can get a 300 square meter open space in Camden. What I want is not a 300 square meter room, but an open space. Gushi made his request. The waiter shook his head immediately upon hearing this. That's impossible. It's very difficult for Camden to get land now, let alone a large land like 300 square meters. Upon hearing this, Gushi said directly, Forget it. I'll find someone to ask. After saying that, Gushi packed up the clothes hanging on the bedside and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. That's it. Are you willing to sell your land purchase order? The waiter stopped Gushi when he saw that he wanted to leave. I don't want to. Gushi shook his head affirmatively. I also plan to have a place to live in Camden. Just as the waiter was about to speak, Shaya opened the door secretly and peeked in. I have a way. I have a way. Shaya, this is none of your business. Get out. The waiter was also a little annoyed. Teacher, I really have a way. You remember the place at the junction of Camden and Damingway. We cannot change the house in Camden to the house in Damingway. Hearing this, Gushi turned his head and glanced at the waiter. The waiter looked at Gushi with some embarrassment. The Damingway district is actually right next to the Camden district. The environment is actually the same, and the housing prices are similar. And I know that there are several pieces of land in the Camden district. On the street, if only there were a few more lines, this would be Camden. But just a little bit away. The area between Shangqing district and Zhongqing district is designated here. Many people are not willing to buy houses in Damingway area. Having said this, the waiter couldn't help but look at Gushi. Gushi understood what he meant. It can be changed, but it requires a larger piece of land. At least 500 square meters. Chapter 35 Street. Make a deal. The waiter said happily. Guest, how about we go to Damingway district now? Looking at the waiter's appearance, Gushi felt that he seemed a little careless. I'm warning you. I'm not that easy to fool. Although I agree to go to Damingway district, it must be close to the land in Camden district. Regarding Gushi's righteous attitude, the waiter said with a smile, Guests, please rest assured that our Destiny Compass Guild has never let our customers down. After speaking, the waiter made an inviting gesture, and Shaya outside the door was even more eager to try and wanted to follow. But Gushi said with some embarrassment, Can you go out for a while? At least let me put on clothes. As a result, Shea not only did not retreat, but also stuck her head in, as if to say, I haven't seen anything. Gushi put on the freshly washed clothes. He didn't care that the clothes were still wet. But Gushi didn't care at all. At least the clothes were not so smelly now, and could be worn. Seeing Gushi like this, the waiter couldn't help but frown. As a thief, what he dislikes the most is dressing up in such a way that can easily reveal his whereabouts. But Gushi was not his subordinate, so he couldn't say anything. All I could do was watch Gushi put on his clothes, then drink up the soup with bread, eat it in his hand and walk out. Teacher, look at his arrogant appearance. What kind of profession does he look like? With how thin he is most likely a necromancer. The waiter whispered. Shea, please stay in the store later, and don't go out. It doesn't matter. Shea rolled her eyes. It's not dark yet. And there's no one in the store. So I can't have any influence. The waiter glared at her. And Shea shrank her head, and hid herself behind the door. You think I won't go because of this? You're overthinking it. The waiter didn't pay much attention to Shaya's attitude. On the one hand, this was a test for Shaya. And on the other hand, he was doing it for Gushi to see. His meaning was actually very obvious. He didn't intend to bring such a troublesome person with him, just to show Gushi that he was professional. It's just that Gushi didn't understand what the waiter meant at all. At this time, his thoughts were based on the waiter's familiarity with the nearby roads. This waiter is worthy of being a member of the Thieves' Guild. And he is quite familiar with the streets and alleys nearby. Sometimes there is no road ahead, but he opens a small door and walks into another alley. Gushi followed the waiter and almost got lost. Even though there was someone leading the way during the day, Gushi believed that if anyone dared to enter this alley area at night, it would take at least 3 to 5 hours to find the way out. This area is also connected to many streets. The waiter took Gushi out of this alley area in a few turns. Greenwich Street is in front of us. After crossing this street, we will reach Northumberland Avenue, which is also the junction of Camden and Daming Way. The waiter walked and introduced carefully. Gushi followed behind, looking around at the street in front of him. There seemed to be relatively tall buildings on both sides of the street in front of me. There were no storefronts on the street, and there were no signs other than the house number. It didn't look like a good place. Seeing Gushi looking around, the waiter quickly gave him a hand. Don't look around. There's a street here nicknamed Great Scotland Yard. You don't want to injure yourself. Gushi immediately realized that this street was connected to Scotland Yard. No wonder there aren't any markings. But the location is good, as Scotland Yard is right outside the door, and there are few petty thieves nearby. Gushi was thinking this when he glanced at the waiter leading the way. This guy seems to be a thief, and he is walking freely on Greenwich Street. It seems that Scotland Yard's deterrence is not that strong. The waiter didn't know what Gushi was thinking, so he led Gushi through the street, and they entered the Daming Way district. As soon as he entered the street, Gushi found that this street was very different from the previous Greenwich Street. The buildings on the street are not that tall anymore, and each building looks like an apartment building. Between the buildings, there are sometimes 1 or 2 vacant lots or abandoned old buildings. Because Gushi requested to stay close to the Camden area, the waiter did not lead Gushi inside. He just pointed out to Gushi a few apartment buildings or land that could be sold on this street. This piece of land can be used for exchange. Although it is relatively narrow and long, it has the advantage of being long. At least it has a large area. It only covers an area of nearly 600 square meters. Because of the terrain, it has never been sold. If you want to exchange it, you can easily get the land purchase order in the 300 Camden area. You can build it however you want, as long as it's not taller than other nearby buildings. Also, this small building is for sale. Look at this gate. As soon as you go out of the gate, you will see the main street of Camden District. If you walk past it, you will be in Camden District. After all, the waiter is not an intermediary, and his explanation is a bit stiff. But the interest requirements are not high, and the area is large enough, just on the edge of Camden. So Gushi quickly set his sights on a building that was being put up for sale. It was a 3-story building, which was only 5 buildings away from Greenwich Street. The building looked new, and the front door had just been opened. Painted, just outside the building. Gushi liked it very much. When the waiter saw Gushi like this, he was willing to tell him more. Although the owner of this building is not a guest of their guild is doing a big business. The land purchase order for Camden is the most useful thing. It is quite simple to replace such a building. But just as Gushi was about to take a breath, his eyes suddenly swept outward and pointed at the intersection of Greenwich Street and Northumberland Avenue. Wait, What's going on there? Greenwich Street and Northumberland Avenue are in a T-shaped direction. Where Gushi pointed, there happened to be a collapsed building. The original area of this building was not too small. About 320 square meters. But as the building collapsed, all the building materials were piled on the ground, making it look quite messy. The waiter looked at it and said directly, what else could be going on? The ownership of this land is unclear. The original landowner always said that it belonged to Greenwich Street and was considered part of Camden District. But in fact, at a glance, you can tell that it is the middle section of Northumberland Avenue. How can it belong to Camden District? So that's how it got delayed. Gushi looked at the ruins and thought seriously. If I am willing to admit that this belongs to the Damingway District, will the price be cheaper? Chapter 36 Promise. This is really good. The waiter thought about it seriously and believed that if Gushi was really willing to say that this location was in Damingway District, he believed that many people would be willing to help Gushi complete this transaction. After all, the issue of this ruin has been entangled for many years. But no one can convince anyone. If the owner of the ruins were to succeed in his plan and claim that this was land in Camden, every homeowner there would make such a request. But if not, this ruin is right at the end of Greenwich Street. There must be an end to Greenwich Street. So this thing has been noisy. And the waiter knows this. If Gushi could really exchange for this ruin, it would solve a problem for Damingway and Camden districts. I believe no one would object to this. If you really want this place, I can help you change it. In fact, except that this location does not belong to Camden District. It is no different from Camden District. You can see that other houses have to walk a few steps. But in this location, you don't have to walk even one step to get out of the house. It's the Camden area. If it weren't for some people having an idea, this place would have been sold long ago. If I can make the decision and don't buy it, and then think about moving it to Camden, I can definitely do it. Okay. I can write a power of attorney, or something like that now, Gushi said decisively. If we don't occupy such a good place, we might as well find some useless places in the back. The waiter was also happy when he heard it. Sign another commission agreement and ask me. Ask our Destiny Compass Guild to help with this matter. It will only take 3 days. After 3 days, this land will be yours. Gushi nodded. 3 days was not too long. And he had other things to do in Victoria City. So he could use these 3 days to deal with these things. 3 days later, this ruin should be in his hands. He would then place the anchor point here, exit the game, and go back to report his profession. While Gushi was thinking about this, the waiter had already written down 2 copies of the power of attorney and the authorization agreement. Gushi took a closer look and found that it was written exactly as he said, and there were no other incomprehensible patterns. Gushi then signed the agreement and then took out the land purchase order. The waiter took a look at the land purchase order and nodded affirmatively. Yes, this is the first batch of land purchase orders. Although so many years have passed, the legal effect is still there. Don't worry. I will definitely get everything done within 3 days. Okay. Gushi smiled happily. And then he was about to say where he would stay for the next 3 days. But when he was about to open his mouth, he found that he couldn't tell where he would go next. Seeing Gushi's troubled expression, the waiter smiled and said, Don't worry. There is no one in Victoria City whom we can't find. I will look for you in 3 days. Seeing the waiter's confident look, Gushi nodded. After the waiter walked away, Gushi looked back at Greenwich Street, then turned and walked in the other direction. Gushi planned to find a place to stay first. It was getting dark. The last time Gushi ran to Victoria's cemetery at night, he was hit by a club. Now Gushi doesn't want to be caught again. Gushi didn't want to see Victoria City at night at all. He would rather stay in a tavern or hotel and enjoy the scenery than go out in the middle of the night to commit suicide. As for his plan, it doesn't matter if he waits until tomorrow. Anyway, those corpses have been carried away for a long time. No less than a few days. After leaving Northumberland Avenue, Gushi found that he seemed to be near the Isis River again. It's just that his current location is on the other side of the Isis River, which is different from the location where he fell into the water before. The Victoria Bridge over the Isis River can be clearly seen here. Gushi planned to find a tavern by the river to stay first. If there were beds, he would find a place to sleep. If there were no beds, he would sit and drink and eat something to take care of his stomach. He had been extremely hungry during this period, and now he couldn't even feel his stomach moving. After he returned this time, it took him 3 to 5 months to regain the weight he had lost. But just when Gushi looked up and was about to find a tavern, he suddenly discovered that there was a human head hanging under the Victoria Bridge. I don't know how long the head has been hanging, or what kind of treatment it has undergone. The entire head has turned black, but people can clearly see his facial features and angry expression. Seeing this situation, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. Who is this? To be suppressed by Britain under the bridge. He must have done many things against Britain. Looking in the direction of the head hanging on the bridge, Gushi found a pretty good tavern. The main entrance of this pub was staring at the head hanging on the bridge. The average person may not be able to stand this situation, but there will always be some abnormal people. Therefore, the business of this tavern is pretty good. It is now in the evening, and there are already many people sitting and drinking outside the tavern. Gushi even noticed that some of these drinkers would secretly raise their glasses to toast the heads hanging at the bottom of the bridge. This situation made Gushi understand one thing. There was someone behind this tavern. In an environment like Victoria, this means safety. Gu Zaiqiang was afraid of thieves, spies, or other nocturnal professionals in Victoria City. He didn't want to cause any trouble in the last few days. So Gushi walked to the tavern openly, opened the door of the tavern, and flicked a 1 shilling coin over the bar. I want to find a place to stay for one night. Is there a suitable place? A shilling a night for a third-class room. If you add 9 pence to that, you get breakfast the next morning. If you add another shilling, a pretty girl sneaks into your room at midnight and leaves by herself at daybreak. Just give me a quiet room. Gushi glanced at the maids who were walking around on the first floor of the tavern, and then made a decisive decision. Okay, your room is on the second floor. The third room after you go upstairs. The bartender didn't try to persuade Gushi, but just raised his hand and threw a key over. Gushi took the key and said, "Do you have any wine and dried meat? If so, please prepare some for me. We will pay for it later." "Okay, I'll help you bring it up later." The bartender looked around, blinked at Gushi, and made a look of understanding. Chapter 37 Westminster Abbey. Early the next morning, Gushi, who had some back pain, slowly climbed out of bed. The rare deep sleep made Gushi feel in good spirits. But for some reason, his waist always felt a little sore. But fortunately, 1 shilling is worth 1 shilling. Although it is a third-class room, it should have everything. Even Gushi's clothes were taken and ironed. Now Gushi finally doesn't have to wear wet clothes. After putting on his clothes, Gushi picked up the dried meat on the bedside table, bit it in his mouth, and then walked out of the room. As soon as I went downstairs, the bartender, who was cleaning the bar, raised his head. "Guest, how did you sleep last night? Do you need me to keep your room for you?" "I slept well, but I wanted to change rooms tonight." As Gushi spoke, he put a shilling on the table. The bartender understood instantly. "Okay, I'll arrange a clean room for you tonight." At the same time, he pushed a key in front of Gushi. Gushi took the key and asked casually, "By the way, do you know how to get to Westminster Abbey? What are you doing there?" "There are graveyards for rich people," the bartender asked, looking confused. "There used to be a church in Victoria City, but it was demolished at some point. An ancestor of my family is buried in the cemetery behind that church. As a result, when the church was demolished, no one knew where the bodies were moved to. The only thing that is certain is that the body of a knight in the church was moved to Westminster Abbey. So I wanted to go over there and see if there were any records of tomb relocation there. So that's it." After listening to Gushi's explanation, the bartender stopped asking any more questions. Although the British don't pay attention to these things, they won't have anyone to care about them. Gushi has such a need, so he will naturally not try to persuade him. The Westminster Abbey you want to go to is located behind the upper city level. It's actually not that far from here. You can go out from here, take steam bus number 19, and get off at Minot Station. Westminster Abbey is so big that you can see it at first glance when you get off the car. Thank you very much. After finding out the route, Gushi didn't stay for long. He bit some jerky and went out. After leaving the pub, Gushi looked up at the sky. The city of Victoria was still foggy like yesterday. Without a light, the visibility would not exceed 30 meters. If it's at night, the visibility is even lower. Even if you stand under a streetlight at night, you can only see a distance of 7 or 8 meters in all directions. Any further away, let alone a male or a female, you can't even see if there is anyone there. Therefore, all kinds of vehicles on the road, whether they are horse-drawn carriages or steam locomotives, will keep ringing their bells when they are moving. If you don't hear that you were killed, then your death was in vain. While waiting for the bus, Gushi heard the unique sound of steam bus number 19. Ding beep ding. Then a huge headlight appeared in the white mist. Under the steam and white mist, Gushi could clearly see the number 19 written on the headlight. Coming! Gushi, who was about to get on the car, took a step forward. But at this moment, Gushi felt the sound of light footsteps suddenly coming from behind him. Gushi was afraid of the thieves everywhere in Victoria's city. There are thieves everywhere, including those waiting for a car. Without thinking, Gushi turned around and shoved the dried meat in his mouth into the hands of the thief. The thief originally wanted to steal the money in Gushi's pocket, but he didn't expect Gushi to turn around like this. He was still looking confused as he grabbed the dried meat. At this time Gushi pointed at him. Secondary corpse explosion. Then I quickly jumped on the number 19 steam bus. Before the thief could react, the dried meat in his hand exploded with a loud bang. The power of the explosion was not that great, about the same as that of a small firecracker. But it was an explosion no matter what. And the thief was still holding on to the dried meat. As soon as it exploded, the thief's hand was crippled on the spot. The thieves who were stunned by the explosion couldn't even realize the idea of chasing Gushi. They could only watch Gushi jump on the number 19 steam bus and leave like this. Gushi, who took action at the last moment, didn't know that he was being noticed. He took out a piece of dried meat from his pocket and bit it in his mouth. Gushi discovered that this kind of dried meat was actually quite good. Not only could it be eaten, it was also quite powerful when used to fry people. The most important thing is that it is cheap. And it is much easier to throw this kind of jerky than throwing a throwing knife. Even this jerky can sometimes kill people. Besides, it is much more reasonable for you to carry a dried meat on the road than a throwing knife. Looking at his choice with satisfaction, Gushi happily considered how to make good use of this discovery. For example, burn some dried meat and see if it will bring the power of fire when using corpse explosion. Or maybe add some poison to this dried meat? While Gushi was thinking about this matter, he was chewing the dried meat in his mouth. Unconsciously, he found that the number 19 steam bus had actually driven onto the Victoria Bridge. The moment the bus entered the bridge, Gushi felt something sweep over him. Just when Gushi was about to stand up and resist, that feeling disappeared instantly. Gushi, who was frightened out of his wits, understood that this was the control of Victoria's city by the official professionals of Victoria. In particular, vehicles entering and exiting Victoria Bridge are under their surveillance. All professions actually know this, but they have no way to resist. Gushi was an outsider and didn't know the situation in Victoria's city, so it was inevitable that he would be frightened. Fortunately, this kind of monitoring is just a casual sweep, and there is no intention to keep a close eye on all professionals. After crossing the Victoria Bridge, this kind of surveillance disappeared. Gushi could finally let go of his worries and found a seat to sit down. The journey was much smoother afterwards. Gushi, who had been sitting by the window, discovered that after so many years of construction, the city of Victoria had become much larger. Although the steam bus moved quickly, it took about an hour to reach Gushi's destination, Mianui Station. The reason why I knew I had reached my destination was because the steam bus turned a corner, and a tall church appeared directly opposite the steam bus. Without any introduction, Gushi knew that this church was his destination, Westminster Abbey. But looking at Westminster Abbey in front of him from a distance, Gushi felt that things might not go so smoothly for him this time. Others may not be able to see it, but Gushi can see that there are at least 3 white halos spreading outward with Westminster Abbey as the center. This is the performance of a professional after his strength breaks through level 20. In other words, there are at least 3 professionals above level 20 in this church. And it is still the existence of the Holy Light series. Chapter 38 Paladin Heart. Disgusting Holy Light. After getting out of the car, Gushi looked up at Westminster Abbey and muttered silently in his heart. It's not that he doesn't like the Holy Light. It's that the necromancer and the Holy Light lineage are naturally opposite to each other. After all, if one has negative energy and the other has positive energy, it is a good thing if both sides stand together without conflict. Peaceful communication is simply impossible. Not to mention that the Victoria City Church also functions as a cemetery. Gushi hesitated for a moment, then turned around and prepared to leave. The moment Gushi turned around, he found a man wearing heavy gold-plated armor standing behind him at some point. As soon as he turned around, he was face to face with him. The man had long blonde hair and a beautiful mustache, and looked more like a nobleman. However, the strong aura of holy light on his body could not deceive anyone. The first time he saw him, Gushi judged that this was at least a paladin of level 5 or above. What is a necromancer doing here? Regarding the rude words of the person in front of him, Gushi had no intention of getting along with him peacefully. Why is a paladin so nosy? This is your home. The man was stunned and pointed at Westminster Abbey in the back. This is really my home. Okay. Did you say that necromancers can't come here? Gushi glanced around and noticed some white-robed priests walking nearby. That's not true. But there are many heroic spirits sleeping inside and outside the church. So the necromancer is not welcome to visit. Okay. I won't go in. I'll just take a look outside. The man was stunned for a moment. Why did this sentence sound so familiar to him? That won't work either. Leave me now, and don't let me do anything. Wait. Don't worry. I'm really not here to cause trouble. You also know that I am a necromancer. I recently met an undead. He found that his body had been removed, and he could not find his grave. You should understand what I'm talking about. So I came here to check and see if I can find out where his grave is. Gushi quickly made up a reason. The man looked at Gushi for a long time. Then put away his aura and said, Go outside the square to talk. Don't stand in the square. Gushi glanced at Westminster Abbey helplessly, knowing that he had no way to go in now. So he could only follow the man and leave the main square in front of Westminster Abbey. Fortunately, this man did not become hostile to Gushi because of his identity. In his opinion, both paladins and necromancers have embarked on different career paths due to their natural characteristics. And there is no opposition or difference. As long as Gushi has no intention of attacking Westminster Abbey, and as long as he doesn't snatch the souls or corpses of the heroic spirits stored in Westminster Abbey, there is no need for him to have any conflict with Gushi. So when he saw that Gushi was willing to leave the main square in front of Westminster Abbey with him, he still had a good impression of Gushi. You can call me Sir Hart. I am a level 5 paladin of Westminster Abbey. Hello, Sir Hart. I am. Gushi hesitated for a moment, and finally did not say his name was Sandrew or anything like that. Instead, he borrowed the name from the land purchase order and said his name was Joseph, a level 2 necromancer. After listening to Gushi's words, Hart looked Gushi up and down. You are so thin. Even if someone says you are a level 5 necromancer, they will believe it. Gushi wanted to say that he had lost weight due to hunger, but in the end, he did not say such words, but asked a question he really wanted to ask. Didn't you say that the paladin and the necromancer would fight as soon as they met? How could you do this to me? Who told you that? How could a paladin fight a necromancer? If they had to fight, they would fight a death knight. Hart rolled his eyes at Gushi. You are a rookie professional from outside, right? Haven't reported to the Necromancer Guild yet? Is there such a good thing? Of course. You really don't know, right? Necromancers are also the most important part of Victoria City. Without necromancers, there would be no one to deal with the corpses that fall on the streets every night. The water in the Isis River and the sewers, there is no one to take care of ghosts. How can you let those superior people live in Victoria City? It all depends on us paladins. Don't think about it. Holy Light can deal with ghosts, but it consumes too much. So Victoria needs a necromancer. After finishing speaking, Hart raised his head proudly and said, Don't look at me so adoringly. I am just the ideological pace-setter of the church school for 3 consecutive terms. While speaking, Hart even picked up his hair, and the white teeth in his mouth even shone so brightly. Okay. Then actually helping souls find their bodies is something that should also be handled by the Guild of Necromancers? Yes. But in all these years, I have never gone out of my way to find corpses like you. The method of processing them by the necromancer is quite simple. Just package them and turn them into an undead army. While they were talking, they had already walked out of the main square in front of Westminster Abbey. After he couldn't feel the influence of the holy light, Hart changed the topic. By the way, who are you looking for? Did he say his name, date of birth and death, etc.? No. You also know that the undead may not remember anything. The only thing he can remember is that there is the body of Knight Boss in the chapel where he was buried. This is the only clue he left. Knight of Boss? Then you are really looking for the right place. If you delay for a few months, you really won't be able to find the place. What happened? Gushi asked curiously. There are too many heroic souls that can be enshrined in Westminster Abbey, and they are planning to lead the corpse of Knight Bows to other churches. Gushi suddenly became curious. What happened? Nothing. It's just that a new knight's body was recently arranged to enter Westminster Abbey. There were too many corpses of the same level, and the saints in the church couldn't suppress it. So they had to move the body of Knight Bows out. When the time comes to find the body of Knight Boss, you will have to go to other churches to look for it, and the information from the previous removal of the body will not be followed. which means that the clues you want will be interrupted here. Then my luck is really good. Can you check where the corpses behind the church were moved to? Okay. I'll help you with this. But you have to stay here, and not get close to Westminster Abbey. Hart looked like I just don't believe you necromancers. Seeing Hart like this, she could only respond. Okay. I'll wait for you here. But how long will it take? Soon. Night bows will be moved to Westminster Abbey. This is a big event. There will be a special document to record it. The information you want is also in it. Just check it out, Hart said casually. And at the same time he repeatedly told you must stay here. And you can't go near Westminster Abbey anymore. Chapter 39 Westminster Events. In front of Westminster Abbey. Hart also returned to his team. In this team composed entirely of paladins. An old paladin with white hair patted Hart on the shoulder and said, "Why? Are you being a good person again? Captain, I tried him. That stupid new guy who didn't even know about the Necromancer Guild. Not a cultist attracted by the weird. Okay. As long as he doesn't get close to Westminster Abbey. You should pay more attention. You won't have to be so nervous after the transfer of defense in the past few days is over." Well, I know. I'll arrange for the little guy to get out first. As Hart spoke, he summoned a young man dressed as a priest in front of his captain. "This is my token. I can't leave now. Please help me go to the library's database to find the 1742 Knights of the Round Table Relics translocation record." "Oh, okay." The little priest took the token and quickly ran into Westminster Abbey. At this time, Gushi, who was in the alley near the big square, also discovered something different. Because he knew he would have to wait a long time. Gushi simply found a place to sit down and planned to have a drink. But for some reason, Gushi was targeted after he ordered a glass of weed juice. The two men who happened to be passing by him suddenly accelerated and bumped into Gushi one after another, knocking him against the wall of the tavern. Just as Gushi was about to ask what was going on, the two men grabbed Gushi's arm smoothly, and one of them reached out to press Gushi's nose. They moved very quickly, and the two of them used their bodies to block the sight of others. So no one noticed what was happening here. However, no matter how fast they were, Gushi's reaction was even faster. When the two of them grabbed his arms, a pair of bone spurs about 1 foot long popped out from the fingertips of Gushi's hands. Because these two people were relatively close, the bone spurs pierced their necks on the spot. This can be regarded as Gushi's stress reaction. He didn't care what kind of environment he was in now. If someone attacked him, he would definitely fight back with deadly force. You successfully used the bone spur and gained 1 bone spur experience point. You successfully used the bone spur and gained 1 bone spur experience point. Kill the cultist, level 1, and gain 10 experience points. Kill the cultist, level 1, and gain 11 experience points. Cultist? Looking at the message that popped up, Gushi couldn't help but shout. He never expected that just by his jump, all the people passing by who were eating and drinking would jump up. Some people drew their weapons and shouted, "What cultists? Where are the cultists?" Others silently drew their weapons and rushed towards Westminster Abbey. Gushi also noticed their movement. Something happened at Westminster Abbey today. This should be what Hart said about the relocation of night bows. It seemed that the cultists were planning to rob something in Westminster Abbey. But Gushi was a little curious as to why these cultists would attack him. In fact, there were many things that Gushi didn't understand. That was because Gushi knew too little. Burials are being moved at Westminster Abbey. But they are not moving them as Hart said. There are too many corpses of the same level. But there is another reason. As a famous church in Britain, many British celebrities are buried here. At the same time, the holy bones or relics of some powerful men were also buried. They buried these things here not to prevent the necromancers from stealing the bodies of these powerful men and making them powerful undead. Instead, they used the power left by these powerful men to suppress some strange or uncontrollable things. The situation in Westminster Abbey has been a little unusual these days. This is because a strange creature they suppressed suddenly increased in level for some reason. And its properties also changed. The original plan to suppress this strange creature became less effective, and Westminster Abbey had to temporarily replace several relics and remains that originally belonged to paladins or stronger knights with relics and remains of mages or strong men. Use this to adapt to the changes that have occurred in this strange thing. However, the defense force of Westminster Abbey received a message that this strange object was exactly what a certain cult force hidden in Victoria City wanted to obtain. They wanted to take advantage of Westminster Abbey's defense change to attack Westminster Abbey and steal this artifact that was equivalent to an artifact for them. This time, they have been lurking outside Westminster Abbey, looking for suitable opportunities. The defense forces of Westminster Abbey were also aware of this situation, but they had no way of judging who was a cultist. So they could only arrange some personnel near the main square to keep an eye on the tourists coming and going. Otherwise, how could he be discovered by a paladin in the first place? Gu Shihui was attacked by cultists entirely because of an accident. Gu Shi was noticed by many people because he was sent to the edge of the square by heart. And one of the cultists who attacked Gu Shi recognized Gu Shi, because Gu Shi was a living sacrifice imprisoned in the underground cell of the cultist. In fact, Gu Shi's body has left the unique mark of the cultists. Now Gu Shi actually appeared here blatantly. The cultists naturally couldn't stand to see this. They wanted to secretly take Gu Shi away, or at least ask how Gu Shi escaped. As a result, the two cultists overestimated their own strength. As soon as he grabbed Gu Shi's arm, he was killed on the spot. The reminder from the system also startled the reactions of the cultists lurking nearby. They thought their ambush had been discovered, so they jumped out immediately. So the alley that was originally quiet and peaceful suddenly became chaotic. Seeing this, Gu Shi immediately threw the two corpses out. Several cultists who rushed towards Gu Shi were knocked back by the corpse. At the same time, Gu Shi pointed at a corpse. Bone shield. You used the secondary bone shield successfully, and the secondary bone shield has 1 experience point. As Gu Shi cast the spell, a corpse exploded on the spot, and a gray-white bone shield appeared next to Gu Shi. Then Gu Shi stretched out his hands and took out the broken bone club and the strange head. He leaned his back against the wall and stared at everyone in front of him. Now Gu Shi is not sure who is the good guy and who is the bad guy among these people. He only has one idea now: to save his own life and not get involved in the matter in front of him. Chapter 40. Accidents happen frequently. Boom! 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 Westminster Abbey's response was also swift. The confusion is minor, but critical. As soon as the cultists they had been guarding against appeared, the Westminster Abbey troops decisively released their long-prepared team. The paladins wearing heavy armor were divided into 8 teams, holding swords and shields, and lined up to enter the alleys near the main square. At the same time, when the bells of Westminster Abbey rang, the sound of hymns also came from the church. The white light of positive energy, centered on Westminster, swept back and forth in all directions. The light of positive energy fell on Gu Shi, and he felt that every cell in his body was about to be burned, and every inch of his skin was hot. Even the temperature of his blood increased a lot, and his face turned red, as if he had drunk too much. Gu Shi actually understood that this was a manifestation of positive energy stimulating vitality. But it's a terrible feeling. Gu Shi had to step back and back again. But he didn't want to be affected by this positive energy light. At this time, the team of paladins rushed into the alley. They held up square shields that were almost as tall as themselves. Whenever they met a stranger they were not familiar with, they would use the square shield to pin the person down. Gu Shi wanted to retreat, but was pinned down by 2 square shields. The bone shield on his body was directly crushed by the square shield, and 2 thick long swords were raised. Don't move. If you move, the brothers will take action. What the hell are you doing? Gu Shi was angry and helpless. He wasn't involved in this at all. But the 2 paladins ignored Gu Shi, as they received orders when they took action. There is no way to determine who is the good guy and who is the bad guy now. Therefore, if you meet anyone who is not from Westminster Abbey, please control them first. If the opponent dares to resist, regardless of whether they are enemies or not, attack and kill them first. Gu Shi is obviously a necromancer, and these 2 paladins are newcomers. Their current combat effectiveness is only possible with the blessing of the hymns of Westminster Abbey. Usually they haven't even had the time to play Holy Light yet. At the moment, they have Gu Shi stuck on the wall, but they are all very nervous. The long swords in their hands are raised above their heads, and they may cut him down at any time. Seeing the nervous expressions in the eyes of the 2 paladins, he calmed down. Don't be nervous. I'm not an enemy. I won't move around. So don't move around either. Just as Gu Shi finished speaking, an explosion suddenly came from behind the 2 paladins. The swords in the hands of the 2 holy knights were unstable, and they slashed at Gu Shi on the spot. Gu Shi lowered his head and said, "Be careful." Fortunately, these 2 long swords struck the wall behind Gu Shi. Otherwise, these 2 swords could at least seriously injure Gu Shi. But Gu Shi was really frightened this time. He didn't resist before because he didn't have any conflict with the troops at Westminster Abbey. Now he can't see the situation clearly for the time being, so it's normal for him to hesitate. But he's not the kind of person who doesn't fight back when someone hits him. That's enough. If this continues, I will fight back. The two paladins did not respond to Gushi's words, and did not even pull out the long sword stuck on the wall. This situation surprised Gushi. He quickly looked at the faces of the two paladins, and found that their faces were twisting and turning, and the blood vessels around their eyes were about to pop out. Gushi tried to push the two paladins, but when Gushi pushed them, they fell directly to the ground. Gushi tried to hold him back, but before he could do anything, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. It turned out that right where the explosion had occurred, a vine root as thick as a person sprang out from the ground. There is a light pink flower growing on the top of the tree root. The shape of the flower is trumpet-shaped, and the stamen in the center is constantly spraying red filaments outward. All the people nearby were wrapped with such filaments, and it was obvious that the roots were controlling all the humans in front of him. Gushi's luck was good. He was squeezed against the wall by two paladins, and the thin threads had not hit him yet. This allowed him to escape. But Gushi also understood that he couldn't just look at it like this. Without the protection of the paladin, if he gets entangled in the filaments, he won't be able to withstand it. So Gushi scanned the battlefield in front of him, and then saw the cultist he killed at the beginning. The corpse was still some distance away from the tree root, but the situation in front of him was still manageable. Gushi's heart moved and he pointed at the corpse. Secondary corpse explosion. As an explosion sounded, the body exploded on the spot. The ordinary people nearby who fell down due to the blood-red filaments were blown up on the spot. At this time, Gushi raised his hand and said, "Bone spur." 3 bone spurs flew out and stuck into the bodies of 3 ordinary people without armor. Kill the cultist, level 2, and gain 22 experience points. Kill the cultist, level 1, and gain 11 experience points. Kill the holy oil believer, level 2, and gain 27 experience points. Gushi didn't care about the fact that he killed the wrong person. Given the current situation, Gushi couldn't care much about it. He had to find a way to break the situation. If he didn't attack the paladin, it was for heart's sake. Spiritualism. You use spiritualism successfully and get a skeleton, level 0, and 1 spiritualism experience point. You use spiritualism successfully and get a skeleton, level 0, and 1 spiritualism experience point. You failed to use the necromancer skill, and gained 1 necromancer skill experience point. Unlucky, Gushi said casually. The newly summoned skeletons are all level 0. It seems that this has not changed because he got a dead city. Then Gushi stopped paying attention to this. He waved his hand and said, "Go on. Pluck out that flower for me." Under Gushi's order, the 2 skeletons ran towards the roots of the tree. When the skeleton ran over, the tree roots also noticed the situation here, and the light pink flowers growing on the top of the roots actually closed up. Seeing Tree Jin's actions, Gushi immediately dragged the paladin, who had fallen to the ground up. Gushi's reaction was correct. When he dragged the paladin up, the light pink flower opened like a bullet and sprayed out a large amount of blood-red threads. These threads pounced on Gushi like a net. If Gushi hadn't blocked a paladin in front of him in advance, he would definitely have been stained by this red thread. After blocking the blow, Gushi pushed the paladin to the ground and then began to run out. The flower still wanted to attack Gushi, but the 2 skeletons had already rushed to the root of the tree. Under Gushi's order, they decisively grabbed the flower, pulled it down hard, and pulled out the flower the size of a human head. Down. Chapter 41. Generate a copy. Ah! As the pink flowers were pulled out by the skeleton, a scream came from Gushi's ears. The scream was sharper than Luna's banshee wail. Under this scream, Gushi spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his life plummeted to half of the level. Then Gushi felt the ground shake, as if something was trying to come out of the ground. At this time, Gushi couldn't care about anything else. He took the flowers thrown by the skeleton and roared decisively, "Run!" At the same time, he also ran towards the number 19 steam bus station. When Gushi yelled such a sentence, those who had fallen to the ground because of the threads sprayed by the flowers seemed to have reacted. They stood up from the ground in 2s and 3s. Some fled to nearby rooms, while others fled with Gushi. Some paladins stood up from the ground, gripped their swords and shields tightly, and looked directly at the roots and vines that were still twisting on the ground. There is a look of determination in their eyes. As paladins, their faith allows them to choose to fight to the end. But Gushi didn't care about that. At this time, he could clearly feel that there was danger behind him. As soon as he turns his head, he will be here forever. So Gushi didn't have time to look back. He kept running outside, and passed the number 19 steam bus station. After running about 2,000 meters, Gushi felt that the sense of danger behind him had weakened. Before he could turn around to see what was happening behind him, he was held down. Bone. Gushi was about to release Bone's spurs to strike at the attacker. But before he could move, a burst of positive energy was injected into his body, dispelling all his preparations. Gushi looked up and found a woman with short black hair standing in front of him, with cold arms pressing on her shoulders. This woman was wearing a white robe trimmed with gold, and a golden griffin was embroidered on the corner of the robe. Did you escape from Westminster? Ah. Yes. Yes. Anastasia. You should have heard my name. Can you tell me what happened in Westminster? After being asked, Gushi realized that although he had never heard of Anna's name, he knew at a glance that she was a high-level being from Britain and came here in response to the situation at hand. He quickly talked about the situation in Westminster Abbey. Anna didn't care much about Hart's help and what Gushi encountered in the alley. It wasn't until she heard Gushi plucking a pink flower that Anna asked with a serious face, "Where are the flowers?" Gushi quickly handed over the flowers in his hand. When taking the flower out, Gushi was surprised to find that the originally pink flower turned into pure black. "How can this be?" Gushi said in surprise. But the Anna in front of him was not surprised at all. Instead, he nodded with a normal expression. "It seems like this is true. The mirror is weird. Everyone, get ready and prepare to rescue Westminster Abbey." Just after Anna finished speaking, Gushi suddenly felt the space around him pause. And then his eyes moved from the vicinity of the number 19 steam bus station to the sky. From the perspective of the sky, Gushi saw the changes at Westminster Abbey. At this time, in various areas around Westminster Abbey, a large number of root vines appeared in all the alleys. There is a pink flower on each root vine. Under the influence of the flowers, nearby people were controlled by the red threads sprayed out. They struggled to resist, but in the end, they had to be controlled by the red threads and walk towards Westminster Abbey. At this time, in the middle of Westminster Abbey, a huge apple tree broke through the ceiling of the church and grew out. This huge apple tree is more than 300 meters tall, and its shade covers half of the main square of Westminster Abbey. Gushi could even see many people fighting in Westminster Abbey, but their efforts could not affect everything happening in front of them. More and more people walked to Westminster Abbey Square under the control of red silk threads. And then something hung from the apple tree, and these people were hung up. In the end, these people were like apples hanging on a tree, filling the entire tree. When Gushi saw the entire situation of Westminster Abbey clearly, he suddenly felt a pain in his head. Under such stimulation, Gushi finally came back to his senses. Anna, who had received the flowers at this time, had already handed the black flowers she had just received to an old man beside her. "Great, sir. Take this flower. We can hold on for 3 days. I hope you can find a way to deal with the weird mirror within 3 days. Princess, you can't. This is the royal coronation site. I cannot allow the mirror to take over here. This is my responsibility as a member of the royal family. Sir, I'll leave the rest to you. Let's go!" After saying a few words, Anna led the other men and headed towards Westminster Abbey without hesitation. Behind her were a large number of paladins in heavy white armor. After entering Westminster Abbey, they quickly formed a line of defense to prevent the mutation from further expanding. At this moment, a ding came from Gushi's ear. "You came into contact with the Westminster Abbey incident. As a major event that affected Victoria City, a dungeon has been automatically generated. As the first player to come into contact with this event, you got a dungeon crystal stone and can activate the dungeon 5. Second rate. Copy crystal, blue. Copy, Westminster Abbey incident, level requirement, level 5 to 10. Dungeon missions. External mission 3, 0/3. Internal mission 5, 0/5. Exclusive mission 2, 0/2. Dungeon boss, 5, 0/5. Dungeon rewards. Purple equipment, 1 piece must be produced. Blue equipment, 5 pieces must be produced. Green equipment is random. Along with a voice, there appeared a piece of blue crystal in Gushi's hand. Holding this crystal in his hand, Gushi could clearly see what was going on inside Westminster Abbey. This is exactly like the scene Gushi saw just now. It seems that everything is repeated in the crystal. Gushi understood that this was the opportunity given to him. The Westminster Abbey in front of him has become a copy. He can take the crystal out, or he can use it now. Looking back at Westminster Abbey, which was shrouded in fog, Gushi did not hesitate at all and picked up the crystal. Gushi was not stupid. One look at the current situation, and he could tell that he couldn't defeat any of the monsters inside. So what was he going to do if he rushed in? Was he going to die? If he had that much time, he might as well find a place to level up, and then come back to deal with this copy. So seeing that no one around was paying attention to him, Gucci walked out decisively. He walked far around the area of Westminster Abbey, found a station, got on a steam bus, and left this troublesome place. Although he didn't know where the steam bus was going, Gucci couldn't care about that now. He had only one thought in his mind, which was to stay as far away from this dangerous place as possible, and wait until he was strong enough to deal with the copy in front of him and rescue Anna, who had entered the copy on her own initiative. Chapter 42 Crisis on the Road. The vehicle has arrived at the terminal. All passengers are requested to take their luggage and get off the bus. Riding the steam bus all the way, when Gucci realized what he was doing, he was almost out of Victoria City. After hearing what the flight attendant said, Gucci stood up and prepared to get off. At this time, the flight attendant said again, "Take your luggage and get off." Gucci looked back and found that he was the only one left in the car. And at the back of the car, there was a not too big linen bag. This linen bag is quite conspicuous and is piled directly on a seat. Now that there was only Gucci as a passenger in the car, the flight attendant naturally thought that this was Gucci's belongings. "That's not my thing." Gucci raised his head and looked at the flight attendant. "You can find someone to handle it yourself." After saying that, Gucci was about to get off the car. The flight attendants were not happy about this. Passengers left their luggage on the bus, which was not a good thing for them, but rather a troublesome thing. This is a secret rumor or mystery that only circulates between steam bus drivers and crew members. Drivers have encountered this problem before. Passengers left their luggage on the bus, and the flight attendant and driver took the luggage away. As a result, when the bus departed the next day, the bus disappeared directly on the route. When the bus was found again, people discovered that no one in the entire bus, from the driver to the passengers, was left alive. Everyone was dead on the bus. Therefore, the attitude of all steam buses is very clear now. Luggage cannot be left on the bus. At least, the luggage cannot be taken away by the steward or driver. Seeing that Gucci was about to get off the bus, the attendant simply blocked the door. "Get your luggage and take it away." The flight attendant was 1.8 meters tall and weighed 180. He stood in front of the door and blocked the door. Gucci's mood, which had just felt better, suddenly deteriorated again. "What do you mean? I told you this is not my thing." Gucci was only halfway through what he said when an unsettling aura came from behind him. Gucci looked back and found that the entire bus had changed. The steam bus, which originally looked relatively new, started dripping water from the ceiling, and the seats looked like they had been rotting for decades. Even the flight attendant who blocked the road had changed. His skin turned green, and his body seemed to have been stuffed with a lot of fat, and it had grown in size by countless circles. There are various sutures all over the skin, which makes it obvious that he is no longer a living person. If others suddenly saw the scene in front of them, they would definitely be frightened. But Gucci is a necromancer himself. How could he not see that the changed flight attendant in front of him is still a living person? "Don't move. I'll kill you if you move." Gucci pulled out a broken bone stick and pushed it against the steward's head, preventing him from running away. Then Gucci pulled out a dagger and threw it towards the linen wrapping. The dagger flew less than half a meter in front of the linen wrapper. Before Gucci could see what was going on, the dagger disappeared. "Missed?" Gucci had a look of disbelief on his face. His throwing skills were practiced with the lives of rats in prison. He knew whether he could hit the enemy as soon as the dagger was released. There must be something wrong with the matter at hand. Gucci pointed at the linen package without saying a word. Bone spur. 3 white bones pierced the linen wrapper from 3 directions. At the same time, Gucci's eyes flashed, and the carriage returned to its original appearance. At this time, Gucci also understood that the package was a strange object. Although he was not sure what the attributes and effects of this strange object were, it was obvious that it was a kind of existence that aimed at intimidating people's hearts. But this time, this strange creature encountered a necromancer. The things he arranged were nothing in the eyes of the necromancer. Instead, he was injured by a bone spur and his bottom was exposed. Gucci, who understood the situation, would not let such a strange thing go. He rushed to the package in 3 steps and then smashed it down with a heavy bone-breaking stick. Bump! The special effect of the bone-crushing stick was activated, and the contents of the package and the wooden chair under the package were smashed into pieces. The linen wrapping the items was rolled up towards the broken bone stick with its backhand, as if it wanted to swallow the broken bone stick. When the linen cloth was opened, Gushi saw the things contained in the package. It was a broken mirror, and there were many intact souls that had lost their power. Seeing this situation, Gushi's eyes flashed with joy. He swung his left hand outward and threw the strange head at the linen cloth. At the same time, he pulled the bone-crushing stick out of the linen cloth and smashed it heavily on the mirror. Hit it again this time, and the already broken mirror turned into powder on the spot. The strange head also bit the linen tightly and dragged it backwards. Gushi took this opportunity and reached out to grab a complete soul. You get Cataclysmic Soul, green, *107. Catastrophic Soul, green, a soul extracted after being affected by a certain special method. This soul has lost the vitality that a normal soul should have, and cannot be used to make undead. It can only serve as food for the devil or material for the devil's crafts. Holding the catastrophic soul in his hand, Gushi frowned. As a necromancer, he could certainly feel that the soul in front of him was of no use anymore. This kind of soul died under the influence of a certain rule. That is, they violated a certain mortal rule. After death, their soul vitality was taken away by the rule setter. The remaining inactive souls can only be used as making materials or food, used to make undead. Even necromancers don't want it. Wait, food? An idea suddenly flashed through Gushi's mind. At this moment, the flight attendant also ran over and asked tremblingly, "What is this?" Being interrupted by the flight attendant, Gushi lost all his thoughts. He rolled his eyes at the flight attendant. "Nothing. Just some random weirdness. You have nothing to do here. I'll take care of it." As he spoke, Gushi smashed the powder left on the mirror. Only when the mirror turned into ashes did Gushi stop what he was doing. At this time, Gushi's broken bone stick was covered with this powder. Gushi picked up a cataclysmic soul and pressed it hard on the broken bone stick. In the next moment, what looked like a mace turned into a wooden stick more than 1 meter long, similar to a civilized stick. The black stick was covered with a little silver powder. Looking at it's a little bit pretty. The bone-crushing stick is strengthened and upgraded to the shattering staff. Shattering staff, green. Wooden stick. Attack 4 to 6. Equipment requirements, strength 2. Special, crush. When attacking an enemy, there is a 75% chance of shattering the enemy's bones, armor, or other defenses. Explanation, stick. Stick. Smash is your name. Either you bring smash to others, or you yourself are smashed to pieces by others. After completing the strengthening of the broken bone stick, Gushi discovered that his strange head had turned into a mummy wrapped in linen. At this point, there was no way Gushi could understand what was going on. He immediately stuffed a catastrophe soul into the mouth of the strange head. As a result, the head shrank rapidly, becoming only the size of a normal human thumb. And at the same time, there was more and more linen. Just as the strange head was about to complete its transformation, Gushi's face suddenly changed. He swung out the crushing rod and knocked the shrunken head away. Boom! In the next moment, the carriage of the steam bus expanded rapidly, becoming half the size of a football field. A man in black robe walked out from the other end of the carriage. I said the weirdness got out of control. It turned out that someone destroyed my arrangement. Chapter 43, Dropping the City Gate on the Battlefield. When the man in black robe stood up, Gushi's first reaction was that this guy in front of him was not a cultist. Before the man in black robe could say another word, Gushi raised his hand and faced 3 bone spurs over there. But before the 3 bone spurs could fly in front of the man in black robe, 2 more black figures appeared beside the man in black robe, blocking the blow for him in black robe. Then the man in black robe said with a ferocious smile, "I originally wanted to leave you a way to live, but now you are seeking your own death. Come on." Gushi took a step back and looked at the 2 black figures walking towards him, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Who gave you the courage to outnumber the necromancer?" Without seeing Gushi make any move, a stone door appeared behind him. Gushi retreated to the center of the door. Before the man in black robe could realize what was going on, nearly 40 skeleton soldiers rushed out of the gate. The ones who rushed at the front were the skeleton soldiers of Combat Team 3. They quickly surrounded Gushi and protected him with a single move of their shields. After that, the skeleton soldiers of Combat Team 1 rushed forward, holding 2-handed swords. But no matter who the enemy was, they just saw the black figure and chopped it with their hands. The man in black robe did not expect that Gushi would release undead on the battlefield in this way. At first, He thought that he could take advantage of a necromancer who didn't have any undead around him. But he didn't expect that this would be the result. The man in black robe waved his hand, and 2 more black figures appeared at his feet. Then the black figures turned into black figures and rushed forward quickly. The man in black robe retreated at a faster speed, as if he was planning to leave. But just when the man in black robe took a step back, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Then the black robe man's movements obviously slowed down. There was even a layer of frost on his arms. The man in black robe was also considered a veteran. When he encountered such a thing, he didn't even look back to see what was going on behind him. Instead, he leaned forward and rolled forward a certain distance. But Luna, who appeared behind the man in black robe, had no intention of letting him go. When the man in black robe rolled forward, Luna opened her mouth and screamed. Ah! Luna's banshee wail was quite powerful. Now it was almost unfolding in the ears of the man in black robe. The man in black robe was hit by the banshee wail immediately. He was rolling forward and preparing to get up to fight again. He only felt his head. A pain. Then his eyes turned red. His mouth felt sweet. And he lost all strength. At this time, Gushi's battle team 2 rushed up. These skeleton soldiers with spears ignored the black figures released by the men in black robes, and stabbed the men in black robes with their spears. Combat Team 2 had the largest number of skeleton soldiers. With their attack, the man in black robe's life quickly dropped to the bottom. The man in black robe wanted to save him again, but a skeleton soldier holding a 2-handed sword rushed over at this moment, raised his sword and cut off his head with one strike. Skeleton soldiers, summons, kill shadows, level 3. You get 1 experience point. The combat team gets 1 experience point, and the summons gets 5 experience points. Skeleton soldiers, summons, kill shadows, level 3. You get 1 experience point. The combat team gets 1 experience point, and the summons gets 7 experience points. Skeleton soldiers, summons, kill shadow cultists, level 5. You get 1 experience point. The combat team gets 1 experience point. The contracted undead get 3 experience points, and the summons participating in the battle get 4 experience points. As various killing messages flashed in front of Gushi, Gushi also knew who this black-robed man was. He turned out to be a cultist, and he was a level 5 cultist. The most important thing is that Gushi noticed that the black figure he released turned out to be a strange figure coming out of Aladovi, and they are very strong. Under this situation, coupled with what the man in black robe said when he first appeared, an idea flashed in Gushi's mind. The previous catastrophic souls were not collected by cultists for the evil boss imprisoned in Aladovi. It seems that there are still quite a lot of such cultists in Victoria City. This is really hard to guard against. At this time, as the man in black robe died in the battle, the space supported by the man in black robe was naturally shattered on the spot. The space that was originally half the size of a football field was rapidly shrinking. The city gate Gushi placed on the battlefield was also squeezed. Seeing this situation, Gushi didn't care about anything else. You guys retreat first. Luna nodded and looked back at the skeleton soldiers. Several skeleton soldiers quickly stepped forward, lifted the black-robed man's body, and entered the gate of the City of Death, taking advantage of the last opportunity. Luna also quickly told Gushi what happened during the time he left Aladovi City. Sir, Aladovi has been safe during this period. We have demolished some useless buildings in the city, and collected a lot of stone and wood. We have been waiting for negative energy points during this period. When we came here just now, we had already started building the core building tavern. In addition to the resource investment required for construction, we also have enough negative energy points to replace 20 skeleton soldiers. Gushi had already noticed that Luna was recruiting skeleton soldiers. After all, he could see the changes in the number of skeleton soldiers in his 3 combat teams. But Luna chose to build a tavern instead of a warehouse, which surprised Gushi. Didn't I ask you to build a warehouse? Why did you build a tavern? Sir, there is no rush in the warehouse now. The boxes in front of the meeting hall can still be accommodated. But, sir, have you ever considered that when you return to Aladovi City, what will you eat if there is no tavern? When Luna said this, Gushi understood Luna's thoughts. He is a necromancer, but he is not undead. He has to eat something. Without a tavern, he wouldn't be able to eat anything in the city of Aladovi. At most, he could only use a pot to boil hot water or something. In a few days, Gushi himself will become undead first. So compared to the warehouse used to store supplies, the tavern is really what Gushi needs most right now. Okay, I can rest assured that I will leave the affairs of Aladovi to you. After the core building is built, You will give priority to building the city wall, and I will find other ways to deal with the other buildings." Luna nodded affirmatively, and quickly entered the open city gate. As the city gate dispersed behind Gushi, the carriage finally returned to its original size. At this time, the steward who had been watching the show cautiously stepped forward. "Master Mage, that was just now." Chapter 44 Exchange of Information. Not sure. Gushi ignored the flight attendants. He had understood what had happened. These flight attendants knew what those luggage packages meant, but they still insisted on taking the luggage away. They are passing the disaster on to other people. Gushi looked down upon such behavior. So when the flight attendant came over to ask this question, Gushi didn't even think about it. He walked near the strange head that was thrown out before, reached out, and picked up the head that was thrown on the ground. The moment he picked up the head, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. The reinforcement just now failed. Corrupted head, gray, a head that has been affected by a variety of forces, but ultimately failed to achieve balance. This head has lost its due role. But there is still a strange aura in this head. If you find a way to deal with it after all, this is still a good material that can be used to make equipment. Looking at the attributes of the head, Gushi couldn't help but curse in his heart. However, if the head upgrade had not failed and almost exploded due to the fluctuations caused by the appearance of the shadow cultist, Gushi would not have noticed that the enemy was approaching. This also caused Gushi to miss the opportunity to save the head. Now it seems that this head can only be used as a manufacturing material in the end. After putting away the corrupted head, Gushi searched the carriage again. He did this all in front of the flight attendants. But the tall and strong flight attendant didn't dare to say a word of nonsense and just watched from a distance. Gushi ignored this guy and rummaged around in the carriage. After finding nothing unusual, he opened the door and jumped off the steam bus. Standing in front of the bus door, Gushi looked out and found that the steam bus had stopped at the main bus station on the outskirts of Victoria City. There are a total of 6 such steam buses parked at the bus stop. And there are also many horse-drawn carriages parked outside the bus stop. Gushi glanced at the carriage, and the drivers on the carriage immediately noticed Gushi. "Guest, are you going to Melita Farm? My carriage is the fastest." "My dear, this is a light carriage, and it is the fastest." "Guest, what do you want to buy? I know the place nearby." "Guest, there is a flea market in Cairns today. How about I take you to see it?" Gushi, who was about to leave, suddenly heard these words and couldn't help but turn his head and glance at the coachman. As soon as the coachman saw it, he knew that business was coming. He immediately stood up and said, "Guest, you must have heard of the flea market in Cairns town. It is the largest flea market nearby. Every time, people from all over the place come to buy and sell things. Sometimes there are professionals who sell unwanted items. I bought good medicine at that flea market last time." While saying this, the coachman winked at Gushi. Gushi immediately understood the meaning of the carriage driver's words. He turned over and jumped onto the carriage. "It's better to come early than to come by chance, so I'll just go over and have a look." When the coachman heard this, he quickly said, "Guest, just take a seat. I know a famous pharmacist there. As long as you tell my name, the price can be even cheaper." Gushi frowned. "I'm not that kind of person. I just came here to take a look." "Hey, we are all men. You don't need to say this kind of thing. Everyone understands it." Gushi was a little speechless about the coachman who was so familiar with others. But fortunately, Gushi knew very well how to deal with such people. "By the way, uncle, you must have seen a lot of things since you travel all day long." "Of course. I run out every day, and I haven't seen anything. Let me tell you. One night when I was driving a sports car, I saw a girl waving to her on the side of the road. I really wanted to give her a hand at that time, but I had sharp eyes and saw something was wrong with that girl at a glance. Her face was pale, and she didn't look like a living person at first glance. So I didn't take anyone with me. I just drove the carriage there. After I got home, I realized that that guy was definitely not a living person. He was something strange in the woods. And he tricked people into eating them in the woods. That kind of thing. Then you still have great vision. If I might not be able to escape, I won't be able to escape." Gushi said it politely, but he didn't expect the coachman to actually believe it. "That's right. Look at me. I've been driving here for almost 30 years, and I've never encountered any danger. That means we will encounter some weird things along the way. Right? That's right." The coachman hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "But don't worry. As long as you don't leave the road or enter the woods casually, it doesn't matter." "What about accidentally entering the woods?" What else can I do? I can still come out alive if I don't go too far. But if I go too far, I may not even be able to find the body. Let me tell you, if you accidentally enter the woods, take some bread crumbs and sprinkle them on the ground, so that even if you get lost, you can follow the breadcrumbs. In addition, I heard the old man say that in the woods, you must not lower your head. As soon as you lower your head, you will be stared at by other weird things. You have to raise your head and look forward. Even if you encounter something strange, you can't run away from something. If you run away, it means you are afraid of him, and he will keep chasing you. Guest, have you just experienced a strange influence? You are being targeted. You should be careful at this time. There are weird marks on the body, which can easily attract other weird things. Gushi thought about how he could encounter the weird arrangements of the cultists when he came out of Westminster Abbey and took the bus. So he nodded affirmatively. When the coachman saw Gushi identifying with him in this way, he happily talked more. Along the way, the coachman kept talking about some common sense about survival in the wild. Gushi didn't talk about his strength or profession. He just listened there. Sometimes he would say a few words to guide the coachman's conversation. This coachman still knows a lot of things, some of which he encountered himself, and some of which he heard about. Anyway, no matter what the situation is, he can always give some reasons. And Gushi also used these words to ask some indirect questions about the cultists. Everyone knows about the Mirror Underground Palace, but there are different opinions on who is imprisoned in the city where he was exiled. But one thing is certain, for most people outside the city, the person who was deceived into the city was called the Maharaja. The more rural you are, the more people believe in this powerful boss. There are even some people in some rural areas who would make a wish to the Maharaja in front of the mirror, hoping to receive great power. Gushi wrote down all this information, whether it was true or false. After all, no one knew whether this information would be useful later. After talking like this all the way, when Gushi and the others arrived outside the small town of Cairns, he was already full of weird information about the countryside. Of course, there were also some unscrupulous ways that country people dealt with weird things. Gushi was not too sure about these unscrupulous things. Is the method useful? Chapter 45 Small Town Businessman. The style of Cairns town is different from that of Victoria's city. The town in front of us is full of British country style. The town is not big, and various plants are planted outside each building. The flea market here is also organized on the streets, and in the gardens in front of each villa. In each garden, there will be 1 or 2 stalls. Anyone can enter the garden on their own and choose what they want from the stalls. Gushi walked around several gardens and found that just as the coachman said, country people really like all kinds of mirrors. Most of the stalls in the flea market sell all kinds of mirrors, from palm-sized cosmetic mirrors to full-length mirrors as tall as one person, from the most popular mercury mirrors to older bronze mirrors. There were even some people who found large quantities of mirror fragments from somewhere and put them for sale at the stalls. And those who came to buy things didn't take it seriously. Instead, they would point fingers at some mirror fragments, trying to pick out some good things from these mirror fragments. For such a situation, Gushi would not just look at it. He would sometimes take a look at the mirrors. However, most of them are ordinary mirrors, and only a few parts are mirrors contaminated with strange powers. But not much, and they fall into the category of gray garbage. However, those who sell mirrors do not think that the things they sell are junk, and often charge quite high prices. Gushi thought at first that he was carrying more than 1 pound. And even if he was not a rich man, he could still buy something here. But he never imagined that he was so poor here that he couldn't afford anything with the little money he brought. At the same time, Gushi also discovered some cultists here. They didn't even mean to hide their identities. They just walked around openly wearing black robes. The stall owners and passers-by here were not surprised, and some even greeted them. Gushi had no intention of taking care of such a matter. At this time, he just regarded it as wasting some time and increasing his knowledge. Gushi had already planned to spend an hour or 2 here, and after having another lunch, he would return to the previous bus stop and take the steam bus back. After that, he was not going to leave the tavern, as long as the people on the other side of Destiny Compass settled the matter, and he laid an anchor. He could quit the game in front of him. With this thought in mind, Gushi's attitude when looking at the flea market in front of him was different from others. He didn't want anything, and he didn't want to sell anything. He just came to hang out and kill some time. This changed the way the stall owners looked at Gushi. They all thought that Gushi was an expert, and they looked down upon the things in front of them. Gushi walked out of a garden and was about to take a look in the garden in front of the next villa when a man stopped Gushi sneakily. Guest, I think you are looking for good things. I have the goods here. The best ones. Gushi took a look at the man. He was not too tall, with a high nose and deep eyes. He had freckles on his face. He was wearing a top hat, with messy red hair exposed under the brim. He was wearing a black trench coat. Even when he was blocking Gushi, he pressed the trench coat tightly. His movements were clearly the same as those of the roadside sellers Gushi had encountered before. Why? Are there any good stuff? Yes. This way. The man's eyes lit up as soon as he heard this. He looked around, and then led Gushi to the roadside. Then he pulled his windbreaker, revealing what was hidden under the windbreaker. Gushi took a look and realized. My dear, this guy actually had at least 30 mirrors hidden inside his windbreaker. Most of these mirrors are mercury mirrors. Some are complete, and some are broken. However, each mirror is engraved with magic patterns of one kind or another. With Gushi's current knowledge base, he was unable to fully understand the magic text on the mirror. Well, I didn't lie to you. I have good stuff. Where did it come from? Gushi did not take action, but observed from a distance. Don't worry about where you came from. My name is Solo. I am a professional. My profession is an adventurer. I have the ability to find treasures. These are all identified by me. They are different from the fakes on their stalls. I have them all here. It's good stuff. Looking at these mirrors from a distance, Gushi couldn't judge the quality of these things. He hesitated and said nothing more. When Solo saw Gushi's reaction, he knew that he was hesitant. So he immediately said, Since you are here, pick it up and take a look. As he spoke, he took off his windbreaker and brought it to Gushi. Gushi didn't hesitate now. As soon as he touched them, information about these mirrors appeared in Gushi's eyes. Ordinary mirror gray. Mirror gray, stained with a strange aura. Mirror gray, affected by strange power. A strange mirror that has lost its power gray. The more Gushi looked at him, the more helpless he became. And the change in his eyes also fell into Solo's eyes. This surprised Solo a little. He never expected that Gushi would be so picky. These things are all carefully selected by him. Even the professionals from the city and the powerful cultists recognized his vision. But Gushi couldn't look down on any of them. After Gushi read everything here, Zoro carefully took out a box and said, the box was dark black throughout, with many magic patterns carved on the surface, as if it was sealing something. I said you don't like these, right? Let's take a look at these mirrors. It's not that I don't want to take them out, but these mirrors are so weird that even I have to seal them in lead boxes. Open to take a look. Although Gushi was not very satisfied with the mirrors hanging on his windbreaker, he had to admit that Solo still had a good eye for things. At least half of the mirrors hanging on the windbreakers have a strange aura. Much better than those sold at those stalls in the garden. So he is actually very optimistic about Solo's choice. After hearing Gushi's words, Solo opened the box. Gushi noticed that there was a piece of mirror fragment on the first layer of the box. This fragment is only about the size of a palm, but it is made entirely of pure silver. One look at it, and you can tell that the original mirror was a good thing. But for some reason, Gushi felt a sense of death on the mirror. Is this mirror dead? Chapter 46 Different Mirrors. I found this in the ruins of a castle when, before Solo could explain to Gushi the origin of the mirror fragment, Gushi had already taken it up himself. Dead magic mirror, green. This was originally an omnipotent and omniscient magic mirror, but it deceived its owner and brought disaster to the owner. Before its owner died, she personally killed the deceitful mirror, the magic mirror. Looking at the message that popped up in front of him, Gushi felt even more surprised. He picked up the mirror at first because the deathly aura on the mirror attracted Gushi. Gushi had seen dead cities, but not dead mirrors. So he was a little curious. But he never expected that there would be such a story behind the mirror. Wait, can you tell me where this mirror came from? Holding the mirror, Gushi interrupted Solo's bragging. Zoro was not angry when he saw it, but responded quickly. The ruins of the castle behind the woods over there are the woods with a lot of wild boars. I heard that there are too many wild boars in that woods. And there is obviously an iron no mine can be mined. As Solo spoke, he pointed in a direction. However, the range he pointed at was relatively large. Gushi looked in the direction of Solo's finger, but could not see anything. Okay. I want this mirror fragment. Okay. I won't bargain with you. I only want 35 pounds. Of course, other things of the same quality are also acceptable. So expensive? Gushi frowned, feeling poor again. But he turned over his hand, took out a piece of strange rat skin and asked, "How do you like this thing?" Zoro can find so many special mirrors, so he naturally has a certain sense of strange auras. The moment Gushi took out the strange rat skin, Zoro knew that this thing was no worse than the mirrors inside his windbreaker. Yes, but the quantity is not enough. You also know that this kind of small leather is not easy to sell. While Solo was bargaining, he was calculating quickly in his mind. If he could get a few more pieces of these strange rat skins, he could have his windbreaker altered a bit so that the power in the strange mirror he had collected would not dissipate so easily. It's just that the businessman, although he wanted it in his heart, still made more demands. Gushi had walked around the flea market so much that he already knew the prices here. He knew that this kind of item, which obviously had a strange aura, was expensive in the hands of ordinary people. 2 skins at most. If you want one, take it. If you don't want one, forget it. Hearing Gushi's tone, Solo immediately agreed. Okay, just 2 skins. It was as if Gushi was unwilling to trade. Regarding this situation, Gushi was a little speechless. He couldn't say that this stupid kid didn't know which things were expensive and which were cheap. He could only say that the level of the flea market is relatively low, and the contact surface will be relatively low. In this way, Gushi finally avoided the embarrassment of having no money. After delivering the 2 strange rat skins, Gushi also put away the dead magic mirror. Then he asked, "Is there anything else in the box?" "Some." Seeing that there was business to be done again, Zoro quickly opened the bottom of the box. There is also a mirror on the next floor of the box, but this one is different from the dead magic mirror. The mirror in front of you is full of weird aura. This aura was much stronger than the mirror inside Solo's windbreaker. But Gushi could tell at a glance that the mirror was essentially no different from the garbage in the windbreaker. Praying strange mirror, why a strange believer continues to pray in front of the mirror at 12 o'clock every night, attracting a strange and transformed mirror. This mirror can summon a strange mirror with a level not exceeding level 5. Note, the summon weirdness is not controlled by the summoner. This thing can only be regarded as an average thing, not as good as the dead magic mirror. Gushi took one look at it, raised his head, and said to Solo, "A piece of skin. If you want it, take it. If you don't want it, forget it." "Okay. Sell?" When Zoro saw that this was a big customer, he quickly handed the praying mirror to Gushi and quickly opened the 3rd floor. There was still a mirror placed in this layer. After opening the 3rd layer, Solo sighed and said, "This is the last piece. Apart from this, I don't have any other mirror with better quality." Gushi looked down and found that the mirror was a gold-rimmed vanity mirror. This vanity mirror also had a strange aura about it. Mirror of strange rules. Write a mirror that can write 3 rules, true and false, and form a strange field through the rules to kill intruders. The rules can be modified once for each person killed, with a maximum of 3 people, 0/3. Looking at the information on the makeup mirror in front of him, Gushi suddenly thought of the mirror that was packed in the luggage on the steam bus. This mirror of rules is the same as the mirror that Gushi smashed, except that the mirror in front of him is much smaller, and the number of rules that can be written is not that many. There are only 3 rules that can be written down in total, and Gushi believes that this kind of rule must not directly kill people. There must be other explanations here. This is interesting. A piece of leather. No. Add more of this. This thing is really hard to get. The other 2 were found by myself, but this thing I got back from the cultists. It is quite dangerous. Well, let me add an extra leather, but you have to ask me for 10 pounds in cash. Gushi hesitated for a moment, and finally stated his request. Solo didn't want to agree at first, but the strange rat skin that Gushi took out was too important to him. So he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll bleed a lot this time. It's settled." After handing over the weird rat skin, Gushi didn't ask for the lead box, and just put the 3 mirrors into his backpack. Zoro dug out some coins from various places on his body, pieced together 10 pounds, and handed them to Gushi. "Thank you." After collecting the money, Gushi felt confident and started shopping in the flea market again. But this time Gushi never met a businessman like Solo. After walking around for a few times, Gushi, who didn't find anything good, had the idea of returning to the city. But after looking up at the sky, Gushi found a nearby tavern and sat down. "Is there anything you can recommend?" "Yes. The most famous thing here is the pigeon pie." Chapter 47 New News. Gushi never expected that he would barely catch the steam bus back to the city just by eating one of their pies. Their pigeon pie is clearly the ceiling of the dark culinary world. Live pigeons are wrapped in dough and baked in the oven. This method is something that no one except the British can think of. He just had to worry about his stomach, which was not good because he was hungry during this period. Coupled with the stimulation of the pigeon pie, he almost became dehydrated. At the same time, it also used up the physical strength that Gushi had finally replenished. On the way back, Gushi remained slumped in his position, with no intention of moving. Fortunately, there were no problems along the way. When Gushi staggered into the tavern, the bartender at the front desk glanced at Gushi. "I said, what's wrong with you? Can you still eat the soft rice tonight? Forget about that. What can I eat to fill my stomach? I am almost exhausted now," Gushi said helplessly. "These are professionals, and they were almost killed by the food here. It seems that Luna's idea is right. Aladovi City should build a tavern first. Otherwise, he would become undead within a few days of staying there. Okay, let me make arrangements. You need to drink more sugar water like this. I won't arrange for anyone to disturb you tonight." As the bartender spoke, he mixed a cup of sugar water for Gushi. After Gushi drank it all in one gulp, he returned to his room and fell down. As for what he had gained during the day, Gushi was in no mood to sort it out. Now he just wants to take a good rest and replenish all the energy consumed along the way. However, when Gushi was sleeping until midnight, something suddenly happened in his heart. The crushing staff quickly fell into his hand. At the same time, a bone spur appeared in his left hand, and he pointed at the door. "Who?" At this sound, Gushi found a figure appearing at the door. "I didn't call. Was it you?" Gushi was just about to say that he didn't order any service tonight, but he found that the person standing at the door was the waiter from Destiny Compass. "How did you come? What's yours?" "This is a comprehensive document. This is the transfer deed. After you sign it, the land is yours." The waiter threw a packet of information onto Gushi's bed with an expressionless face. Gushi opened these documents and looked at them quickly. He found that just as the waiter said, it contained the title deed of the ruins at the end of Greenwich Street. At the same time, there is a transfer deed and a legal document. It can be said that as long as these documents are signed, the land will be interest-free. It's just that Gushi is a little curious. Are the people of Destiny Compass so anxious when dealing with things? Running into other people's rooms in the middle of the night to deliver things. With such doubts in his heart, Gushi still signed his name on these documents. After signing these documents, Gushi looked up at the waiter. At this time, the waiter said with a gloomy face, "The agreement between us has been completed. Take care of yourself." "Wait, can I ask what happened?" Seeing that the waiter's face looked strange, Gushi quickly stopped him. "It's nothing. I'm in trouble. The ruins look like ruins on the surface, but they're actually a complete apartment building. They just put some spells to drive people away to make them look like ruins. Plus, the stuck the events in Din and Damingme districts have made some people reluctant to take over these ruins. In the end, no one knew that this place was secretly occupied. When our people were doing this, they were attacked several times, and only then did we discover the problem. Now that the land deed has been handed over to you, it is your own business whether you want to take back the apartment or not." After saying that, the waiter glanced at Gushi, snorted heavily, and then disappeared in front of Gushi. Gushi heard something in the waiter's words, but before he could ask what was going on, the waiter had already disappeared. At this time, a thought suddenly flashed in Gushi's mind. This waiter wouldn't have suffered a loss in that apartment building. The more Gushi thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Otherwise, the waiter would not explain the matter in such detail, which is clearly telling him that the place he picked has been occupied by someone else. And now that the place legally belongs to you, you have to seize it. Thinking of this, Gushi lost his sleepiness. He sat at the head of the bed and seriously considered the situation in front of him. Gushi could see the waiter's strength. Although he didn't know how high his level was, it was obvious that he was definitely a professional. Even someone like him suffered a loss. The apartment building was full of dangers. However, retreating when seeing danger is not Gushi's habit. Instead, the danger in front of him aroused Gushi's motivation. After thinking seriously for a moment, he jumped out of bed, put on his clothes, picked up his luggage, and quickly headed out. When he went downstairs, the bartender who was still working just raised his head and glanced at Gushi without saying anything. After leaving the tavern, Gushi was about to head towards Greenwich Street. Unexpectedly, as soon as he went out, he looked up and saw that the human head hanging on the Victoria Bridge was emitting a pale yellow light. It was like lighting a large oil lamp in the middle of the bridge, and directly covering the entire bridge. Gushi glanced over there, and couldn't help but sigh that the eldest brother, who had his head cut off, was so powerful. He had been dead for who knows how many years, and he could still exude such an aura. How powerful was he when he was alive? Awesome. With this thought in mind, Gushi was not too bored along the way. Soon he came to the ruins at the end of Greenwich Street. If the waiter hadn't specifically pointed it out, Gushi would never have thought that there was an apartment building hidden behind the ruins. Now, Gushi, standing in front of the ruins, had a different idea. Regardless of whether it is a ruin or an apartment building, this place now bears the surname Gu. After standing outside the ruins for a moment, Gushi walked towards the ruins without saying a word. As Gushi walked towards the ruins, he suddenly had the idea that he had something else to do. But Gushi immediately realized that this was a way to drive him away. But Gushi was obviously the owner of the land in front of him. So why should he leave? I am the owner of this land. This land belongs to me. Even if the Queen of Britain comes, this land is still mine. I want to see who dares to stop me when I want to return to my own land. Chapter 48: The Hidden Building. As Gushi said these words, the force stopping Gushi became much weaker. But there was still a force stopping Gushi from moving forward. Gushi thought about it, and immediately understood what was going on. He said loudly, I am the owner of this place, and I make decisions as the owner of this place. This land is Damingway District land, belongs to Damingway District, and has nothing to do with Camden District. As soon as he said these words, the force holding him back completely disappeared. At the same time, the ruins in front of us also changed. The entire ruins retreated to both sides, and various materials were piled up into a strange 3-story building. This small building only covers an area of about 200 square meters. The entire small building looks like a good apartment building with some materials pieced together. It was twisted and weird. But Gushi noticed that the windows of this small building seemed to be more numerous and larger than those of a normal apartment building, as if they had been specially modified. In addition, there is a small garden covering an area of about 100 square meters outside the small building. A variety of special flowers and herbs are grown in the garden. A hint of smile appeared on Gushi's face. It seems that his guess is good. There are only 2 rules that exclude foreigners here. One is that this place has no owner. If the owner of this place brings legal land deeds or other materials, these first-level rules cannot stop it. The second floor is about the division of blocks. It can be said that the owner here really takes people's hearts into consideration. Just as he thought, no one would choose to give up the opportunity of Camden and let this house be located in Damingway. So the people here have occupied this place for so many years in vain. Now that the owner of this place is here, it is useless no matter how many people occupy it. Looking at the apartment building that appeared in front of him, Gushi took 2 steps forward with the crushing staff in hand. At the same time, a gate made of huge rocks quickly appeared behind him. Gushi's skeleton soldiers were walking out of the gate. Go in, take down this apartment, and clean it all out. The skeleton soldiers all knew what Gushi meant by clean up. This did not mean that the skeleton soldiers should clean the place, but that they should clear away the dangers in the apartment building. After all, the apartment building in front of him didn't look like a normal building at all. If Gushi had time, he would have thought about demolishing the apartment building and building a new one. The skeleton soldiers had just rushed out, but before they reached the door of the apartment building, Gushi heard a strong sound of wind. A snake tail as thick as a person swept past the gate, smashing the skeleton soldiers at the front into pieces. Then Gushi saw the situation in front of him. He found that a giant snake was nailed to the door. Only the tail of the snake could move. 3 iron nails were driven into the head of the snake, making the snake become one with the door. Luna! Upon seeing the situation in front of him, Gushi ordered decisively. Luna, who had been hiding behind Gushi, understood instantly. She quickly appeared behind the snake and pointed at it. Touch of ice. The snake was quickly frozen. At the same time, several skeleton soldiers quickly stepped forward and pierced the giant snake 7 inches with their spears. Skeleton soldier, summon, kills magic mutant snake, level 4. You get 1 experience point. The combat team gets 1 experience point. The contracted undead gets 10 experience points. And the summoned creature that participated in the killing gets 5 experience points. As the snake was killed, a piercing siren sounded in the apartment building. The sound was sharper than Luna's banshee wail, but it was not aggressive. But as the sound sounded, a large group of owls flew out of the nearby window. The number of these owls was quite large, and in just one moment, hundreds of them swooped towards Gushi. Don't think that owls have no attack power. They are also carnivorous creatures and usually eat rabbits, mice, and snakes. When they flew out, they pounced directly on the skeleton soldiers, as if they wanted to drag the skeletons into the sky and throw them away. Gushi only had this few troops at his disposal, so he couldn't let his men be destroyed right here. When the owl flew down, Gushi pointed at the sky. Kill! Then 10 bone spurs flew out and pierced the owl's body like arrows. Kill the magic owl, level 1. You get 7 experience points. Kill the magic owl, level 1. You gain 6 experience points. When Gushi took action, several skeleton soldiers quickly stood in front of Gushi. They held up their shields and blocked Gushi's attack from the sky. Since he didn't have to worry about his own safety, Gushi locked his eyes on the owl in the sky the moment it died. He pointed at the bodies of those owls and said again, "Corpse explosion." This time, the bodies of several owls exploded on the spot, killing several nearby owls. After killing a few more owls, Gushi's skeleton soldiers began to kill these owls. Although the number of owls is large, their level is actually not high. When they rushed in a large group at first, they looked quite powerful. However, after being bombed for a round, the situation became much simpler. A skeleton soldier, as long as the owl is not dragged into the sky, it can easily kill 20 owls. This is even more true now. These skeleton soldiers went out with all their strength to kill the owls. They cooperated with each other. Those at close range were holding two-handed swords, and those further away were holding spears. If the owl fell from a little height, it would be easily nailed to the ground. At this moment, the door behind Gushi and the others suddenly opened, and a black figure rushed out from behind the door. The way the black shadow moves is quite weird. It looks like it is floating. However, the black shadow cannot float too far. It will stop somewhere after flying about 10 meters. When he stopped, he could see the original appearance of the black shadow. It was a man in a black robe. His face was completely distorted, and he had only a few teeth left. But after the man stood firm, he pointed his finger at Gushi, and a red light shot out of his hand. The skeleton soldier in front of Gushi quickly raised his shield and stepped forward, blocking the red light with himself. When the skeleton soldiers exploded, Gushi also retreated to the rear and threw 2 bone spurs at the black shadow. It's just that Gushi's bone spurs are much slower than the movement speed of this black shadow. Several bone spurs flew out, but failed to hit the enemy. But fortunately, this shadow needs to stop before he can attack. When he turns into a shadow, he cannot attack others. Gushi's hands kept moving, making it impossible for this guy to stop. At this time, Luna also received Gushi's prompt and was looking for an opportunity to freeze the enemy. While Gushi was preparing in this way, the skeleton soldiers also killed all the owls and began to rush towards the black shadow. Chapter 49, The Twisted Magician. The effect of Luna's ice touch is quite good. As long as it comes into contact, no matter what level it is, it will be affected to some extent. Gushi was waiting for this opportunity. When Luna froze the shadow, Gushi raised his hand, and a bone spur flew over. The black shadow was frozen for a moment, and his body visibly froze. The way he turned into a black shadow and moved immediately stopped, and the bone spurs penetrated into his body easily. As he was stabbed by bone spurs, the skeleton soldiers near Gushi immediately pounced on him, attacking the guy with spears and swords. This guy also uses his own power to continuously emit red light, which can shatter a skeleton soldier with every blow. But the number of skeleton soldiers was simply too large. No matter how good he was at fighting, he could only smash 2 or 3 of them. In just a few strokes, this guy was hacked to death by the skeleton soldiers. The skeleton soldier, Summon, kills the Twisted Magician youth. Level 3. You get 18 experience points. The combat team gets 1 experience point. The contracted undead get 22 experience points. And the summons that participated in the kill get 4 experience points. Twisted Magician? What kind of existence is this? Before Gushi could figure out the relationship here, he suddenly heard a sound of high-speed movement behind him. Gushi looked back and found another man in black robe, dressed like the Twisted Magician, appearing in the small courtyard of the apartment building. It's just that he looked older, and his long white hair was exposed from the black hood. The hair was already shiny and oily, and he didn't see him taking care of it. When he stood still in the courtyard, he first saw the black figure beaten to death by the skeleton soldiers. At this time, the face of the man in black robe immediately became distorted. "Harry, you killed my son. I will kill you." After saying this, the man in black robe pointed his hand forward, and the same red light hit Gushi. The skeleton soldiers beside Gu Shi quickly stepped forward and blocked the blow for Gu Shi. However, Gu Shi clearly noticed that the bodies of the skeleton soldiers that were blown to pieces this time were obviously more severely shattered. Block him. As Gu Shi spoke, he threw bone spurs at the opponent. At the same time, he was still thinking in his mind that next time, he would have to learn a long-range attack method that could track the enemy. If he always relied on bone spurs, he might not be able to kill him. Enemy. Under Gu Shi's order, the skeleton soldiers quickly stepped forward. But this twisted magician, like the one who was killed just now, has the ability to turn into a black shadow and move at high speed. The speed of the skeleton soldier simply cannot catch up with the enemy. Gu Shi also wanted to ask Luna to freeze the enemy like before. But this person's reaction was faster than Luna's. Sometimes even if he paused, he could start instantly and dodge the attacks directed at him. Facing such a fast-moving enemy, Gu Shi knew that relying solely on skeleton soldiers was not enough. He shouted decisively, "Luna!" "Howl!" Luna understood Gu Shi's meaning immediately. The moment the man started to move again and turned into a shadow, she screamed in the direction the man was heading. Banshee Wail activates. Luna's scream spread in all directions, and the black shadow that had just started to move was knocked out on the spot. When he came out of the effect of the moving black shadow, Gu Shi pointed decisively over there. That person also knew that Gu Shi could release bone spurs, so his body quickly rolled to the side. Unexpectedly, Gu Shi just pointed casually, and while he rolled over, 3 flying knives shot out from Gu Shi's left hand. The flying knife flew faster than the bone spurs, and could accurately point to the desired location. Although the man rolled quickly, there was still a dagger stuck in his body. But he had no intention of taking out the dagger. Instead, he stood up and pointed in Gu Shi's direction. At this time, there were no skeleton soldiers holding shields under Gu Shi. But a skeleton soldier holding a spear immediately appeared in front of him and volunteered to block the attack for Gu Shi. Gu Shi also took this opportunity to throw a dagger at the man again. That look seemed to be telling the enemy, "I have no magic power anymore. Come and cause trouble for me." As expected, this man also sensed the meaning of Gu Shi's attack, and he rushed towards Gu Shi's direction decisively. But just as he was about to start, Gu Shi suddenly took out the crushing staff and pointed it at the black-robed man. Because Gu Shi took out a new weapon, the black-robed man was startled, and his movements were obviously slow. Gu Shi just happened to see him stepping on the corpse of a skeleton soldier. Gu Shi didn't think much and launched a corpse explosion at the skeleton soldier. Boom! The power of the secondary corpse explosion is directly proportional to the life of the corpse. A small explosion broke the man's left leg on the spot. When the nearby skeleton soldiers saw this, they rushed forward decisively and wanted to hack the man to death on the spot. But the next scene left Gu Shi stunned. The man actually raised his right hand and put a ring inlaid with a large stone in his mouth. Before he could make any movement, a scream was heard from the small building. The sound was like the wailing of a dying person, even more miserable than Luna's banshee wailing. Gu Shi didn't know what was happening inside the small building. As he was looking over there, he saw a ball of blood flying out of the small building and accurately landing on the man in black robe. When the blood fell, the man in black robe instantly absorbed all the blood. Then Gu Shi was surprised to find that the leg of the man in black robe that had been bombed returned to its original appearance. Even the pale hair of the man in black robes turned black, and he looked full of vitality. Is this rebirth or resurrection? Gu Shi had a puzzled look on his face, but he still understood. The ring with the large stone absorbed the power of the blood, restoring the black-robed man's strength to its strongest level. Gu Shi's previous attacks for most of the day were all in vain. Faced with such a situation, Gu Shi was very decisive. Go on. Don't let him run. Luna immediately appeared behind this man, and the touch of ice fell on him. But at this time, the combat power of this man in black robe had obviously reached the highest level. The ice only appeared on his body for a moment, and then disappeared on the spot. Gu Shi didn't care about anything else at this time. 5 bone spurs flew towards the man in black robe. At the same time, Gu Shi quickly rushed towards the man in black robe. It seemed that he was going to fight in close combat this time. When the man in black robe saw Gu Shi rushing towards him, he stretched out his hands forward, and 2 red lights hit Gu Shi. Gu Shi did not dodge. The 2 skeleton soldiers jumped out on the spot and exploded in front of Gu Shi. With the opportunity for the skeleton soldiers to explode, Gu Shi decisively rushed in front of the man in black robe and hit his head with the crushing staff heavily. Chapter 50 Resurrection Stone. The black-robed man reacted quickly this time. He stepped back and his body quickly turned into a black shadow, ready to turn into a black shadow again. But Luna was right behind the man in black robe. She didn't give him any chance at all. When the man in black robe turned into a black shadow, she opened her mouth again and screamed at him. Before the man in black robe could move his body, he was shaken out of the shadow state by Luna. Just at this moment, Gushi's crushing rod hit the black-robed man on the head. With this blow, the black-robed man's head exploded on the spot. At the same time, 4 or 5 skeleton soldiers also grabbed the limbs of the black-robed man, preventing him from turning into a black shadow. The skeleton soldiers behind raised their spears and two-handed swords and kept slashing at the black-robed man. In just a blink of an eye, the black-robed man's body was chopped into pieces like a torn bag. But this man in black robe was still quite ruthless. Even after being beaten back from his strongest state and severely injured, he was not disappointed but laughed instead. When he was chopped, his body turned into a black shadow again. But this time the black shadow gave people a dark red feeling. Even Gushi, who had already rushed forward, smelled the strong smell of blood on the black figure. Gushi always felt that something was wrong here. Luna, stop him! Luna screamed on the spot. But it seemed a little too late. Under the wail of the banshee, the black shadow of the man in black robe was shaken away again. But the man in black robe, who fell to the ground, laughed. He reluctantly raised his head, stared at Gushi, and kept talking. The ground was bleeding. You're dead. You're dead. Before Gushi knew what was wrong, Luna discovered a serious problem. The ring is gone from his finger. Gushi's heart tightened, and he quickly looked at the right hand of the black-robed man. The stone ring that could draw blood from the small building and quickly restore the black-robed man's life was still there. This made Gushi a little confused. But he immediately noticed that the man in black robe seemed to be missing a finger on his left hand. Although Gushi didn't know what happened, he knew he couldn't let the man in black robe do this again. Cut off his hand. Several skeleton soldiers rushed out and were about to cut off the arm of the man in black robes when the ground nearby shook. The skeleton soldier wanted to retreat to protect Gushi, but Gushi said decisively, "Cut!" The skeleton soldier didn't think much and chopped off the black-robed man's arm on the spot. Gushi stepped forward and kicked the arm aside, preventing the man in black robes from having another chance to regain his life through the ring. Then other skeleton soldiers stepped forward and killed the black-robed man on the spot, killing the twisted magician, elderly. Level 5. You gained 73 experience points. The undead participating in the battle contract gained 46 experience points, and all summons participating in the kill gained 6 experience points. But until he was killed, the man in black robe had a smile on his face. This situation is quite strange. At the same time, when the man in black robe died in battle, the shaking on the ground became stronger and stronger, and even the nearby small buildings began to shake. Gushi didn't even have time to clean up the body of the man in black robe, so he could only take the severed arm aside. You picked up the resurrection stone pseudo. Blue, *1. Resurrection stone fake. Blue, a mass product produced in batches to imitate the resurrection stone, the holy object of death. It can be used to resurrect corpses that have been dead for no more than 3 hours. Resurrection requires the life of an innocent person, and the body as part of it is twisted, and this pain can never be relieved. Looking at the ring on his hand, Gushi finally understood what happened just now. He was taking other people's lives to resurrect himself. These guys are considered evil magicians. No wonder they used this method to hide this small building. If they were discovered by people in Victoria City, they would be treated the same as cultists. Just when Gushi thought about this, he suddenly raised his head. At this moment, a huge antler popped out from the ground, knocking down half of the small building on the spot. Then a strange deer with a twisted shape and a huge body crawled out from the ground. More than half of this strange deer's body is rock, and it has at least 7 antlers of varying lengths on its head. The largest is 2 meters long, and the smallest is 1 meter long. There were a lot of flesh and blood, internal organs, and other things hanging on the antlers. The blood kept dripping on the deer's face, making the deer look quite scary. As for the deer's body, it was covered with many strange things. You could even see clothes, weapons, flesh, bones, and other things on the deer's belly. I don't know how such a monster was kept under the small building. Before Gushi could understand how this thing appeared, the strange deer took the initiative to rush forward. When it rushed forward, the small building behind him that had been knocked down by half fell down on the spot. As soon as the strange deer started, Gushi's bone spurs, Luna's banshee wail, and the living skeleton soldiers all headed towards the strange deer. Unlike the previous twisted magician, who could turn into a black shadow and move quickly, this strange deer was not afraid of any attack at all. If bone spurs fell on him, he would just pierce them, and he didn't care at all. The banshee wails and hits hard. The skeleton soldier doesn't even look at it. He crashes into it on the spot, killing anyone who blocks it. After 2 hits, Gushi knew that the power of his bone spurs was still too weak. So he immediately changed his attack method and pointed at the skeleton soldier who had just been killed. Corpse explosion. It happened that this strange deer came stepping on the corpse of the skeleton soldier. When the corpse exploded, a piece of the strange deer's body was blown off. But what Gushi didn't expect was that this strange deer didn't care about the damage at all, and just lowered its head and rushed towards Gushi as before. Gushi also understood that, judging from the current situation, the damage done to the strange deer that day was not that great. It is almost impossible to kill this strange deer with a corpse explosion. In other words, Gushi basically can't break his defense against this strange deer now. Gushi had never encountered such a situation before, and he was not sure what to do for a while. At this moment, the strange deer became fierce, opening its mouth and biting a skeleton soldier, blocking the way to death. Seeing this opportunity, Gushi pointed his hand at the strange deer's mouth. The skeleton soldiers exploded on the spot, causing some blood to spurt out of the strange deer's mouth. But the strange deer acted as if nothing was wrong and continued to attack in its own way. There was no change in its attack methods. At this time, Gushi finally determined that his little attack power was nothing compared to the strange deer. If he wanted to kill the strange deer, he would have to use some other means. Chapter 51: The Power of the Trick Mirror. Luna, lead the guy to the small building, and I'll figure out the rest. As Gushi spoke, he started running towards the small building. As for the skeleton soldiers, no one was directing them now. They were just killing the strange deer there. Anyway, their attacks are just trivial to the strange deer, and cannot hurt the core of the strange deer at all. Gushi ran to the small building and quickly took out the praying mirror. Gushi knew that this thing could summon a monster below level 5. But he didn't know whether the summoned monster could be controlled. Therefore, Gushi has never thought of using the praying mirror. It's different now. The strength of this strange deer may be above level 5. And it is a kind of existence with thick skin and blood. With Gushi's current troop strength, there is no way to cause him much damage. Only by going to level 5 or so of weirdness can we see if we can hurt this strange deer. Taking out the praying mirror, Gushi aimed it at the head of the strange deer and threw it heavily. His throwing skills were acceptable. But with this throw, the praying mirror hit the strange deer in the face. Then a click was heard. The praying mirror shattered, and a crystal-like arm stretched out from the fragments of the praying mirror. Then came out a man whose whole body was made of crystals. After he appeared, he stood directly on top of the strange deer, turned his head 180 degrees, faced Gushi, and made a face at Gushi. With just this movement, Gushi could tell that this strange person had murderous intent towards him. It seemed that there was something wrong with the plan this time. Unexpectedly, the strange deer felt something standing on his face at this time, and hit his head straight up hard. The strange man who was still provoking Gushi was knocked to the ground on the spot. And then the strange deer stepped on it, almost trampling the strange man to pieces. This moment made this strange man angry. At first, this weird man wanted to hit Gushi, but now he no longer cared about Gushi, and his target directly turned to the strange deer. This strange man was summoned by Gushi. His ability is to turn everything he touches into crystal, then smash the enemy to pieces. With this method, even if the dragon comes, you can deal with it. Of course, he also has a weakness. That is, his body is very fragile, and will break if someone hits him. And if he wants to transform the enemy into crystal, he must contact the enemy personally. So his level is only level 5. Otherwise, this weird ability would have been level 10 long ago. After changing his target, the strange man immediately confronted the strange deer. When the strange deer stepped towards him again, the strange man reached out and grabbed the leg of the strange deer. With the activation of his ability, the left front leg of the strange deer turned into crystal on the spot, and the strange deer was still stomping down hard. With this stomp, his left front leg was smashed into pieces on the spot. Seeing such a situation, Gushi was also surprised. He didn't expect that this strange man could do this. It seems that this strange man is also the enemy that Gushi will face in the future. The strange deer lost its left front leg, became unstable, and fell to the ground on the spot. However, The strange deer was also quite fierce. After falling to the ground, he instinctively bit the left side, and bit the strange man into his mouth on the spot. Although this strange deer looks like a deer, its mouth is clearly that of a predator. As soon as he bit down, the strange man who had just gained the upper hand didn't even react before he was bitten into his mouth. The strange man's reaction was also quick. When he was bitten, he decisively reached out and stuck on the strange deer's teeth. His strange ability was activated and turned half of the strange deer's teeth into crystal. But the strange deer had already stared at the strange man. He didn't give the strange man a chance to stand up at all. He bit the strange man in two with a strong force on the spot. The trump card that Gushi had finally unleashed was completely useless within a few minutes of his appearance. However, the strange man's death was not in vain. With his death, 1/3 of the strange deer's head was turned into crystal. This was the best opportunity he created for Gushi before he died. When Luna saw this opportunity, she wailed like a banshee on the spot. And Gushi did not miss this opportunity. He pointed at the strange man's body and chose to perform a corpse explosion. The sonic attack of the banshee's wail is very destructive to crystals. With Luna's roar, 1/3 of the monster deer's head was blown off on the spot. This really pissed off the strange deer. The strange deer, which had been silent all this time, actually roared this time. But just when he opened his mouth, Gushi's corpse exploded. The strange man's corpse exploded in the strange deer's mouth, completely exploding the strange deer's mouth. This strange deer didn't care about anything else at this time. He stood on 3 legs and rushed towards Gushi. Seeing that such an attack had not killed the strange deer, Gushi felt a little uncomfortable. But he still stared closely at the strange deer. When the strange deer ran to the body of the giant snake that had just been killed, Gushi paused again. Corpse explosion. Boom. The vitality of the giant snake just now was strong enough. Coupled with the loss of its left front leg, the monster deer's body was somewhat dragging the ground. The explosion of the giant snake was from the belly of the monster deer. The strong impact actually hit the monster. The deer was blown to the sky. Although the strange deer did not fly very high, it still crashed heavily into the small building behind, which was not completely destroyed. When the strange deer hit the building, it was like a bowling ball hitting a pin, flattening the remaining building. Freeze! Seeing that Luna was about to let out another banshee howl, Gushi immediately made a decision. The power of the banshee's wail was still a little weak, and it could not deal another blow to the strange deer. So Gushi had to consider the possibility of the strange deer getting back up again. At the same time, Gushi was still looking for corpses that could be used as materials for corpse explosions. There was no need to think about the bone spurs. The power of these bone spurs could not kill this strange deer, and the corpse explosion can be used for a while. Maybe the corpses of the 2 twisted magicians can be used. Thinking of this, Gushi pointed at the corpse of the old twisted magician and said, "Take this thing and rush inside." As soon as Gushi finished speaking, the strange deer that knocked down the small building got up again. At this time, he was in a very miserable state. At least half of the antlers on his head were broken off, and only 1/3 of the entire head was left. At the same time, the explosion just now exploded in the stomach. So a huge wound was opened in the belly of the strange deer, and all the internal organs inside flowed out. Rush up and rush towards his stomach. Chapter 52 Harvest and Discovery. The 2 skeleton soldiers listened to Gushi's order, decisively lifted the body of the old twisted magician, and rushed towards the strange deer. The strange deer didn't expect that someone would dare to charge at him just after he got up. Without thinking much, he stretched out his right front paw and wanted to hit back. At this moment, Luna's ice touch also fell on the strange deer, slowing down his movements. 2 skeleton soldiers carried the body of the old twisted magician, rushed to the wound on the monster deer's belly, and stuffed the body in with one hand. Corpse explosion. Boom! The power of the corpse explosion this time was no less than that of the giant snake. Once exploded, the body of the strange deer was blown into 2 pieces on the spot. The remaining skeleton soldiers were not idle either. They attacked the strange deer frantically until Gushi heard the sound coming from the system and stopped them, killing the twisted magician who failed to transform. Mutated. Elite template. Level 6. You will get 106 experience points. The undead will get 66 experience points for participating in the battle contract. And all summons that participated in the kill will get 9 experience points. With the death of this strange deer, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a thing even though he was just here to collect a house. Now, the small building in front of us is either in ruins or has become a ruin. It seems that we need to find someone to clean up this place and rebuild a new building. Fortunately, the place in front of him looks like ruins to the outside world, so no one will suspect anything when he cleans it up. Otherwise, he would have to explain why this place turned into what it is now less than a day after he got it. Pack up the things here and send them all to Erdovi. Gushi pointed at the collapsed building and the huge corpse of a strange deer, and asked the skeleton soldiers to clean up the battlefield. Luna took advantage of being a ghost and drifted towards the ruins of the small building, looking for suitable good things there. Walking to the corpse of the strange deer, Gushi quickly looked through it. Soon, Gushi found some good things from the eyes, heart, and neck of the strange deer. At the same time, there are also some items left in the place where the giant snake died in the battle, and where the two twisted magicians died in the battle. You got live snake nails, white, *1. Living snake nails, white nails that can fix snakes somewhere. The nailed snakes will not die, but will be nourished by magic power. Their bodies will change rapidly, and their toxicity will become stronger quickly. You got magic pattern cloth, white, *3. Magic cloth, white cloth affected by magic can be used to make clothes, battle flags, or pages of magic books. You got a broken birch fragment, green *1. Broken birch fragment, green, a piece of birch wood that has lost its magic power. It used to be a wand, but now it can only be used as a memory and a holy relic, used to summon the obsession of certain souls. You get crystal eyeballs, green *1. Crystallized eyeballs, green eyeballs that have been turned into crystals by strange power. There is still enough magic and strange power stored in them, which can be used to make equipment or serve as alchemy materials. You get the demonized blood, green *1. Demonized hard blood, green, the source of a certain wizard's magic power. But this magic power has been contaminated and can only be used as an alchemy material to strengthen weapons and equipment or to strengthen the undead. You get the transformation ring, blue *1. Transformation ring, blue, a ring with special power that can turn a person into a special creature related to the character of the transformer. After transformation, the level and strength will be +4. After transformation, it cannot be changed back to its original form. The strength can no longer be improved. After taking a look at the things he had just found, Gushi finally smiled. Although he suffered a considerable loss in this battle, it was not too bad. At least, he could get his money back by just looking at these things. At this time, Luna, who was in the ruins of the small building, shouted excitedly, "Sir, do you see what I found?" Gushi ran over and saw that Luna was holding something like a birdcage in her hand. Seeing Luna's excited look, Gushi knew that this thing must not be a simple product. He took it and took a look, and a message quickly popped up in front of his eyes. You get the design drawing of owl house, medium size, *1. Design of owl house, medium, use 500 resources, 10 units of stone, and 10 units of wood to build an owl house, medium building, in the city. All players and creatures entering the city will have their intelligence increased by 1. And 50 units of meat will be provided every week, upgradable. Hey, this is a good thing. Looking at the birdcage in front of him, Gushi nodded with satisfaction. That's when I discovered that this owl building can not only provide intelligence, blessing, and weekly meat, but also use the owl to send messages. After the small building is upgraded in the future, it can even serve as a flying point. It's okay to deliver letters, but the size of the owl is too small when it comes to flying, so I think I'd better forget it. Gushi shook his head, not quite believing what Luna said, but this was another gain for the time being. Okay, the harvest this time is not small. Let's search here again and clear this place before dawn. With such a harvest, Gushi and Luna searched more carefully in this small building. Soon Gushi discovered that he seemed to have a feeling that there was a strong energy somewhere in this small building. Thinking about the resurrection stones in the hands of these twisted magicians, Gushi knew that they were probably the places where twisted magicians used to imprison innocent people. He pushed away a large rock that had fallen there, and actually found a hidden door to the basement. Before the hidden door could be opened, the thick smell of blood could be heard from below. Gushi knew he was in the right place. He carefully opened the hidden door and looked down the stairs. Then, he was stunned. Under the stairs was a place similar to a kitchen and a slaughterhouse, with a large number of human corpses hanging from the ceiling or on racks. But what surprised Gushi was not this. The first thing he saw was a familiar red dress. The corpse hanging on the meat rack in the kitchen was clearly Shea, the maid of Destiny Compass. Seeing her being disemboweled, with all her internal organs exposed, Shea's face became quite ugly with fear and pain. Seeing this scene, Gushi understood why the waiter had a gloomy face when he delivered the news. Sir, do you know him? Well, a thief with great potential. It seems she is not willing to die. Looking at Xiaoya's widened eyes, Gushi said calmly. Luna didn't think much about such a corpse. There were already quite a few corpses in this small building, and she didn't care about one or two of them. Sighing, Gushi finally put Xiaoya's body down and put her internal organs back in. Just when Gushi was about to help Xiaoya sew up the flesh and leave a whole body for Xiaoya, Xiaoya's hand suddenly moved. If it were anyone else, in such an environment, they would have jumped out of fright. But as a necromancer, Gushi had never seen anything like this before. He just glanced at it and stopped what he was doing. He saw that in this environment, because of her unwillingness and some special influences, Xiaoya actually began to transform herself into an undead. Although this transformation had just begun, looking at Xiaoya's twisted face and the red dress, Gushi felt that this girl was up to something. Gushi thought about it seriously, and he felt that he had encountered it anyway, so he might as well help Xiaoya. It just so happened that Gushi still had an undead contract that he hadn't signed yet. If Xiaoya had good potential, he could sign it directly. Chapter 53 Contracted Undead. Xiaoya, relax. I can help you. Gushi patted Xiaoya's hand and mobilized part of the negative energy to inject into Xiaoya's body. Afterwards, Gushi did not use the necromancy, but instead kept on talking about how he had taken over the ruins and killed the twisted magician stationed there. Gushi knew very well that these undead that transformed themselves autonomously would have certain wisdom and memories. Using spiritualism at this time will destroy the transformation of the undead. Even if Gushi couldn't provide Xiaoya with better environmental support, he wouldn't destroy it all. Under Gushi's comfort, Xiaoya's originally distorted face slowly became smoother, and at the same time, the wound on her abdomen began to heal visibly. When he saw everything changing for the better, Gushi suddenly noticed that Xiaoya's face had turned pale, and a large number of corpse spots began to appear on her skin. The transformation will fail. How is this possible? Gushi could tell what was going on in a glance, but he didn't quite trust his own judgment. Everything was obviously changing for the better. But why did it fall off a cliff all of a sudden? Is there not enough negative energy? Gushi turned around and looked around. In addition to Xiaoya's corpse, there were also many human corpses hanging here. These should be the usual experimental materials, food, and even the final resurrection energy of the twisted magicians. Origin of. At first, Gushi thought of waiting for the skeleton soldiers to clean up the ruins outside and then transport the corpses back to Aradovi. Now that Xiaoya had a problem, Gushi didn't care so much anymore. He pointed at the corpses and began to draw out the negative energy and death aura generated by the corpses to make up for Xiaoya's losses. Under Gushi's operation, a large amount of black, gray, and purple aura was extracted from the corpse and injected into Xiaoya's body. But Gushi found that even after replenishing these negative energies, Xiaoya's body was still being destroyed. From the current point of view, she could not support the successful transformation, and this body was about to die. This situation left Gushi speechless. Although he had never encountered such a thing before, when he was in school, his grades were among the top in the class. Various situations that will be discovered during the autonomous transformation of the undead are recorded in the book. The situation before her was clearly the transformation failure caused by the loss of part of Xiaoya's body. Why did he supplement it according to the method in the book? But it still didn't work. Just when Gushi was at a loss what to do, he suddenly thought of a possibility. When the old twisted magician was resurrected just now, it wouldn't be Xiaoya's life force that was extracted. Thinking of this, Gushi quickly took out the resurrection stone. Sure enough, when the resurrection stone was taken out, Xiaoya's body moved slightly towards the resurrection stone. This is the instinctive action of the undead in response to the missing part of itself. It seems that is indeed the case. A thought flashed through Gushi's mind. Originally, he planned to wait for Xiaoya to transform into an undead, and then he would come back and sign a contract with Xiaoya. Now it seems that it is not okay. Now we need to carry out manual intervention and adjustment on Xiaoya's transformation. Otherwise Xiaoya, a good seedling, will be ruined. With this thought in mind, Gushi quickly rummaged through the various materials he could take out. The materials obtained from just killing the twisted magicians, and some things bought at the flea market were dug out. At the same time, one plan after another was quickly formed in Gushi's mind, and then quickly overturned. In the end, Gushi relied on his level 3 undead knowledge and level 4 magic knowledge to piece together a quite feasible plan. After confirming the plan, Gushi quickly took action. He knew that Xiaoya was in a very dangerous situation. If he didn't deal with it quickly, Xiaoya's situation would become more dangerous with every minute of delay. Even if all Gu Shi's arrangements are successful, the transformation may fail. So Gu Shi simply used everything he could use. He borrowed Liao Li's kitchen knife and opened Xiaoya's newly healed wound. At the same time, Gu Shi removed the resurrection stone from the ring and firmly placed it on Xiaoya's 11th spine. After installing it, Gu Shi tore the magic pattern cloth into strips and wrapped the resurrection stone tightly to prevent it from falling off. After completing all this, Gu Shi put Xiaoya's internal organs in again. When putting the heart back in, Gu Shi injected the demonized heart blood into the heart. After placing all the internal organs as they were, Gu Shi used magic pattern cloth to bandage Xiaoya's wound, and finally placed the dead magic mirror on the wound. Xiaoya's current situation is that she lacks both vitality and death energy. Everything was taken away by the resurrection stone. Although Gu Shi planned to use some means to force out the power from the resurrection stone, there were some things that were lost that were not so easy to replace. Gu Shi didn't want to waste such a good material as Xiaoya, so the dead magic mirror was naturally taken out. After putting everything away, Gu Shi used blood to draw a magic circle on Xiaoya's body, and finally helped put Xiaoya's clothes on. After everything was done, Gu Shi took a deep breath, took out the complete souls he had collected before, and injected them into Xiaoya's body one by one. With the injection of these souls, Xiaoya's skin began to become smoother, and the color of her skin became a bit blue-gray. But the previous rotten state had disappeared. At the same time, Xiaoya's eyes turned into mercury silver, and the pupils and whites of her eyes were all gone, which looked quite strange. Seeing Xiaoya's change, Gu Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, she finally changed for the better. So Gu Shi took out a small piece of magic pattern cloth and quickly wrote the undead contract. The format of the undead contract is actually the same, but if there is no contract quantity, it will be in vain if it is written, and it will not be recognized by the system. Gu Shi happened to still have a spot in the undead contract, so it was a success when he signed the undead contract. When he rolled up the undead contract, Xiaoya also sat upright from the ground. Before Xiaoya could look at Gu Shi quickly sent the undead contract towards he, and a light blue ball of soul light appeared in his hand. My name is Gu Shi. I hope to sign a contract with you and use your strength to fight for me. I will fight for you. Ding! The contract with the undead is successful, and Xiaoya, contracted with the undead, joins the player. Name, Xiaoya, contracted undead. Race, resurrection, walking zombie branch. Level 5, 0/15,000. Talent, bloodsucking, can absorb 30% of the enemy's lost life in battle to replenish its own life. Resurrection stone effect. Status, life, for 10/410. Magic power, 140/140. Attributes, strength 3.2. Agility 2.7. Constitution 2.1 plus 2, resurrection stone effect. Intelligence 1.4. Perception 2.7. Charisma 2.6. Skills, dagger attack level 5. Stealth level 4. Mechanism arrangement and dismantling level 3. Omniscient Eye level 3, dead magic mirror effect. Magic resistance level 2, magic weave cloth effect. Chapter 54 Mirror of Rules. This is a thief. Gu Shi took a look at Xiaoya's current attributes and immediately made a corresponding judgment in his mind. Her strength and skills are okay, but with her talents and attributes, it would be great if she was a tank. But why is she a thief? Although he was thinking this, Gu Shi still walked to Xiaoya. Xiaoya? Yes. I'm here, my lord. Xiaoya seemed to recall Gu Shi's identity, hesitated for a moment, and then changed her words. How did you become like this? Gu Shi was still more concerned about Xiaoya's situation. Regarding Gu Shi's question, Xiaoya was also a little helpless. My mentor helped you handle the land deed matter. I thought I knew a few people, so I followed him secretly. I originally thought that if the owner of this place didn't agree to change, I would give them a harsh blow. But I didn't expect that there would be such a situation behind the ruins, and I fell into it without paying attention. Having said this, Xiaoya raised her hand and looked at the looming magic lines on her skin. She also knew that she could not go back. Even if the Mentor of Destiny Compass loved her, he would never let an undead study there again. Seeing Xiaoya's condition now, Gu Shi thought for a moment and then said, I know what you are thinking. We just happen to have some time, so go back and take a look. Because of your incident, your instructor's face is quite ugly. This time you go back. Even if you say goodbye to him? Xia glanced at Gu Shi, nodded seriously and said, okay. While Gu Shi was talking to Xia, Luna floated out from nearby again. Sir, come and take a look. I found something else. Upon hearing this, Gu Shi waved to Xia and asked her to leave on her own, and then followed Luna to a location behind the small building. The building materials that had fallen down from the small building had been moved away, and Gu Shi could see that there was also a basement here. It's just that it's different from the basement where corpses were hung. The basement in front of me is obviously much smaller, although it's not too clean. It's not full of corpses like the previous basement. In this basement, apart from an extinguished crucible, there was only a broken mirror on the wall. As soon as Gu Shi came in, his eyes fell on the mirror. This is the Mirror of Rules? Luna had never seen the Mirror of Rules, so she didn't know what Gu Shi was talking about. But she still said, Sir, this should be the special power that affects the outside world. While Luna was speaking, Gu Shi's hand had already touched the broken mirror. Mirror of Magical Rules, White. Broken, a mirror that can write 3 rules, true and false, and influence others through the rules. Until the rules are broken, others cannot discover the secrets within the rules. Rule 1. This ruin has no owner, broken. Rule 2. The ownership of this ruin's location is undetermined, broken. Rule 3. Anyone entering this ruins from the front must leave from the side, broken. Explanation. The Mirror of Rules is broken and cannot be used again. Looking at the explanation in front of him, Gu Shi knew that this was where the Mirror of Rules was placed. Those twisted magicians before just took advantage of the Mirror of Rules to occupy this place, and made it their own territory. These magicians don't want to get the land deed. They just want to occupy it for free. As a result, they met Gu Shi and not only lost the land, but also lost their lives. But this also made Gu Shi discover an interesting point. It turns out that the Mirror of Rules can be used in this way. Gu Shi thought for a moment. Didn't he have a Mirror of Rules? Although that was weird and different from the Mirror of Rules used to hide the entire ruins. The situation was the same. It happened that this Mirror of Magical Rules was also broken. So Gu Shi simply took out the Mirror of Weird Rules and removed the broken Mirror of Magical Rules. As the Mirror of Weird Rules was hung up, a ding sounded in Gu Shi's ears. Whether to activate the Mirror of Strange Rules. Please set the scope of influence and rules. Gu Shi looked at the mirror and found that there was a map looking down from the sky. Gu Shi drew the scope of the ruins and began to write 3 rules. Article 1. The person with the land deed is the owner of the land. After speaking, Gu Shi also took out the land deed of this place and showed it in front of the mirror. Article 2. Outsiders can enter through the gate only with the owner's consent. Outsiders must leave when the owner sees off guests. Article 3. Anyone who enters this place without the owner's consent is an enemy, and will die in various ways arranged by the owner. After death, the body and soul will be integrated into this place, and become part of the servants here. As the 3 rules written by Gu Shi were established, this Mirror of Weird Rules was fixed on this wall. Then Gu Shi felt a slight vibration on the nearby ground, as if something had merged into the ground. However, the new rules had no impact on Gu Shi's undead, who were still carrying various materials back to Aladovi City. The collapsed building was soon evacuated, and even the ruins that had been used to deceive the public were removed. Luna, who had been paying attention to this matter, floated in front of Gu Shi. I have been paying attention just now. We have transported back a total of 35 units of stone, 29 units of wood, 4 units of metal, a corpse of a twisted magician, and 3 oil paintings for decoration. By the way, we also dug up a large number of bones at the back, including those of humans and some large animals. Some of the bones even contain some magic power. We have transported them all back to Aradovi. Well done. At this time, Gu Shi also saw that everything that could be seen here had been carried away by the skeleton soldiers. Now, where the ruins originally were, there was only a piece of flat land left. Even the flowers in the garden in front were pulled out and taken away. Seeing this, Gu Shi had to admire the meticulousness of the skeleton soldiers. You go back first. I'll find someone to build this small building in the next 2 days. After it's completed, I'll ask you to come over and place the hearthstone. Okay. But sir, is 2 days enough? Before coming here, I might be a little worried. But after coming here, I am not worried anymore. There are magicians here, and it is not impossible to have some other construction methods. After listening to Gu Shi's words, Luna understood that there was some truth in it. She didn't say anything more. and directly followed the skeleton soldiers back to Aladovi City through the city gate. There are still a lot of things waiting for Luna over there. At least this time, they need to spend time sorting out their harvest. At the same time, they also need to arrange the whereabouts of those corpses. Chapter 55 Sewer Black Market. When Luna returned to Aladovi City, Gushi was not idle either. He specially opened permission for Luna and Shea to enter and leave the area in front of them, and then quickly left the ruins. When walking out of the ruins, Gushi looked back, because the Mirror of Magic rules has lost its function. When outsiders see this place now, it is no longer the ruins as originally designed, but the original small building. Of course, after being cleaned up by the skeleton soldiers, the ruins here are now completely gone, and there is only an open space left in front of you. Maybe after daybreak, someone will see the situation here and be curious about what happened, and even want to come in and take a look at the situation inside. However, Gushi does not intend for anyone to destroy the peace here. He has already arranged the Mirror of Weird rules. Even though it is still an open space, the rules have been activated. If someone accidentally enters here, he will die in the open space. Then the trouble would be big. After leaving the open space, Gushi looked up at the sky, then tilted his head to look in another direction. Come back so soon? Shea slowly walked out of the darkness. After some time of adjustment, Shea had recovered her original fighting strength. When she walked out of the darkness, she was still wearing a red dress and high heels, but she did not make any sound. A hint of sound. She didn't lower her head until she reached a position about 3 meters in front of Gushi. Grown-ups, have you met your mentor? Gushi glanced at Shea and found that her clothes had been changed. At the same time, Gushi noticed that there were some subtle changes in Shea's movements. I've seen it. My mentor is very happy that I can come out. At the same time, my mentor also allowed me to become a master. I am now an official thief. Regarding this situation, Gushi was silent for a moment. Your instructor treats you very well. Please visit him more often when you have time in the future. Now, Shea, I have something for you to take care of. Please give me your orders. You know Victoria City very well. Do you know where there is a construction team that can build houses quickly? It's best to be able to build houses in a short time. Yes. After hearing Gushi's request, Shea responded decisively. I heard that there are several goblin and goblin engineering teams on the black market. Their construction speed is quite fast, but their asking price will be higher. It's okay. We still have some unused goods on hand. If possible, we can use these goods to exchange for them. As soon as Gushi heard the news about the engineering team, he immediately said, let's go there quickly. Build this place as soon as possible, and finish the work as soon as possible. This way. Sir. When Shaya saw that Gushi was determined, she didn't refuse too much and headed in one direction with Gushi. Following Shaya, Gushi quickly passed through a nearby alley, then opened the entrance to the sewer and moved forward along the sewer full of filth for about 20 minutes. Finally, they jumped onto a small boat docked in the sewer, and with the help of the boat, they arrived at a small dock deep in the sewer. Gushi could tell that the dock in front of him was built with corpses and various garbage materials floating down from the upper reaches. But after stepping on it, you can clearly feel that the pier is quite strong. Sir, this is a black market. Anyone can appear here. Please don't take action at will. While Shaya was speaking, Gushi was observing the situation in the sewer. Gushi noticed that although the sewer was full of filth, it was in good order. People walked quickly with their heads lowered, while on both sides of the road, rats and cockroaches lined up and kept moving. It's obvious that these humble little guys are the spies of the owner of this place. The most important thing is that Gushi felt the faint aura of death in the sewer. At first, Gushi thought it was because there were too many corpses piled up in the sewer. But after observing for a while, Gushi discovered that this was not the case. In places where normal people would not notice, there were some details with skulls or other decorations. It is obvious that the owner of this black market hidden in the sewers should be a relatively powerful necromancer. Sir, come here. While Gushi was still looking around, Shea had already walked to the door of a shop and waved to Gushi. Gushi took a look at the shop and found that it was actually made up of several broken boats. A fishing net hung at the door served as a curtain. Standing in front of the door, you could even see the faint blue firelight inside. What's happening here? As Gushi spoke, he lifted the door curtain and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, Gushi smelled a foul smell. When I looked up again, I saw a fat goblin as big as a hill sitting in a pile of garbage. This goblin's hand is covered with various rings. Time is money. My friend, I heard that you have business and want to take care of me. Yes, I have a piece of vacant land. I just acquired it. It is about 300 square meters. I want to build a 3-story building with a basement in 2 days. Of course, it would be better if it has some magical effects. The time is tight, and the tasks are heavy. This is what I like best. But as you know, we goblins are not like fairies, who can use some magic. So, how much more? Gushi could see the nature of this goblin at a glance. At least double it. I'm not afraid to tell you that your requirements are too much. To build a small building with 300 square meters. Look at how much material is needed. Right? And you are still in a hurry and want magic effects. Even if you don't add this magic effect, you are in a hurry. Before the goblin finished speaking, his eyes turned to Gushi's hand, where Gushi was holding a crystal eyeball. Is this enough? Can you show it to me? Gushi raised his hand, and the crystal eyeball fell into the hands of the goblin. The goblin took out a magnifying glass and looked up and down, and finally raised his head and said, "The quality is pretty good. This should be the eye of a powerful creature of around level 6. It became crystallized because of the influence of some strange power. When the leader was crystallized, he directly killed the powerful creature and finally got this thing. It contains part of the power of this powerful creature, as well as the strange properties of crystallization. It is a very good alchemy material. At the current market price, it can be sold for at least 5,000 pounds. However, this is not enough." Chapter 56 Design of Small Building. Listening to the goblin's analysis, Gushi had determined the prices on the black market in front of him. How much difference? If you want to build your small building in 2 days, it will cost at least 20,000 pounds. This is the starting price, and there is no upper limit. The white weird rat skin is worth about 30 to 50 pounds, and the green crystal eyeball is worth 5,000 pounds. Various judgments flashed through Gushi's mind quickly, and finally he took out a ring and threw it into the goblin's hand. What about now? The ring thrown by Gushi is the transformation ring. This is a good thing. The strange gear before was transformed by this transformation ring. The most important thing is that Gushi knows that this transformation ring has the characteristic of +4 level after transformation. Even if this thing is taken out of the game, the price will be relatively high. But Gushi just threw it out as if he didn't care. This surprised the goblin. He hurriedly took the ring and studied it quickly. He spoke after a long time. This ring can turn people into the monsters that exist in their hearts. If the transformation didn't cause loss of control, it could be sold for at least 100,000 pounds. Even now, 40,000 to 50,000 pounds is not a problem. Are you really going to invest all of it into your construction? Build it. If it doesn't work, I'll buy some more things. But I think you can always spend the money a lot. Of course, there is no money that the Goblin Trading Company cannot make. The goblin said excitedly. Let's calculate the budget based on 55,000 pounds. Gushi blinked and immediately understood that the goblin had included the crystal eyeballs. Before he could speak, the goblin scratched the ground, and a magic sandbox appeared in front of Gushi. My friend, where is your clearing? You know that ruin at the end of Greenwich Street? I know. That's not. Goblin is also a well-informed person, and he understood it as soon as he heard it, even if he had some doubts in his heart. All the doubts disappeared when he saw the transformation ring. I know that place. The terrain is probably like this. The goblin clapped his hands, and the magic sand table changed. Gushi took a look and found that this was the same as the ruins before. Gushi said to the goblin at this time, I have cleared away those things on the ruins. There are 2 basements here and here. This one can be rebuilt, but this one must be preserved. Hearing that Gushi had cleared away all the construction debris on the ruins, the goblin looked like he had lost a million. Fortunately, he still had some sense, and with a flick of his hand, he cleared away the construction debris on the ground, leaving only an open space. Then the goblin began to add various things to it. My friend, you want a 3-story building, right? Do you want a garden in front? How much area does the garden occupy? You need to build a gate. I have a lion head here that can open the door automatically. I wonder if you are interested. This thing is not expensive. 500 pounds a pair, and anyone passing by will be noticed by them. Do you need a housekeeper or something inside the gate? Oh, no. No. What about the garden? What kind of style does a small building need? Gushi, who was standing aside, looked at the magic sand table in front of him and felt that this thing was really useful. The goblin kept adding various things he had on hand, and when Gushi made suggestions, The goblin could take things out of the magic sandbox at any time. Soon Gu Shi and the goblin reached an agreement. The style of the new building would be a 3-story stone and would structure with a basement. The small building covers an area of 200 square meters. The remaining part is the front gate and entrance garden, which covers an area of nearly 30 square meters. The small garden, pond, and a small steam engine power room behind the small building are all the total area is 60 square meters. The entrance to the most important basement for Gu Shi is just below the pond. Only a switch can open the passage below. Otherwise, if you want to enter, you must drain the pond of water. Of course, this kind of entrance method costs money. The goblins use steam technology, magic, and some special means here. In short, apart from the small building itself, this is where the most money was invested. In addition, the interior decoration of the small building has also been determined. The underground room is a warehouse area, with a total of 6 large and small warehouses and rooms. 2 of them are cold storage rooms. 1 is a magic prison room. And there is also a special collection room and an important room. Library. The security forces of these warehouses have been strengthened. But Gu Shi did not accept the goblin's recommendation to arrange any goblin security guards here. Gu Shi really doesn't need this. If he has that need, he can just arrange some undead in his own small building. The first floor is mainly the hall, living room, dining room, kitchen, and other rooms. The second floor is 5 bedrooms with different styles. The third floor is Gu Shi's master bedroom, plus a viewing balcony. Of course, the master bedroom has direct access due to the occupied area. It is about 150 square meters, so it is also subdivided into various functional areas. Because these did not involve magic, the goblins did not increase the price. But the decorations in the front and backyard were the goblins' extravagances. Not to mention the pond in the backyard and the steam engine power room. They are must-haves. Especially the steam engine power room, which is the source of electricity and heat for the entire building. And most people will need it. The goblins in the front yard were blowing around, like some kind of wisdom tree. A door that could open and close automatically. Nutrient-rich soil, etc. The prices of these things were higher and higher. And Gu Shi was not polite with the goblins. He did not pay whatever the goblins said, but bargained with them, or simply refused to take some unnecessary things. The goblin also saw Gu Shi's attitude, and did not overly introduce security and related things. Instead, he focused on how to close the door of the small building at the right time and live a good life. The things introduced naturally touched Gu Shi's mind. There were some things that Gu Shi couldn't think of a use for, so he bought them after the goblin's advice. With this patchwork, Gu Shi's budget was completely spent. Just when the goblin was about to recommend something else, Gu Shi directly stopped him. Stop. That's it. Stop it. I don't have any money for more. Hearing Gu Shi's words, the goblin also sighed. He still had many things he wanted to recommend to Gu Shi. At this time, the goblin rolled his eyes and was about to speak. When Gu Shi spoke, "Don't say anything at this time. There are still very important things that haven't been added. If that's the case, then I only want the small building and not the miscellaneous things outside. The budget is just 20,000. The goblin quickly shut his mouth after hearing this, not daring to recommend anything more. Chapter 57: The Sacred Artifact in Fairy Tales. Gu Shi's words caught the old goblin's weakness, and he fixed the magic sand table quite honestly. How long will it take to make it ready? After finally confirming it, Gu Shi didn't bother to be polite with the old goblin and asked directly. Tomorrow. Just tomorrow. Regarding this issue, the old goblin said proudly, "Don't worry. Although we are fast, we will never have any problems with quality. If you don't see a complete small building at this time tomorrow, you will if you come here to trouble me. I'll give you the entire store." Gu Shi looked at the old goblin again, then pulled out a piece of parchment from the old goblin's shop. When the old goblin screamed and wanted to settle the score with Gu Shi, he quickly wrote a few lines on the parchment. Confirm that workers entered and built the small building during the period of. After finishing writing, Gu Shi handed the parchment to the old goblin's hand. "Let your workers work with this, or you will die on my property, and I will not pay you any compensation." The old goblin was also a man. He just took one look and knew that Gu Shi must have arranged something on his territory. He didn't bother to say anything to Gu Shi. He just rolled up the parchment and turned around to give instructions. After explaining the most important thing clearly, Gu Shi no longer stayed in the old goblin's shabby house. If he stayed here any longer, Gu Shi felt like he was almost getting pickled. After leaving the old goblin's territory, Shea, who had been standing outside the door, followed and quickly came behind Gu Shi. Gu Shi looked back at Shaya and knew that this was a tacit understanding between Shaya and him. Shea would always appear by Gu Shi's side when he was in need. It seems that since her death, Shaya's temperament has changed a lot, and her previous reckless character has been suppressed. Feeling Gu Shi looking back at her, Shea was also a little confused. She put her hands on her waist and looked around. Seeing Shaya's reaction, Gu Shi smiled speechlessly. After laughing, Gu Shi slowly blended into the small dock in front of him. Gu Shi found that, except for the old goblin who had his own territory, most of the professionals who came here could only find a place on the roadside to set up stalls. The things they brought out were similar to those at the flea market before, mainly mirrors, but the quality was much better. Gu Shi just glanced over and found that most of the items sold here were white items, unlike the flea market where most of them were gray garbage. Unfortunately, Gu Shi didn't have much money, and there wasn't anything good here to attract Gu Shi's attention. So he just walked around here for a long time and didn't find anything good. Even the 3 mirrors he bought before couldn't compare. This made Gu Shi, who wanted to make a mistake here, quite helpless. It seems that everyone here is full of smart people. If you want to take advantage here, you have to spend a lot of time and energy to get in. If Gu Shi had that much time and energy, he might as well find a place to kill monsters. Just when Gu Shi was about to take Shaya away, Shaya gently patted Gu Shi on the shoulder. Shea, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't pat me on the shoulder. Being patted on the shoulder by a ghost will hurt your young energy. As Gu Shi spoke, he looked in the direction where Shea was looking. He noticed that there was an unremarkable stall over there. The stall owner was a man with a rat-like face. He huddled up and wrapped himself in black rags. In front of him, there were more than 10 branches and sticks of different thicknesses. The length of these branches and sticks is close to 1 meter. And each branch carries special aura fluctuations with different intensifications. These are the branches I collected. They are good materials for making scepters, civilized wands, or magic wands. I can guarantee that each one has good properties. Would the guest like one? Gu Shi glanced at Shaya, then reached out and picked up a branch that was not too long. The moment he got the branch, the human said immediately, "The guest is so awesome. He got the best branch here in one go. This branch is an elder tree, 73 centimeters long, and is most suitable for making a short walking stick." However, Gu Shi ignored his words, and a series of messages popped up in front of Gu Shi. You get an elderberry. Elder, green elder has magical powers, and can be used to make short canes, wands, or other weapons and equipment. Ding! When you were looking for materials, you accidentally made Shea, contracted undead, match the direction of a certain fairy tale, and you activated a temporary mission. Temporary mission, sacred artifacts in fairy tales. Task description, collect the Deathly Hallows and challenge the incarnation of death. Task requirements, collect the Deathly Hallows 2/3. Kill the incarnation of death, 0/1. Task reward, necromancer professional skill death incarnation. Explanation 1. Based on the Deathly Hallows collected, the summoned incarnations of death may be real or fake, and may be strong or weak. But no matter what, they will be considered successful if killed. Note 2. After completing the task, the death incarnation summoned by the necromancer will be similar to the summoned death incarnation, and its strength is the necromancer level +8. After glancing at the conditions of the temporary mission, Gu Shi raised his hand and threw the elder tree into Shaya's hand. After Shaya took the elder, she first turned it around in her hand, then held the elder and waved it twice, making a hammering motion, and finally said to Gu Shi, "Sir, this thing feels a little lighter. It's good for sap." Before Gu Shi could say anything, the human immediately said, "Guest, please be gentle. There is an iron shop in front of you. It will be much easier to wrap money there." "Saya, take it." Gu Shi stopped Shaya from putting down the elderberry and turned around to ask the stall owner, "How much is this one? The guests are selected by me from many trees one by one. Give me a price." Gu Shi interrupted this person's bragging. He knew that if he let the other person continue to brag, he would not be able to afford this thing. 10 pounds. The stall owner quoted a price cautiously. While the stall owner was waiting for a counteroffer, Gu Shi raised his hand and dropped 10 pounds of cash. "Sir, I usually use a dagger. This thing is of no use to me. Moreover, this thing is too expensive. You can buy it for only 1 or 2 pounds at most. Take it first. When we have the right materials, I will find a way to help you process this thing. It will always be used in the future. Although Xiaoya didn't know why Gushi bought this elderberry specifically. Since Gushi said so, she still put it away. At this time, Gushi was thinking about where to find the last Deathly Hallows. He couldn't keep running around Victoria's City. After thinking about it, Gushi could only turn his head to look at Xiaoya. Xiaoya, do you know where to find books on extraordinary or professional matters? Sir, there are special libraries in Victoria's City. And there are also special libraries in several famous colleges. As long as there is a way, you can find these books. What kind of books are you looking for? Sir? Gushi hesitated for a moment. And finally said, Fairy Tale. Chapter 58 Fairy Tale Book and Library. I'm afraid I'm crazy. Why would I bring you here to buy fairy tale books? Listening to Xiaoya muttering behind him, Gushi smiled and didn't pay attention. After buying the elderberry, Gushi did not stop at the pier under the sewer. Instead, he followed Xiaoya around 3 times and came to a bookstore deep in an alley. According to Xiaoya, this bookstore sells some professional skill books and employment books, as well as various books related to professionals and extraordinary people. If Gushi wanted a professional skill book, Xiaoya would definitely not bring him here, because the prices of these books are quite expensive. Some are even more expensive than the small building that Gushi has not yet built. But Gushi just found some fairy tale books, and that would be fine. The price of these fairy tale books is actually not high. After rummaging around here, Gushi found many interesting fairy tale books. For example, The 3 Little Pigs, Jack and the Pea, Jack the Giant Killer, etc. These are the most classic fairy tales in Britain. However, when Gushi was reading these fairy tales, he felt that these fairy tales contain too many bloody, violent, and weird things. It doesn't look like a book written for children, but rather a magic book that hides evil power. But this is not the case when reading these fairy tale books. The 3 Little Pigs, Gray, a fairy tale book with illustrations. Because the description is too bloody, it is not suitable for children to watch. Jack and the Pea, Gray, a fairy tale book with illustrations, which is not suitable for children because of its rather unhealthy outlook. If Gushi hadn't automatically generated a temporary task when he came into contact with these fairy tale books, he might not have even glanced at these fairy tale books. Temporary mission, weird library. Task description, collect enough books to enrich the library's collection. Task requirement, collect more than 10 books, 0/10. Task reward, library design drawing, medium size. Note 1. Please try to collect books of the same type. There will be different transformations when giving rewards. Note 2. The library can be linked with a magic tower to produce linkage effects. Note 3. As the collection of books in the library increases, the library's additional attributes can be improved. As for the increase, everything depends on the quality of the library and the collection of books. It was precisely because of such a temporary mission that Gushi bought all these fairy tale books quite simply. At the same time, Gushi also found the information he was looking for in these fairy tale books. It was a fairy tale about 3 brothers dealing with a god of death. There are elder trees, resurrection stones, and an invisibility cloak. This fairy tale made Gushi suddenly realize that Xiaoya used an imitation of the resurrection stone to transform the undead, and her body carried the properties of the resurrection stone. If you don't encounter the other 2 things, it will be fine. If you do encounter them, there will naturally be different changes. So this time Gushi got another elder tree. Coupled with Gushi's profession, it naturally led to such a temporary task. After reading the fairy tale, Gushi also understood what was going on here. He just needed to find another invisibility cloak. He didn't even need an invisibility cloak. He just needed some special invisibility methods that would allow Gushi to gather the 3 elements of the Deathly Hallows. The incarnation of death he will face next is the god of death. This request is actually not difficult for Gushi. Gushi closed the fairy tale book in his hand and looked up at the shop owner. Any more? No more. All the fairy tale books are here. Okay. Let's take these. Boss. Look. I have bought a lot of books from you. These books are not considered valuables. I wonder if there is any discount or something. I'm afraid of you. I really don't know how you are. But you came to me to buy fairy tale books. There are 13 books here. So I'll give you £10. You haven't complained about the high price yet. You just flip through them. These books are all printed with illustrations. Some of the illustrations are even in color. They are quite valuable. Okay. Gushi didn't refuse and agreed decisively. Xiaoya stepped forward with tacit understanding and helped Gushi pick up the books. After paying the money, Gushi had no intention of helping Shaya, but took out a piece of parchment and read it. Library design drawing, medium size, use 500 resources. 10 units of stone, and 10 units of wood to build a library, medium-sized building, in the city. After completion, each floor of the magic tower can research spell slots +1, needs to be linked with the magic tower. The Magic Academy can train magicians, soldiers, +1, needs to be linked with the Magic Academy. And mysterious books will appear randomly in the library. The collection of books reaches 100 books. Fairy tale characters appear randomly in the library, more than 10 fairy tale books. Looking at the contents on the parchment, Gushi discovered that although this library and the owl building he had obtained before were both medium-sized buildings, this library had many functions. It's obvious that these two are not in the same league at all. After putting the parchment away, Gushi reached out and took the fairy tale books from Shaya's hand. Let's go. Let's go back. Sir, we're not going to go shopping anymore. Gushi paused and finally shook his head. Forget it. I have no money. And there are some things that you can't encounter just by wanting to. Shaya didn't understand what Gushi was planning. But since Gushi said so, she stopped asking any more questions and quickly followed Gushi's footsteps. When they came, Shaya led the way, taking a small path or a shortcut. When he went back, Gushi was quite happy and went with the idea of going shopping, as long as there was no problem with the route. Shaya did not persuade Gushi to change direction, and Gushi has been watching the situation on the road. Unfortunately, in Victoria City, professionals don't dare to talk openly about things like they do in the countryside. There was nothing in the shops on the street that Gushi was interested in, even though there are some shops that are engaged in professional business. The signboards on the shop fronts are always painted mysteriously. It was just like the Compass of Destiny where Shaya stayed at the beginning. It was clearly a thieves' guild that made a living by selling information, but it had a sign that looked like a tavern. In this way, who can know what is behind each store? If Gushi didn't ask, Shaya wouldn't take the initiative to say it. And they missed many stores that were famous among professionals. After lunch, Gushi took Shaya back to Greenwich Street. Before reaching the end of Greenwich Street, Gushi saw the original location of the ruins, which had been covered with green cloth. A man wearing a strange style was watching every move in the ruins from a distance. Gushi thought for a while, then turned to look at Shaya. Shaya had a look of understanding in her eyes, stepped back, and disappeared from Gushi's perception. Chapter 59 Changes in Aladovi City. Then Gushi tidied his clothes, took out the crushing staff, held it in his hand like a civilized staff, and walked slowly towards his territory. While walking forward, Gushi also put a piece of dried meat into his mouth. As long as the other party made any movement, the dried meat would turn into a corpse bomb and be thrown into that person's face, regardless of whether it can kill people. First use the sound to blow up the nearby guards. Fortunately, this weirdly dressed guy didn't mean to attack Gushi. Instead, he glanced at Gushi. After confirming that Gushi was the owner of the land, he grinned at Gushi. At this time, Gushi finally saw this guy's face clearly. This guy looked obviously very handsome, with a brown beard covering half of his face. His eyes were normal, and he was distorted from the two people Gushi had killed before. The magician is completely different, but for some reason, when he opened his mouth, Gushi felt as if he was being targeted by a powerful beast. However, Gushi was not a coward. Faced with such pressure, he took a step forward, raised the corner of his mouth, and showed a disdainful smile on his face. That action was clearly mocking the guy in front of him. This person was not angry, and just watched Gushi enter the ruins area, and then slowly left. After the person left for a while, Shaya disappeared and sneaked into the ruins. At this time, Gushi was sitting in front of the unbuilt gate, holding a glass of boiled water and drinking it seriously. How about it? I found the guy's whereabouts and got some information. The person who appeared in front of our door today is a being called the White Devil. They belong to a semi-official magic organization in Victoria City and have their own exclusive academy and administrative system. The White Devil is the most powerful being in this organization. I heard that he has even slain a dragon. Wait a minute. You said this is a semi-official magic organization in Victoria City, and the Emperor of Britain doesn't care about it? Gushi interrupted Shaya. No matter what. Merlin, the founder of this organization, was King Arthur's think tank and mentor. James the First exiled the Mirror City, and also used the power of these magicians in the name of the country. Do you think someone would target them under such circumstances? Believe it or not, Every high-ranking aristocrat in Victoria has one or two powerful magicians in their homes. It seems that this place was a node secretly arranged by those magicians. It's just a pity that now it belongs to us. Gu Shi said nonchalantly that as long as he waited here for a day and his small building was built, he could quit the game. I don't know when I will come back next time. So what if I offend one or two magical organizations? Even if he offended the British royal family, Gu Shi would not back down. Xia didn't know Gu Shi's thoughts. But Xia had a character that was fearless. And now that she had become an undead, she didn't take this magic organization seriously. After hearing what Gu Shi said, she didn't take the White Demon King and others to heart. At this time, Gu Shi said to Xia, "You come back just in time. I'm going to Aladovi for a while. You stay here and don't let outsiders get close to my position." Aladovi? Xia knew that Gu Shi had a city that belonged to him. But Gu Shi had never taken her to the city of the undead. Now that he heard this, Xia also said with a serious face, "Sir, please don't worry. There will be no problems with me here." Gu Shi nodded his head and disappeared into the air. The next moment, Gu Shi returned to Aladovi's meeting hall. "Sir, why are you here? Come and take a look. I'll give you this one. Find time to build this library." As Gu Shi spoke, he took out the library design drawing and 10 fairy tale books. After taking these things, Luna quickly looked through the library design drawings. "Sir, this is a good thing." At this time, Gu Shi was observing the changes in Aradovi. Although he had only been away for a few days, Aradovi's city had completely changed. Some useless buildings and ruins have been demolished, and various furniture has been transported away. At the same time, the various materials and corpses brought in from the ruins today have also been sorted and sorted, because there is currently no warehouse. Most of the stones and wood are piled in the open space outside the meeting hall. Even so, these materials were piled neatly, and it could be seen that Luna had some obsessive-compulsive disorder in some aspects. All the corpses that were brought back have been sent to the cult church, and are now undergoing the final step of cleaning up. Once cleared, the bodies will be sorted out. Those that are still relatively complete will be preserved, and when Gu Shi needs them, they will be actively released on the battlefield. Whether they are used as the source of corpse explosions, or used to cast bone shields or spiritualism, a large number of corpses are needed. In the absence of other sources of corpses, these corpses dropped on the battlefield are equivalent to dropping ammunition on the battlefield. Although it is a bit wasteful, it is also quite necessary. As for those incomplete corpses, they were buried in the cemetery behind the cult church. These corpses will complete the corpses in the cemetery, which will ultimately increase the skeleton production rate of the cult church in the next few weeks. After walking around the city of Aladovi for a short while, Gu Shi saw the newly built tavern and owl building. The tavern was rebuilt from an original 3-story building. The walls on the first floor of the building were demolished, so the inside of the tavern can be easily seen from the outside. There was a wooden sign hanging on the door of the tavern. On the sign was a picture of a wine glass full of wine and a small dagger. Gu Shi, who had learned some common sense from Xia, could tell at a glance that the tavern in front of him, in addition to drinking and eating, also served as a thieves' guild. Building name, Tavern. Level 1, can be upgraded. Characteristic: the tavern provides 5 normal servings of food per day. Taverns can improve the morale of the garrison, depending on the number and level of taverns. Taverns can also provide corresponding intelligence on nearby enemies. Looking at the properties of the tavern, Gu Shi had a black face with a question mark. Taverns can improve garrison morale, which is a good thing. But the question is, do the undead need morale? Taverns can provide intelligence on nearby enemies. But are there any enemies near Aradovi? Luna used up the location of a core building in exchange for 5 servings of food a day, which was somewhat of a waste. If he had known this, he would have strongly asked Luna to build a warehouse first, even if he was hungry. Chapter 60: The Function of the Tavern. Although she was somewhat reluctant, Gu Shi also understood that it was Luna's consideration to build the tavern first. He could not chill Luna's heart. After standing in front of the tavern for a moment, Gu Shi entered the tavern with the crushing staff. At this time, the stairs from the first floor to the second floor of the tavern were filled with all kinds of debris. It can be seen from this that the level of the tavern has not been upgraded and the upstairs part has not been completed yet. In the lobby on the first floor of the tavern, there were a total of 7 round tables, all of which were filled with corpses. These corpses were covered in cobwebs and dust, and no one knew how long they had been sitting here. It seems that this tavern has not taken care of anything else, and the scary atmosphere is already in place. When Gushi came in, a skeleton in a red dress came out from behind. What would you like to eat? Sir? Any recommendations? Gushi sat across from a corpse and cleared the ashes on the plate in front of him. Only roasted owl is available now. Gushi was stunned for a moment. It turned out that when Owl House said it provided 50 units of meat per week, he was referring to owls. This thing should be edible, Gushi thought with some uncertainty. At the same time, he gestured to let the skeleton in the red skirt be served first. When the skeleton went down, 2 skeletons in red dresses walked out from nearby. The ribs on their chests were exposed. They surrounded Gushi and asked in a low voice, "Guest, do you need any other services?" Gushi rolled his eyes at the 2 skeletons and said, "I want to drink bone soup. Can any of you lend me your leg bone?" The 2 skeletons were bored and didn't want to stay here any longer, so they turned around and left. After they left, Gushi also pressed his head helplessly. Are these skeletons brainless? No matter what he looks like, who would be interested in a skeleton? I'm sorry. Those 2 just came out without much training. Please bear with me. Oh, it turns out to be the city lord. Why didn't you say you were here? Just as Gushi was rolling his eyes, a skeleton in red clothes walked out from behind. She was tightly dressed in red clothes, and her steps were slightly twisted as she walked. It actually gave Gushi a feeling that the skeleton also very beautiful feeling. Before the skeleton could get close to Gushi, Luna appeared in front of Gushi and blocked the skeleton. Luna, what's going on? It appeared along with the core building. This is a wine girl. I originally thought that a bartender and thief would appear, but I didn't expect such a thing to appear. Gushi understood as soon as he heard it. It turned out that this was the difference between core buildings and large buildings. In addition to the functions of the building, the core building also arranges corresponding manpower for management and control. If Luna had built a warehouse, then the person who would appear randomly would be a warehouse manager. Knowing that this guy was his subordinate, Gushi flipped through it and saw her attributes. Compared to contract spirits like Luna, she has fewer attributes, but compared to skeleton soldiers, she has more attributes. It seems that just as Luna said, she represents the characteristics of the core building. Tavern owner, wine girl, level 1. Feature impact. Boss, the main person in charge of the tavern, responsible for the operation of the tavern. As the level of the tavern increases, some new positions can be added, and new dishes and services can be added. Winemaker, responsible for making wine for all residents and soldiers in the city to drink. There is one type of wine, 1/5. Thief leader, trains thieves and spies. He currently has 3 thieves, 3/5. Each additional subordinate will increase the amount of information that can be detected. Explanation. The level of the wine girl is equal to the level of the tavern. At the same time, the wine girl has no combat power, but will not be attacked in the tavern. Continue with the roasted owl just now, and give me a drink of your drinks here, and some information about the nearby area. After reading the message from the drunkard, Gushi knew what kind of attitude he would use to face the drunkard. The wine lady didn't say anything more. She just gave Gushi a charming look and backed away with a twist. Soon, what Gushi wanted was brought up. The roasted owl was the first to be served. It looked like a small roasted chicken. There were no side dishes, only the roasted brown owl meat. Roasted owl white. Food. The roasted owl. I don't know whether it is due to the skill of the chef or the materials. The taste can only be said to be edible. After eating, it can increase 1 point of intelligence and the duration. 2 hours. The wine was a cup of something similar to beer. Gushi could see that the color of the wine was a little green, and there was pale white foam in the wine. Green ghost, white. Beer. A beer brewed from unknown green wheat. It tastes a bit bitter, but it is still drinkable. After drinking, it can increase morale by 1 point and restore 50% of mana. As each item was held in his hand, the properties of these foods and drinks flashed across Gushi's eyes. Gushi accepted the fact that wine could restore mana, but roasted owls could increase intelligence, although it was only temporary, which was enough to surprise Gushi. You should know that for a mage, the most important attribute is intelligence. It seems that the owls in the city of Aridov can no longer be kept. As Gushi began to eat and drink, the wine girl who had just left came back. She was holding a piece of parchment in her hand. Seeing that Gushi had no time to spare, she took the initiative to open it and spread it on Gushi's hands. In front of the breath, Gushi looked around and found that what was drawn on the parchment was the terrain map of the Aladovi city occupied by Gushi and some nearby areas. The reason why Gushi was so sure was because Gushi had seen a similar one in the council hall before. It's just that the things drawn on the map in front of me are thinner. Not to mention anything else. There are detailed instructions for the next target that Gushi and Luna have agreed upon. Dock area. Covers an area of 0.4 square kilometers. Population 1722 Ghost. After occupation, you can get 3 docks, medium-sized buildings. Need to be activated. 1 large plot. 2 medium-sized plots. 2 small plots. 2 quasi-core plots, limited to building dock warehouses and dock markets. Border tower, garrison health plus 20. Dockside defense office. 210 shadows, level 2. 70 shadows, level 3. 1 shadow leader, level 4, defensive type. Health 670. 1 shadow boss, level 5, mage type. Master's fireball. After taking down the border tower, you can get 1 large plot of land. Building a barracks can get attribute blessings. This is very detailed. Looking at this information, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. That's right. All the girls I trained are capable. Can you lure out these mysterious shadows? Gushi suddenly asked. The wine girl shook her head when she heard this. Sir, I am a thief and a spy. Not a diplomat. This kind of thing is not something we can do. Okay. Then you can check their situation in detail. At least I need to know their defense map and so on. That's possible. But you have to wait a few days. I have a little sister who is in training. Once she's finished, I can arrange for her to take up a post and send her out to get some information. Chapter 61 The Owl House with Added Intelligence. After eating and drinking in the tavern, Gushi staggered out of the tavern. After exiting the door of the tavern, Gushi found that the wine girl only walked to the door and then stopped going out. This was a clear indication that he had no intention of leaving the tavern. At this time, Gushi's heart moved. Drunkard. Is there a function to issue or accept tasks in the tavern? Yes. Sometimes there is something missing, and it is inconvenient for me to find it. I will always send out some tasks for people to help. Don't forget to come to my tavern from time to time. Maybe there will be some different surprises. Woolen cloth. As the wine girl spoke, she covered her mouth with a bone-white finger. Gushi quickly turned his head away. Although he had become a necromancer, Gushi was still not used to facing this type of skeleton. If you really want outsiders to know that Gushi looks at a skeleton and feels that the other person is charming, outsiders will definitely think that Gushi is crazy. Seeing Gushi hurried away, the wine girl laughed softly. After Gushi walked away, she turned around and looked at the 3 men in the tavern. I haven't finished painting my skin yet. If I don't put on the skin, it's like I'm not wearing any clothes. I feel uncomfortable no matter what. Gushi didn't know what was going on behind him. At this time, he was led by Luna to the vicinity of the Owl building. I have arranged for the library to be built. Since we have sufficient resources, it can be built tomorrow. However, we have already used up all the medium-sized plots in the city. If there are any new buildings, we will not have suitable plots to build. I know that after the library is built, the focus will be on small buildings and auxiliary buildings. As for the medium-sized plots, we will talk about them after we take over the dock area. Having said this, Gushi paused for a moment before saying, the bartender in the tavern seems a little weird. Do you know her background? This is a little unclear. The managers in the core buildings are all generated along with the core buildings. However, as long as the buildings are in our territory, they are trustworthy. With Luna's assurance, Gushi said nothing more. At this time, they also arrived in front of the Owl House, and Luna began to introduce the Owl House to Gushi. This was originally supposed to be a small 3-story apartment building, but this small building has undergone major modifications, and its style has become somewhat different. At least it doesn't match the style of the surrounding area. Instead, it is somewhat similar to the patchwork style of the previous ruins. The small 3-story apartment building was transformed into a 5-story building on the spot. The walls on each floor were torn down and replaced with large and small windows. Some branches also stretched out from the windows. It can be said that such a building looks weird no matter how you look at it in the entire neighborhood. Building name, Owl Building. Level 1, can be upgraded. Characteristic. The small building can provide 50 units of meat per week, including but not limited to owl meat, rat meat, snake meat, etc. The small building can release 5 owls at the same time to deliver letters, and ensure that the letters are delivered to the corresponding people. The person who enters the lobby of the small building for the first time will have +1 intelligence. Gushi didn't actually have any big requirements for the owl delivering letters. After all, he didn't have anyone to contact right now. Instead, the amount of meat provided every week was more useful to Gushi. Although Aradovi is a city of death, Gushi still comes here sometimes. And food is the key to how long he can stay in Aradovi. Now that food is guaranteed, and there is a tavern where these meats can be cooked, Gushi has nothing to choose from. Nodding with satisfaction, Gushi opened the door of Owl House and entered the lobby on the first floor. As soon as he stepped into the hall, Gushi discovered that the interior and exterior of the Owl building had different styles. This hall is not as cluttered as outside, but has a quiet feeling. There is a flashing pool of light in the middle of the hall, surrounded by blinking eyes. Luna, how much weird rat meat are there left that we brought back last time? There are 4 or 5 more. Luna hesitated for a moment. She really didn't care about such a small matter. I'll stay here for a while. Go get all the weird rat meat. Good. Luna floated out as soon as she heard this, while Gushi took a step forward and stood at the edge of the pool. At this time, Gushi felt as if he was standing in a starry sky. The stars in the sky were eyes blinking in the darkness. Every eye that looks at it is full of wisdom. But it's a little different. This feeling made Gushi quite comfortable. He took this opportunity to sort out the various knowledge he had learned before. Some things he had learned in school, but had no use in the game, were also attracted by Gushi. Turned it out. At the same time, Gushi also thought about details that he had not noticed before. And he found that sometimes there was something wrong with his choices. If he hadn't been lucky, the bones might have been disposed of. Thinking of this, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. Then his eyes lit up, and there was a ding in his ear. Meditation in the Owl House. Intelligence +1. Undead knowledge +1. Magic knowledge +1. Basic science +1. Name, Gushi. Game number, 629SHE2S0FXC30. Occupation, necromancer. Level 3, 313/10,000. Talent, not activated. Status, health, 310/310. Bonus when eating. Mana, 650/650. Attributes, strength 4.2. Agility 3.3. Constitution 3.1. Intelligence 6.5. Perception 3.7. Charisma 3.6. Professional skills. Spiritualism level 3, 336/500. Secondary corpse explosion level 2, 199/200. Secondary bone shield level 1, 14/100. Bone spurs, 32/100. Active skill, throw level 2, 131/200. Passive skills, undead knowledge level 4. Undead contract level 1. Magic knowledge level 5. Basic science level 4. Basic reading level 2. Basic scribe level 2. Undead dominance level 1. Looking at his improved attributes and skills, Gushi smiled happily. This owl building was not built in vain, and the harvest this time is quite good. At this moment, Luna, who had gone out, floated back again, holding some strange pieces of rat meat in her hands. Gushi took the strange rat meat and threw it into the glowing pool. When these pieces of strange rat meat fell into the water, there was another ding in Gushi's ear. You put suitable food, mice, snakes, squirrels, etc., in the owl building, which attracted the attention of some owls. In addition to this, Gushi could also see a percentage visible to the naked eye appearing on the pool. 27%. Luna, if any rats or other things are found in the city in the future, bring them all here. I want to see what will happen after this pool is fully satisfied. Chapter 62. The anchor point is established, and the channel is opened. After seeing the new changes in Aladovi City, Gushi walked around here a few more times, determined the target of the next construction, and then exited Aladovi City. This time, his exit was no longer like the last time, where he was thrown directly into the Isis River. This time he entered Aladovi City through a regular route, based on the principle of exiting from where he entered. He appeared at the ruins again. As soon as he opened his eyes, Gushi saw Shaya standing beside him with a calm face. The ruins in front of us have changed. The appearance of the 3-story building has been completed. Now some goblins are putting the final touches on the appearance of the building. Seeing Gushi disappear and reappear, these goblins paid no attention to him. In their opinion, Gushi just sneaked out and came back again. They had seen this kind of thing many times, and it was not like this in any of the big noble families. However, Gushi was attracted by the actions of these goblins. He noticed that these goblins were small, but they always came up with something to speed up the construction of the house. These things may be big or small. Some of them can be seen by Gushi, while others are completely incomprehensible to Gushi. The only thing that is certain is that anything related to technology is steam style. The goblins will use a black powder like fuel. At first she thought it was coal. But for some reason, when he saw the black powder, he felt like he was seeing a corpse. This is the instinct of the necromancer. He can even see the residual resentment on the black powder. This is not the resentment of the miners who died digging for coal. There must be something different in it. But she didn't want to get too involved. The water in Victoria City was too deep. And she couldn't control it yet. Only after his strength improves can he go back and consider things here. I didn't see that he didn't even look for things like an invisibility cloak. He didn't even think about going out to try his luck. He just sat at the gate of the ruins and watched. Gushi didn't know that his choice not to go out had allowed him to avoid a lot of trouble. Under Gushi's supervision, the goblins worked very quickly. If there were any problems with the details, Gushi would directly give his suggestions and make modifications immediately. In this way, some things do not need to be discussed, and the construction speed will naturally be much faster. Around the time it was getting dark, all the construction of the small building had been completed. The steam engine in the backyard has also been ignited, and the goblin even poured a large bag of black powder into it. A goblin dressed like a foreman came to Gushi with a contract. This guest, the small building has been built. You can start the acceptance inspection now. Once we evacuate, if there are any problems, we will not admit it. Okay. Please wait here while I look around. When Gushi was talking, Shea had already gone to check and accept it. As a thief, Shea has her own way of inspecting buildings. If there is any problem with a certain building, she can tell by turning around twice. Just leave it to Shaya to do such things as acceptance. Gushi walked around the front yard gate, the backyard pond, and the steam engine room. These things with magical properties need to be handled by Gushi personally, at least to gain control. Especially the gate and the steam engine room, which are the entrance and exit of the entire building. Without control, it is equivalent to opening the gate and letting outsiders in. The other point is the energy point of the entire building. If the control is not taken over, the lamps and various steam machinery in the building will not be able to be used. So these two are the key points of transferring authority. It's better on the other side of the gate. The decorations of the two lion heads are magic items. They just need to transfer the magic authority. The steam engine room in the backyard is different. In addition to controlling authority, the goblins also have to teach Gushi how to use this thing. This is coal slag. A small handful of it, poured in from this hole, can supply the small building with steam for a day, mainly for hot water, steam lamps, and the energy needed for each room. If you have any special needs that day, pour an extra handful of cinders into it. But be sure not to pour too much. 2 handfuls at a time is the limit. Too much will cause problems. In addition, the price of this kind of cinder is relatively high. A handful is 1 pound. And this bag is 30 handfuls. If you use it sparingly, it can last for a month. It is a gift from our rich man. There will be a charge for the cinders after that. If there is no cinders, the steam cannon and various pipe machinery in the room cannot be used. Then don't blame us for not handling it properly. By the way, when you are not using it, remember to soak the coal slag in water and never expose it to the sun, as that will affect the effectiveness of the coal slag. Gushi looked up at the gray sky helplessly. Will there be the sun here? Shaking his head, Gushi reached out and picked up a handful of cinders. A message flashing in his eyes. Cinder, gray, a popular fuel in Victoria City. No one cares where this cinder comes from. As long as a small handful can be used for a day, it is enough. This, don't ask me. We don't know where this cinder comes from. But if customers want it, they can come to us to purchase it on their behalf. The minimum delivery is 3 bags. And 30 bags can be 10% cheaper than the market price. Gushi put the black powder back and then clapped his hands gently. Okay, I understand. I will definitely do it next time I get the chance. While talking, Shea also appeared behind Gushi, and she nodded to Gushi. That's enough. The acceptance of this house is completed. Then I won't keep you here. Okay. If there's no problem, please sign here. As soon as the goblin heard this, he immediately took out the contract, flipped it through quickly, and pointed at it one by one to compare it. If there are no problems, just sign here. The goblins were so professional that Gushi would not make it difficult for them. He quickly signed the contract to be signed, proving that he had completed the acceptance of the small building. At this time, the goblins quickly packed up all their things and quickly left the area. After the goblins left, Shea whispered, "Sir, The security here is very poor. Do you want me to make some changes? Okay. I'll ask Luna to come out later. And you two will work together to arrange the security of this small building. As Gushi spoke, he opened the city gate behind him. And Luna and the skeleton soldiers quickly appeared in the courtyard. Luna, you came just in time. The small building is already ours. This is the Hearthstone. You can put it in the fireplace. After the anchor point is set, I will leave first. I may have a day or two to deal with the things at hand. In the next few days, you and Shea will set up the defense system of the small building. Don't worry. Sir, I will handle this matter clearly. Luna nodded affirmatively. Then she took the Hearthstone handed over by Gushi and flew towards the small building. Gushi didn't say much. He walked with Shea in the courtyard, thinking about what to add to the courtyard. At this moment, a tingling sound suddenly came from Gushi's ear. Ding! The Hearthstone has been successfully placed. You can freely enter and exit Alia City and Victoria City through the fireplace at 12 Northumberland Avenue in Victoria City. In view of the fact that Aladovi City is a player-exclusive city of death, Player 629SHD2S0FXC30 has opened the World Access channel of game number 629SHD2S0FXC30. And the anchor point review of the player is now carried out. Requirements for player-independent anchor points. Any one of these can be completed to establish an anchor point having an independent residence or building belonging to the player in the game, completed. Having one's own identity or status in the game, uncompleted. Being remembered by many NPCs in the game, uncompleted. The player anchor point is established and the player channel is established. Player 629SHD2S0FXC30 can freely enter and exit the world of game number 629SHD2S0FXC30 through all game logins. There is no need to log in using a dedicated game login. Would you like to exit the game now? Chapter 63 Conflict on Return. Qingfeng Domain. Lion Star. Balian City. In the White Disaster Trial Hall of the Wind of Bones Academy. A silver-white skeleton hanging high in the air made a mechanical electronic sound. Graduation Trial. Employment Mission. Player 629SHD2S0FXC30 has withdrawn from the game number 629SHD2S0FXC30 world. Please pay attention to it. Repeat again. Graduation Trial. Job Mission. Player 629SHD2S0FXC30. During the mechanical repetition of the silver-white skeleton, a man standing at the gate of the White Disaster Training Hall stood up unsteadily. He was tall and thin, wearing a tight and neat Zhongshan suit. After standing up, he immediately changed his previous twisting attitude, tried to straighten his body, and strode to the green pool in the middle of the White Disaster Trial Hall. At this time, an arm stretched out from the pool, and then Gushi, whose body was covered with green liquid, climbed out of the pool, standing at the edge of the pool, hurriedly removing the green liquid from his body. Gushi was still complaining. I didn't feel anything when I went in. When the results came out, it was so sticky. Why couldn't there be a better way to log in? The tall and thin man kept standing aside and watching Gushi, but did not go over to urge him. It wasn't until Gushi finished handling the green liquid on his body that he took a step forward. Player 629SHD2S0FXC30. Gushi? Has the necromancer been successfully installed? You are successful in getting the job. You are? The emblem of the Chaoyang Rays Guild. A level 5 necromancer. We Chaoyang Rays have obtained your draft rights. You will serve Chaoyang Rays for 3 years. We have the priority to renew the contract and the right to trade with foreign countries. Of course, we will also invest in you in all aspects. And we can guarantee that you will reach the level of a level 5 necromancer within 3 years. At this point, Li Xinghui stretched out a hand and said, From now on, we will be comrades fighting together. Gushi had heard about things like draft signings after trials, but he didn't expect that his whereabouts would be decided like this. Gushi, who had not yet reacted, stretched out his hand in confusion and shook hands with Li Xinghui. Okay, let's go get your graduation trial reward. Even though the academy's reward isn't that great, it's still a good thing. Only then did Gushi react. Etc. Li Xinghui looked at Gushi with some confusion. What's wrong? Didn't you say that after the graduation trial, there would be a grand award ceremony and graduation ceremony? Why did you just take the award and leave? Award ceremony? Don't you know your own level? At this moment, a black-robed necromancer walked out from the other end of the White Disaster Trial Hall. Half of his face had turned into a skeleton. When he walked out, he was still surrounded by thick ghost fire and Yin Qi. As soon as he came out, he scolded Gushi in a condescending tone. It's just an induction trial. It can be completed in 3 days at the earliest. How long did it take you? You stayed here for 46 days. You thought everyone was as useless as you. There was also a graduation ceremony, which ended a month ago. After all, you can't let all your classmates wait for you to come out before you graduate. As for the awards, it's only about the time you come out. Needless to say, it's definitely the worst category. You'd better leave quickly. At least Chaeyon Guild is willing to wait for you. If you continue to delay, there won't even be a guild that wants you. Gushi looked back at Li Xinghui. Li Xinghui said with some embarrassment, our guild is relatively low in the rankings. The draft picks are hard won. Every comrade must not give up. Don't worry. We are a professional undead guild. Whether it's a necromancer or a death knight, we have a special training program. Even if you don't have much potential, we can still get you to level 5. Gushi understood what was going on as soon as he heard this. Wait a minute. You don't think I'm good if you don't look at my results? What's the matter? It took 46 days to get the job. What else do you want? With the time you've been in the job, your rating won't be much higher. I encountered some things in the game that took some time, but it was good. I got a good starting skill. Gushi was also a little angry. What was going on? Did he just exclude him from the calculation of his graduation results? Then what was the point of all his efforts over the past few days? Good starting skills? How good can it be? I'm not afraid to tell you. Among our graduates this time, the necromancer took office and got the soul hunter skill at the beginning. As a student of the academy, you should know the meaning of the soul hunter skill. If you think about it seriously, can you really match the soul hunter skills? Can you? Soul hunter. Whenever a group of enemy troops are completely wiped out during a battle, a group of ghosts will be automatically summoned at their location to assist the heroes in combat. The number of summoned ghosts is equal to the hero level, and is limited by the number of original troops. The Soul Hunter skill can be said to be a relatively powerful passive skill in the campaign, although it can only be activated when the enemy combat team is destroyed. The effect is quite good. There is no need for the necromancer to use any spiritualism, and the ghost troops can be directly replenished during the battle. With skills like these, this necromancer can be quite useful in large battles. Even at a higher level, it can become a troop replenishment point for the Legion. But the necromancer in front of him didn't expect that after hearing his words. Gushi said definitely. Abel. What did you say? The necromancer looked at Gushi with some confusion. I said I can match the skill of Soul Hunter? Gushi spoke word by word. The necromancer also laughed when he heard this. Are you kidding me? Come on. Come on. If you continue to make trouble here, believe it or not, I will directly deduct your graduation reward, and even directly give you your graduation certificate. As the necromancer was talking, he couldn't continue because he saw the shadow of a city gate begin to appear behind Gushi. As a necromancer, he naturally knew what the city gate represented. Death. Death City? That's right. Death City. You said that I spent 46 days completing a series of tasks in exchange for a skill like Death City. Was that a wrong choice? No. It doesn't count. All necromancers understand that when they encounter the 3 magical skills of the undead, they must find a way to obtain them. Not to mention 46 days. Even if it takes a year, Gushi will be earned. If other teachers in the Underworld Wind Academy, and even the principal heard about Gushi, they would only say that he made a good choice and award him the award for being the first among this year's graduates. There's just something wrong with the current situation. The necromancer looked at Gushi with some embarrassment and said decisively, Chapter 64 Gushi's Request. Your grades are good, but the awards and graduation ceremonies have been over for a month, and I can't let others come back and hold another ceremony. There is no such thing. After all, everyone has dispersed to various guilds for internships, and some have even entered a new game world. It's unrealistic to call them back now. So forget it. Get your reward and leave. Seeing the necromancer's expression of thinking about himself, Gushi's face became ugly. Why? You want to take away what's rightfully mine? No. I just want to tell you that this matter cannot be handled. We can't drag all the students back. Right? As the necromancer explained. A hint of pride flashed in his eyes. He actually had a reason for doing this. As the mentor of this class of graduates, he is very clear about the situation of this class of graduates. The chief graduate of this year's class is the son of the vice president of the 3rd guild in Balian City. In order for his son to become such a chief, he has made great efforts. Of course, the vice president also reached a certain agreement with the Netherbone Wind Academy to increase the chief's reward. It can be said that the reward for this term's chief is the best reward given by the Wind of Hell Bone in 50 years. In addition, this term's chief was signed with the top pick in the draft by the third guild in the city, the Steel Ghost Claw. Now asking them to come back and start over would be a slap in the face of the Steel Ghost Claws. So the necromancer had an idea and immediately thought of this excuse. At the same time, he was also proud of his idea, thinking that after Guushi's matter was fooled, he would definitely find the deputy leader of the Steel Ghost Claws to brag about his choice and get some benefits from him. Come! Although Guushi didn't know what the necromancer was thinking, there were some things that would really be gone if he didn't fight for them. You can't call people back. I can understand this. But not a single thing should be missing from me. I know that the rewards for taking office are all ready. Just put them there, and you can take them. When the necromancer saw that Guushi was so talkative, he pointed to the other end of the White Disaster Trial Hall, where the graduation rewards given to students who completed the induction trial were placed. Guushi didn't even look there, but took a step forward. Behind him, the city gate began to solidify. I mean, I can't leave out any of my things. What do you mean? Don't you think you can be so proud of yourself just because you have acquired 3 divine skills? I tell you that only a living genius is a genius. A dead genius is nothing. Guushi smiled when he heard this. Teacher, it's okay for you to say this to other professions, but we are necromancers. And I will be a necromancer even after I die. The necromancer in front of him is also a little embarrassed. This is where the necromancer profession is better than others. Even if he dies, he may turn into a necromancer, a skeleton mage, or even a corpse witch or a lich. By then, they can still fight for another 500 years. With Guushi's attitude, it would be troublesome if he really took this matter to heart. Whatever you want. It's impossible to call the students back anyway, now that the students have started their internship. Our Bone Wind Academy doesn't have the face to ask all the guilds in this city to release the students, the necromancer said to Guushi forcefully. But it was obvious that his words no longer had the same momentum as before. He could no longer withstand the pressure from Guushi. I don't want those that are useless. I'll just say, see if you can do it. If you can do it, it will be over. If you can't do it, I don't believe that I can't find it if I open the gate of the city of death. Go somewhere and reason. After listening to Guushi's words, the necromancer finally became afraid. He is very aware of the status of the 3 magical skills of the undead among the necromancers. As long as Guushi shows it to the outside world, this matter will become a big deal, and the reputation of Netherbone Wind Academy will be thrown into the sewer and trampled on countless times. Regardless of whether the Academy and Guushi would reach an agreement in the end, he wouldn't get anything good anyway. This classmate, I made it very clear to you. Of course, the necromancer still wanted to struggle, and he also wanted to persuade Guushi. If you can't make the decision, then find someone who can. Guushi interrupted him directly and turned to look at Li Xinghui. Comrade, can you help me contact the dean of the college? Li Xinghui has been watching the excitement here. He didn't expect that until the end. He thought he just got a waste, but he didn't expect to get a top pick. This is a huge bargain. There are some things that he doesn't even need to ask any questions and can make the decision on his own. Don't worry. Just to call you comrade in arms. Our Qiam guild will take care of this matter. As he spoke, some crows emitting blue light appeared behind Li Xinghui. He whispered a few words to these crows, and they flew away quickly. After doing all this, Li Xinghui said to Guushi proudly, "This is a storm raven, a messenger raised within the guild. After you join the guild, you will be given a few." Guushi smiled and said nothing, just watching the necromancer's every move. Now that he hasn't gotten what he wants, he can't let his momentum weaken. After a while, the door of the White Disaster Trial Hall was pushed open. A gorgeously dressed necromancer strode in. He was holding a magic wand made of white jade bone in his hand, and when walking forward, you could still see green liquid flowing under his magic robe. Guushi had seen this person before. He was the dean of the Netherbone Wind Academy, a level 15 necromancer named Lu Yongchang. When he opened the door and walked in, Lu Yongchang said loudly, "Didn't we say that a dragon appeared in our college? Where are the people? Hey, this is a city of death. You are a student who has just participated in the graduation trial. Is the necromancer level 3? Ha ha ha. A dragon has indeed appeared. Our Netherbone Wind Academy will one day become famous throughout the world. What about, if there is a guild that accepts me? How about I reject the guild and study in the academy for 2 more years?" Seeing the enthusiastic Lu Yongchang, Gu Shi looked at Li Xinghui helplessly. Li Xinghui smiled and said to Gu Shi, I told the dean of the college that a big dragon was produced in this graduation trial. He wants to promote the Nether Bone Wind Academy. So he must come here quickly. Or I can take you with him. If he leaves, he won't be able to take advantage of the publicity. Having said this, Li Xinghui winked at Gu Shi. Gu Shi understood what Li Xinghui meant at a glance. If Li Xinghui had revealed everything here, Lu Yong would not have grown up so quickly. On the contrary, Lu Yongchang thought that this matter was beneficial to the wind of the underworld. And then he would come as fast as the wind. Chapter 65 Propaganda and Response. Lu Yongchang circled around Gu Shi and kept talking about the advantages of Nether Bone Wind. He clearly wanted Gu Shi to stay in Nether Bone Wind Academy, even if he was just a graduate student. It's just that Gu Shi is unwilling to do this now. When Lu Yongchang stopped, Gu Shi said directly, Dean, I am a student who came out of the Nether Bone Wind. I originally belonged to the Nether Bone Wind. No matter where I go in the future, I will always be the same. A student named Nether Bone Wind came to ask for his own. Okay. You are indeed a good student of the Nether Bone Wind. That person. By the way, Manshuebwa. Right? You should get ready. We are going to hold a graduation and award ceremony to publicize that our Nether Bone Wind has produced a big dragon. Lu Yongchang pointed at the necromancer before and gave the order directly. At this time, the necromancer's face froze. Dean. What's wrong? Can't you do it? No. It's just that, Dean. Most of the students in this class have already joined various guilds. It will be very troublesome to invite them back to participate in the ceremony and re-rank them. What's the trouble? Just tell them directly that we have released 3 magical skills this time and ask them if they are willing to change people. Lu Yongchang said quite domineeringly. At this time, Gu Shi also hurriedly stepped forward and said, Dean, there is no need to go to such trouble. It took me so long to come out. It is normal for my classmates to be anxious to get their diplomas without waiting for me. But I have to admit that my comrades in the Chaoyang Guangmong Guild are willing to wait for me. So I don't want to change guilds. Dean, just help me change my ranking and give me the reward. When the time comes for publicity, I think it won't be a problem for me to get the top spot with my results. Of course, if you can't become the chief with the 3 divine skills, how else can you become the chief? Don't worry. You will be the chief this time. You go and get this year's chief reward. Lu Yongchang, who pointed at Manshuebwa and spoke, thought for a moment. This year's chief reward has been handed out. Right. It's not appropriate to bring it back now. But the chief cannot be worse than the second place. In this way, when you go to get the reward, it will be a higher level than the chief reward that has been handed out. In addition, let the administration bring the chief battle flag and championship ring. The ones that were given out before will be cancelled. Also notify each guild that the ranking of the students they take away will be moved up 1 place. We have to give it a loan. Gu Shi knew that the dean didn't recognize him yet. So he immediately introduced himself. My name is Gu Shi. Gu Shi. What a good name. You can promote it like this. The undead? The breath of the undead. Right. It's called the breath of the undead. Lu Yongchang was proud of his idea. That's it. I will arrange for the administration to conduct a special publicity later. You. Having said this, Lu Yongchang paused again and turned to Li Xinghui. By the way, your Qian guild also participated. You got a big deal this time. Where? That's our luck. Gu Shi and the other 3 were smiling politely. But Manshuebwa was sweating profusely. He is now stuck on this matter. Where can he go to find a reward that is higher than the previous chief? You must know that the previous chief's reward was partially provided by the vice president of the Steel Ghost Claw Guild. Then the reward originally awarded to the chief was given to the second place. So that the son of the vice president got the greatest benefit. Where can he find higher level rewards now? Not to mention that he had to inform the vice president. He had planned for several months and finally got his son the chief. However, he only sat in this position for a month before being told, Sorry, your son's ranking is wrong and your son is only second. No need to look. Anyone with a degree in education can imagine the look on the vice president's face. But what can we do if we don't do it? Netherbone Wind Academy wants to promote Gu Shi. One of the 3 divine skills is not the leader. Instead, a late-stage skill is used as the leader. Isn't this a slap in the face of all necromancers? After the publicity gets out, is it still necessary for their Netherbone Wind Academy to exist? Manshuebwa was quite helpless. At this time, Lu Yongchang looked at Manshuebwa again. What are you still doing here? Oh, I just wanted to ask. Does Gushi have any needs in terms of rewards? It will come in handy in the City of Death. By the way, in addition to the normal rewards, I also want an invisibility cloak. Gushi thought for a moment and spoke decisively of his needs. Good choice. You got the skill of Death City, which should strengthen Death City, and the invisibility cloak can protect you on the battlefield. This is a good choice. Haven't you heard it yet? Hurry and do it. Lu Yongchang glared at Man Shuebua and went to praise Gushi again. Seeing that Lu Yongchang ignored him, Man Shuebua gritted his teeth and quickly retreated. Of course, he did not go looking for suitable rewards, but went to inform the vice president of Iron Ghost Claw. Gushi didn't care much about this. What he wanted was actually his own portion of the reward, as well as the chief battle flag and championship ring issued by the academy. These two things are not only proof of identity, but also have different functions. They also represent the status and potential of students when they graduate. It can be said that if you wear a championship ring when you go out, others will look at you highly. Gushi knew the meaning of chief very well. If he had not obtained one of the 3 magical skills before, he would definitely not force anything. But after obtaining the 3 divine skills, Gushi had a different ambition in his heart. He was determined to be the chief of the Netherbone Wind Academy. Man Shuebua had been out for nearly 3 hours. The administrator of Netherbone Wind College had arranged the graduation and award ceremony, and then he hurried back. At this time, there was a hint of smile on the face of the entire academy. The gaze he looked at Gushi also changed. At this time, there was a look of pity in his eyes. Man Shuebua, where have you gone? Dean, I am doing something for the college. You see that the college has such a big dragon. We must give some good rewards. When the time comes to publicize it, we can also say that we are doing this for classmate Gushi. In this matter, the academy has also made great efforts. Right? So I pulled out a few goodies. This is the invisibility cloak that classmate Gushi requested. It is blue quality. Although it has some special requirements, the effect is definitely the best among blue quality. Besides, didn't classmate Gushi master the City of Death, one of the 3 magical skills? So I changed the most critical reward. Originally, if the necromancer successfully took office, he would be rewarded with a combat team. Classmate Gushi has 3 divine skills and is also the chief. So I brought a piece of land that can be integrated into it. As long as it is integrated into the City of Death, I can directly add 1 large plot, 3 medium-sized plots, and 7 small-sized plots. Plot. This is definitely a good thing to level up Death City. Chapter 66 Chief Flag and Championship Ring. In the Sea of Blood Conference Hall of Netherbone Wind Academy, Gushi, who had put on new clothes, was sitting and waiting. Standing next to him was Li Xinghui with an excited face. While waiting for the graduation ceremony to be prepared alone, Li Xinghui had already reported the matter to the top management of Chaoyang Guild. Several high-level officials from the Chaoyang Rays Guild were unable to come over because of something else, but they all sent messages to make Gushi feel at home with the Chaoyang Rays Guild. So since the Wind of the Bones Academy moved its graduation ceremony to the largest Blood Sea Conference Hall in the academy, Li Xinghui has been helping Gushi and introducing various situations in Balian City to Gushi. From Li Xinghui's introduction, Gushi could tell that this time Ning Guji Feng planned to spread his news to a wide range of people. This time, 7 of the top 10 guilds in Balian City came. All the administrative and military systems in Balian City sent people, and most of the major families in Balian City also came. It can be said that the Netherbone Wind Academy has used its full strength this time. However, Gushi noticed that among the visitors, some people did not have a very good attitude towards him, and they looked at him with a certain amount of hostility. Comrade? Who is that? When he was free, Gushi secretly pointed at the person who was hostile to him. Li Xinghui laughed when he saw them. It's okay. They are all members of some small guilds in Balian City. Some of them are the mortal enemies of our guild. Their looks like that are normal. Gushi understood what was going on as soon as he heard it. Facing those hostile looks, Gushi simply stared back. This move made Li Xinghui burst into laughter. Soon the preparations for the Wind of the Bones Academy were completed. Dean Lu Yongchang personally took the lead on the stage, followed by several pale-skinned women, holding this time's rewards in their hands. When these women came on stage, Li Xinghui couldn't help but say, "Good fellow. The dean has brought out the vampire bodyguards. Let me tell you, comrade, you will be honored this time." "Well enough. What's the matter? You don't have any good deeds. These vampires are the treasures of the dean. Normally, They are not willing to let them out of the room. I can take them out this time just for your sake. While Gu Shi was chatting with Li Xinghui, Lu Yongchang was already standing in the middle of the award podium. We have invited you all here today to explain one thing to everyone in Bai Lianqing. This year's Netherbone Wind Academy has a dragon. The previous graduation rankings will not be counted and will be re-ranked. As soon as Lu Yongchang finished speaking, everyone below started talking. When they came, they actually received some news. But Lu Yongchang did not explain the details. Now, as soon as Lu Yongchang came on stage, he said that the wind of the underworld was coming out of the dragon, which attracted the attention of these people. Looking at the situation below, Lu Yongchang said proudly, "Let me introduce to you. This is the current chief graduate of our Netherbone Wind Academy. He has mastered the breath of the undead in the Death City at the beginning." Gu interest. Lu Yongchang raised his hand, and the light shone on Gu Shi. Gu Shi also stood up at this time and walked towards the stage. When Gu Shi stepped forward, the eyes of those below also fell on him. Gu Shi could even hear some of those people's conversations. "You look so thin. His face is pale. And you can tell he has the potential to be a necromancer at a glance. It seems like a good prospect. Which guild took him in?" "Chaoyang Guild. I didn't expect that they would make money this time." With such words, Gu Shi stepped onto the podium. At this time, the vampire girl behind Lu Yongchang had already brought up the reward from the Netherbone Wind Academy. After getting on the podium, a vague city gate appeared behind Gu Shi. None of the players present had experienced hundreds of battles. With Gu Shi's move, they knew what was going on. Starting with the City of Death. This is incredible. This shows that he is naturally several steps ahead of others. "God is chasing me to feed you." No wonder that old fellow Lu Yongchang said that a dragon appeared in their academy. This is truly a big dragon. The noise from the audience did not affect the two people on the stage, as a vampire girl came forward with something in her hands. Lu Yongchang proudly introduced it to Gu Shi. "This is the chief battle flag. It has the certification of our Netherwind Academy on it. Now it is yours." After speaking, Lu Yongchang took out a war flag from the vampire girl's hand. This battle flag is 192 centimeters long and 128 centimeters wide. It is a medium-sized flag. The flag is pure white and relatively empty. Only in the lower left corner of the flag is a thumbs-up gesture. Above the thumb, there are also the words Class of 2317 of the Wind of the Underworld Academy. May the wind of the underworld always blow around you. In fact, the chief war flag, that is, the thumbs-up symbol, is valuable. After getting the chief war flag, no matter which guild Gu Shi joins in the future, and what kind of war flag he uses, he can add such a thumbs-up under his logo, representing his identity as chief of a certain term. At the same time, as long as the Netherbone Wind Academy is still there, the battle flag he raised will always maintain an attribute blessing. Chief battle flag of Netherbone Wind Academy. Blue. The movement speed of all undead troops is permanently increased by 15%. After taking the chief battle flag, Gu Shi took a deep breath and saluted Lu Yongchang. At this time, the second vampire girl also came up holding another tray. What is placed on this tray is a ring. The surface of the ring is made of silver with the word 1. And there is also a line of words engraved on the inner wall of the ring. The 2317th class of the Wind of the Bones Academy. May the blessings of the White Bones last forever. This ring is the championship ring exclusive to this term's chief. Unlike the thumb mark on the chief's battle flag, a player can only wear 2 rings regardless of their attributes. Therefore, the properties of this ring will be better than the chief battle flag. The Wind of the Bones Academy Championship Ring. Blue. Ring. Equipment requirements. Number 1 graduate of the 2317th class of Netherbone Wind Academy. Attributes. All attributes +1. Special. Hard bones. Wearer's health +50. Mana +50. Explanation. As the head of the academy, your starting point will be much higher than others. After receiving the championship ring, Gu Shi immediately put it on the index finger of his left hand. The moment the ring was put on, Gu Shi felt his whole body warm, and his body seemed to have changed slightly. Name. Gu Shi. Game number. 629SHE2S0FXC30. Occupation. Necromancer. Level 3, 313/10,000. Talent. Not activated. Status. Health 460/460. Mana. 800/800. Attributes. Strength 5.2. Agility 4.3. Constitution 4.1. Intelligence 7.5. Perception 4.7. Charisma 4.6. Occupational skills. necromancer level 3, 336/500. Secondary corpse explosion level 2, 199/200. Secondary bone shield level 1, 14/100. Bone spike level 1, 32/100. Death City level 2. Active skill, throw level 2, 131/200. Passive skills, undead knowledge level 4. Undead contract level 1. Magic knowledge level 5. Basic science level 4. Basic reading level 2. Basic scribe level 2. Undead dominance level 1. Chapter 67 Other rewards. The chief battle flag and championship ring are 2 must-have items. After collecting these 2 items, the third vampire girl behind Li Yongchang walked out holding a tray. There was something like a parchment scroll placed on this tray. Gu Shi, your skill is Death City. So as a reward this time, we are going to give you a piece of fused land to expand your Death City. This is the title deed of the land. As long as you open it in your city of death. 1 large plot, 3 medium plots and 7 small plots will be automatically added to your city. You should accept this first. Upon hearing this, Gu Shi knew that Li Yongchang had worked hard to prepare the reward. He quickly stepped forward and took the sheepskin scroll with both hands. The moment Gu Shi received the parchment scroll, he heard a ding sound in his ears. Obtain the title deed to the ruins of the old city. The ruins of the old city cover an area of 0.85 square kilometers and have no population. After occupying it, you can obtain 3 abandoned laboratories, large buildings, temporary copies, requiring combat, high danger level, 1 large plot, and 3 medium plots, 7 small plots. Looking at the message that popped up in front of him, Gu Shi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The rest is easy to say. Just what would happen if the laboratory was abandoned? Why are there 3 places, and they are marked as dangerous? Taking advantage of this opportunity, the vampire girl behind Li Yongchang held up another thing. At this time, Gu Shi couldn't care about anything else. He put away the title deed to the ruins of the old city, and turned his attention to the newly delivered item. The newly delivered item was a silver cloak. When it was placed on the tray, there was even light flowing on the surface of the cloak. The necromancer is a player who fights later. So you take this invisibility cloak first. Due to time constraints, I couldn't find a good one. This one has some flaws, but the grade has been improved. You can use it now. When I come back next time, I will find a good one for you. Hearing this, Gu Shi also laughed and temporarily put all the doubts behind his mind. This invisibility cloak is very important to Gu Shi. Gu Shi is still very clear about the difference between 1 3-god skill and 2 3-god skill. Thank you, Dean. After saying thank you, Gu Shi took the invisibility cloak. The moment he took on the invisibility cloak, Gu Shi couldn't help but frown. This invisibility cloak also has problems. Get the Silver Dragon's invisibility cloak. Silver Dragon invisibility cloak, purple and invisibility cloak made of silver dragon skin. The invisibility effect is equivalent to the level 5 stealth effect. Because it is made of silver dragon skin, it is not very friendly to undead professions or creatures. After seeing this explanation, if Gu Shi didn't know that he was being targeted, he would be a fool. This is because someone doesn't want to get the reward properly. Thinking of this, Gu Shi smiled instead. It is not difficult to guess that this kind of thing was either done by Man Shuebua, or it was the idea of Vice President of Steel Ghost Claw. Gu Shi. He is blocking someone's way. Thank you, Dean. It's okay. I thought you wouldn't like it. In fact, we have never been able to find a good invisibility cloak. This is the only one we can find in a short period of time. It's okay. I will like whatever the academy gives me. Gu Shi was still very polite to Li Yongchang. Okay then. Next is this. The recruitment order. With this, you can recruit 50 skeleton soldiers, 20 zombies, and 10 ghosts in the academy, all of which are official troops. Upon hearing this, Gu Shi asked with some doubts. Dean, is there too much? Not many. According to normal standards, the chief can recruit 40 skeleton soldiers, 15 zombies, and 5 ghosts. However, the previous recruitment order has been given, and I can't let them return the undead they took away. Even if you can retreat, you may not dare to accept it. Right? So we might as well give you a higher level, and assign you according to the standards for teaching assistants. Take it. Don't worry. You deserve it. Okay. As soon as Gu Shi heard this situation, he responded decisively. However, he also understood that even if he went to recruit, he would only be given the most common skeleton soldiers, zombies and ghosts. He definitely could not even think about recruiting leaders and warriors. As for mutant professions or mutant routes, they were even less likely to exist. Even so, this greatly relieved the pressure of Gu Shi's lack of troops on hand. At least, he can go deal with things in the dock area. Gu Shi didn't know that under the metal podium, a young man about his age was staring at him with gritted teeth. Song Sheng, relax and don't show too many expressions. Dad? I don't accept it. I'm obviously the one. Okay. He's just a chief. Don't worry. He won't live too long. A dead genius is no longer a genius. After listening to his father's words, the young man named Song Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. And his eyes no longer looked at Gu Shi with such hatred. In just a few hours, his father, the vice president of Iron Ghost Claw, had already arranged a plan against Gu Shi. Isn't it the city of death that Gu Shi controls? Then let someone send you a land deed that can expand the city's scope. However, there are some problems with this deed. Originally, this deed was not called the Old City Ruins deed, but the Old City deed. The reason why it was turned into ruins was entirely because their people entered those 3 laboratories and exposed the existence inside the laboratories. Isn't Gu Shi proud of having a city? He's still the chief. Then let him know the consequences of opening the doors of all 3 laboratories. As for the invisibility cloak and recruitment order at the back, their hands and feet were also in it. The invisibility cloak carries the breath of the silver dragon and can make it invisible. But it will make the necromancer uncomfortable and may accidentally reveal flaws on the battlefield. The recruitment process is even simpler. If Gu Shi is not given enough soldiers, how can he arouse Gu Shi's interest and let him take the initiative to open the 3 laboratories? Only by allowing Gu Shi to come into contact with the laboratory can he be destroyed. Of course, it doesn't matter if Gu Shi is the kind of cautious person. They will have many ways to deal with Gu Shi next. As his father said, a dead genius is nothing. Gu Shi didn't know this at this time. After putting away the recruitment order, the last vampire girl also walked up. On the tray in her hand was a white jade-like skull. When Gu Shi saw this skull, he felt the same as when he first saw Al House. I think you recognize this. This is a small gift I gave you personally. The design of the evil temple. You are now considered the lord of a city, and you must have your own troops in the city. We necromancers, no matter what route we take, we always have some skeleton soldiers. There are some interesting things in this evil temple design. You can just use it. Gu Shi took the white jade-like skull and heard another ding in his ears. Obtain the design drawing of the White Bone Evil Temple, large. White Bone Evil Temple, large, use 1500 resources, 10 units of stone, and 10 units of wood to build a White Bone Evil Temple, large building, in the city. After completion, it can train 30 skeleton soldiers every week. If there are other evil temples, regional linkage can occur, and the training speed of skeleton soldiers will be increased by 50%. Chapter 68 Xian Guild. The Netherbone Wind Academy does not give many rewards to the chief. In addition to the chief's battle flag and championship ring, there are usually 2 academy rewards and 1 principal's personal reward. However, this time the awards and graduation ceremony took more than 4 hours. It was not until dark that the Netherbone Wind Academy ended the ceremony and sent all the invited guests out of the academy gate. When Gu Shi was about to leave with Li Xinghui, the necromancer Man Shuebua also came over. Student Gu Shi, I'm sorry for what I did earlier. I was thinking about the academy. This is a small gift as compensation to you. As Man Shuebua spoke, he took out a small gift bag. Man Shuebua didn't care at all about the things given out. In fact, this was also given by the vice president of the Steel Ghost Claw Guild. He wanted to add another layer of insurance against Gu Shi. Gu Shi glanced at Man Shuebua, then looked back at Li Xinghui, and finally put the thing away. However, at this time, Gu Shi did not look to see what was inside. He just put the gift bag into his pocket and followed Li Xinghui out. After leaving the gate of Netherbone Wind Academy, Li Xinghui summoned a bone carriage. Get in the car. I'll take you to the guild first. When I meet the guild leader, I'll see how I can arrange it for you. Okay. Gu Shi smiled and got on the carriage. When he got on, he found that there was a logo of the sun rising from behind a mountain printed on the door of the carriage. This is our guild's carriage. Unexpectedly, our guild's ranking is not high, but our guild strength is actually quite good. I just have some free time on the road. So let me tell you about the situation in the guild. Our guild has a total of 7 exclusive game worlds, including 3 garrisoned worlds, 3 worlds that are currently being conquered, and 1 that has just been captured and is preparing to open up Wasteland. In addition, The guild has 11 dungeon gates. And there are as many as 6 with requirements below level 5. If you want to improve yourself, you can apply to participate in the dungeon battle. The president of our guild is level 12. And both vice presidents are at level 11, which is considered a good level in Balian City. Generally speaking, when newcomers come in, they will first join the novice group. After level 3, they will be assigned to several groups for internship according to the newcomer's profession. However, your current level is already level 3, and you also master the 3 divine skills. The president you will be directly assigned to the team for internship. When the time comes, you have to perform well and try to join the Liang Mage group. The Sun Mage group? Gushi asked curiously. Oh, it's the necromancer regiment, managed by the guild master himself. They are all the elite necromancers in the guild. There is also a Death Knight regiment, also managed by the guild master himself. It's called the Blazing Sun Knights. Gushi raised his head and looked at the gloomy sky outside the window. Because Balian City mainly has 2 professions, necromancers and Death Knights, supplemented by other professions related to ghosts and ghosts. The whole city is gloomy. There are 365 days in a year, and the sun is not visible for 366 days. As a small guild, wouldn't it be a bit excessive to give such a name to your war group? Li Xinghui saw Gushi's expression. A hint of pride flashed in his eyes, and he quickly changed the subject with an expression that said, I know what you are thinking, but I just won't say it. Such an atmosphere actually made Gushi let go of the burden in his heart, and the relationship with Li Xinghui became harmonious. The carriage walked for about 30 minutes before turning from the street into a small road. After passing several gates, Gushi found that the sky seemed to become brighter. At this time, Li Xinghui on the carriage said proudly, I didn't expect it. The president got it accidentally when he challenged the new world. Gushi looked at the sky with some surprise. He found that there was a sun hanging in the sky. He stretched out his hand from the carriage window, and the sunlight fell on his hand, and there was an obvious feeling of warmth. But Gushi soon felt that there was a hint of chill beneath the warmth, and the sun in the sky was probably not so normal. Sure enough, it's the chief. He discovered it so quickly. Seeing Gushi's reaction, Li Xinghui also laughed. Let me tell you, the sun we got is not simple. He randomly came to the Golden Game World once. You have heard of Journey to the West. Even the patrolling monster there is level 15. The president could not defeat anyone. But he did not waste this opportunity. He went to Zhuoqiangquan and dug out the body of the dead Jinwu. After bringing it back, he completed many tasks before turning Jinwu's body into his contracted undead. Now the golden crow is flying in the sky. I dare say that in the entire Balian City, only the headquarters of our Chaoyang Guangguang Guild has sunlight. During Li Xinghui's introduction, Gushi also jumped off the carriage. He looked around and found that he was in a large square. The building in the square is strangely divided into 2 parts. On one side are pools and gates of various styles, and on the other side are buildings and villas of different heights. The pool here is the entrance to the guild's exclusive world. You can enter as long as you apply. Those gates are dungeon gates, and you can enter after successfully applying. However, you'd better form a team and don't run in by yourself. There are dormitories arranged by the guild. Newbies and interns live in high-rise buildings. Those who join the battle group will be arranged into corresponding villas. Each community corresponds to a war group, and there are various supporting living facilities in it. By the way, if you have a private world channel, an independent copy key, or want to apply for a random game world, you only need to report the time, but you must not open it in the dormitory area. Hearing Li Xinghui's warning, Gushi nodded affirmatively. He is well aware of the taboos that open up the gaming world. Although which game you enter is a relatively personal matter, it cannot be done in your own home, because no one can guarantee that every player can come back alive and safely. It would be fine if he just died in the game, but no one knew what would happen in the game. It would be different if he was possessed or controlled by someone. Historically, there have been incidents where game characters possess players and eventually cause chaos. So in the end there was a rule that entering and leaving the game must be in a place where others can see it. You cannot enter or leave the game in private rooms. By the way, when I came out this time, I established an anchor point and opened the game channel. I need to apply for a separate private channel. That's no problem. After I help you go through the formalities for joining the group, someone will help you make arrangements. Chapter 69 Guild News. President, I brought someone here. While explaining some situations in the Chaoyang Guild, Li Xinghui brought Gushi to the large meeting hall of the guild's residence. Before anyone inside could respond, the door to the big meeting hall was opened. Gushi noticed that the person who came to open the door was a yellow-skinned ferret wearing a black tuxedo, with a fierce look on his face. This is the butler group under the guild leader. The guild leader has learned a lot. Before, he contracted a ferocious weasel named Mr. Huang San as a contracted undead. Now all the housekeepers in the guild are descendants of Mr. Huang San. Their abilities are quite good, at least much better than those house elves. If you have any problems, just go to them directly. While talking, Gu Shi and Li Xinghui came to the small room behind the big meeting hall. The president of Chaoyang Guild was sitting in a small room waiting for Gu Shi's arrival. When he saw the president, Gu Shi was stunned for a moment. When he came all the way, he had thought about what the president would be like, whether it was a skull head or something unconventional. But Gu Shi never expected that the guild president in front of him would look like an immortal. Her white hair was tied into a bun, and an ebony hairpin was pinned on the top of her head. He was wearing a white robe, and the robe was still slightly emitting white light. When he saw Gu Shi, the guild president nodded to Gu Shi. He is a good boy. Welcome to join our Chaoyang Guild. Thanks. Gu Shi reached out and shook hands with the guild president. And then, there was nothing else for him to do here. Next, Li Xinghui no longer accompanied Gu Shi. Instead, a ferocious ferret butler led the way and followed Gu Shi through the procedures for joining the guild. He also arranged dormitories for Gu Shi and filled out various forms. Gu Shi had done all these things when he was in school, although there were some differences. Most of them were the same. Gu Shi was soon assigned a room of 300 square meters. The room is located on the 13th floor. Everything has been decorated inside. You don't even need to carry your bags. You can just walk in and stay. The room has everything: bedroom, dining room, bathroom, game room, study, whatever you can think of. You can find it here. And as long as the door to the room is closed, other people in the same guild will not disturb the player's rest. In addition, there is a ferocious ferret butler following each room. If Gu Shi needs anything, he can just tell them directly. In the guild, except for the various equipment and materials that players need, everything else is free. After all, even if one person can eat and use it, how much will it cost? After settling in the residence, the housekeeper Dire Weasel began to measure Gu Shi's body again. Chaoyang Guild had special battle uniforms and clothes for various occasions, which were also given free of charge. Even if Gu Shi is a newcomer, he still has gifts. After that, there are some detailed arrangements. For example, if Gu Shi reports, he will have an exclusive game channel for Gu Shi to return to Victoria City. There is also a designated teleportation area. If it is not an emergency and Gu Shi wants to return to Aladovi City, it is best to go through this area. After all, game security issues still have to be dealt with. Of course, if there is an emergency, Gu Shi can also enter Aladovi City from his room. But after you come back, you have to report the situation to your superiors. Otherwise others will learn from you, which is not a good thing. After explaining everything clearly, Gu Shi got another 10 days of vacation. After 10 days, he would participate in his first world with the new members who had just joined the guild. As for which world to go to, that depends on the arrangements for the next few days. However, the Dire Weasel who sent him along said that they would most likely go to one of the 3 locations to conquer the world. Gu Shi also understood the situation of the game world. The game worlds that players can go to mainly start with temporary worlds and random worlds. Temporary worlds are the kind of worlds that may only appear for a short period of time and may disappear immediately after being conquered. Usually it's 1 or 2 players, and within 3 days to 3 weeks, they disappear when they exit the world. The random world is the situation of Gu Shi's trial. Even after leaving, this world will still exist, but it has not been discovered by so many people, and there is no fixed channel to enter. After joining some forces, players will also be exposed to other more advanced game worlds. These game worlds are mainly divided into 3 categories: land reclamation, strategy, and garrison. Reclamation is a completely new world, discovered and captured by the city, and assigned to various guilds for processing. Opening up a world often requires a lot of manpower, and it is also relatively dangerous. Only high-level players of this guild will participate. The world of strategy is a game world in which, after pioneering, you have some understanding of this world and know the basic rules of this world. This kind of world is relatively safe because there are some strategies, and most guild players can join it. The last type is the garrison world. This kind of world has been completely taken over by the guild. The entire world has belonged to the guild. This kind of game world is basically equivalent to the guild's own back garden. Every once in a while, just arrange some people to go over and collect the vegetables, so you won't send too many people in at all. For a newcomer like Gushi, no matter how strong he is, he still has to make some cooperation. On the one hand, he needs to see his strength and compatibility, and on the other hand, he also needs to see Gushi's fighting style and personality. It was very common to be assigned to conquer the world, but Gushi was given 10 days of leave, which was relatively rare. Gushi guessed that on the one hand, he had to wait for a team of players whose strength could keep up with his own, and on the other hand, it was also because his Death City still needed to be built, and at least the chief's reward needed to be digested. Gushi understood this, and after confirming the arrangements for the next time, Gushi came to the teleportation area specially designated for him. This teleportation area is located some distance away from the landing point. It is a public area. Although it is not usually crowded, it is not empty. When he came over, Gushi saw many members wearing the uniforms of the Chaoyan Guild, and behind them were more or less several undead with different appearances. However, Gushi noticed that no matter what profession these members held or what kind of undead they carried behind them, they always kept themselves clean and tidy, which was completely different from the situation in Victoria's City. He really likes this place. Gushi raised his head and glanced at the sun in the sky. Then with a thought in his mind, he stepped into Aladovi City. Chapter 70 returned to the city. Stepping into Aladovi City, all the sunlight that originally fell on the body disappeared, and the sky turned into the gloomy feeling of a dead city. In front of the council hall of Arida City, the 50 skeleton soldiers, 20 zombies, and 10 ghosts who had just joined the guarding team all stood in line. Unlike the skeleton soldiers summoned by Gushi himself, these undead are all formal troops with levels. The skeleton soldiers were all formal skeleton soldiers holding swords and shields in their hands and wearing armor. Skeleton soldier, level 3. Summon troops experience, 0 out of 500, attack 2+1, long sword. Defense 1+2, shield plus armor, life 20. Skills undead creature. Joint combat. It can be seen from the attributes of these skeleton soldiers that they really have no advantages. They are directly the most basic undead soldiers, and have no special characteristics. Unlike the common skeleton soldiers in Gushi, zombies and ghosts are less common types of soldiers, and their level as soldiers is obviously higher than that of skeleton soldiers. Those zombies with greenish-blue skin, covered with hardened flesh, with bones exposed in some places, and holding a kitchen knife in their hands, are the most basic type of zombies. There is no moving speed, but just because the level is relatively high, both offense and defense are beyond the level of normal skeleton soldiers. Zombie, level 4. Summon troops experience, 0/750, attack 4+2, kitchen knife. Defense 6. HP 60. Skills undead creature. Combat bite. Corruption attack. Similar to zombies, the level of ghosts will be much higher, and their attack power and characteristics will also be much higher than that of skeleton soldiers. These ghosts are completely different from Luna. They belong to the old-fashioned ghost species. They are not the translucent ghost species that were more common in the later period, but the kind of ghosts that are covered in black robes and float in the air, revealing the skull face and chest skeleton. They gathered together, but they floated honestly without causing much reaction. Ghost, level 5. Summon troops experience, 0/1000, attack 5. Defense 4. Life 55. Skills undead creature. Flying troops. Restore HP. Ghost constitution. The characteristics of this kind of ghost are much stronger than those of skeleton soldiers and zombies, not to mention the undead creatures and flying troops. The life recovery point means that the ghost can replenish its own blood during battle. The ghost physique is even stronger. This physique has a 50% chance of being immune to physical attacks, coupled with their powerful enough attack power. It can be said that these ghosts are the pinnacle of the basic undead arms. All the undead soldiers stood in front of him, and they would not even move without Gushi's order. After taking a look at these undead troops, Gushi nodded with satisfaction, not to mention anything else. The number of these troops in front of him was enough to make up for Gushi's losses in the previous battles. Gushi had been busy with other things just now, and had no time to deal with these undead soldiers. Now that Gushi has time, he naturally has to make good arrangements. All the skeleton bosses came over and divided these skeleton soldiers according to the ratio of 10. 20. 20. The zombies will stay here first. and the ghosts will be managed by Luna. Luna, how is the construction of the new Bone Evil Temple going? Luna? Luna? Gushi took a moment, and found that Luna and Shea were not there. Gushika was stunned now. Just as he was about to see where Luna had gone, he found Luna and Shea walking out of a nearby small building. At this time, both of them looked quite ugly, each with a gloomy look on their face, as if someone owed them a large amount of money. It wasn't until they saw Gushi that their expressions improved. Sir, you are here. Well, what's wrong with you? You all look bad. Is there something wrong with the newly integrated abandoned old city? No. Sir, we just went to Victoria City, and something big happened there, Luna said quickly. What happened? Gushi's Aladovi City is closely related to Victoria City. Anything that happens there will affect this place. So Gushi became anxious when he heard it. This is much more important than the integration of the old city. It seems that Westminster Abbey has been influenced by the Maharaja's believers and is turning into an evil realm. There is a Maharaja's believer who plans to ascend the throne there to complete the contract that James I owed the Maharaja. Hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but say something. Is he going crazy? Is this okay? Of course. Those cultists have always been like this. They have no brains at all for the sake of some beliefs. Shea added at this time. At this time, Gushi noticed that Shaya's mood seemed not right. This matter obviously had nothing to do with Shaya. Why was Shaya so excited? Shea, did something happen? In order to support the actions of Westminster Abbey, those cultists performed blood sacrifices on the streets of Victoria City. In the past 2 nights, many people died on the streets. This made the Black Dogs at Scotland Yard very angry, and they have been investigating this matter for the past few days. The Destiny Compass Guild was also affected. Are you worried about your mentors? Gushi understood Shaya's thoughts as soon as he heard it. Well, I don't know why. I always have an uneasy feeling, Shea whispered. But she didn't quite understand where this feeling came from. You have to know that she is just a thief, and she has to sense danger. She really doesn't know what's going on with this uneasy feeling. This matter is a bit troublesome. In this way, we will deal with the matter at hand first, and then you will be stationed in Victoria City. Pay more attention to the situation over there. If anything happens, you can also directly help your mentor. After hearing what Gushi said, Shea's face became much better. Thank you, sir. It's okay. I don't lack your strength for now. Seeing that Shea's expression improved, Luna also smiled happily. At this time Gushi turned around and asked Luna, what happened to the evil bone temple that we brought in last time? Construction has already begun, occupying the last large plot of land in this city. Sir, how many days will you stay in the city this time? 5 or 6 days. Let's build the White Bone Demon Temple first. The troops of the White Bone Demon Temple, plus the current strength, should be enough to conquer the dock area. What about the newly integrated old city? We have enough resources to develop. There are not enough resources. But after the integration of the old city, there have been obvious changes in our territory, and the speed of collecting resources has increased. But there is a problem. As the manager of Aradovi, Luna is most familiar with this situation. What is the problem? There are 3 buildings in the old city that are obviously suppressing something. I always feel like something is wrong there. You are talking about the laboratory, right? I also feel something is not right, and I don't like that thing very much. In this way, we will ignore the things there for now. We will lay down the dock area, and then go back and demolish the 3 laboratories, turn them into large plots, and build new buildings ourselves. Gushi just thought about it, and decided to skip the laboratory and build his own. Gushi has never been very fond of things like laboratories. Besides, Gushi still has one important thing to do. Complete temporary tasks related to Shea, the holy artifact in fairy tales. Obtained another of the 3 divine skills, the incarnation of death. Chapter 71 Regional Linkage. In Aradovi City, directly opposite the cult church, a new large building is undergoing final decoration treatment. This building and the cult church are completely different styles. The evil church is a small country church where the undead have transformed, with a cemetery behind it. The building in front of me is clearly in the style of a Greek temple. However, the temple in front of him has turned pure black, and there are a large number of reliefs on the walls of the temple. As the last relief was carved, there was a ding in Gushi's ear. The construction of the White Bone Evil Temple is completed. City experience +3. Building name, White Bone Temple. Level 1. Trainable troops. Skeleton, level 0. Automatically train 30 plus 15 people per week. Consume 0 negative energy. Skeleton archer, level 3. Consumes 30 points of negative energy to transform a skeleton into a skeleton archer, comes with 10 arrows. Skeleton archer, level 3. Summon troops experience, 0 out of 500, attack 2 plus 2, bow and arrow. Defense 1 plus 1, leather armor, life 10. Ammunition 10. Skills undead creature. Shooter. First attack. Ding. The evil bone temple and the evil church were discovered. Can we create a regional linkage to form a skeleton training area? Linkage. Looking at all the information popping up in front of him, Gushi made a decisive decision. Following Gushi's order, the nearby ground shook slightly. Gushi noticed that there were some more white bone fragments on the nearby ground. Even in front of the white bone evil temple and the evil church, there were already transformed bones. Powdered bones. The linkage of the skeleton training area is completed. The training speed of skeleton soldiers is increased by 50%. Now this area can train 20, evil church, plus 30, evil temple of bones, plus 25, well improvement, plus 25, region improvement, per week. A total of 100 people. Skeleton. 100 skeleton soldiers? Gushi's eyes lit up. He had studied seriously at the Netherbone Wind Academy. He knew very well that the greatest feature of the necromancer was the bone sea tactics. There are 100 skeleton soldiers produced here every week, and they can be directly upgraded to level 3. This clearly laid a good foundation for Gushi. Gushi decisively ordered, recruit. Recruit all the skeletons first. Luna. How much negative energy is left? Gather some first and prepare to transform them into skeleton archers. Luna floated in front of Gushi at this time. Sir, we have just consumed 1,500 points of negative energy, which was accumulated in the past 3 days. Now there are only 300 points of negative energy left, and we can only transform 10 skeleton shooters at most. Just 10 of the 10. Transform them first, and use the others as skeletons first. Gushi didn't ask any more questions, and made a decisive decision. At Gushi's order, the relief in the white bone temple moved slightly. The face in the relief on the wall cracked on the spot, and the skeleton jumped down from the wall without holding anything. This is how the bone evil temple recruits skeletons, which is completely different from the skeletons sitting in the evil church waiting to be recruited. The quality of the skeletons finally recruited is somewhat different, although their attributes are the same. The skeleton crawling out of the relief in front of me is obviously taller. Gushi didn't look too much and just used 300 points of negative energy to transform 10 of the skeletons into skeleton shooters. With the injection of negative energy, the 10 highlighted skeletons changed on the spot. They had an extra layer of leather armor on their bodies, a complete wooden bow in their hands, and a quiver on their backs. The hat on his head is a bit big, and it tilts down by itself when he stands, so the skeleton soldiers have to hold it up from time to time. When these skeletons were in place, the 3 skeleton leaders previously under Gushi had also completed their supplies this time. The skeleton soldiers that Gushi got from the Netherbone Wind Academy have been transformed into corresponding types of soldiers for the 3 combat teams. Now they were holding their own weapons and standing in the open space outside the cult church. When Gushi came out with 40 skeletons and 10 skeleton shooters, they quickly greeted him. Everyone is ready. We have a tough battle to fight next. Shea, you can start. Under Gushi's command, the skeleton soldiers of Combat Team 3 quickly stepped forward and formed a circle with the zombies in the open space in front of the cult church. Other skeleton soldiers were waiting on the outside with weapons. A little further away were the ghosts under Luna and the skeletons and skeleton archers that Gushi had just recruited. At this time, Gushi also found a flagpole and propped up the chief battle flag that he had just obtained. Then he carried the smashing staff to the outside of the circle surrounded by skeleton soldiers and zombies. Shea, who knew that it was her turn to perform, stood there in a red dress holding a pair of daggers. Grown-ups, are you ready? It's ready, Shea said firmly. Okay, let's give it a try now. If we encounter danger, we will exit quickly. As Gushi spoke, he handed the silver dragon invisibility cloak to Shea. Shea took the invisibility cloak and put it on her body. And then she found that she had entered another gray space. In that space, a huge black bone dragon opened its eyes. This bone dragon was at least 15 meters long. The black bones seemed to be burnt, and there was still the afterglow of silver flames all over the body. He had already noticed Shea when she entered. At this time, Shea also remembered her mission. Find the Avatar of Death and bring him back to Aladovi. So when she saw this bone dragon, Shea immediately threw a dagger at it. Ding! Temporary mission. The progress of the holy artifacts in the fairy tale has changed. Collect 3 deathly hallows, 3/3. Completed, and kill the incarnation of death to open it. As a ding sounded in Gushi's ear, Gushi saw a black bone dragon emerging from the black mist and appearing in the circle surrounded by skeleton soldiers. Attack! Gushi immediately issued the attack order, and all the zombies and skeleton soldiers of Combat Team 3 rushed forward, using their bodies and shields to squeeze the giant bone dragon in front of them. Luna immediately screamed at the bone dragon. The banshee wails. The scream scared the bone dragon, who was about to fly back 2 steps. At this moment, the arrows shot by 10 skeleton archers had already flown to the bone dragon. The attacked bone dragon instinctively swung its body, and its tail knocked 7 skeleton soldiers away on the spot. At this moment, the zombies had already rushed to the bone dragon. They grabbed the bone dragon with one hand and chopped it down heavily with a kitchen knife in the other. Chapter 72 Fierce Battle with Bone Dragon. Ding! When the zombie's kitchen knife struck the bone dragon, it made a metal impact sound. This shocked Gushi. The bones of the bone dragon in the black mist were actually metallized. This kind of defense was beyond Gushi's imagination. You know, when Gushi saw the bone dragon coming out of the black mist, he thought his body was also atomized. But he didn't expect it to be a metal defense. Hold him. Gushi knew at a glance that this kind of enemy needed to be dragged and beaten with all his strength. We can't push all the troops up at once, and we can't let the bone dragon fly or use its powerful moves. Otherwise, troops like Gushi's men might not be able to withstand this bone dragon's wave of attacks. Luna, let the ghost be ready. If there is any possibility of the bone dragon flying up, let the ghost come up and drag him down. Okay. Luna said nothing and immediately went down to make preparations. At the same time, Gushi commanded the skeleton archer he had just obtained to launch a long-range attack on the bone dragon. Gushi felt somewhat regretful at this time. Why didn't he wait any longer? Now Aladovi City can produce 500 points of negative energy every day. If he waits a few more days and converts the excess skeletons into skeleton shooters, his combat effectiveness will also be improved a lot. While thinking this, Gushi paid attention to the situation on the battlefield. After Gushi issued a new order, the black bone dragon was dragged to the ground and could not fly up to fight. But even so, the combat power of the black bone dragon in front of him was still terrifyingly high. Often as long as the black bone dragon is wiped out, 3 to 4 skeleton soldiers will die. The attack of Gushi's skeleton soldiers fell on the black bone dragon, but it did not cause much damage to the black bone dragon. This made Gushi a little worried that he didn't have enough troops. Fortunately, at this time, Shea also jumped out of the invisibility state. She jumped onto the black bone dragon's head in a flash, holding the dagger in both hands, looking for a place to cut on the bone dragon's body. Gushi knew that Shea had an omniscient eye, which was a way to see through the enemy's weaknesses. Now she was looking for the bone dragon's weakness. This was Gushi's only chance to defeat the bone dragon. For this reason, when Shaya went up, Gushi and Luna also quickly changed their tactics, from actively attacking to actively attracting the bone dragon's attention. At least they need to give Shea a chance to find the enemy's weaknesses. Gushi and the others' actions were very successful. Bone Dragon didn't even notice his upward movement of Shea. Instead, he was attracted by Gushi's skeleton soldiers and focused all his attention on the skeleton soldiers of Combat Team 3. These skeleton soldiers held swords and shields and kept tapping the shields in their hands while retreating. Their retreat was not a retreat, but an orderly retreat. There will be 3 to 5 skeleton soldiers fighting against the bone dragon each time, whether they retreat or die in battle. As soon as the position of the skeleton soldiers becomes vacant, new skeleton soldiers will immediately step forward to fill the position. Relying on this method, Gushi's skeleton soldiers forcibly distracted the bone dragon's attention, so that the bone dragon did not notice Shaya on his back. The same thing happened to Luna at this time. She no longer used large-scale attacks on the bone dragon, but instead used Touch of Ice. The other 10 ghosts are lingering in the sky. As long as Bone Dragon has the idea of flying, these ghosts will fall from the sky, fall into Bone Dragon's eyes, and lead him to the ground. The Bone Dragon's combat power is not weak, but his attack method has always been physical attacks. Against the ghost's body, many attacks directly failed. This left the ghost without much loss. Seeing that neither the ghost nor the skeleton soldiers could hold back the Bone Dragon, and when Gushi was about to step forward to fight, Shaya's body suddenly straightened up. Found it. Gushi immediately understood the situation. Shea found the bone dragon's weakness. Luna immediately understood Gushi's thoughts. And together with Gushi, they rushed left and right towards the bone dragon. At the same time, all the skeleton soldiers began to attack the bone dragon, in order to attract the bone dragon's last attention. Seeing Gushi launching a general attack at this time, Bone Dragon was a little surprised. But Gushi and the others rushed out, and Bone Dragon no longer concealed its strength. The Bone Dragon raised its head, opened its mouth, and green light appeared in the Bone Dragon's mouth. Bone Dragon has wanted to do such an attack for a long time, but he can only use this powerful attack once a day. Although the attack range is relatively large, it consumes a lot of money. After this attack is used, Bone Dragon can only hit attacks with its tail and claws. He had been waiting for Gushi's means of attack. Now seeing Gushi rushing out on his own initiative, he understood that Gushi had no other means and could now attack safely. But the moment Bone Dragon raised its head, Shea, who had been on Bone Dragon's back, suddenly moved, and the dagger in her hand cut into a position in Bone Dragon's spine. Although the bones of the Bone Dragon are as hard as iron, the joints of the Bone Dragon are not as hard as imagined. Instead, in order to move, some negative energy is added to the bone joints of the Bone Dragon to make the bones flexible. It is these negative energies that allow the Bone Dragon to fly. Now what Shea has found is a node that connects to this negative energy. There are as many as 7 such nodes on the Bone Dragon's body, but the other nodes are all at key positions on the Bone Dragon. Only this position is constantly moving on the Bone Dragon's body. Now when the Bone Dragon raises its head, this position is exposed. When Shea struck, the dagger cut through the node directly like a hot knife cutting through butter. At this time, the Bone Dragon was raising its head and wanted to spit in the direction of Gushi. Shea's attack on the node just cut off the negative energy that allowed the Bone Dragon to gather together. The raised dragon head shook, and all the bones seemed to fall apart, hitting the ground heavily. At the same time, the green light inside the dragon's mouth turned around and disappeared. Seeing the Bone Dragon's head fall to the ground, Gushi immediately seized the opportunity. He quickly stepped forward and smashed the crushing staff hard against the dragon's head. Boom! Gushi used all his strength in this attack, and at the same time the effect of the crushing staff was activated, denting the Bone Dragon's black metal-like bones on the spot. At this time, the negative energy in the Bone Dragon's body gathered again, trying to piece the bone fragments together into a Bone Dragon again. But at this time, Luna had also appeared next to the Bone Dragon. Because the Bone Dragon fell apart at the beginning, all the negative energy nodes in the Bone Dragon's body were exposed. Luna's ice touch hit a node on the spot. With the injection of ice power, the negative energy movement quickly slowed down, and the body assembly speed of this Bone Dragon also slowed down a lot. At this time, Gushi also noticed the situation here, and he ordered decisively, "Pull those bones away from me. All of them." Chapter 73 3 Divine Skills, the Incarnation of Death. Under Gushi's command, all the skeleton soldiers put down their weapons, and each of them held a piece of bone and ran quickly in different directions. The bones held by the skeleton soldiers still wanted to gather towards the center. But as the skeleton soldiers escaped faster and faster, the strength of the bone struggle became weaker and weaker. Having lost a large number of bones, even if the Bone Dragon wanted to regroup, it would not be able to find enough bones. In this way, all the negative energy nodes of Bone Dragon's reorganization were exposed to Gushi and the others. Gushi, Luna, and Shaya quickly attacked these nodes, without the Bone Dragon's hard as iron bones for defense. These nodes are actually just a bunch of negative energy trying to gather together. Whether it was Gushi or Luna, they could easily destroy such a node. In order to prevent the nodes from being broken, Gushi even threw throwing knives at those nodes. However, Gushi soon discovered that every time a node was broken, the negative energy of these nodes would be concentrated on the nodes that had not been broken. As the nodes became fewer and fewer, the negative energy became stronger and stronger, and the vitality of some nodes behind them is actually beyond the normal level. Even with the attacks of Gushi and the other 3, they were unable to directly destroy the last few nodes. At this time, the skeleton soldiers, who ran away with the bones of the Bone Dragon, were somewhat unable to suppress those bones. It can be believed that as soon as the skeleton soldier loosens his grip, these bones will fly back by themselves. And then, they can form a Bone Dragon again. And Gushi's efforts this time will be in vain. Back off. Gushi changed his mind, and gave the order decisively. Luna and Saya cooperated quite well. When retreating, Luna gave the negative energy node an ice touch, while Sayok came with a civilian sap. When the three of them retreated, Gushi pointed at the corpse of the dead skeleton soldier on the ground. Corpse explosion. As Gushi's series of secondary corpse explosions exploded, the corpses of the skeleton soldiers on the ground exploded together with their weapons, and the shockwave broke away the gathered negative energy. Seeing this situation, Gushi decisively threw the crushing staff out. This crushing staff once again played an important role. The crushing function was activated, turning the gathered negative energy into powder. Looking at the negative energy fragments scattered on the ground, Gushi heard a ding in his ear. Ding! Kill the incarnation of death. Temporary mission. The progress of the Hallows in fairy tales is completed. Collect the 3 deathly Hallows, 3/3. Completed. Kill the incarnation of death. Completed. Task reward. Necromancer professional skill death incarnation. Incarnation of death level 11, level 3+8. Players can consume all magic power to summon an avatar of death on the battlefield. The level of the incarnation of death is the player level +8. And at a certain level, the incarnation of death will have its own different characteristics. Note 1. Since the incarnation of death that the player defeated was in the form of a bone dragon, the incarnation of death summoned by the player is also in the form of a bone dragon, with its own huge biological characteristics. Note 2. The level of the death incarnation is 11, and it has the characteristics of levels 1, 5, and 9. Note 3. If players master the 2 skills of Death Incarnation and Death City, they can create linkage resonance. As the information popped up in front of him, Gushi's eyes also lit up. The dragon bones held in the hands of the skeleton soldiers no longer struggled, and no one dealt with the negative energy on the ground. At this time, Gushi no longer cared about these things. He didn't even pick up the shattering staff and just pointed at the ground. Death incarnate. As Gushi gave the order, he felt that all his mana had been drained away. Then a bone dragon made of pure black bones appeared in front of Gushi. This bone dragon was somewhat similar to the bone dragon that Gushi and the others had just grinded to death. But it was also somewhat different. The bones on this bone dragon are pure black, not the burnt black color before, and his body is obviously a little blurry. When it flew up, it was as if countless black mist had rolled up, potentially tearing apart everything around it at any time. Gushi stepped forward to take a look and knew the situation of this bone dragon. Name, Death Incarnation, Summoned Creature. Race, Bone Dragon Form. Level, Level 11, 0-odd. Talent, Regular Creature after death. The player can summon it again by consuming all mana. Status, equivalent to twice the summoner health, 820/820. Magic power, 1500/1500. Attributes, twice those of the summoner strength 10.4. Agility 8.6. Constitution 8.2. Intelligence 15. Perception 9.4. Charisma 9.2. Skills, Death Dragon Breath, Bone Dragon Skill. Once a day. Undead creatures, level 1 characteristics. Undead arms. Flying troops. Giant creatures. Curse attack, level 5 characteristics. A random curse when attacking. No entity, level 9 characteristics. Equivalent to Ghost Physique. 75% likely to be immune to physical attacks. Looking at the incarnation of death in front of him, even Gushi couldn't help but take a breath of air. He knew that the incarnation of death was very powerful, but he never expected that it could be so powerful. There is a 75% chance of being immune to physical attacks, which means that most attacks have little effect on the avatar of death. Cursed attacks mean that the incarnation of death will become more difficult to attack the enemy. As for the Death Dragon's Breath, Gushi was thinking of the green light that had just gathered in the bone dragon's mouth. This kind of ultimate move that can only be used once a day only shows one thing, and that is great power. Now, Gushi had a big killer weapon that could be used on the battlefield. You must know that the president of the small guild in Balian City is only about level 10. If Gushi wanted to, he could go to Westminster Abbey and kill him all by himself. After trying hard to calm down, Gushi focused on the next words. Discovered the professional skills of the necromancer Death Incarnation and Death City. Please ask if there is linkage and resonance. Although Gushi had never heard of this situation, he understood that it must be beneficial. So Gushi said decisively, linkage. Linkage successful. Get a copy of the exclusive architectural design for the incarnation of death, large dot. Following this prompt, Gushi noticed that among all the negative energy on the ground, there was actually a white dragon bone. Gushi quickly stepped forward and picked up the dragon bone. Get the Kiel Laboratory Design Drawing Large Scale. Kiel Laboratory, large use 12,000 resources. 10 units of stone. 10 units of wood and 5 units of mercury to build a dragon bone laboratory, large building, in the city. After it is completed, it can be used for the incarnation of death to live and rest, and provide corresponding linkage characteristics. If there are other buildings that produce bone dragons, ghost dragons, and ghost dragons, regional linkage can be generated, and the production speed of all undead dragon units will be +1. Chapter 74 Preparation Before the War. Luna, I need to recover some mana. You can patrol the city with this person. Gushi glanced at the negative energy all over the floor and turned to say something to Luna. At this time, Shea had also helped Gushi pick up the shattering staff. The moment he took the crushing rod, Gushi couldn't help but let out an awe. Just now, the staff of crushing seemed to have absorbed some of the power of the incarnation of death, and its quality had changed to a certain extent. Shattering staff +1 green. Wooden stick. Attack, 6 to 9. Equipment requirements, strength 3. Special, crush. When attacking an enemy, there is an 85% chance of shattering the enemy's bones, armor, or other defenses. Explanation: a wooden stick that can smash everything. Previous results tell us that a stick is the best weapon. When he raised the shattering staff again, Gushi found that when he waved the shattering staff, there would always be a shadow of a small bone dragon flashing past the shattering staff. It seems that this is the change brought about when the negative energy group of the incarnation of death was destroyed just now. After waving the shattering staff twice, Gushi looked at Shaya again. Saya, how are you feeling now? Very good, sir. As you have just seen, I can actually use a sap. Moreover, I have integrated the effect of the invisibility cloak, and my stealth ability has been improved by at least 3 levels. Gushi then thought that when he attacked the negative energy group of death incarnation just now, Luna used the touch of ice and Shea used the sap attack. It seems that she has really learned a lot. Okay then. Now that your stealth ability has improved, you will be much safer. Go to Victoria City first. Pay attention to the owl I sent out. If there is anything I need, I will contact you through the owl. Okay. Shea responded happily. At this moment, Luna also floated over. Sir, the battlefield has been cleaned. A total of 3,762 units of negative energy have been obtained. In addition, the dragon bones carried away by the skeleton soldiers were automatically activated when the death incarnation died in battle. Now they have been integrated into the bodies of the skeleton soldiers. Can't take it back. Did you plan to take back those dragon bones before? Yes. I heard that as long as 4 or more dragon bones are buried in one location, a temporary dragon tomb can be formed. When the dragon tomb is built in this place, the output of bone dragons can be increased. Forget it. The bone dragon is still far away from us now. Be honest and eat the dock area first. I will restore the mana first, and you will bring all the skeletons to upgrade. This time, except for filling up the 3 combat teams, I converted all the others into skeleton shooters. When we fought the incarnation of death just now, we had a serious lack of firepower. This needs to be changed. My lord, are you planning to take the avatar of death to attack the dock area? Luna had followed Gushi for a long time, and she understood Gushi's plan as soon as she heard it. Yes, I found that in the city of death. The incarnation of death seems to exist all the time, instead of disappearing after the battle is over as the instructions say. Coupled with the linkage between the city of death and the incarnation of death, it is to build a residence for the incarnation of death. So I guess whether the incarnation of death can always exist in the heart of the dead city. When the linkage is active, Death Avatar can even appear on the battlefield through the battlefield gate. Luna didn't understand what Gushi said, but that didn't stop Luna from nodding. Take the Avatar of Death on patrol first, and let him get familiar with our city. After my mana is restored, we will set out to attack the dock area. Okay. Luna responded decisively, turned around, and went to communicate with the incarnation of death. Unlike contracted undead like Luna, although the Avatar of Death is a skill summon, this bone dragon-like thing is actually a summoned creature. Luna has a natural advantage in communicating with them. After just a few words with the Death Incarnation, the Death Incarnation followed Luna on patrol. Gushi came to the tavern. As a necromancer, when his mana was exhausted, he would not only find a safe place to sleep, but also drink some drinks that could quickly restore his mana. As soon as Gushi entered the tavern, the wine girl quickly appeared. Isn't this the lord of the city? Why are you here? Let's have a couple of drinks. And do you have any gossip lately? As Gushi spoke, he flicked his finger, and a crystal made of negative energy fell onto the table. The wine girl just wiped her sleeves on the table, and the negative energy crystal was taken away. Then the two skeleton maids brought 2 glasses of green beer. The wine girl picked up one of the glasses and poured most of it into her mouth. I have news that might interest you. Tell me the story. Gushi also took a sip of beer, feeling the recovery of his mana, and said calmly, It's like this. Just 2 days ago, I intercepted an order from there, asking all nearby ghost shadows to send out troops to support the righteous battle at the Saint Church. Westminster Abbey? Yes, this is the place. At the same time, I found that the number of new ghosts that appeared during this period seems to have increased. You should pay more attention to this. After saying that, the bartender prepared to leave with the unfinished beer. Wait, this is just a little bit of news? Gushi quickly stopped the wine girl. Why? This news is not enough? This is big news. You don't belong to the Guiying system. But several nearby urban areas do belong to the Guiying system. Even if they are relatively independent and receive a mission, they will still have to go and take a look. Therefore, during this period, the defense power of several nearby urban areas will be weakened a lot. If you want to defeat these urban areas, now is the opportunity. Gushi also reacted at this time. He put 2 more negative energy crystals on the table and said, Help me check the information on the other 2 cities. Seeing Gushi being so decisive, the wine girl was also shocked. No way. You only have so few troops now. You really want to capture these cities. Let's get the information first. Besides, just because I don't have many troops now doesn't mean I won't have many troops in the future. I have a big killer weapon now. As soon as Gushi finished speaking, as if in response to Gushi's words, the incarnation of death flew from the sky. The fleeting black shadow also caught the wine girl's eyes, and an idea flashed through her mind. Okay, I will help you find out the information first. But I have agreed in advance that there are only 3 spies in my tavern, and the information obtained separately will not be too comprehensive. Just know the strength and level of the enemy. The rest will be decided after we meet them on the battlefield. Chapter 75 Send Troops. While Gushi was recovering his magic power, his troops had already gathered together. Shea was thinking about things in Victoria City, and had already returned to Victoria City through the Hearthstone. But Luna is still there. She can manage all the undead. And soon all the undead will gather together. After the previous additions, and the battle with the incarnation of death, the number of skeleton soldiers in the 3 combat teams has changed somewhat. Combat Team 1, Level 1. Unnamed. Characteristics, Attack +5. Defense +1. Experience 77-200 Captain, 1-1, Level 2 Skeleton Leader. Team members, 23 43rds, Level 3 Skeleton Soldiers, 23 Name. Battle Team 2 Level 2. Unnamed. Features, Attack +4. Health +4. Experience 42-500 Captain, 1-1, Level 2 Skeleton Leader. Team members, 31 38ths, Level 3 Skeleton Soldiers, 31 people. Combat Team 3, Level 1. Unnamed. Characteristics, Defense +6. Experience 184-200 Captain, 1-1, Level 2 Skeleton Leader. Team members, 24 49, Level 3 Skeleton Soldiers, 24 people. Adding up the total number, there are a total of 78 skeleton soldiers, plus the 50 skeleton shooters, who have just been successfully transformed. The number of skeleton troops alone has reached 128. This finally replenished the troops to a certain level. Otherwise, the number of skeleton soldiers would not exceed 100, which would be too embarrassing for the necromancer. 6 of the other 20 zombies were killed, leaving only 14. The ghosts were all still there, waiting at the city gate. As for Gushi's most important combat power in this battle, the incarnation of death transformed into a bone dragon, was currently flying non-stop in the sky. When Gushi came over, Luna, who was organizing the team, flew over quickly. Sir, the team is ready. By the way, sir, I have temporarily selected a skeleton soldier to help you carry the flag. Do you think he can do it? Luna pointed towards the team of skeleton soldiers. A significantly taller skeleton soldier was standing there. All the weapons in his hands had been taken off, and he had nothing on him except armor. Gushi's current chief battle flag is just a white flag, and it doesn't even have a pole. It uses an ordinary wooden flagpole, and there is no symbol belonging to Gushi himself. Gushi has his own battle flag, but there is still a long way to go. In fact, If Gushi didn't get the chief battle flag this time, he would have to wait at least until level 5 if he wanted to have a battle flag of his own. For now, it's enough to have a skeleton soldier to help carry the flag. He also wants a bicycle. After handing the chief battle flag to the skeleton soldier, Gushi took out the map and took a look at it, then pointed towards the dock area. Send out troops. Target the border tower. As Gushi led his troops out of his own city, a ding sound rang in his ears. Ding! You are entering the dock area. Your actions will cause a reaction from the dock area guards. Please return quickly. Warning! You are entering the dock area. Your actions will cause war. Please retreat quickly. Gushi didn't pay attention to such a warning. He was originally going to attack the dock area, but now, he was just letting the enemies in the dock area come out early. Sure enough, after 3 warnings, the system did not give any new prompts. But Gushi had already heard the sound of the horn coming from the border tower. At the same time, batch after batch of black shadows came out of the border tower, and they formed battle formations one after another in the open space in front of the tower. Regarding the actions of these black shadows, Gushi was relatively speechless. He thought he was going to attack the city, but he didn't expect that before his troops were in position. They came out on their own. This is how the same thing. Sir, do you think it's because we can't deploy so many troops in the tower? Gushi thought about many reasons, but could not explain the reason why the black shadow came out to fight. After Luna said this, Gushi finally reacted. It's really possible. The place in front of me is just a border tower, not a city wall or a castle where troops can be stationed for fighting. The tower is 6 stories high, and there is no place for the black shadow to spread out and fight. Gushi came with his troops, and these black shadows had no other choice but to come out and fight. It seems that I have overthought it. Prepare to fight. Incarnation of Death. You fly first. Luna, the ghost is under your command. There are 2 enemy bosses. One is a defensive boss. You take the ghost to deal with it, and the other is a magic boss. When he appears, I will let the Incarnation of Death handle it. Gushi quickly gave the order and waved his hand, and the skeleton soldiers quickly stepped forward. Under Gushi's arrangement, the skeleton soldiers of Combat Team 3 were at the front, followed by the spear skeleton soldiers of Combat Team 2. Skeleton soldiers holding 2-handed swords are scattered on both sides to prevent enemies from attacking from both sides. As for the newly transformed skeleton shooters, they have been following at the back, where they are calculating their attack distance. The effective range of the skeleton archer is 100 meters. Beyond this range, arrows can fly, but their power will decrease with distance. Unless someone can get battle equipment like the golden bow, no one can solve this problem, even for the elves who are best at shooting. The effective range is only 350 meters, and the power will be weakened if it is farther away. Gushi also knew this, and he also knew where his advantages lay. Skeleton soldiers are not afraid of death. Anyway, the range is only a little, so just let the skeleton shooter move forward. For this reason, the skeleton archer was positioned behind Combat Team 2, less than 30 meters away from the battle location. At this distance, the skeleton shooter's shooting power and accuracy will be stronger than long-distance attacks. Here they can also achieve the effects of rapid concentrated fire and point shooting. It can be said that this position is the best combat position for the skeleton shooter. After forming the battle formation, Gushi was protected by a group of zombies. Luna had already flown into the air with the ghost 1 step ahead, pressing against the Black Shadow troops from the front. At this time, the troops in the Black Shadow had also begun to attack. Within their team, square formations were quickly formed, each with 40 people. It can be seen from the layout of this square formation that they are composed of 10 level 3 shadows and 30 level 2 shadows. The 4 phalanxes were led by a thick-bodied ghost figure, who was striding forward. Gushi was a little surprised that Juing only sent out more than half of his troops. He felt that these shadows were looking down on him. There are only 120 people, and only a part of the level 3 troops. This is not how they die. Just when Gushi was wondering, something happened at the border tower. Chapter 76: The Power of Death. Just when Gushi's troops were about to collide with the Black Shadow troops, a huge black eye suddenly appeared on the top of the border tower. As the black eyes appeared, Gushi also noticed the situation on the border tower. The level 5 magic shadow was standing on the top of the border tower, turning himself into flames and pushing the black eyes to rise. Beside this magic shadow, there are 3 black shadow legions. They are constantly injecting a black power into the magic shadow. The black eyes rising from the magical shadows are the result of their efforts. Although no one knows what the function of these black eyes is, anyone with a brain would not believe that they are a good thing. Death incarnate. Prepare the dragon's breath of death. And destroy the eye on the top of the tower and those ghostly shadows. Luna, don't worry about anything else and concentrate on dealing with those guys in the open space. After taking a look at the current situation, Gushi made a decisive decision. Under Gushi's order, the incarnation of death, in the form of a bone dragon, flew straight out of Gushi's territory. The aura of level 11 instantly attracted everyone's attention. The already distorted black face of the magic shadow on the top of the border tower became even more distorted. He never thought that he would encounter such a thing. He just activated the magic cannon on the border tower. So how come he was targeted? In fact, he didn't understand that the reason why he was targeted was entirely because he was too cool. With such big eyes, Gushi didn't know what the use of this thing was. In addition, it accounted for half of the troops stationed in the station. If Gushi didn't target him, who else could he target? After the death incarnation flew out of Gushi's territory, it opened its mouth wide in the sky. At the same time, the green breath was concentrated in the bone dragon's mouth, as if a laser cannon was charging. The magic shadow on the top of the border tower didn't care about anything else. He frantically mobilized his strange power to keep his eyes on the bone dragon flying in the sky. However, the bone dragon's movement speed is obviously beyond the level of normal people. The most important thing is that the bone dragon's nihilization effect is quite strong. When it flies up, it can fly a long distance in a flash. Most people simply can't keep up with the bone dragon's movement speed, let alone lock the bone dragon's position. The bone dragon flashed a few times in the sky and arrived about 100 meters away from the border tower. At this time, the magic shadow above seized the opportunity and locked the position of the bone dragon. But his actions were still a step slower. The bone dragon that flew here opened its mouth and sprayed at the black eyes on the top of the border tower. A green beam of light as thick as a person spurted out from the bone dragon's mouth. When this beam of light erupted, people nearby seemed to hear countless people wailing and down. A big melon. There were so many layers of voices that it was impossible to tell whether they were male or female. But anyone who hears this voice can feel that there is a certain death intention in this voice. Either you kill the enemy, or you are killed by the enemy. The green light beam hit the black eye head-on. The huge eye exploded on the spot, and the magic shadow standing under the eye was immediately affected and turned into black powder in the explosion. Then the incarnation of death did not withdraw the light beam, but flicked his head, and the green light beam swept across the top of the border tower. All the black shadows that were touched by the green light beam vaporized on the spot and disappeared from everyone's sight. Death incarnation, spell product, kill shadow boss, level 5. And you gain 455 experience points. Death incarnation, spell product, kills ghost, level 3. You gain 11 experience points. Death incarnates. Looking at the series of messages that popped up in front of him, Gushi also smiled. The incarnation of death looks like a huge bone dragon, but in fact it is a product of Gushi's magic. In addition, the level of the death incarnation itself is closely related to Gushi's level. He himself does not consume experience. The enemies killed by the death incarnation are the same as those killed by magic, such as corpse explosion and bone spurs. The experience belongs to Gushi. So this time Gushi can be said to have made a lot of money. Not to mention anything else. All the experience gained from killing the Ghost Shadow Leader belongs to Gushi alone, which greatly increases his experience. If it weren't for the fact that the experience required to upgrade from level 3 to level 4 is quite high, maybe he could even upgrade now. Clean up the remaining enemies on the border tower. You don't have to worry about the rest. Luna. Separate the enemy leaders from their troops. Skeleton soldiers step forward and skeleton shooters shoot. Under Gushi's order, the skeleton soldiers that were already about to collide with the black shadow sped up again. When the skeleton soldiers of Combat Team 3 approached the black shadow, they all raised their shields and prepared to hit the opponent with a shield. But at this moment, a wave of arrows from the skeleton shooter behind them arrived first. The black shadow that was charging towards the skeleton soldiers was shot to death 7 or 8 on the spot. The remaining steps were also paused, and he no longer had the same charging momentum as before. At this time, the skeleton soldiers of Combat Team 2 took the opportunity to move forward. They raised their spears and stabbed the black shadow. More than 10 black shadows were knocked to the ground and disappeared in front of the skeleton soldiers. Kill! As soon as he saw such a record, Gushi knew that the battle was safe. The number of black shadows is not as good as that of skeleton soldiers. And their combat effectiveness is not as good as that of skeleton soldiers. So there is nothing to be afraid of. So all the skeleton soldiers rushed forward and fought with the Black Shadow. During the melee between the two sides, the Black Shadow finally showed its strength. Like the skeleton soldiers, they are life-threatening existences. When faced with the skeleton soldiers' attacks, they not only did not retreat, but instead fought 3 or 4 skeleton soldiers together. Use your own life to kill the skeleton soldiers. The shadow leader at the head showed agility that was different from the heavily armored defensive soldiers. He kept moving around the battlefield, attracting the attention of the skeleton soldiers. And every time he takes action, he can save a Black Shadow who is about to be killed, and at the same time interrupt the attacks of the skeleton soldiers. Luna watched this situation from a distance, and wanted to chase him several times, but every time he rushed over with the ghost, the shadow leader would dodge at a super fast speed, so that Luna can't catch the opponent. Such pursuit and escape disrupted the battle of the skeleton soldiers, turning the battle in front of them into a melee. At this time, Gushi also discovered another situation. Other ghostly shadows in the dock area also discovered the situation here. They were rushing here in 2s and 3s, and could join the battlefield at any time. Chapter 77, Capture the Border Towers. In the dock area, the appearance of a mysterious black shadow immediately attracted the attention of Gushi and the others. Gushi didn't want them to rush into his battle at any time. He glanced at the incarnation of Death, who was chasing the remaining enemies in the border tower, and gave a decisive order. Death incarnate strikes. Stop them. Upon hearing this, the incarnation of Death raised his head, and glanced in the direction pointed by Gushi. He lowered his head, and turned into black smoke towards the enemy. Gushi was also a little helpless about the way the Death incarnation moved. In many places, the Death incarnation looked like a bone dragon. It turned into black smoke like this, and its destructive way of movement was unique. Every time I see it, I always feel that wherever the incarnation of Death flies by, everything will be destroyed. So much so that every time Gushi saw the incarnation of Death flying, he wanted to remind him not to have his territory bombed. Fortunately, the incarnation of Death can control this power. Every time it flies, it does not cause too much damage, even when it hits the enemy, which makes Gushi feel relieved. When I look at the incarnation of Death again, I just feel helpless that the bone dragon is not like the bone dragon. But Gushi didn't expect that when the incarnation of Death rushed in front of the Black Shadow, he actually changed his previous style, retracted his wings that didn't have much skin, shrank his body into a ball, and rushed forward like a peregrine falcon. Where Death incarnation rushed through, the body of the Black Shadow was sucked up, turned into black smoke, and sucked into Death incarnation's body. This situation also shocked Gushi. He didn't expect that the incarnation of Death would have such ability. So Gushi quickly called the incarnation of Death back. What happened just now? Can you absorb the power of the ghost? The incarnation of Death understood Gushi's words. But the problem was that he had no way to answer Gushi's question. After all, the incarnation of Death didn't know what it was that changed. His language system was incomplete, and he could only passively accept orders. But he couldn't communicate. Faced with such a thing, Gushi felt helpless. At this time, another batch of black shadows rushed out from the dock area. Gushi could only wave his hand and let the incarnation of Death go to stop them. With the incarnation of Death resisting the ordinary black shadows rushing out of the dock area, the battle on Luna's side became much easier. Although she could not catch up with the enemy's leader, the enemy's leader could not stop and direct the battle, which made it easy for the skeleton soldiers to fight these militarized black shadows. The skeleton soldiers with 4 different fighting styles actually cooperated with each other. The shield skeleton soldiers of Combat Team 3 no longer defended, and they rushed forward directly. As long as they saw the black shadow rushing towards them, they would step forward and strike, regardless of whether the enemy launched an attack or not. They would use the shield attack first to knock the enemy back and knock them down. Then came the Battle Team 2. These skeleton soldiers have the strongest melee attack power among all the skeleton soldiers. Their team itself is 1 level higher than other battle teams. Not to mention, the weapons in their hands have also been tested many times. Reinforced. In the previous battles, they had experienced many battles, and all the skeleton soldiers had sufficient experience. In addition, they also require the least space between them. Unlike those holding 2-handed swords, if they don't give up a little position, they may cut down one of their own. 4 or 5 of them gathered together and fired their guns at the same time, and they could all hit the same target accurately. as long as they are targeted. No one can escape from their attacks. Often, it only takes 4 or 5 people to hit them, and Guiying will be killed on the spot. The mysterious shadow that rushed behind them couldn't break through the defense of the shield-wielding skeleton soldiers. So it was just a second attack. After doing this 3 times, the number of black shadows rushing over became less and less, and the range in which the shadow leader could move became smaller and smaller. Finally, the shadow leader was blocked in a corner by Luna. At this time, the shadow leader finally showed his strong defense. After he was surrounded, he had no way to escape. So he simply put his hands together, and his body became fully hard. The original shadows looked like black mist, but the leader of the shadows in front of him turned around and turned into black crystals. The defense here is much stronger. The ghost's attack had almost no effect on the shadow leader. But the shadow leader never imagined that there were more than just ghosts here. There is also Luna here. And Luna has the best attack skills when it comes to crystals. Before, there were enemies that turned into crystals and died under Luna's banshee wail. It was the same this time. As soon as the shadow leader turned into crystal, Luna screamed on the spot. The sound went from low to high, and finally locked on a frequency. At first, the shadow leader didn't feel much. But as Luna's screams continued, the shadow leader realized that something was wrong. He wanted to stop Luna's scream, but it was already too late. Cracks appeared one after another on his body. When the shadow leader saw this, he was frightened. He quickly wanted to transform his body into the black mist state. But at this time, the ghost had already rushed in front of the shadow leader, and they reached out to grab the black mist leader. The shadow boss transformed by the fog. The ghost's attack power is much stronger against this half-breath body. Under the attack of the ghosts, the body of the shadow leader was quickly torn apart. This forced the shadow leader to transform his body back into crystal and continue to be attacked by Luna. At this time, the skeleton soldiers of Combat Team 1 had also rushed over. On the other side of the normal shadows, their existence had no meaning. The number of normal shadows was already very small. The remaining ones were no longer in battle formation. So the skeleton soldiers from Combat Team 1 rushed over. They rushed in front of the shadow leader, raised their swords to chop down, and activated their killing skills. For the skeleton soldiers of Combat Team 1, the killing skills are used at this time. If the killing is not successful, forget it. If the beheading is successful, no matter how strong the enemy is, he will be defeated in seconds. With so many skeleton soldiers passing by one after another, even if the success rate of killing is not high, it is enough. As each skeleton soldier raised his sword and stepped forward, and another one retreated to the rear to prepare again. The leader of the shadow finally couldn't withstand it any longer. When the leader of the mysterious shadow was killed for the 21st time, Gushi heard a ding in his ear. Chapter 78 Bone-Cutting Camp. Skeleton soldiers, summons, kill the shadow boss, level 4. You will get 18 experience points. The combat team will get 1 experience point. The contracted undead Luna will get 31 experience points. And the summons that participated in the kill will get 5 experience points. You defeated all the defenders of the border tower. You successfully occupied the border tower. How did you choose to deal with the border tower? Destroy, occupy, or abandon it? Looking at the detailed explanation here, Gushi also understood the situation of dealing with the border tower. Destruction is the simplest method. After destruction, you will get a large amount of building materials and a large plot of land. Gushi can build whatever he wants here in the future. Of course, you need to find the construction design drawings yourself. And the materials and time also need to be provided by Gushi. To occupy is to occupy the building without moving the border tower in front of you. And to turn this border tower into a functional building in the City of Death. As for the nature of this building, that depends on the situation at the time. When Gushi came over, he saw that there were many troops stationed in the border tower in front of him. But the huge black eyes before made Gushi not sure about the situation of the border tower in front of him. So for a while Gushi hesitated whether to occupy this place. As for giving up here, that is a choice only a fool would make. Giving up the tower in front of you would be equivalent to giving up the benefits of this battle. And this tower would not be included in Gushi's territory. After giving up, what kind of changes will happen in the border tower is beyond Gushi's control. For this reason, Gushi was just hesitating about what choice he should make. The benefits gained from destroying the border towers in front of you are the most obvious. An occupation has an obvious gambling element in it. If what you gamble is not good, and you want to clear it, it cannot be dealt with by destroying it. Fortunately, Gushi is the kind of person who is more decisive. As long as he can judge the situation by himself, he can easily give up even something that seems important. After hesitating between the two options, Gushi said decisively, "Occupy." When Gushi made his choice, he thought that this place would directly become part of his territory. He never expected that an interface would pop up in front of him. Please choose who will enter the border tower and occupy it. Looking at the choices in front of him, Gushi noticed that the 3 skeleton bosses commanding the combat team were all among the choices. Gushi immediately understood that this occupation would require the consumption of another skeleton chief. This made Gushi hesitate for a moment. The cooperation between Combat Team 2 and Combat Team 3 was very good. Now we cannot do without these 2 combat teams. And there is no boss-level existence on the skeleton archer side. Finally, Gushi pointed at the skeleton leader of Combat Team 1. "You go over and occupy the border tower." The skull leader had no problem, and headed towards the border tower with a long sword in both hands. As soon as he left, Combat Team 1 behind him also followed. Gu Shijing was about to stop it, but he thought of a possibility and finally gave up the plan. Combat Team 1 entered the border tower together. As they entered the border tower, the style of the 6-story tower in front of them, which was full of human castle style, changed unexpectedly. On the roof of the building where the magic shadows stood before, a huge platform appeared, and a purple blank battle flag was erected. At the same time, there are also a large number of skeleton reliefs around the tower. The skeletons on the reliefs are all holding 2-handed swords. If you go around the tower, you will find that the reliefs are actually a set of sword techniques for a 2-handed sword. Then a voice came from Gu Shi's ear. "Ding! You successfully occupied the border tower." The border tower was converted into a skeleton sword soldier battalion station, and you gained 3 points of city experience. Building name: Skeleton Sword Soldier Camp, Residency. Level 1. Garrison Troops, 0/1. All skeleton soldier station can be organized into one unit. This unit is not named. Station Boss, 1/2. 2 bosses can be stationed. Station Soldiers, 23, 23/243. 200 plus 43 soldiers can be stationed. 200 is the number of soldiers stationed in the building. 43 is the number of soldiers commanded by the boss. Station Troops, Skeleton 2-handed Swordsman. Annex, Weapons Depot, not yet built. Note: when a building reaches level 7, it can be stationed with heroes. And when it reaches level 15, it can be stationed with leaders. The information in front of him stunned Gu Shi. The changes in the border tower exceeded his imagination. He never expected that this border tower would turn into a garrison. If he had known this would happen, he should have arranged for one of the other 2 skeleton leaders to come in. But the current situation is also good news for Gu Shi. Gu Shi thought for a moment and said decisively, "Name it." The troops stationed in the skeleton sword soldier camp will be named the Bonjanang Camp. Following Gu Shi's order, the battle flag located above the skeleton sword soldiers camp noticed a change. The words Bone Cutting Camp appeared on the purple blank battle flag. Of course, Gu Shi didn't like the style of the battle flag in front of him. Although he still used a blank battle flag, it didn't mean that he didn't have some ideas. As his thoughts turned around, the words that appeared on the purple battle flag began to become various patterns of different colors. And finally, under Gu Shi's control, a long sword pattern stuck on the head of a skull appeared on the purple battle flag. What stands out in this pattern is the long sword. It can be said that the long sword directly penetrates the entire battle flag. The unit was named successfully, and the Bone Cutting Battalion was established. Bone Cutting Camp, Level 1. Characteristics: Attack +5. Defense +1. Experience 77/200 Commander, 1/2. Level 2 Skeleton Leader. Team Members, 23/243. Level 3 Skeleton 2-handed Swordsman. 23. Skeleton 2-handed Swordsman, Level 3. Strength and Summons Experience, 0/500. Attack 3+2, 2-handed Sword. Defense 2+1, Leather Armor. Life 21. Skills: Undead Creature. Swordsmanship Specialization. Combat Enchantment. Beheading. With a battle flag and a name, the Bone Cutting Camp was established. Although there are only 23 skeleton soldiers in this Bone Cutting Battalion, their status is already higher than that of the 2 combat teams. Of course, because Combat Team 1, which originally used 2-handed swords, has been upgraded to the Bone Cutting Battalion. The formations of the next 2 combat teams have been upgraded respectively. The skeleton soldier holding the spear has become Combat Team 1. And the skeleton soldier holding the shield has become Combat Team 2. The situation in front of him made Gushi understand that their opportunity had been missed. If they wanted to have their own team name again in the future, they didn't know how long it would take. After all, buildings like garrison buildings are not strictly needed by every city. Even if Gushi has open space, he must give priority to training camps or other functional buildings to complete the functions of the city first. As for things like residents, we can arrange them again when we have the opportunity. If there was no chance, Gushi might have put it off first. Anyway, the city is so big. After the necessary buildings are built, there will always be some vacant land, and new residences can be set up at that time. Now, Gushi doesn't have this opportunity for the time being. Gushi took a look at the situation of the bone-cutting camp and did not make any further arrangements. His attention began to shift to the battle at the dock area. Chapter 79, Taking over the dockyard. At this time, in the dock area, the incarnation of death was running around like a wild dog that jumped out to let loose. Wherever he flew, the black mist would always bring great destructive power, knocking over many of the originally intact houses in the dock area. The black shadows hidden in the house were dragged out one by one. Some were blended into the black mist, while others were torn into pieces by the black mist. Gushi didn't know what this was all about. He only felt that the incarnation of death was becoming more and more proficient in using this method. At this time, Gushi turned his head and glanced at Luna. "I'll handle it." Luna knew Gushi's thoughts immediately, and she quickly drifted into the dock area. As Luna entered the dock area, Gushi noticed that one house or ruin after another was quickly lit up, and 3 docks near the river in the distance were also undergoing changes. This is where Luna is integrating the quayside land. Gushi just glanced at it and understood the situation immediately. At this time, Gushi couldn't do anything to help Luna. Aladovi City was under Luna's control. Now that they had captured the dock area, the next thing should actually go smoothly. Just as Gushi was thinking this, a loud bang suddenly came from a dock that was changing in the distance. The sound of the big explosion startled Gushi. "Begone camp. Go over and take a look." Gushi waved his hand, and the newly formed troops were released on the spot. The good thing about having an organization is that as long as the barracks are still there, even if the entire legion is wiped out, they can restore their combat effectiveness through the barracks. It will not be like the original battle team one. If they are all wiped out, there will be no way to train them back. As the bone-cutting camp rushed into the dock area, Gushi also began to enter with his men. At this time, there were still some strange shadows in the dock area blocking the advance of the undead troops. Their level is acceptable, but they do not have a unified fighting style like the shadows in the border tower before. They are more like skirmishers or civilians, and they rely entirely on their own instincts when attacking the undead troops. Gushi was not afraid of them before, but now the combat effectiveness of each of Gushi's undead has improved, and their cooperation with each other is better. When facing these mysterious figures, the killing speed is obviously much faster. Gushi, who was following behind, didn't even have a chance to take action. He could only watch the messages flashing in front of him. Skeleton Soldier, Summon, kills Ghost, level 2. You get 1 experience point. The combat team gets 1 experience point, and the Summon gets 8 experience points. The Skeleton Swordsman, Summoned Object, kills the Shadow, level 2. You get 1 experience point. The Bone-Cutting Battalion gets 1 experience point, and the Summoned Object gets 9 experience points. Skeleton Archer, Summon, kill Shadow, level 3. You get 1 experience point, and Fighting the Summons gets 13 experience points. Gushi didn't know what to say about such a speed of experience growth. If this happened on a battlefield, his eyes might be dazzled. At this moment, Gushi heard another ding sound in his ears. The dock area has been occupied. The dock area has been officially integrated into Aladovi City and gained +5 city experience. City name, Aryov. City directions, City of Death. City characteristics, territory and contention. More than half of the city is an uncontrolled area, and the city will be attacked by enemies in the uncontrolled area at any time. If the city is captured, the city territory will be automatically expanded. City level, level 2, 35/50. Core buildings, 2 halves assembly hall, gives 750 negative energy points every day. Tavern. Large buildings, March 6th Evil Church. White Bone Evil Temple, regional linkage is in progress. Skeleton Sword Soldier Camp, Bone Cutting Camp is stationed. Medium-sized buildings, 6 tents White Candle Factory. Library. Owl Building. Pier *3 inactive. In chaos. Small buildings 2/11 well. City Gate. Auxiliary buildings, 10 20th Street lights *10. Special buildings, 2 quasi-core plots, limited to the construction of dock warehouses and dock markets. 3 unprocessed laboratories, large plots. Garrison hero, none. Garrison troops, bone-cutting battalion. When Gushi saw the attributes pop up in front of him, his eyes lit up. The size of Aridov City has obviously increased a lot, and it seems that it will become a level 3 city in the near future. While Gushi was thinking about this, the Bone-Chanaying battalion had already rushed to the dock. At this time, at the dock where the explosion had just occurred, the incarnation of death was fighting a ship that was completely in tatters. This ship is obviously a 2-masted Galen ship from the 15th century, but it has been soaked in water for an unknown number of years, and the deck is in a state of disrepair. However, there was something wrong with this rotten 2-masted galleon. It was obvious that the ship had just been washed up from the water, but apart from the traces left by the seawater, there were no other traces found on the ship. There are things like barnacles that form after being soaked in seawater for a long time, but there are none on this boat. There is no legendary fishy or earthy smell, just like a ship that has just sunk to the bottom of the sea. There were no ghost sailors or anything on this ship. It was just the incarnation of death with great destructive power. It flew to the dock and accidentally blew up the gunpowder magazine that sank to the bottom of the sea along with the ship. As a result, such an explosion actually blew up the ship. I don't know what happened, but the ship turned strange in the explosion and actively launched an attack on the incarnation of death. Although the daily ultimate move was handed over, Death Incarnation has now fully mastered its own combat effectiveness. Facing the artillery attack of the ship's shadow, Death Incarnation increased its speed again. The black mist around him impacted the ship again and again, each time taking away some parts from the ship. But this boat is quite resilient, even if there are no parts. As long as the keel is still there, he can put his boat back together. Death incarnates for a while, but there is nothing he can do about this boat. When Gushi came with his men, they were still struggling with this matter on the river. Seeing the battle on the river, Gushi didn't know what to do. Fortunately, Luna floated out from nearby at this time. Sir, this incarnation of death has activated the activation effect of this dock in advance. Ah? Gushi was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized. So that's it. To defeat this ship, can we activate this code? What are the activation requirements? When Gushi heard that it was about activating the dock in advance, he was half relieved. After all, he had done the activation of the building several times, and the request was not too difficult. He was familiar with this kind of thing. Luna quickly checked it, but as she flipped through it, Luna said in surprise, Sir, something is wrong. These 3 dock areas have been activated together. Chapter 80 Pure Mutation. What did you say? Gushi was startled by Luna's words. At this time, Luna also sent over the request to activate the 3 docks. Wharf, not activated. Activate after investing 30 units of wood and 15 units of stone. After activation, it can be upgraded to a commercial wharf. A temporary caravan will appear at the wharf every week. Note, if there is a dock warehouse, the supplies carried by the caravan will be doubled. If there is a dock market, the number of caravans appearing at the same time will be +1. Note, the caravan can randomly bring 5 different resources or equipment for trading. Dock, not activated. Activate after investing 30 units of wood and 15 units of metal. After activation, it can be upgraded to an armed dock, which can dock an armed warship, level 5. Note, if there is a dock warehouse, the level of the armed warship will be +1. If there is a dock market, the number of weapons that the armed warship can be equipped with will be +1. Note, armed warships can be sent to participate in an armed mission once a week, ranging from 1 to 3 days, and corresponding rewards can be obtained after returning. Dock, not activated. Activate after investing 30 units of wood and 15 units of food. After activation, it can be upgraded to Adventure Dock, which can dock an adventure ship, level 5. Note, if there is a dock warehouse, the adventure ship level will be +1. If there is a dock market, the adventure ship sailing time will be +50%. Note, the adventure ship can be sent out to participate in an adventure mission once a week. The duration varies from 1 day to 3 days, and corresponding rewards can be obtained after returning. Warning, docklands activated early. Warning, the dock area is destroyed. Regional linkage is activated. Strange ships appear. The activation method of the dock area is changed, and all docks mutate. Warn. Looking at these explanations in front of him, Gushi finally understood the situation in front of him. The explosion just now caused chaos in the 3 docks. The activation that could have been easily accomplished has now become uncertain. At this time, Gushi continued to look. How to activate the dock area linkage, capture the strange ship, conquer? Gushi raised his head and glanced at the incarnation of death rushing towards the ship, and was also shocked. Come back. But it was too late. The incarnation of death crashed head-on into the middle of the strange ship. With this collision, the strange ship was overturned on the spot and hit the water heavily. Forget it. Just get rid of it. Gushi saw that there was no need to rescue this strange ship anymore, and he would not put the incarnation of death in danger. The dock was here anyway, and if he missed the activation this time, there would be another chance to activate it next time. The worst thing is to reactivate it. When Gushi changed his mind, the incarnation of death in the sky was confused for a moment, but he still obeyed the order. As soon as Gushi didn't stop him, he transformed into black mist again and rushed on the river. With the black mist, the sailboat that had overturned on the river was also dragged to the other end of the river bank, and hit the river embankment heavily. With a bang, Gushi saw the tattered-looking sailboat falling apart on the embankment, unable to put it back together. When the incarnation of death destroyed the strange sailing ship and returned to Gushi, Gushi also sighed. Luna, check to see if there are any new activation tasks. Luna, what's wrong with you? Gushi, who was arranging for Luna to check the situation at the dock, found that Luna's expression was a bit off. There was an expression on her face that didn't know whether to cry or laugh. When asked by Gushi, Luna raised her head and said, Sir, the regional linkage activation task has been completed. Done. This is impossible. Didn't you say you were going to subdue the strange ship? Yes. My side shows that it has been completed. Luna nodded affirmatively. Gushi was somewhat surprised by this situation. You know, the previous mission required to subdue the enemy. How could this be called subduing the enemy if it was broken? Bring the situation out and let me take a look. Luna immediately shared the information she could mobilize with Gushi. Destroy the strange ship. The joint mission in the dock area is completed. The activation effect is being transformed. The activation effect is completed, and 3 docks are activated. The activation directions are the weird dock, the haunted dock, and the evil dock. The dock area linkage effect is generated, forming a ghost dock area. Looking at the activation directions of the 3 docks, Gushi didn't know what to say. Is this an activation direction that a normal person can think of? Gushi shook his head helplessly and checked the conditions of the 3 docks. As soon as he checked, Gushi's eyes widened. Building name, Weird Pier. Level 1, can be upgraded. Characteristic. A strange ship will appear at the dock every week. Level 5. After the strange ship appears, 5 to 30 strange people with a level no higher than level 5 will be killed. Attack and occupy the dock, and leave after 3 days. During the dock occupation period, 10% of the material output will be plundered from Aladovi City every day. Killing all the monsters will not only allow you to recover the looted supplies, but also give you a lot of experience and supplies. There is a 10% chance of opening a weird treasure chest and getting special equipment. Note 1. The characteristics of the weird are ever-changing, and their combat power may be weak or strong. Please pay attention to your own combat power when attacking the weird. Note 2. As the level of the dock increases, the level of the strange ships will also increase accordingly. Please pay attention to controlling the level of the ships. Building name, Haunted Pier. Level 1, can be upgraded. Characteristic. A ghost ship will appear at the dock every week. Level 5. After the ghost ship appears, it will stay at the dock for 3 days. During these 3 days, you can communicate with the ghost ship sailor or ghost ship captain. If you get the approval of the ghost ship captain or sailor within 3 days, they will come back 3 days later, show up and bring you some belongings. Note 1. Ghost sailors are also considered a type of undead. As long as you communicate well, communication will be smoother. Note 2. Ghost sailors or ghost captains always think differently from normal people, and the things they bring back may sometimes be at a loss. Building name, Evil Pier. Level 1, can be upgraded. Characteristic. An evil ship will appear at the dock every week. Level 5. Ships include but are not limited to smuggling ships, slave ships, and pirate ships. After the evil ship appears, you can communicate and trade based on the characteristics of the ship. Of course, you can also actively attack the evil ship, but every choice you make will affect the style of the evil ship that appears in the next week. It may even affect the attitude of some groups or forces towards you. If you do not intend to contact or conflict with them, please do not communicate with evil ships. It can be seen that the changes in the 3 docks in front of us are quite obvious. Without the fixed weekly income from the previous adventure dock, commercial dock and armed dock, everything has become strange and uncertain. Gushi was not sure whether the changes this time were good or bad. He could only be certain that troops would be stationed near the dock to keep an eye on him. Skipping Chapter 81 does not affect viewing. Skipping Chapter 82 does not affect viewing. Chapter 83 Chingu's plan. However, all this is incomparable to the effect caused by regional linkage. When he noticed the changes in the pier, Gushi also noticed a not too small whirlpool appearing on the river. The whirlpool could roughly allow a sailboat to pass through, and Gushi could clearly feel that the inside of the whirlpool was opening and contracting, as if something was spitting out. This situation even affected 3 docks. And in front of Gushi, there was also such a swirling information. Ghost Wharf Area, a ghost land formed by an evil and weird wharf. Every week when ships come in and out of the wharf, some corpses will appear in the whirlpool. The minimum number of corpses is 1, and the maximum number is unlimited. Note 1, all corpses can be salvaged and used directly. Note 2, all corpses are not limited to humans, but can also be of other races or other creatures. Looking at this message, Gushi blinked. He remembered in which class he had heard that when sailing on the sea, you would encounter some whirlpools. As long as you are willing to invest some soldiers as sacrifices, the whirlpools can make the ship safe. Sent to another location. Could these corpses coming out of the whirlpool be the sacrifices thrown into the whirlpool when the ships pass through it? If this is the case, then the role of this ghostly dock area will be great. Whether it is handling various affairs at the dock or salvaging the corpses that appear in the river every week, Gushi must arrange someone to keep an eye on it here. Thinking of this, Gushi looked at Luna, and then shook his head. As the manager of Aradovi, Luna can't keep an eye on this place all the time. As for Shea, she is now in Victoria City watching the situation over there, and there is nothing she can do about it. As for Gushi's 3 leaders, they are not suitable to stay here. After all, they can't compare with Gushi's contracted undead. This made Gushi feel a little embarrassed. He can't always count the time and come in to handle this matter by himself. At this moment, Luna also floated over. Sir, the foundations of the 2 core buildings over there have been laid. We only need to invest enough resources to build these 2 core buildings. At this time, Gushi also temporarily put down the problem he was dealing with and turned his gaze to the location pointed by Luna. The location of the 2 core buildings is actually about 20 meters away from the 3 piers. Basically, people walk down the plank road from the pier and cross the street to find the core buildings of these 2 places. Let's build it first. Anyway, it doesn't mean that these 2 core buildings are fixed. Yes, the function has been fixed, and we can't change it even if we want to. While Luna was talking, Gushi suddenly thought of something. Luna, whether it's a core building or not, there will be corresponding personnel stationed there. That's right. With Luna's confirmation, Gushi quickly drew a map of the dock area on the ground. Luna, look! The ground area of the dock area is only 0.4 square kilometers. And the area where buildings cannot be built is probably here, on the river's surface. These 3 locations are 3 docks. Due to the terrain of the dock area, the 3 docks are relatively close to each other. Because the docks are relatively close, the plank roads are all close together. And these 2 locations are reserved for core buildings. Do you think we can build a walking trail here to connect the 3 piers with the 2 core buildings? Sir, do you want to add these 2 core buildings to the regional linkage? Luna looked at the map drawn by Gushi and asked directly without any hesitation. Yes, that's what it means. The 3 docks here, plus the dock warehouse and the dock market. Why can't they be made into a linkage area? Luna nodded. That should be possible. But we need to move the dock warehouse and dock market a little bit over here, and then build the trails. This way, more resources will be invested. Invest? Invest now. Anyway, we are still short of mercury in the Kiel laboratory, and there is no need to invest in other buildings. Use all resources on this. Gushi waved his hand decisively. I understand. Sir, I will take care of it. Okay, I'll leave the matters here to you. In addition, except for the skeleton shooters and the bone-cutting battalion, other skeleton troops are temporarily stationed nearby. If you need anything, you can ask them to deal with it. As Gushi spoke, he waved to the incarnation of death. The incarnation of death fell easily in front of Gushi. Putting his hand on the incarnation of death, Gushi searched for the situation of the incarnation of death again. Gushi had witnessed the battle between the incarnation of death and the ghost shadow. Gushi has always been surprised that the death incarnation can absorb the mysterious shadow. But he can't find out what the death incarnation is all about now. Moreover, among the 3 divine skills, each incarnation of death is different. Death incarnations in the bone dragon state like Gushi are actually relatively rare. And he has no way to find anyone to ask about this matter. At this time, Gushi could only use his own methods to study the situation of the incarnation of death. Fortunately, Gushi's knowledge of the undead and magic was already quite advanced. He noticed that there were some ghostly soul fragments in the black mist on the surface of the dead body. These soul fragment belts have some activity. This reminded Gushi of the black-robed cultists he saw outside the mirror before entering Aradovi. Each of these guys seemed to have lost their souls. Standing motionless in front of the mirror, they would only react if they were hit. Could it be that the ghost soul came from them? After having an idea, Gushi determined the direction in which to look. And soon Gushi discovered more information among these souls. Gushi also had a better understanding of the flying state of the incarnation of death and the absorption of the power of the shadow. It turns out that Gushi's incarnation of death looks like a bone dragon. But in fact it is the god of death in the Victorian magic world. The reason why it looks like a bone dragon is entirely because of the silver dragon attribute on the invisibility cloak. Therefore, the bones of the bone dragon, the incarnation of death, are all made of metal, which represents its identity as a metal dragon. But in fact, the essence of the incarnation of death is a fairy tale in the Victorian wizarding world. And the same is true for its skills. It can transform into black mist and fly, and its flight can destroy everything nearby and absorb the vitality of ghost shadows. These are all the hidden characteristics and fighting styles of the god of death in the magic world. The shadows are originally cultists belonging to Victoria's city. It is very reasonable to use the characteristics of the god of death in the magic world to absorb the lives of these shadows to strengthen themselves. Gushi, who understood this, no longer cared about this matter, as long as there were no problems with the incarnation of death. As for things like influence, Gushi didn't care at all. He also wanted his death incarnation to be as powerful as possible in combat. After figuring this out, Gushi felt relieved. While Luna went to build the 2 core buildings in the dock area, Gushi still had some time. So he planned to go to the library. Chapter 84 Discovery in the Library. Aradovi's library is built on the edge of the city. Opposite the library is the old city that has just been integrated. Because the old city did not originally belong to Aradovi City. The style of this old city also has obvious differences. Walking on the street, Gushi could clearly see that on one side were small stone houses from the 15th century, and on the other side were abandoned reinforced concrete buildings. When you stand on the street and look to the left and right, you will feel like you are at the intersection of time and space. The library was built at this location. The library on the edge of Aradovi City had a different style. This library was a 2-story building. The style is also in the style of the 15th century. But there are many flowers and plants planted outside the small building, and a strange pea vine even covers the east wall. From a distance, this place looks more like a herbal shop than a library. After pushing open the door of the library, a voice came to Gushi's ear. Building name, Library, Fairy Tale. Level 1, can be upgraded. Characteristic: 3 mysterious peas are produced every week. With random attributes, reward for collecting 10 fairy tale books. When a magic tower is built, a linkage effect can be produced, and the magic tower's magic research speed +1. When a magic academy is built, a linkage effect can be produced, and the training speed of magic apprentices is +3. When an alchemy laboratory is built, a linkage effect can be produced, and the refining efficiency of alchemy products is +25%. While looking at the prompt that popped up, Gushi walked into the library. Unlike the tavern, the library in front of me was not crowded, but it was clean. There were 2 bookshelves in the hall on the first floor, and there were only 10 fairy tale books bought by Gushi on the bookshelves. The fairy tale book that recorded the story of death was placed at the top. But Gushi's target fell on the fairy tale book of Jack and the Pea. He never expected that such a great fairy tale book would actually influence the library's reward output. Afterwards, Gushi found 3 complete peas right in front of the fairy tale book. The pea was as green as jasper, and there was even a flash of light on it. You could tell at a glance that it was not ordinary. Gushi reached out and picked up the peas, and a message about 3 peas popped up in front of him. Power pea, green after taking it. Strength +5. Lasting 3 hours. Babel peas, green after being buried in the soil. They can quickly grow into huge vines. The vines can be used to make pole weapons or magic wands. Pea shooter, green after being buried in the soil. A shooter that spits pea seeds will grow out. It has an attack power of 5 and ammunition of 30. It will disappear automatically after the ammunition is used up. The properties of these 3 peas are really varied. And there are all kinds of varieties. After seeing the situation of the 3 peas, Gushi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. But this was a free gift anyway. And Gushi was not picky. Not to mention that the quality of these 3 peas was quite good. After putting the peas away, Gushi started walking around the library again. This library gave Gushi the same feeling as the owl building. Both structures had been built, but their functions were not yet complete. And Gushi needed to invest various materials into them. Currently, only the first floor is open here. Gushi walked around and found a hall and 3 small rooms on the first floor. There are 3 bookshelves in the hall. Only one bookshelf is now full of books, and the other 2 are empty. There is a bookshelf in each small room, and a desk. It seems that copying can be done inside. But now the desks and bookshelves are empty. There is nothing. However, Gushi believed that as long as he worked hard, the library would be filled one day. At that time, the role of this library will be great. The 3 bookshelves will have corresponding material output every week. Will the 3 small rooms also have, or even more material output? Thinking of this, Gushi also had a smile on his face. As a necromancer, the main thing he learned was how to operate the undead in combat, as well as necromancy spells. He actually didn't learn much about urban construction. After all, not all players have the opportunity to get a city of their own. Gushi only knew that the development of a city mainly required population and materials. The population of the undead can come from fighting, but supplies need to be accumulated bit by bit. Having one more building that can produce supplies, and being able to produce more supplies, is a good thing for Gushi. After visiting the library, Gushi was about to leave when his eyes suddenly fell on the building across the street. For some reason, when Gushi looked over there, he felt an urge to go there. This thought made Gushi pause for a moment. He stretched out his hand to hold the door frame to prevent himself from walking over in a moment of conflict. Then he stood on tiptoes and looked in that direction, where there was an obviously abandoned building. Laboratory? Gushi remembered that there was an explanation in the Fusion Land deed that there were 3 abandoned laboratories inside. These 3 laboratories occupy 3 large plots of land. And what is marked there is not activation, but danger. Gushi, who had obtained the land deed at that time, didn't think much about it. Before going to the guild to report, he gave it to Luna and asked her to integrate it into Aladovi City. Now it seems that Gushi was a bit hasty. For such a dangerous place, he should not integrate in advance, but should accumulate enough strength to deal with the matter later. There is some trouble now. Gushi turned his head and stopped looking over there, holding onto the wall and walking around to the back of the library. When he was sure that he couldn't see the abandoned laboratory, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gushi had already seen what had just happened. There must be something in the abandoned laboratory that was attracting him. It was a power that affected the soul. If Gushi was not a necromancer, he might have been fooled. But the danger is not over yet. If this or even these 3 abandoned laboratories are not cleaned up, his Aladovi City may be affected. Now we need to organize a team to fight into the abandoned laboratory. Another thought came to Gushi's mind. But this thought just flickered in Gushi's mind and disappeared immediately. Gushi could clearly feel that when this thought was generated, there was a slight magic fluctuation in the surroundings. It was obvious that the things in the abandoned laboratory were attracting Gushi again. The more they behave like this, the more Gushi will stay away from the abandoned laboratory. He doesn't even plan to let his men enter the abandoned laboratory. In this way, the items in the abandoned laboratory will not be released. Chapter 85 Abandoned Old City. In the assembly hall of Aladovi City, Gushi was holding a glass of boiling water, sitting in front of the map table and drinking it. At this time, the map on the desktop has completely changed. Aladovi City, which was originally only 0.9 square kilometers, has now become 2.15 square kilometers in size. Markers representing various buildings have also been placed on some of the vacant construction land. Gushi's eyes were empty, and all his attention was focused on the corner of the map. According to the map, the 3 abandoned laboratories are not concentrated together, but are located at 3 edge points of the abandoned old city. The 3 laboratories all have their own names. What Gushi saw in the library was a building called the Jusan Psychiatric Technology Laboratory. There was no explanation on the map, and Gushi didn't get close. so he didn't know the function of this building. Nor did he know its characteristics. The other two laboratories are the Gully Genetic Laboratory and the Stone Breathing Laboratory. As can be seen from the names of these three laboratories, the research directions of the three laboratories are different. At the same time, Gushi also discovered a problem. There are many roads into the abandoned old city, but there is only one main street. If you follow the main street into the abandoned old city, no matter which direction you come in, you will definitely enter three laboratories. Of one. Are you forcing people to enter three laboratories? What are they going to do? Could it be that there is something hidden in the laboratory? Just as Gushi was thinking about this, Luna floated in from outside. Sir, why are you here? Luna, you are here. How is the situation at the dock warehouse and dock market? It's been arranged, and we have enough resources. It only takes 3 hours to complete the construction. Luna responded. 3 hours? That's good. Gushi then stood up as if he had come back to his senses. Luna, after the dock area is dealt with, we have to deal with the things in the abandoned old city. I don't like those three laboratories. You cut off these 3 pieces of land and give them up. Luna was also a little helpless regarding Gushi's request. Sir, it's not that I don't want to cut up the land, but my strength has not reached that level yet. If we give up, we will not only have to cut off all the abandoned old cities that have just been integrated into it, but we may also have to lose some more land. Hearing this, Gushi also frowned. Is there any other way? I don't want to see these 3 laboratories exist on my territory. Regarding Gushi's request, Luna said decisively, this is actually a trick. Other death cities cannot do it. But as you know, sir, Aladovi City is the mirror city of Victoria City. We can just exile these 3 laboratories like King James I did. After Luna said this, Gushi began to think about the feasibility of this plan. I have to say that Luna's idea is feasible. It's just that if these 3 laboratories are put out, they will definitely bring some trouble to Victoria City. It may even cause devastating damage to the city of Victoria. Seeing that Gushi was silent about the pros and cons, Luna did not offer any words to persuade her. She knew exactly what she should do. When Gushi asked for his opinion, he answered honestly, and when Gushi was thinking, she had to make any judgment. Gushi quickly stood up and said, Luna, you can arrange this matter and banish those 3 laboratories directly to me. Good. Luna turned around and was about to go out. At this time, Gushi said again, wait, I will ask the incarnation of death to help you. Luna did not refuse. When she left the council hall, the incarnation of death, transformed into a bone dragon, appeared in the open space outside the council hall. When he saw Luna coming over, he nodded to her. At the same time, 10 ghosts have been following Luna. It seems that they have regarded Luna as their leader. Gushi did not follow Luna to deal with the laboratory matters. When Luna left, Gushi came to the 2nd floor of the meeting hall, stood at a higher position, and looked in the direction of the laboratory. Gushi knew very well how tempting the laboratory was to him, and he didn't want to go to the laboratory and ask for trouble. However, he was also concerned about the situation of Luna and his party, so he had no choice but to stare from afar. At this time, in the abandoned old city, 3 abandoned laboratories were running underground. Although the laboratory is abandoned, as long as there is electricity, the laboratory will run automatically. Even if there are no researchers, the inside of the laboratory will still operate, because of the names of the 3 laboratories in front of us. Outsiders can't tell what is being researched here. In fact, these 3 laboratories are one, and they have been studying the body of a strong man who was contained. The Jushan Spiritual Technology Laboratory that attracted Gushi's attention was studying the strong man's soul, while the Gully Gene Genetic Laboratory and the Stone Breath Artifact Laboratory were studying the strong man's body and weapons and equipment respectively. At the same time, the 3 laboratories also have a common function, which is to suppress the body of this strong man. The reason why the city was abandoned in the first place was because there was something wrong with one of the 3 laboratories, which resonated with the corpse of the strong man. The strong man who had been dead for who knows how many years stood up again. He destroyed the city in one fell swoop. In the end, the body disappeared, leaving only an area like the abandoned old city. The 3 laboratories now still contain the powerful man's soul slices, body cells, and equipment replicas. Although the main body of the strong ones are gone, the remaining part is even more dangerous. Gushi wanted to go to the Jushan Spiritual Technology Laboratory before, which was the product of the strong man's soul fragments controlling his spiritual power. In the other 2 laboratories, There are also various experimental products. Without anyone's control. These things are like a powder keg filled with gunpowder. As long as there is a spark, they will explode directly. When Gushi was under the influence of mental power, running away immediately was the most correct choice. If Gushi had the slightest intention to enter the Jusan Psychiatric Technology Laboratory, then what happened next would be beyond Gushi's control. The experimental subjects suppressed under the laboratory will be released. And then Gushi's city of Aridov will have no choice but to be destroyed. After all, this deed had changed hands many times. Everyone who wanted to integrate into this city encountered the same trouble. In the end, they had to cede land and abandon the old city in order to minimize the losses. Gushi didn't know this at the moment. Standing on the roof of the meeting hall, he was staring in that direction, waiting for the result of the action. Chapter 86, Exile War. When Luna entered the abandoned old city, she felt a little uneasy for the first time. It seemed that some force wanted to influence Luna's thinking and let Luna enter the abandoned laboratory. It's just that the existence in the laboratory doesn't know what kind of existence Luna is. She is Gushi's contracted undead, and no one can avoid Gushi's influence on her soul. As for the death incarnations and ghosts brought in by Luna, they are all not affected by psychic power. If you want to use psychic power to control them into the laboratory, it is easier than using undead magic. Luna obviously discovered the problems here, but ignored them. At this time, Luna knew exactly what she wanted. She arrived at the very center of the abandoned old city. This was the core of the abandoned old city. When she integrated the abandoned old city, she integrated this location first. As the city elf of Aradovi City, Luna can borrow the power of the entire Aradovi City. It's just that she still has a lot to do now. And it's not something she can achieve just by thinking about crowding out some buildings. The 10 ghosts brought by Luna are now arranged in relevant positions. The mirrors in their hands are aimed at the 3 laboratories that they want to be excluded. Under Luna's arrangement, the ghosts were divided into 4 teams. The first 3 teams each had 3 teams, each responsible for a laboratory. One person flew above Luna's head, holding a mirror and controlling 3 directions at the same time. This ensured that Luna could always see the locations of the 3 laboratories while standing on the ground. After making all the preparations, Luna raised the mirror that she had been holding in her hand, and the breath of icy touch spread out from the mirror and shot towards the ghost flying above her head. The breath passed through the mirror and landed on the 3 laboratories. And then Luna made her request. Exile these 3 buildings in a mirror image manner. As Luna finished speaking, a mirror made of ice appeared above the 3 laboratories. The mirror was constantly pressing downwards. And behind the mirror, it was clearly what Victoria City looked like. However, the Victoria City in front of him was completely different from the abandoned old city in front of him, which showed that Gushi's Aridov City had taken a new route. Luna didn't go to see what was going on in Victoria City. In her mind, if Gushi didn't like these 3 laboratories, he could just be exiled. As for what trouble these 3 experiments will cause in Victoria City, this must have nothing to do with Aladovi City. Right? When the mirror fell, the laboratory that was still running also discovered that something was wrong. At this time, all the laboratories released various experimental products they collected. The color of the sky over at the Giant Mountain Spiritual Technology Laboratory changed, and a large number of ghosts with many arms and eyes appeared in the sky above the laboratory, as if trying to prevent the mirror from falling. The Goli Genetic Laboratory is even more direct. There are many different synthetic animals in the laboratory. These animals look like a variety of different beasts and humanoid shapes randomly pieced together. Just by looking at it, you can tell that these things are not people. The strangest things that appeared at the Shurshi Monster Laboratory were all kinds of weapons and equipment. It looked like an armory had been opened. The most important thing was that the weapons in the armory seemed to have their own lives. These things that came out of the laboratory immediately rushed towards the ice mirror in the sky, trying to prevent the mirror from falling. At this time, neither Luna nor the ghost could move, and the only one who could move was the incarnation of death transformed into a bone dragon. When he saw so many enemies appearing, he was not afraid but quite excited. The incarnation of death turned his body and turned himself into a ball of black mist, and pounced on the ghost with many arms and eyes. This kind of ghost is an old ghost style. That is, a black robe is draped around the body, and there are bones underneath the black robe. But the size is much larger than the normal ghost. The smallest ones are 5 or 6 meters tall. Under the black robes they are wearing, you can see many arms waving. When the robes are blown up by the wind, you can also see 1 or 2 ribs on each arm. Eyeballs are moving. When these ghosts appeared, They even caused changes in the nearby air. The already thick Qi became even thicker with their appearance. So when the incarnation of death attacked, he immediately chose these ghosts as targets. The ghosts did not expect that they would encounter such an enemy. When the incarnation of death flew over, they were still flying towards the mirror in the sky. The black mist transformed by the incarnation of death just hit them and knocked the group of ghosts away. Then the incarnation of death opened its mouth and bit these ghosts. With a flick of its head, it tore off the black robes of these ghosts. This time, the incarnation of death enraged the ghosts. The ghosts put down what they were doing and all pounced on the incarnation of death, stretching out their hands to tear at the body of the incarnation of death. But the level of the incarnation of death is quite high, and its body has been strengthened at least 3 times. Its bones are harder than steel, and the black mist on its body is so thick that it cannot be torn apart. These ghosts pounce on the incarnation of death, only to deliver themselves to the incarnation of death. If it hadn't been for just one incarnation of death, maybe the ghost would have been almost dead just from this wave of impact. Even if the ghost doesn't die so quickly, the loss is not small. The death incarnation seizes the ghost's weakness and can kill a ghost in 2 or 3 bites. When it bites the ghost to death, the color of the death incarnation's body will obviously change. Darker. The most important thing is that the incarnation of death does not need to kill all the ghosts here. His task is to destroy the ghost's prevention of the ice mirror falling. As soon as these ghosts were distracted, the falling speed of the ice mirror became smoother. After a while, the ice mirror began to touch the roof of the laboratory. The moment the ice mirror touched the roof, the giant mountain spiritual technology laboratory began to vibrate continuously, and the same laboratory appeared on the other side of the mirror. At this time, the ghosts who were attacking the incarnation of death became panicked. They gave up their attack on death and turned towards the mirror, trying to prevent the mirror from falling or changing again. But these ghosts never expected that as soon as they turned around, they got out of the ice mirror and entered the city of Victoria. At this time, the incarnation of death also gave up the giant mountain spiritual technology laboratory and flew towards the Guligian genetic laboratory. Chapter 87 Mutation. When the incarnation of death took action, the other 2 laboratories actually noticed it. However, the conditions of these 2 laboratories are not as good as the ghosts of the Jeshan Psychological Technology Laboratory. The experimental products in the Guligian genetic laboratory are all brainless genetically synthesized beasts. They are different from the ghosts. They are not fighting for Guli and the genetic laboratory. They are simply fighting mindlessly, looking at the icy mirror pressed down in the sky. Their first reaction was to jump to the roof of the Guli genetic laboratory and find a way to rush into the mirror. When the incarnation of death flew over, these beasts didn't even react. Only when they are almost in front of these beasts will they turn back and attack the incarnation of death. However, there are not many beasts that can really react, and the incarnation of death is not here to defeat these beasts. As long as the beasts do not prevent the ice mirror from falling and do not destroy Luda's plan, they can do whatever they like. So the incarnation of death selected a few beasts that were obviously about to be suppressed and attacked them. When the ice mirror fell on the roof of Guligian's genetic laboratory, he no longer paid attention to what was happening here. 2 of the 3 laboratories have already begun to be expelled, and the third one has no room to resist. Before the incarnation of death flies over, the ice mirror has already pressed on those strange weapons, pressing on the roof of the laboratory. As the 3 laboratories were affected by the ice mirror, the originally physical laboratories slowly began to become virtual. Luna finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, things were irreversible. The next step was to see whether Victoria's city could accommodate 3 such large laboratories. As soon as she put away the mirror in her hand, Luna waved to the ghost, and the ghosts holding the mirror array to reflect the light immediately flew over and surrounded Luna. Just like that, the 3 abandoned laboratories have become transparent. It feels like the entire laboratory has been covered with a huge invisibility cloak. You can clearly see the outline of the laboratory, but there is no way to see the experiments. Room color. Death Incarnation also knows that when things reach this point, it is almost over. There was no chance of a comeback in the 3 laboratories. So he fell next to Luna and looked at the exile operation curiously. For the incarnation of death, this was a relatively rare experience. So he took a look at a few more laboratories. As a result, when the incarnation of death looked at it, he realized that something was wrong. He turned his body, bit Luna, and flew into the sky with her. Luna was also shocked by this situation. But then she relaxed. She could clearly feel that the incarnation of death had no intention of hurting her, but was taking her away from here. This must be what Death Incarnate feels. Sure enough, as the incarnation of Death flew up, a huge arm suddenly stretched out from where Luna was standing. This arm extends from the ground to a small forearm, but it is 20 meters tall. The bronze arm is full of muscles. If the incarnation of Death hadn't taken Luna away in advance, Luna might have been caught in the palm of this arm now. As the arm rose, the same sound was heard from the ground nearby. Bronze-colored arms stretched out from the ground and stopped abruptly on the ground. These arms vary in size. The largest is only about 15 meters tall, and the smallest is only over 2 meters tall. However, regardless of the size of the arms, if you look carefully, you will find that all the arms here are right-handed. This is Luna, who was carried into the sky by the incarnation of Death, was also shocked when she saw the situation below. The incarnation of Death could not answer. At this time, his eyes were full of doubts. He had actually instinctively felt a burst of uneasiness just now, as if some natural enemy had appeared. So he took Luna and flew up. As for the condition of this arm, he really didn't think about it. But judging from the current situation, these arms should not be alive. In fact, the incarnation of Death did not understand that the reason why he felt like he had encountered a natural enemy was entirely because the master who was captured by the laboratory was a 100-armed giant. The giants and dragons themselves are mortal enemies. Although both sides are now dead, one side has become the incarnation of Death, and the other has been dismembered by the laboratory. But some things are engraved in the bones, and the incarnation of Death still feels the oppression brought by the giant for the first time. But he didn't know what was going on, so he could only fly with Luna, with so many arms stretching out from the ground. Gushi also saw such a situation. At this time, he was also shocked. Without caring about anything else, he jumped off the roof of the meeting hall and rushed towards the abandoned old city. At this time, Luna in the sky also saw a situation. She discovered that the bronze arm extending from the ground moved towards the main city of Aladovi. At this time, Luna said quickly, "Take me back to the meeting hall. This situation is not right." As soon as the Death incarnation spread its wings, it turned into black mist and rushed forward. The flying speed of the incarnation of Death was much faster than that of Luna. After Gushi ran a few steps, he saw the incarnation of Death flying over with Luna. "Luna, what's going on?" "Sir, something buried under the abandoned old city must have been released. That thing was initially suppressed by the 3 abandoned laboratories. Now that the 3 laboratories are gone, the situation is somewhat out of control. I need to deal with this matter." Luna expressed her judgment in a few words and rushed into the meeting hall quickly. Upon hearing this, Gushi knew that something was wrong with the situation. He did not go in to disturb Luna, but waved to the incarnation of Death. "You go and stop those arms from approaching the main city of Aridov." After giving this order, Gushi turned around and headed towards the tavern. Right now, he doesn't even know the situation of the enemy, and doesn't know how to help if he wants to. Now the only person who can find out the enemy's situation in a short time is the drunkard in the tavern. It's a little late, but it's better than doing nothing. When Gushi ran towards the tavern, 2 bronze arms had grown out of the ground in Aladovi city. At the same time, the position of the council hall also changed. A ray of moonlight fell from the sky and landed on the top of the council hall. Then all the street lights in Aladovi city turned on. Gushi noticed that these street lamps were all lit with white candles produced by the White Candle Factory. As these white candles were lit, the entire city of Aladovi was in a state of gloomy death. Chapter 88 Death Transformation. "Sir, something is wrong. There is still half a body buried under the abandoned old city." "No, there was only 1/10 of the body. Only the part from the right shoulder to the right waist. 3 laboratories had extracted and suppressed it before, so it was okay. The body seems a little out of control now." Gushi, who was rushing to the tavern, heard Luna's voice. 1/10 of the corpse only has the right shoulder to the right waist? What is going on? Although Gushi didn't quite understand it yet, he already knew where the problem came from. If it was something else, Gushi really couldn't handle it. But the corpse? Gushi wasn't worried at all. There was no corpse that the necromancer couldn't deal with. If so, it must be that the level of the necromancer is not high enough. Thinking of this, Gushi said decisively, "I understand. I will hold him back, and you can deal with him however you want." After speaking, Gushi glanced at the tavern in front of him, turned around and left quickly. The wine girl, who was already standing in front of the tavern ready to welcome him, was a little confused when she saw this situation. She turned to look at the maid next to her and touched her skull. "What's wrong with the city lord? Am I no longer beautiful?" That's why he ran away when he saw me. Several skeleton maids shook their heads after hearing this. How dare they say anything casually? Faced with such a question, they could only shake their heads and pretend they didn't know. Gu Shi, who was running towards the abandoned old city, had no time to consider the wine girl's thoughts. He only had one thought now. After going out, he must find someone to ask if there was any mount or something that could be traded. Gu Shi would get tired every time he ran back and forth like this. Before Gu Shi could reach the abandoned old city, the incarnation of death had already pounced on the ground. His target was the thickest and largest arm. When the incarnation of death flew down, this arm moved slightly, as if it was stimulated. The fingers still wanted to reach out and grab the incarnation of death. But in the end they failed. The movement of this arm caused the incarnation of death to fight back, and the incarnation of death bit the largest arm hard. With one bite, the incarnation of death wanted to turn around quickly and cut off the arm. But the problem is that this arm is not only long but also quite thick. Biting the bronze arm will not cause much damage at all. Instead, the incarnation of death was almost thrown out, which made the incarnation of death very angry. He felt like he was being provoked. These were all dead things, and he didn't believe that these dead things could do anything to him. So the incarnation of death flew high into the sky again, struck downwards, turned into black mist, and hit the bronze arm heavily. Under this collision, the bronze arm that had been unable to bite finally moved. But this bronze arm not only did not fall down, but instead struck back and hit the incarnation of death hard. The level of the incarnation of death had reached 11. Yet he was knocked away, and his health was reduced to half on the spot. If the bones of the incarnation of death were not relatively hard, the bones might have turned into powder by now. Turning over on the ground, the incarnation of death rose again. His body quickly turned into black mist, preparing to attack the bronze arm again. At this moment, Gu Shi also rushed in from outside. Death incarnate, come back. As soon as the incarnation of death heard the order, he quickly came to Gu Shi's side. At this time, some thoughts kept flashing through Gu Shi's mind. He was already certain that the bronze arm was connected to an incomplete corpse. At the same time, the corpse was affected by some power, and was constantly being activated. The bronze arm stretching out from the ground were the effects of the corpse's activation, and based on the energy stored in that part of the corpse, I believe that it won't be long before the entire Aradovi is covered with arms like this. It is not certain to whom the city of Aridov will belong in the end. When he called the incarnation of death back, Gu Shi had only one thought in his mind: give the corpse buried underground a hard blow and wipe it out from the source. Others have no way to deal with this corpse, and the necromancer has many ways to deal with it. Corpse explosion is the best choice. Although the explosion may have flattened the abandoned old city, to Gu Shi, it was not a big deal. Anyway, the abandoned old city was obtained for free. Besides, only the urban area of the abandoned old city was bombed, and the land that was incorporated was still there. Just when Gu Shi was thinking about where to stand to blow up the corpse so that it wouldn't affect him, the ground in the abandoned old city suddenly shook. Luna's voice sounded in Gu Shi's ears again. My lord, suppress that corpse. Gu Shi didn't think much. He immediately pointed at the incarnation of death. Clone. Suppress. Upon hearing this, the incarnation of death turned into black mist and flew into the air. Then he turned sharply in the air and fell into the ground. The next moment, Gu Shi only felt that his mana had been drained. Just like when he summoned the incarnation of death. The incarnation of death also decomposed on the spot and turned into a precise power of death and sank into the ground. It can be said that in just an instant, the entire abandoned old city area was dyed black. After decomposing the death incarnation, Gu Shi almost fell to the ground. The feeling of all his mana being drained was even more uncomfortable than when he summoned the death incarnation just now. But Gu Shi had no intention of falling. He used the crushing staff to support his body and stood hard. As soon as the incarnation of death transformed into the power of death, the ground in the abandoned old city continued to shrink. At the same time, the 3 laboratories have been completely excluded from Aladovi and sent to Victoria City. Now the shrinkage of the land has just squeezed out the location of the 3 original laboratories. At the same time, those bronze arms have also undergone new changes under the influence of the power of death. From bronze muscles to bronze hand bones. When the arm transformed into a hand, Gu Shi couldn't help but let out a sigh. He noticed that the bones inside the hand bones actually looked like animal bones. The bones of one arm are different. So it seems that there may be more than one body dead down there. It's just that Luna calculated it based on one corpse. She wouldn't say anything more. One corpse was just one corpse. Corpses were all like that anyway. Under the suppression of She and the incarnation of death, Luna finally completed the transformation of this area. The land in the abandoned old city turned black, and all the houses collapsed and rotted. In the end, it simply turned into flat ground, leaving only bronze skeleton arms sticking out from the ground. The tallest one was still the arm that was more than 20 meters long. But now She had a feeling that this arm obeyed his management. At this time, a voice came from She's ear. Ding! Affected by the power of death, the abandoned old city was alienated. The area's open space was reorganized, and the area was transformed into a 100-armed giant cemetery area. Chapter 89 100-armed giant cemetery area. The 100-armed giant cemetery area covers an area of 0.7 square kilometers. Has no population. 2 large plots, 3 medium plots, and 7 small plots. Note, affected by the corpse of the 100-armed giant. The attributes of this area are locked to giant, death, and combat directions, and some buildings will not be constructed. Looking at the message that popped up in front of him, She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the area in front of him had obviously shrunk a lot, the main building space was still left. At the same time, the attributes are locked, which means that some buildings will not be built here. But it also means that if the right buildings are built, the quality of the buildings will be improved to a certain extent. There are advantages and disadvantages in this. Whether it is good or bad depends on how She chooses. He propped up his body with the shattering staff and glanced at the ground in front of him again. After losing the obstruction of all buildings, She finally saw the whole picture of this newly added area. In addition to hundreds of large and small bronze arms in this area, the most obvious thing is the open space that is not stained by these bronze arms. The empty spaces were filled with bricks, stones, and wood that had rotted or crumbled. It can be seen from the size of the open space that the 2 large-scale plots intentionally or unintentionally avoid the direction of the main city of Aladovi City, and are closer to the edge of the 100-armed giant cemetery area. Near here are 3 rows of small plots squeezed together. Looking at it this way, She discovered that the extra large plot of land must have been forced out. It seems that this should be Luna's skill. At this moment, Luna was also rushed out of the council hall. Sir, it's taken care of. That's good. Thank you for your hard work this time. I didn't expect that the integrated city would be like this, She said with some embarrassment. Speaking of what happened this time, it was mainly caused by She. After all, he got the land deed of the abandoned old city, and he was also the one who caused the problem in the laboratory first. You're welcome, sir. Aladovi City is our city, and that's what I should do to contribute to Aladovi City. Okay. For the next period of time, our construction focus will still be on the dock area. Priority will be given to building the dock warehouse and dock market. The 100-armed giant cemetery area will be put away first. We will wait until we have resources. Okay. I'll deal with things here first. But sir, you must pay attention to urban construction. We now need resources but not resources. And we need blueprints but not blueprints. The only thing that can produce resources is the assembly hall. Several other small buildings produce food for the undead. The building materials we need all come from urban demolition work. If we continue like this, the development of cities will be restricted. Well, I will find a solution for this matter. If it doesn't work, I will go to the guild and ask if there is any resources or design drawings for sale within the guild. Regarding this matter, She was actually a little embarrassed. The Chaoyang Rei's guild looks relatively good, but She's current status is rather embarrassing. He does not belong to the direct lineage of the guild, and he has just joined the guild. Although he holds the title of chief, the guild generally does not give him much convenience other than increasing investment in resources. Not to mention opening up the guild's internal warehouse and sending him a batch of resources and design drawings. If he wanted to get these, She still wanted to ask someone. If possible, it would be best to integrate 1 or 2 resource points into Aladovi City. Seeing that She agreed to the matter, Luna changed the subject. With the capture of the dock area and the newly transformed 100-armed giant cemetery area, the position She now occupies has suddenly become the largest area in Aladovi City. The remaining 2 areas combined are almost the same size as the area She currently occupies. This made Luna interested, and she really wanted to occupy the entire urban area of Aladovi City. In this way, her strength can be greatly improved, and it is also possible to attack Aladovi. Seeing Luna like this, he took a moment to understand what she was thinking. We currently don't have enough troops, and the corresponding information from the wine girl is not yet in place. Gushi only said one sentence. If we want to take action, we will need at least 2 weeks. Luna didn't say anything about Gushi's estimate. The current situation of Aladovi City's military strength was like this. They had training methods, but they didn't have enough resources to train soldiers. Moreover, Gushi's troops are relatively single, with only skeleton soldiers as the main force now. Even with the addition of Death Incarnation, without enough intelligence, Gushi was not sure what he would encounter if he took the initiative to attack a new city. However, the ghosts in these urban areas will not leave any corpses. In the absence of a way to summon their souls, Gushi should always consider the issue of military strength. Luna also understands Gushi's concerns. When Gushi said this, Luna stopped insisting on this. She followed Gushi and followed him to the vicinity of the tavern. Before Gushi and the others arrived at the tavern, the bone wine lady was already standing in front of the tavern. When she saw Gushi coming over, the wine lady gently wiped the bones with a handkerchief, and then smiled at Gushi. Lord City Lord, I saw you had arrived in front of my tavern just now. Why did you turn around and leave? Are you dissatisfied with the quality of my wine? Let me tell you, we have recently launched a mouse wine, which tastes great. Would you like to have a glass of it now? As the wine lady spoke, she pointed behind her. From a distance, Gushi saw a vat of turbid wine with at least a dozen mice soaked in it. Oh, does it have any effect? Pour a glass and drink it. Gushi glanced at the wine in the wine vat and spoke casually. As soon as these words came out, White Bone Wine Lady's hand paused, and she looked at Gushi in surprise. Regarding the reaction of the White Bone Wine Lady, Gushi just smiled and said nothing. Not to mention that he is a necromancer, and has seen all kinds of big scenes. The fact that he had the experience of relying on rats to survive in a prison cell in Victoria City made him not reject rats as food. Of course, there is a prerequisite here. These things are really useful for Gushi. If this rat wine really had a certain effect, Gushi wouldn't mind drinking some. Seeing that his joke was unable to affect Gushi, the White Bone Wine Lady could only smile awkwardly. Lord City Lord, please don't make fun of me. This wine is for the undead. I have already prepared your wine. Chapter 90 Guild Emergency Mission. Rat wine, white, a kind of wine soaked in rats. It is full of toxicity, and is not suitable for drinking by living people. After the undead drink it, they will have the plague attack effect within 2 hours. After taking a look at the rat wine that the White Bone Wine Lady brought up, Gushi finally believed the rat wine. He pushed the cup of wine, with a rat head soaked in it, in front of Luna, and began to communicate with the White Bone Wine Lady. Drinker, I haven't seen you for a few days. Why do you feel like you have become more beautiful? Really? I feel the same way. When Bai Gujio Nyang heard this, she quickly covered her mouth with a handkerchief and laughed happily. But when she covered her mouth like this, the whole situation changed. She suddenly didn't look so beautiful without a nose. Gushi pressed his eyebrows speechlessly. Drunkard, if you were free recently, help me check the intelligence of the 2 nearby areas. By the way, if you can, also check the intelligence of Aladovida for me. No problem. We have been collecting corresponding intelligence and information during this period, especially in the nearby areas. That is the focus of our attention. While talking to the Bone Wine Lady, the skeleton maid in the tavern also brought various kinds of food. You are fighting against an owl, right? A roasted owl is fine. But this is a fried owl. Owl pie? No. It's just that we don't have guests here now. So it's not a problem to be idle all day. So we did more research. Next time, if other ingredients appear in the city, we will definitely find a way to make some new food. In response to Gushi's question, White Bone Wine Lady still smiled casually. However, these are all made by the White Bone Liquor Maidens in their free time. The food that is really effective is the roasted owl. Gushi only dared to trust the system's judgment when eating roasted owl. As for owl pie, Gushi was not willing to believe in this kind of thing. Of course, it's not that he doesn't believe in the wine lady's craftsmanship. He just doesn't believe that his stomach can withstand such food. So no matter how many dishes were served, Gushi would only eat roasted owl and drink green ghost wine. While eating and drinking, Gushi would also communicate with the wine girl and ask about the current situation in the tavern. The tavern is now fully staffed, and as long as there are 5 varieties of drinks, it will be automatically upgraded. After reaching level 2, the tavern can provide Gushi with some new services. As for what kind of service it was, Gushi just glanced at the skeleton maid and didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, these services are of no use to him. After Gushi's mana was fully restored, Gushi, who was a little tipsy, finally stood up and prepared to leave the tavern. At this moment, Gushi suddenly heard the sound of birds fighting in the distance. Luna, what happened? Gushi looked in the direction of the sound, and Luna rushed out immediately. After a while, Luna flew in holding a black raven. Sir, this raven should be here to deliver a letter. But we have built an owl tower, and when the raven delivers the letter, it will land at the owl tower. As a result, I was beaten by the owl inside. If I hadn't rushed over, it might have been driven out. After hearing this, Gushi also burst out laughing. After laughing, Gushi then remembered what Li Xinghui said. The members of Chaoyang Guild used Raven to communicate with each other. On their way to Chaoyang Guild, Li Xinghui also said that he would help Gushi choose a better raven. What letter did he bring? Gushi asked curiously. Luna stretched out her hand, and a red letter appeared in her hand. This is? After receiving the letter, Gushi opened it and found that it actually read. An accident occurred in the game number UYHDDS04CC80 world, stationed. All players are now required to put down their tasks and gather urgently to jointly deal with this world problem. All players who have received this letter are asked to exit the current game quickly and gather at the Guild Plaza. In addition to this part of the content, there is also the logo of the Chaoyang Guild on it. Gushi knew the letter was true as soon as he saw it. He thought for a while and said to Luna, "It seems that I can't stay here any longer. The guild will ask me to go back if there is something to do. I will leave the construction of Aladovi City to you. Sir, please don't worry. I'll be fine with everything here. Also, pay more attention to Shea. She is even more dangerous. If there is any problem, just call her back." Clear. After explaining everything, Gushi no longer stayed any longer. He just took a step forward and left Aladovi City on the spot. Just as Gushi was leaving, the White Bone Wine Lady came up with freshly made food and wine. Seeing Gushi leaving, White Bone Wine Lady said with some dissatisfaction, "It's so boring. He just ran away after eating and drinking. All men are like this." Gushi didn't care about his reputation in Aladovi at all. After leaving Aladovi City, Gushi immediately saw a large number of necromancers coming out of the apartment building and heading towards the main square of Chaoyang Guild. At the same time, some players also quickly quit the game. They did not even bother to tidy up their belongings, and did not even think about going back to take a rest. They just waited in the main square. Gushi looked around and finally found Li Xinghui in a combat team. He thought about it, greeted Li Xinghui from a distance, and then waited in a corner of the square, because he still didn't know much about the operation mode of Chaoyang Guild, and didn't know which team he would be assigned to. So he stood alone, waiting for the final arrangements. After more than 10 minutes of commotion, the players in the square finally calmed down. Gushi noticed that in Chaoyang Guild, necromancers accounted for 60% of the number, and among the remaining people, 30% were death knights, and 10% were from some strange undead professions. But not everyone is gathered together according to professional classification. When players are gathered together, they should be classified into teams. Most teams are composed of 3 to 5 people. In addition, there are 2 types of large teams, 20-man groups and 40-man groups. When everyone was almost there, the 2 players, who looked strong, began to take a roster and roll their names. Gushi listened there casually. As he listened, Gushi discovered a situation. The players who were called back urgently this time were not all players from the Chaoyang Guild, but players whose strength ranged from level 3 to level 6. They can be considered the cornerstone of the Rising Sun Guild. After confirming the number and levels of players, the president of Chaoyang Guild also stood up.